Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Monster Paradise right here on GMT Recap. This young man was given a special title by the system, Ultimate Unlucky One. However, this was not a prestigious title, but rather because Lin Huang had been pulling gacha for half a year without ever getting a single SR card. Finally, today, the system decided to show some appreciation for the unlucky person by granting him a free pull, and the result was Lin Huang pulling a golden hand, which caused the system to directly throw him into another world. His phone fell with a thud, and the root system even wished Lin Huang a happy journey. In the new world, Lin Huang took on the role of blade-tip flashes with blood, holding a knife in his hand and wearing an apron, yet still exuding a mature demeanor. He swung the sharp knife as if preparing to slice meat. Lin Huang had been here for a week. Aside from rejuvenating, he also had to take care of miscellaneous tasks. The system was nowhere to be found, but time traveling was already an extraordinary experience in Lin Huang's life. Here, he was a reserve hunter, graduating with top honors and decent results, but his life will had been shattered, leaving him with only 91 days to live. At this moment, Lin Huang had a younger sister named Lin Xing. After cooking dinner, he went upstairs to call her down to eat. Lin Huang opened the door just in time to see Lin Xing getting dressed, her entire body coming into his view. "Get out of here, quickly!" Lin Xing hurriedly grabbed a book and threw it straight at Lin Huang's face. During the lavish dinner, Lin Xing glared at Lin Huang while eating. "I'm not a little kid anymore. Please be more careful with your actions." Lin Huang clutched his face in pain. Just then, a notification from the Emperor's Heart Realm popped up. Specifically, it was an ID containing information about both humans and the world, as well as a storage space, the only entry point into the system. Lin Xing opened it up and received an urgent notice. At 4:30 in the afternoon, someone discovered a new void portal at the coordinates of their current location. Suspecting the invasion of monsters, the citizens were warned not to go outside at night. Seeing Lin Xing's worry, Lin Huang gently reassured her. "The news has been broadcasted. Someone will definitely catch it soon. Plus, we have a defense shield here." But only Lin Huang knew that the shield was thinner than the fur of 3 wild wolves. This tiny town, with fewer than 100,000 people, was neglected. By the time the hunters arrived to eliminate the monster, it could already be too late, with everyone in the town having been devoured by the creature. After finishing her meal, Lin Xing asked if she could go to her room to study, since Lin Huang would be cleaning up the dishes. He sat down to research and found that a group of platinum hunters was hunting monsters nearby. The monsters weren't very powerful, so the danger had decreased. In this world, killing a monster would yield an EFA fragmented star, which could be consumed to extend one's lifespan. However, Lin Huang had yet to reach the black iron level. He planned to target a weaker monster, then head out the next day to hunt it. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from Lin Xing echoed out from her room. Panicked, Lin Huang rushed to her aid when he heard her cry for help. He kicked down the door and rushed inside. Inside, Lin Xing was sitting in a corner, screaming. The window was shattered, and a grotesque, green monster with long hair, red eyes, and a drooling mouth was crawling its way inside. Lin Huang quickly grabbed a nearby backpack, signaling for Lin Xing to stand behind him. He recognized the creature as a blood-feeding species, at least a black iron-level monster. In general, Lin Huang knew he couldn't defeat it, so he threw the backpack at the blood-feeding species' face and pulled Lin Xing to run. He hid Lin Xing in a closet while he would go out to lure it away. The blood-feeding species was particularly drawn to the blood of young girls, so she couldn't leave. Lin Xing hesitated, not wanting Lin Huang to risk his life. Tears welled up in her eyes. He resolutely slammed the closet door shut. "I will make sure it won't harm you." The blood-feeding species crashed through the wall and charged out. Lin Huang ran to the emergency staircase, shouting loudly to grab its attention. "Hey, you ugly, big freak. I'm over here." The creature, enraged by the body shaming, punched the wall with such force that it cracked. Lin Huang quickly sprinted away, leading it into a narrower space. The blood-feeding species crawled past Lin Xing. She covered her mouth, trying hard not to make a sound. Reaching his destination, Lin Huang pulled out a loaded gun from somewhere and fired continuously at the creature. The blood-feeding species conjured a protective barrier. The bullets did nothing to it, and, instead, they seemed to enrage it further, triggering its special ability blood energy gigantification, which allowed the monster to level up. Its appearance grew even more hideous. At this point, it was no longer just black iron, it was at least bronze level, and Lin Huang had no choice but to flee. He rushed out of the house. Fortunately, it was a one-story house, so Lin Huang was able to land safely. The two sides collided in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. To his surprise, Lin Huang managed to dodge the blood-feeding species punch, which was as powerful as Saitama's. Although it was powered by the blood energy gigantification, its strength was only at the level of black iron. A slash on the body of the blood-feeding species caught Lin Huang's eye, and he realized what was going on. He grabbed his gun and fired, slowing it down. Noticing the deep wound, Lin Huang guessed that the creature had just escaped from the Platinum Hunter Association's encirclement. As long as he could buy enough time and prevent it from feeding on the young girl's blood to recover, the monster would soon be defeated. Despite being injured, the blood-feeding species was still much stronger than Lin Huang. Now, he just had to figure out how to survive until then. But within less than 5 seconds, he was knocked to the ground by its powerful legs. He lay flat, aiming his gun at the blood-feeding species that was about to pounce on him. Damn it, I can't die like a loser. As if hearing Lin Huang's thoughts, the next bullets cracked its protective layer. Finally, one of the bullets successfully pierced through, embedding itself in the blood-feeding species' body. It fell to the ground, and Lin Huang quickly rolled aside. The creature lifted its head, groaning. Ugh! Severely injured, the blood-feeding species reverted to its previous state. Lin Huang held the gun in his hand, pointing it at its head. This was the moment of glory. He decisively pulled the trigger, ending the monster's life. Lin Huang sighed. Playing games in real life is way harder than playing on a phone. Congratulations to the player for completing the first kill and activating the golden finger. At this moment, the system's wretched voice suddenly appeared, announcing that Lin Huang had received a monster card, a promotion card, and one draw. What's the reward for the first kill? As Lin Huang asked, a strange creature suddenly appeared in mid-air, startling him. That's right, besides the reward card, you also have an attribute card. He asked, what the hell is that? The black cat pouted in annoyance. Don't be disrespectful, I am your golden finger. The black cat got back to the main topic, showing Lin Huang the attribute card and monster card. 3 high-grade cards appeared, but the stats on them made Lin Huang grimace. The combat strength was 0, no skills, and the overall evaluation was as weak as a snail. One monster card was a blood-feeding species, but even it was only rated as a lump of hexagons. In this world, white cards were common, green cards were rare, blue cards were epic, purple cards were legendary, and orange cards were mythical. The black cat laughed mockingly at Lin Huang. The cards you have are just trash. Lin Huang suddenly remembered that he still had one draw left. He wasn't sure what the odds of drawing a rare card were, but the black cat sneered. This is all luck. Lin Huang was at a loss. He was born under a misfortune star, with bad luck hitting him at a 90-degree angle. When it came to being unlucky, he was even worse than the black cat's fur. Suddenly, the black cat's expression grew serious as it glanced into the distance. Someone's coming. Lin Huang had barely seen anyone before hastily deciding to leave. A young woman with long hair, a sharp and delicate beauty, dressed in a neat outfit resembling military attire, approached and struck up a conversation with Lin Huang. Did you kill this monster? The woman introduced herself so Lin Huang wouldn't be left wondering. I'm Leang. I received a distress signal saying a monster had attacked here. Lin Huang guessed that it was Lin Xing who sent the distress signal, then pointed to the blood-feeding species lying on the ground. Yes, it was the one that attacked us. Lin Huang briefly glanced at Leang, admiring her beauty. A platinum hunter from the Hunter Guild, and she's a woman. Leang lifted her foot and gently kicked the monster's body, her expression skeptical. I'll ask you again. Did you kill this monster? Lin Huang scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. I just got lucky, since this blood-feeding species was already heavily wounded before. Leang saw that he hadn't reached Black Sha yet, and with his life force drained and his fate aura emitting dangerously, she couldn't believe it was just luck. She leaned in closer, using her beauty as a weapon to interrogate him. Tell me, how did you kill it? Lin Huang became flustered. Suddenly, he remembered that his sister Lin Xing was waiting at home and immediately decided to head back. Wait until I get home to meet my sister, then we can talk more. At that moment, Lin Xing was standing in front of their ruined house, the roof completely torn off. The house was a wreck, still owing 32 years of rent that hadn't been paid, with a pile of extra debts on top of it. Xing Air panicked, and as she saw Lin Xing, he gasped and called her name. Lin Xing threw herself into her brother's arms, hugging him tightly. Hoo-hoo, you scared me to death. I thought I'd have to arrange a funeral for you. Leang followed behind, saying that Lin Huang had dealt with the monster alone, so whether the house collapsed or not didn't really matter. Lin Xing's eyes lit up, proudly boasting. Really? My brother is a top graduate from the Hunter Academy. Lin Huang was curious about what Leang was planning to investigate. Lin Xing followed closely behind, asking, Who are you? Leang answered briefly. I'm a hunter, here because of a distress signal. Leang used a device to scan a nearby intact house. Lin Huang had never seen that equipment before. It must be some high-level gold-tier gear. Leang nodded. Although it's just a scouting device, it's very rare. It can capture images of the surroundings and project them in 3D. By using this to record the damage, the Hunter Association will compensate everyone. Lin Xing's eyes once again sparkled when she heard Leang's words. Is this a golden tier device? An ETHA fragmented star, it costs 100,000 for just 10 years. Are you some kind of rich lady? The equipment here all requires an ETHA fragmented star to exchange for. Lin Huang was half convinced that Leang's device was of divine level. Leang, now admired by Lin Xing, lifted her nose high in the air. ETHA fragmented star? I have plenty of those. Wow, you're so powerful. Lin Xing chuckled, giving her a compliment. Leang snapped her fingers, motioning for her to broaden her horizons. Leang gave Lin Xing a fragmented life star as a gift in return for calling her sister. Lin Huang was shocked by this scene. It seemed that Lin Xing's skill was flattering rich older sisters. Leang returned to the issue with Lin Huang. There was nothing suspicious about how he killed the monster, but there were still some issues. This bronze 3-star monster was difficult to handle even for Leang alone, not to mention that Lin Huang had a short lifespan and hadn't even reached black iron level yet. She asked, Do you have equipment that is at least golden rank? I can buy it from you at a high price. Lin Huang scratched his head and admitted, The first golden rank equipment I saw was your scanner. It seemed that golden rank equipment wasn't something you could just buy with money. Leang, realizing her misunderstanding of Lin Huang, patted him on the shoulder politely. I was wrong about you. Your lifespan isn't beyond help. If you find a way to fix it, you could become a major figure. Before leaving, Leang mentioned that tomorrow, the Hunter Guild would provide free accommodation for the two of them. She winked mischievously and said goodbye. Don't die too easily. I hope we get another chance to meet. Lin Huang twitched the corner of his mouth. Leang was truly hard to predict. Lin Xing, standing beside him innocently, asked, The Hunter Guild will only arrive tomorrow. Where are we sleeping tonight? Lin Huang reluctantly let Lin Xing sleep on the couch for the night. She had barely lain down before she was snoring loudly. Looking at his younger sister's obedient demeanor, Lin Huang couldn't help but feel guilty. He truly was a useless older brother. While they were acting out a heartfelt brotherly scene, the black cat appeared, shattering the mood. Hee hee, you're a cute little girl, but you're useless. He hurriedly asked, Xiaohe, what's wrong with you? Xiaohe understood his meaning, but aside from Lin Huang, no one else could see it. However, it didn't like the rustic name Xiaohe at all. Lin Huang didn't care. The fact that it appeared here was already a violation of the rules of this world, so it was best if no one else found out. But you're right, I am weak, and I still have to protect my little sister. For this reason, Lin Huang decided to draw a card. Xiaohe asked again to make sure, but Lin Huang was determined to take a risk. 12 cards were laid out before him, and now was the moment to draw blindly. Lin Huang couldn't believe that even though he had crossed over to this world, he still couldn't draw a secret card. Here it is, that's the one. Hurry, give me the rare one. The card transformed. The effects in this world were even more impressive than those in virtual reality games. Lin Huang prayed for a rare card, but instead, it turned out to be a mission card, not even an equipment card. Holding the mission card in his hand, Lin Huang felt like his heart was being torn apart. The mission was, within 1 month, become a reserve hunter. Success would earn him a flawless card, while failure would result in losing his golden finger forever. Lin Huang was in shock. He didn't expect the penalty to be so severe. But in order to participate in the reserve exam, he had to reach Black Iron level first. He repeated mechanically. The mission has been announced. For more details, please refer to the back of the card. Lin Huang rubbed his head in frustration. Why, after being transported to another world, was bad luck still chasing him? Why couldn't it be beautiful women or wealth pursuing him instead? But if Lin Huang failed, he would lose Xiaohe. He was determined to complete this mission, no matter what that flawless card turned out to be. The next morning, Lin Xing's voice echoed through the dilapidated house. Big brother, I'm off to school. She hurried out, nibbling on a piece of bread. Lin Huang watched her go, already accustomed to the sight of Lin Xing being late for school. It was now time for Lin Huang to get down to business. He called Xiaohe, and it appeared in a bizarre state, as if it had been on drugs, startling him. Xiaohe was grabbed, visibly irritated. Can't you see I'm licking my fur? When Lin Huang kept asking about the mission, Xiaohe remained indifferent. To register for the hunter selection exam, Lin Huang must first obtain Black Iron. It seems our fate ends here. Lin Huang flew into a rage. I'm trying to hold on to it, and this is the attitude it gives me. Do you think I won't cook up some cat meat for lunch? Xiaohe quickly offered a solution. If Lin Huang couldn't get Black Iron in the short term, he would have to sign up for the exam anyway. Lin Huang then thought of summoning a blood-feeding species and making it his beast master for the exam. Since summoning through the beast master system allowed for an exception in registration, it could work. The blood-feeding species had Black Iron 3 stars ability, which was enough to participate in the competition, but it had a clear weakness. If someone used a weapon from a defeated blood fiend, the whole group would be wiped out. Lin Huang was being vague. Xiaohe was startled. Don't tell me you're planning to use the upgrade card? Lin Huang knew that using an upgrade card on a monster was a waste of the system's resources, but right now, prioritizing system completion was more important. He then asked Xiaohe how to summon a blood-feeding species. Lin Huang tried his best to follow the instructions, imagining the summoning card. Except for him, no one could see it. More precisely, others could only see the monster Lin Huang summoned. After the card appeared, Lin Huang crushed it as Xiaohe instructed. The card disintegrated and formed into a human-shaped figure. A young man with black hair, his face obscured, posed coolly, gazing at the world with half-closed eyes. Yes, this is the blood-feeding species. Lin Huang looked him up and down. Why was this guy more handsome than him? Putting aside his appearance, Lin Huang wanted to level him up first. Xiaohe then used the upgrade card. Since the card could only be used once, Xiaohe felt frustrated for Lin Huang. A golden light enveloped the blood-feeding species, making Lin Huang squint from the brightness. After the upgrade, Lin Huang cursed. Is it done? The blood-feeding species changed from black hair to platinum, and its torn clothes were replaced with a much fancier outfit, along with a red aura radiating from it, giving it an even cooler appearance. Lin Huang was filled with confidence as he looked at his handsome, impressive companion. Characters with silver hair were always strong. From now on, your name is Baya. He recalled Baya into the monster card, and both the name and avatar were updated. However, the stats on the card made Lin Huang's eyes itch with irritation. He was curious as to why Baya's battle power only had 2 levels. Xiaohe clicked his tongue, having to explain to his slow-witted master. For example, after leveling up, the blood-feeding species has reached bronze 3 stars, but since its master is still Yu, it remains as it is, so its level is still black iron 3 stars. It's rare to see the master's realm lower the level of the monster like this. Xiaohe took another jab at Lin Huang, which made him annoyed and raise his middle finger. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Lin Huang hurriedly opened it, feeling something was off. Outside stood 2 tall, muscular men dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, staring intently at him. He stuttered. What do you want? Are you Lin Huang? The older man with a beard spoke in a deep, yet strong voice. He looked like a gangster coming to collect a debt, which left Lin Huang feeling confused. Suddenly, the man grabbed his hand and grinned broadly. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you. We've received a notice from the Government Alliance, and from today, we'll be here to renovate your house. Behind the 2 bodyguards, there was another bodyguard along with a group of workers. The older man said the renovation would be completed in 5 days and handed Lin Huang a free accommodation card. Lin Huang accepted the VIP card for the luxury accommodation, feeling both excited and nervous. It was said to be a high-end place, where even with money, it was hard to get in. After Lin Xing finished school, the 2 siblings moved to their temporary accommodation. The compensation from the Government Alliance for the damage caused by the monsters was higher than he had expected. The 2 siblings stood outside, not daring to enter, still needing to evaluate things for a while. This place just so happened to be not far from their school, which was very convenient. Someone led Lin Huang and his sister inside. He immediately asked, "Where's their dining area?" Upon arriving at the fancy restaurant, Lin Xing felt as if her hunger had disappeared. 1 meal here would cost their entire month's rent. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had already grabbed a drumstick and was eating it, holding it with both hands. Don't worry, everything, including the food and the room, is free. Lin Xing felt a sense of release and sat down to eat continuously without stopping. Lin Huang was lost in his food when he suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him was unusually quiet. People had looks of fear on their faces, all of them keeping their heads down. The reason for this was the bald man sitting there. Dressed in black, with a strong physique and a scar on his face, he exuded a menacing aura. He even had a weapon with him while eating. Lin Xing, curious, pointed at him. Lin Huang, afraid of drawing trouble, immediately told her, "Focus on eating." However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the man was looking in their direction, an uneasy sensation rising in his chest. Finally, Lin Xing finished her meal, her stomach now protruding. Lin Huang hurriedly pulled her away, feeling that they needed to leave immediately. Unexpectedly, the bald man slammed the table and stood up, making everyone jump in surprise. The 2 siblings walked down the corridor. Lin Xing complimented as she walked. "This carpet is so soft." Except for her, only Lin Huang was anxious, unsure why the man seemed to be following them. Upon reaching their room, Lin Huang was determined to protect his sister at all costs. The uncle stopped behind them as well. Lin Huang stepped forward, standing in front of her. "Why are you following us?" The uncle's face was cold, and his lone eye glared at him. "Because I'm in the room opposite yours." The uncle pulled out his keycard, leaving Lin Huang speechless. He quickly rushed into his own room after a tense moment, almost like something out of an action movie. Fortunately, the uncle didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Lin Xing was enjoying the luxury of the high-end apartment, lounging on the sofa that felt as soft as noodles. This place is crowded, even if he's a bad guy, he wouldn't dare do anything here. Lin Huang sighed at her overthinking and told Lin Xing to hurry up, take a bath, study, and go to bed. In the middle of the night, Lin Xing finally fell asleep, while Lin Huang continued to research the upcoming competition. From the Hunter recruitment tournament a few years ago, there were several highlight videos of the contestants. He hoped to gain some insights from them. Lin Huang clicked on a video of Li Lang's battle from that year. As expected from a talented silver tier hunter, it was incredibly satisfying to watch. Suddenly, Lin Huang heard a noise coming from the next room. He quietly crept over to the window to see what the bald uncle was up to in the middle of the night. The man was still dressed in his full protective suit, pulling out a sword and swinging it with strength. Lin Huang stood there, mesmerized, watching the uncle practice. The swordsmanship was precise, exactly what he lacked. The uncle's technique had 18 moves in total. Lin Huang decided to keep watching to learn from him. Now Lin Huang could finally see that living in this hotel really had no flaws. The next morning, a messenger from Jang Yu arrived at the door to deliver a package. Lin Xing, brushing her teeth, ran out to see what was going on. Lin Huang sat in front of the pile of items, feeling guilty for being caught. Hurry up and change, you're going to be late for school. Lin Xing kept pressing him, so Lin Huang had no choice but to explain that the items were for the upcoming entrance exam. After she finally left, he felt at ease and began unboxing the items, which had nearly drained his entire savings. The first item was explosive armor-piercing rounds. Although there were only 10 of them, Lin Huang believed they could save his life in a critical situation. Skipping the small accessories, he moved straight to the main item. He held in his hands a black iron-grade combat sword, the best weapon he had ever purchased. Lin Huang focused on recalling the 18 sword techniques he had secretly watched from his uncle last night and decided to try them out. Compassionate blossom, sideways split, turning waist, firm chop. Lin Huang practiced them smoothly, like butter. The system immediately rewarded him with a fragment of the Great Wilderness Sword Classic skill card. At times like this, Xiaohe had to explain things to Lin Huang. It's just basic knowledge. Gather the fragments together to complete the card, and you'll unlock the skill. Excited, Lin Huang swung a few more times and received another fragment. He thought he just needed a little more practice to complete the set. Dream on, kid. Xiaohe shattered Lin Huang's hopes. In order for it to count as training, you need to train with over 80% effectiveness. Only the first time will the system show mercy and grant you a fragment. After that, you need to reach 100%. Lin Huang was now disillusioned. If that's the case, does that mean I can only get a fragment if I perfectly replicate his moves 100%? Of course. Do you think getting skills is that easy? After hearing Xiaohe's words, Lin Huang's determination flared up, while Xiaohe, indifferent to everything, went to sleep. 9 hours passed, and Lin Huang lay on the floor, panting, his face as red as a tomato. Learn. I feel like I'm going to die from exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Xing came home, accompanied by a stranger. This is Mr. Vu, the owner of the hotel. He came to greet us. Why are you lying on the floor? Lin Huang struggled to climb onto the chair, and Mr. Vu poured tea for him. Young people always have to work hard to make a living. This is my special tranquil tea, please have a cup. After a brief conversation, Mr. Vu left. Lin Xing felt that despite being the owner, he was very humble and friendly, which made her feel more at ease. Lin Xing handed Lin Huang a suitcase. Mr. Vu said this is the reward from the Hunter Association. I brought it up for you. Lin Huang was excited, curious about what kind of reward he would get after killing the blood-feeding species. The suitcase required a fingerprint to unlock. Now that's high class. But the next item inside was even more impressive. Lin Huang pulled out a black iron level 33 gun, the latest weapon from the Sha Ing Company. It could switch between two firing modes, pistol and sniper. He picked it up and aimed it for a test. It could be said that this was the best gun on the market right now, and its price was even higher than bronze tier equipment. However, Lin Huang wouldn't be able to use it, as the gun ran on life energy. He would only be able to wield it once he reached black iron level. Lin Xing suddenly remembered what happened this morning. Why did you suddenly say you wanted to join the Hunter Association? Although you're really powerful, I still feel a bit worried. Lin Huang patted her head to reassure her. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. When I say I'll do something, I'll make sure it happens. After drinking Mr. Vu's tea, Lin Huang had fully recovered. After resting for a while, his body was full of energy. As a result, every swing of his sword reached 100%, continuously collecting skill fragments. His training speed increased rapidly, and his swordsmanship also improved. He felt like he couldn't stop, the only thing he could do was swing his sword. The next morning, Lin Xing woke up to go to school and was startled to see Lin Huang swinging his sword with his eyes closed. By the time she left the house, he was still practicing in his sleep, leaving Lin Xing speechless. By the afternoon, 3 fragments had been collected. It was time to confirm the fusion and turn them into a skill. Lin Huang was so excited that he woke up completely. He was about to obtain the Great Wilderness Sword Classic. This moment had finally arrived, and all the nights Lin Huang had stayed up working for it had paid off, as he was about to acquire this rare level skill. The golden skill card, as fresh as newly harvested rice, rested in Lin Huang's hand. On it was an impressive image of him using the skill. Lin Huang read the card, not believing his eyes. Upper Heaven Great Wilderness Sword Scripture? Is it really Upper Heaven? Not only is it rare, but it's gold level, a special combat skill with no level limits. However, the system rates it as average. Xiao He shrugged. The Great Wilderness Sword Classic has Upper Heaven and Lower Heaven. If combined successfully, it will reach the epic level. Unfortunately, the Lower Heaven has been lost for a long time, and I don't know where it disappeared to. Lin Huang felt utterly dejected, but then he remembered that the scar-faced uncle had such skills, so maybe he already knew that Lin Huang had secretly learned them. Lin Huang immediately ran over to thank him. Thank you for teaching me sword techniques over the past 3 days. The bald uncle froze, his face stiff, refusing to admit that he had taught him. You learned it on your own, whether you learned a lot or a little is up to you. After saying that, the uncle slammed the door so hard that Lin Huang's hair was blown back. Helpless, Lin Huang turned around and went back, planning to ask the uncle about the Lower Heaven again after the exam. That afternoon, Lin Xing returned from school and was struck by a thunderbolt in her tent-making career. Their house had been repaired, and tomorrow they would leave the luxury accommodation. Lin Xing collapsed, sitting helplessly on the ground. That was so fast, I haven't even fully enjoyed it yet. Lin Huang understood how she felt, living here for free, eating well, and sleeping well, who wouldn't like it? He patted Lin Xing's head, reassuring her that in the future, he would give her a life far better than this. Meanwhile, the bald uncle had a meeting with Mr. Vu, whom he had known for a long time. The uncle didn't understand why Mr. Vu valued Lin Huang so much, considering that he had only gotten lucky and killed a royal eater. His level wasn't even black iron, and his life expectancy was almost up. Mr. Vu remained calm in response to the uncle's impatience. Best of all, we've known each other for so long, have you ever seen me make a wrong judgment? Of course not. Your identity is very special, and you have never cared about worldly affairs. Why would you send me to teach him swordsmanship? Gui softened his tone, no longer daring to show any attitude. Mr. Vu had already made calculations in his mind. He asked, Gui, how do you feel when talking to Lin Huang? Gui replied, He speaks politely and courteously, but his talent pales in comparison to Leang. Mr. Vu laughed. Really? Then let me ask you, how long does it take to practice the Great Desolate Saber Sutra Ascending Heaven? Gui answered. I practiced for more than 18 hours a day, continuously for 103 days, before I dared to say I had learned it. Mr. Vu continued to point out. If it took you 103 days to master the natural aptitude for the sword, how long do you think he needs? In Guyi's opinion, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. But Mr. Vu raised 3 fingers, leaving him to guess wildly. Do you mean 3 years or more? No. He has already learned it, and it only took him 3 days. Mr. Vu's words shocked Guyi, who couldn't believe his ears. Mr. Vu didn't provide any further explanation. 2 days later, when Lin Huang left, they also had to set off. He handed the house keys to Lin Huang, but Lin Huang, with a face full of hesitation, didn't dare accept them. They said they were only going to fix the damage caused by the monsters. The blonde man grinned widely. Ha, you're a friend of young Lady Li, of course, we'll go all out for you. Lin Huang and Lin Xing were taken aback. Don't tell me that young Lady Li is Leang? The bodyguard nodded and added. Leang helped us submit a request for the higher-ups to review and fix this place properly. And her background is no small matter. Her father is one of the 3 vice presidents of the Hunter Association in Zone 7. Her mother is a counselor of the Government Alliance in Zone 7. After saying this, he left. Wish you both a happy life, see you again. Lin Huang muttered. What does see you again even mean? I don't want my house destroyed by monsters again. Lin Xing sighed. So they thought he was a friend of Miss Leang, but they flattered the wrong person. Still, despite their mistake, their taste wasn't bad. Lin Xing entered the house and started inspecting every corner with gleaming eyes. Lin Huang could finally relax about the house. 3 days later came the day for the registration of the reserve hunter selection. This was the real matter for Lin Huang. On the day of the exam, before anything had even started, Lin Huang was already shouting joyfully into the sky. This was truly amazing. He was riding on the back of the wind beast, which had been tamed and was now a mode of transport for people. In less than 2 hours, Lin Huang had arrived at base 787. The speed of this bird was even faster than the rumors. Lin Huang set foot on the ground and confidently walked in. It was a large stronghold with countless people registering, and he had no idea where to go for the procedures. He recalled that before leaving, Lin Huang had given all his savings to Lin Xing, hoping that she would be fine until he returned. Hey, handsome, you're here to join the reserve hunter selection too, right? We're headed in the same direction, let's go together. A big guy, outgoing and full of energy, came running up and put his arm around Lin Huang's shoulders, introducing himself as Yuan Yihang. Lin Huang felt uncomfortable in his heart. They had just met, and this guy was already acting overly familiar with him. However, Yihang seemed to know quite a bit about the stronghold. This place was where hunters and even ordinary people came to take on missions. All one had to do was blend in with the crowd to get to the right spot. Lin Huang was surprised by how familiar Yihang was with the hunter community. Yihang casually whistled and said, "Of course, my biggest dream is to become a monster hunter." After entering the hall, a girl dressed as a cat girl stepped forward to guide them. You two are here for the hunter selection, right? The orientation ceremony is about to start, follow me. Once inside, both guys were shocked by the packed auditorium. Are all these people participants? So many. The two found a place to sit and rest, too exhausted to compete, feeling down. Yihang briefly explained the orientation ceremony, which was simply an explanation of the competition content and the rules. There was silence. A sharp female voice rang out. Jang Yu was the chief examiner for this selection, holding a whip, ready to lash out at anyone daring to leave the hall. Any contestant who hasn't arrived is considered to have forfeited, and they will withdraw themselves. Yihang's face turned red. As he had expected, the examiner this time was indeed the demoness Jang Yu. Jang Yu was called the demoness because of her cruelty, exemplified by the way she threatened anyone who dared to interrupt her words at this moment. The testing location was a wilderness area, the Qijin Desert, more than 300 kilometers away from the base. They needed to travel to the Qijin Desert to reach the entrance A. In 15 days, they had to cross the entire 1,500-kilometer desert to reach the 7D-121 base. Specifically, you are not allowed to bring food or water, as these can be found within the desert. Jang Yu opened the map and showed the locations of various regions. Lin Huang was busy scribbling down the monster territories rather than the locations of water sources. Simply put, he was afraid of dying and was just noting down areas with monsters to avoid them. The safe route displayed on the map led through a snow-capped mountain called Goddess Mountain. Contestants are not allowed to use any mountaineering equipment. If you fail to reach the second base within 15 days, you will be disqualified. Everyone marveled at the portal Jang Yu had revealed. It was a high-level gold-tier equipment, only obtainable by defeating extremely high-level monsters. They would have to pass through this teleportation portal. Once they arrived, someone would inspect their equipment space. They were not allowed to bring anything above black iron tier, nor any poisons or prohibited substances. Each person went up to receive their rescue equipment. When they activated it, the device would send a distress signal, but this also meant their qualifications for the test would be revoked. When it was Lin Huang's turn, Jang Yu suddenly blocked his way. She looked at him and gave a sneer, making Lin Huang feel like he was being ridiculed. "Go ahead." Jang Yu allowed him to pass. Lin Huang wouldn't have much longer to live, so she probably wouldn't mind that he hadn't reached the black iron level yet. After stepping through the door, Lin Huang arrived at the assembly point in the desert. He had a vague feeling in his mind, isn't this just like Doraemon's magical door? Jang Yu had finished checking their equipment space. Before they started, the participants connected their Ring Emperor hearts to enter the association's network. All navigation and positioning functions will be disabled. Only the item pickup function will be activated. The participants murmured in surprise at her strictness. It was clear that this time, the pass rate for the test would be extremely low. Jang Yu's expression carried a mixture of expectation and ruthlessness. "Now, I officially declare the competition to begin." At her signal, everyone scrambled to find a water source, looking no different than participants in a marathon. Hang also bid Lin Huang goodbye to scout the path ahead. Lin Huang wanted to run fast, but he simply didn't have the stamina. Sooner or later, he would be left behind. At his pace, he could only cover 40 km in a day, and he would probably not even finish half the distance. A black iron who hasn't even reached the required level is trying to take part in the exam, thinking there's something different about him. Now it looks like his abilities are below standard. One of Jang Yu's subordinates commented about Lin Huang. She found it rather amusing. "I bet Lin Huang won't last 3 days," she said. Xiao He also appeared, sighing. With Lin Huang's speed, it would take him a year to get anywhere. "But I've thought it through. If he keeps running like they do, he'll be dead from dehydration within half a day." But Xiao He calculated that, apart from the 2 days spent climbing Snow Mountain, at least one day would need to cover 100 km to complete the task. Lin Huang opened his notebook. "Relying on just myself isn't enough." Xiao He immediately refused. "The system is only for auxiliary functions, I can't help you." Lin Huang only needed it to provide information, not to worry about anything else. Specifically, Xiao He was supposed to give him details about the Santu tribe. Santu were black iron monsters, with low intelligence but a fierce nature. Xiao He cursed as he saw that Lin Huang wanted to collect fragments and fuse monsters to make them his mounts. "Are you crazy? How can you deal with the entire tribe on your own?" Lin Huang sneered. "Who said I'm doing this alone?" At that moment, at the Santu tribe's camp, a two-headed creature was on guard. Suddenly, a stone was thrown into the face of one of its eyes, waking it up. From a distance, Lin Huang waved his hand to lure it. The Santu fell into the trap, stood up, and walked toward him. It swung its meat mallet fiercely, sending sand flying. Lin Huang quickly dodged, not only because of the strike but also because of the stench of a creature that hadn't bathed since birth. He climbed up a sand dune, running while taunting. "Come here, if you want to eat meat, follow me." The sand too ran very fast. Just as it raised its weapon, its three eyes widened in shock. Both of its heads were severed from its neck in an instant. Baya landed gracefully, still wearing her cold, badass expression. Lin Huang brushed off the sand and ran towards Baya, giving a thumbs up. "Awesome! I knew you could do it." Lin Huang patted Baya on the shoulder. It was nearly at bronze level ability now, slicing through black iron monsters as easily as cutting vegetables. With this kind of strength, you don't even need to lure enemies anymore. You can just go straight for the kill. The system sent a notification. Lin Huang had received a destiny light, which confused him. The life wheel above Lin Huang's head shone brightly, leaving him stunned. Xiaoyi suddenly remembered that summoned monsters had life wheels just like their masters. When a monster killed another monster, it would receive the destiny light and transfer 50% of it to its master. Baya's life wheel had already been filled, so it transferred all of it to Lin Huang. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. "This is amazing. At first, my life wheel only had 3 slots, and now it's suddenly up to 28. That means I'm not going to die anytime soon." With this new information, Lin Huang happily led Baya to hunt Santu, gaining extra lives for himself. 2 Santu had just finished their business and were about to leave when one of them was suddenly grabbed by something. The other stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Lin Huang leaped up and struck the first one in the head with his sword. The second one had its neck severed by Baya. The noise alerted the other Santu, causing them to rush out. Lin Huang and Baya continued their killing spree. The number of Santu corpses kept increasing, and the destiny light flowing into Lin Huang grew ever larger. After 152 slots of the life wheel had lit up, Xiaoyi signaled for Lin Huang to activate the purple slot. "Activating it all will level you up." Lin Huang did it immediately. Activating a purple slot cost 5 years of destiny light. He had never even considered upgrading before. Lin Huang, brimming with confidence, drew both of his black iron guns to fight. Suddenly, there was a growl behind him. He gently warned him. "I think you're in trouble now." The other contestants immediately recognized the growl as the call of a Santu, and it sounded like it was going berserk, making an extremely loud noise. "How dare you attack a Santu base at night? They probably think it's just a pack of giant wolves." Hang broke into a cold sweat, hoping Lin Huang would stay away from the Santu. A massive arm shot out from the sand pile. Lin Huang was startled. It had to be at least 10 meters tall. A 3-headed Santu chieftain emerged, enormous in bronze level. It looked like Lin Huang was done for this time. Baya and Lin Huang teamed up to fight, but the Santu chieftain's skin was as tough as cement, making it difficult to cut through. If they continued like this, they were doomed. Their only hope was to target weak points like the eyes and head. Enraged, the chieftain lunged at Lin Huang, attempting to punch him. Lin Huang dodged and signaled Baya to attack from behind. The chieftain managed to block Lin Huang's bullet with one hand. As soon as Baya appeared behind him, the chieftain noticed and spun around to grab Baya. Baya dodged like a pro, avoiding the chieftain's massive hand. Lin Huang stood to the side, shouting directions for the attack, but suddenly, the chieftain turned and charged at him. The chieftain focused all its attention on Lin Huang, thinking it had successfully executed a feint. But no, the corner of Lin Huang's mouth curled up. He switched to his high-quality ammunition and fired. "You fell for the trap, you idiot." 3 violent bullets pierced through the sand goblin chieftain's head. Fortunately, Lin Huang had made preparations in advance, placing an order on the Kamuan platform. Having just defeated the sand goblin chieftain, Xiaoyi cheered and danced. "Great! Amazing! Amazing my ass! When things got dangerous, you were the first to run." Lin Huang snapped, irritated. What kind of system is this that can't even buff a bit of strength for the player, only pushing him into danger? The system directly transferred all the life essence to Lin Huang. Since Baya didn't participate in the killing blow, he didn't receive any life essence. Lin Huang got a high rarity monster card, Black Iron 3 stars level, but the system still considered it as trash. It turned out that the rarity of the Sand Goblin Chieftain was similar to Baya's, so Baya couldn't defeat it. The chieftain didn't have any combat skills, but its enhancement skills were incredibly powerful. Lin Huang drew Baya's blood energy skill, and this time he wanted to take the Sand Goblin Chieftain's enhancement skill. He nodded. That's right. High offense requires thick health, otherwise, this one of yours is useless. Before wiping out the entire Santu tribe, Lin Huang had already gathered enough pieces of common Santu, having 3 monsters in total. But he could only summon one at a time, and only when he became stronger could he summon more. Lin Huang sent Baya back to rest, then summoned a Santu. It stood twice his height, mighty and imposing, and Lin Huang named it Bao Jun. After simplifying the Santu, he thought he would make Bao Jun his mount. But since Bao Jun was a rare monster, Lin Huang felt hesitant, so he displayed it at home, only daring to ride a common Santu. As for the 2 other assassin monsters, he couldn't bear to bring them out. He nodded. No wonder he came from a poor background. He calculated everything meticulously. In addition, the system had another feature. When identical cards appeared, the one with a higher rarity could devour the lower one and randomly upgrade a skill. This meant that if Bao Jun devoured an ordinary Santu card, he would level up. However, Lin Huang was not in a hurry. For now, he was riding comfortably on the head of this Santu, and he still needed it to accompany him in order to complete the mission. The ordinary Santu activated its acceleration mode and sped up like the wind. Lin Huang, riding on its back, observed the night scenery. Without it, he would have only gotten this far. As they sped across the sand dunes, the Santu suddenly tripped over a chain, causing both of them to stagger and fall face first. Well, not both, only the Santu slammed its face into the ground, while Lin Huang landed in a cool manner. Who dares to play tricks on me? A voice rang out. Talking like that, aren't you afraid of dying? A group of punks stepped out to block Lin Huang's way. The blonde leader provoked. So you're the little devil, the beast master? You're still a black iron but already daring to join the hunter selection? Lin Huang brushed the sand off his clothes. When the Santu saw the enemy, it growled angrily, resenting the fact that it had been made to faceplant. So it's a human? I thought you were some kind of strange beast. The blonde was furious at the mockery and was about to take action. Luckily, the guy wearing glasses stopped him. You're Lin Huang, right? Sorry about setting the trap for you. I'm Taco Kong, and this is my cousin, Jia. We didn't mean any harm, please forgive us. Lin Huang realized that this person was the leader of their group. With his smooth tongue and a gang of thugs, he definitely wasn't a good person. Lin Huang immediately decided to leave, but Ko Kong intentionally made an excuse to stop him when he saw the strong beastmaster monster Lin Huang had summoned. But he said, acting alone will put you at a disadvantage. Moreover, Santu can't climb the snow mountain, so I want you to team up with me. Thanks for the kind offer, but I'm used to going alone. Lin Huang directly declined. This guy suddenly being nice to him, nobody gives anything for free. TGS stepped forward, blocking Lin Huang's way, drawing a knife to provoke him. Don't get cocky. If we didn't need Santu to get to the snow mountain quickly, who would care about your life or death? Lin Huang's face darkened. In the world of families, there were clans that had already passed the gold level and were then recognized as nobility by the government alliance. It wasn't surprising if they were this strong. Ko Kong stopped pretending and allowed his subordinates to deal with Lin Huang. Jia and another guy aimed for Santu, but it immediately disappeared, leaving them confused. Jia turned the car and charged at Lin Huang. To catch a bandit, you must catch the ringleader first. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Huang spoke and summoned Baya, the handsome one. In an instant, Baya dealt with Tijia effortlessly. The thugs, seeing the situation unfolding in an unexpected way, rushed forward to help. Lin Huang sent Baya back home, then summoned Bao Jun, who stood tall right behind them. They were stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Three of them? How is that possible? Bao Jun roared, swinging his arm, and the three men were instantly sent flying. Ko Kong was also battered, unwilling to accept defeat. The Beastmaster hasn't even reached Black Iron yet, how could you summon three monsters? Lin Huang looked at them with a sharp, cold gaze. You were just talking about teaching me a lesson, now look at you, all of you lying there? Ko Kong hurriedly used his shield to block Bao Jun's punch, protecting Jie. Mr. Lin, let's talk this through. Seeing the crack in his black iron grade protective gear, Ko Kong finally realized that Bao Jun had strength comparable to a bronze level. Lin Huang signaled for Bao Jun to stop temporarily so he could see what Ko Kong wanted to say. Ko Kong then softened his tone. Sorry, Lin Huang. Meanwhile, Jie was seething, unwilling to back down. Don't be afraid of him. If he kills anyone, he'll lose his eligibility to take the exam, and the Hunter Association will blacklist him, preventing him from participating in the selection. You are a noble, killing another noble is a grave crime. Ko Kong was interrupted by Jie, his scheme ruined, and snapped at him to be quiet. He then turned to Lin Huang, offering compensation and an invitation to become friends, asking him to choose any of their equipment. Lin Huang declined his offer, pointing at Jie. I want everything in his storage space, as compensation for the psychological damage. Jie, furious, threw a dart at Lin Huang. Without summon monsters, you're nothing but a useless fool. What are you asking for? Bao Jun blocked the dart with one hand. The dart couldn't even penetrate his thick skin. Lin Huang had gone easy on him, but Jie was still being insolent. He drew his gun and shot down several of his shabby darts. Do you really think I can't fight? Jie was hit by the bullet and begged Ko Kong for help, but Ko Kong closed his eyes and turned away, pretending not to see. Who told him that his mouth would bring him trouble? I'll give you 3 seconds to say your last words. Lin Huang walked toward Jie, pointing the gun at his face. Jie stubbornly thought that Lin Huang wouldn't dare to kill him because he feared being eliminated from the competition. But Lin Huang wasn't afraid. A Beastmaster can summon very few monsters before reaching Black Iron, but I have 3. Even without being a hunter, I'd still be a prime target for those big shots. Jie was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Moreover, how could the Hunter Association easily chase Lin Huang away? Even if he and Ko Kong killed him, it would only be considered a voluntary withdrawal. Jie lost all his arguments, and began to fear, begging for his life. Lin Huang prepared to pull the trigger and send him on his way. At this moment, Ko Kong hastily pleaded loudly. Mr. Lin, if you have any requests, please tell me. I beg you to spare his life, I will make it up to you. Jie quickly turned around, kneeling to plead, offering Lin Huang 4 black iron grade equipment, as well as everything in his storage space. Lin Huang lowered his gun. Though Jie deserved to die, he still needed to preserve some face for the young master. In his heart, Lin Huang didn't want to kill anyone, especially these nobles. He had already scared them like this, hoping that they would never dare to trouble him again. At this moment, a weak voice echoed. Help! Help me! Lin Huang looked towards the source of the voice. The figure seemed too familiar, it was Yi Hang. After getting a full meal, Yi Hang had regained his spirits. I never expected that my buddy here is a Beastmaster. If I hadn't met you, I'd probably have been buried out there in the desert. Lin Huang was puzzled. Yi Hang had been with the others, but now he was alone. While the two were chatting, Bao Jun sat watching the roasted meat, saliva dripping from his mouth. Back to Yi Hang's story, as soon as they set up camp, the vehicle appeared. Everyone scattered in a panic, and then the group disbanded. You're the one who saved me. From now on, we're brothers for life. Yi Hang said this and handed Lin Huang a piece of the armored pig he had hunted today as a token of their bond. His eyes sparkled with excitement. My goal is to become a food hunter, you know? Food hunters travel from the north to the south, searching for ingredients to create amazing dishes. Now that's the real way of life. As Yi Hang ate, he rambled on about his knowledge of different meats. Lin Huang sighed. Yi Hang was a good person and could cook, but unfortunately, he had the disease of excessive talking. So that night, Lin Huang refused to sleep with Yi Hang, which made the guy feel downhearted. We could sleep together. Are you really going to make me sleep out here in the Lutian desert? Lin Huang firmly refused. He was used to sleeping alone, and besides, this was a bit of payback for Yi Hang's machine gun talk earlier. Tonight, Lin Huang assigned Bao Jun to take the night watch. Its mental state still hadn't fully stabilized. A few hours later, Yi Hang was sleeping soundly, the fire had gone out. Lin Huang, who was asleep, suddenly heard a faint clicking sound, and the shadow of Bao Jun passed by. He quickly ran outside and saw it snarling with its mouth open. Lin Huang stared blankly, his gaze distant. Lin Huang hurriedly shook Yi Hang awake. He was still lost in a daze, drifting in his dreams. Is it morning already? Time for breakfast? Yi Hang asked. Lin Huang scolded him, breakfast my foot. Run quickly. Yi Hang rubbed his eyes and looked into the distance. A dark swarm of crows was flying toward them. The two of them rode on Bao Jun's back, fleeing. Since Yi Hang had become aware of the situation, he had not stopped screaming in terror. Lin Huang had to ask him about the crows so that he would stop shouting. Yi Hang had heard about these crows before. They were a form of spirit without a physical body, able to pass through any obstacle. In short, they couldn't be escaped from or outrun. Those who were killed by them had no physical wounds, but their life force was drained completely, leaving them as mummies. Yi Hang trembled. Even a golden hunter had no ability to face them, let alone them. Suddenly, Yi Hang slipped and fell. Bao Jun quickly grabbed him and kept running. As it ran, it swatted at the air, causing Yi Hang to feel dizzy and disoriented. Lin Huang struggled to think of a plan. If they signaled for help, it would be as good as giving up. But giving up meant that all the effort he had put in for the past month would be in vain, and even shout he would be lost. Standing between life and the golden finger, Lin Huang found it hard to choose. Meanwhile, at checkpoint 7D121, Jang Yu was sipping her drink while deep in thought. The strength of the candidates in this year's selection was truly concerning. If no talent emerged, she would end up as the laughingstock. At that moment, a distress signal appeared on the map. Jang Yu sighed. Again? Can't anyone get some rest, even in the middle of the night? But the rapid movement of the signal sender made her suspicious. She immediately opened the summoning door, but there was no one there. Jang Yu looked around cautiously. Could it be a flesh-eating monster carrying the signal? In the distance, a large figure and noises could be heard. Lin Huang, seeing Jang Yu, was overjoyed. Senior examiner, please help us get out of here. Before Jang Yu could understand what was going on, Lin Huang rushed forward and jumped through the door. It was only then that he realized he hadn't recalled Bao Jun, causing its head to get stuck between the two sides. Lin Huang quickly pulled the big creature inside, his face awkward. Sorry, if I had been a moment slower, then. Would you move out of the way already? Jang Yu shouted angrily. It was at this moment that Lin Huang noticed their awkward position. After recounting the incident where they were chased by a flock of crows, Lin Huang had no other choice but to send out a signal for help. Jang Yu noticed that Bao Jun's speed was far beyond that of a typical third-level Black Iron Santu, and she guessed it had mutated. Lin Huang had to admit that, although Bao Jun hadn't leveled up yet, it was already a rare green card, something he hadn't expected her to notice. Jang Yu nodded, deciding to report the crow incident up the chain. By tomorrow morning, it would be dealt with. Lin Huang nodded in agreement, his mind racing to figure out how to reach another outpost to participate in a new selection trial. Jang Yu said, "Once we finish dealing with the Shadowfang pack, I'll take both of you back to the starting point to continue the selection trial." Lin Huang nodded sadly, admitting that he had never pressed the distress button. It was just a system error. Jang Yu nodded, signaling him to take Yi Hang to rest and wait for her. Suddenly, Lin Huang realized something, his eyes lighting up. "So, you mean we can continue the selection trial?" Jang Yu looked at him in confusion. "Do you really want to be disqualified that badly?" He replied, "Of course not." Lin Huang happily grabbed Yi Hang and left, even politely closing the door behind them. Once Lin Huang was out, Jang Yu finally let loose, jumping up with joy. "Finally! This time, I've encountered a beastmaster with a mutated summon beast. Let's see who dares say I only pick weaklings." The next morning, Lin Huang received a shocking message: the entire pack of Nethercrow soldiers they had cleared in just a few minutes. Jang Yu arrogantly tossed her hair. The association sent extremely strong hunters. You can't even imagine how powerful they are. Alright, enough thinking. Let's focus on passing the trial. Before leaving, Jang Yu threatened Lin Huang. "If you ever signal again, you'll have to compensate for the hotel expenses." Yi Hang overheard and whispered in Lin Huang's ear, "What were you two doing in the hotel room?" It sounded pretty intense. Lin Huang, irritated by his nosy habit, snapped, "Shut up, or you'll be handling it yourself." They were dropped off in an unfamiliar, desolate place. The night before, the Crow Pack had come from the south, and Bao Jun had taken them north in just half an hour. It seemed they had traveled over 60 kilometers to the north. Wasting an entire night, Lin Huang tried to accelerate the progress. Bao Jun carried 2 people on his back under the desert sun. Yi Hang felt that the fat stored on his body couldn't save him anymore. After walking for a while, they reached the supply station. Yi Hang's eyes lit up. "Quick, let's go over there, it's already past noon, we need to continue." But Lin Huang was still cautious, thinking that it was better to be careful in case someone else had arrived before them. The two entered, and there were no signs of anyone else around, with food and drinks piled up everywhere. Yi Hang dove in like he was starving. "It's all stuff I like. You should take some too," Lin Huang reminded him. "Just take the supplies, follow the station's rules." Meanwhile, he observed his surroundings. He saw a pile of scattered items on the floor, which indicated that someone else had been here before them. Yi Hang, while collecting food, questioned, "Isn't this the only station within 100 stations? It's normal if someone else came here first." But Lin Huang felt something was off. The items left behind were all everyday necessities, not valuable but essential for survival. There was only one possibility: they must have encountered something and were forced to leave. Lin Huang's words made Yi Hang's face turn pale with fear. There were no signs of a fight, which made it even more terrifying. Suddenly, Bao Jun roared from outside. The two rushed onto his back and sped off. Beneath the sand, something was rapidly approaching, faster than Bao Jun. In no time, it caught up with them. Bao Jun swung his arm and struck the sand. A gigantic sandworm erupted from the ground. 2 young men, Lin Huang and Yi Hang, had a shocked expression on their faces. "What the hell is this? It's so disgusting." The deadly worm was a mutated, demonized species from the Qijin Desert. Even Bao Jun was no match for it. Suddenly, this kind of monster appeared on their safety route, leaving them bewildered. First things first, they had to fight it. Lin Huang fired his gun at the deadly worm's mouth, but it was all swallowed. To make matters worse, its twisting speed was so fast, they feared they wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, Lin Huang realized something, signaling Bao Jun to stay still. Yi Hang was sobbing uncontrollably. "Don't move, you'll die even faster." He scolded, "Shut up. Don't move either." The worm remained motionless. It had no eyes and no ears. It might rely on its sixth sense to hunt, perhaps. Sure enough, the worm was searching for a target and stopped attacking them. But if they remained still, there would be no way to escape. Hang suddenly had an idea, using a piece of dried meat to lure the worm away. Lin Huang panicked and signaled for him to stop, but it was too late. The worm immediately turned toward Hang. Terrified, Hang stumbled and fell off Bao Jun's shoulder. He landed on the sand, with the worm's open mouth right in front of him. Bao Jun had no choice but to kick the worm to draw its attention. Lin Huang screamed loudly, trying to lure the worm after him, while Hang cried and ran for his life. "Mr. Lin, don't die. I can never repay your kindness." "Hoo hoo." Back to Lin Huang, he signaled Bao Jun to throw him far away. After Lin Huang landed on the sand, only Bao Jun was left to be followed by the worm. His gaze followed it, filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry, I can only let you be the bait. There's no other choice." The worm set up a formation and lunged to bite Bao Jun. Bao Jun cried out in pain before his entire form disintegrated, returning to the card in Lin Huang's hand. "As a true beast master, I can't let my monster treasure sacrifice itself." Bao Jun reappeared unscathed by Lin Huang's side. The two of them calmly went to find Hang, while the worm was left confused as its meal vanished after it had taken a bite. When Lin Huang returned to the original spot, Hang was nowhere to be found. He scratched his head and sighed. "Well, let's move on. We might meet him further ahead." On the way to Goddess Peak, Lin Huang encountered countless attacks. At times, it was only Bao Jun dealing with the monsters while Lin Huang sat bewildered. Why were there so many monsters on this supposedly safe route set by the Hunter Association? From the very beginning, Lin Huang had suspected that things wouldn't be so simple. But in the end, they finally reached Goddess Peak. Bao Jun's size was too large, making it impractical for him to climb the snowy mountain. Lin Huang had no choice but to rely on Baya. Baya was 7 parts cold and 3 parts silent, never knowing what to say. Baya climbed ahead, wrapping a rope around himself for Lin Huang to follow. Fortunately, Lin Huang had upgraded his endurance before, or he would have been in trouble by now. Suddenly, Lin Huang lost his footing and fell. He immediately called out to Baya for help. Baya tensed his arm, grabbing the rope and holding Lin Huang suspended in the air. However, if they continued like this, their speed would be reduced, so Baya came up with another solution. A little while later, Lin Huang blushed and shyly exclaimed, "Quick, let me down, I can climb by myself." It turned out that Baya's method was to carry Lin Huang on his back while climbing the mountain, but Lin Huang still had to maintain a bit of his male dignity. The sky had darkened, and the two of them spent the night on a flat rock. Lin Huang cooked a pot of meat hot pot using Hang's dried meat and ate while thinking of him. "Don't die on me, I still want to taste your cooking." The meat was delicious, tender like fresh meat. Lin Huang turned to ask Baya if he wanted some, but it had already jumped off to who knows where. A little while later, Baya returned, holding a white creature in its hands, round like a snowball. Lin Huang became excited. This was the first time he had seen a snowball animal. It was said that this species was harmless to humans and very cute, but due to its scarcity, it was as valuable as bronze-grade equipment on the market. "You came to me because you must have smelled the meat. Are you hungry?" With that, Lin Huang fed it. Meanwhile, Baya remained in a defensive stance, and Lin Huang smiled brightly. "This little thing is so cute. No wonder girls love it so much." "Baya, relax, it won't attack." However, the snowball animal ate all of Lin Huang's hot pot. His dinner now consisted of only the piece of meat he had taken earlier. Lin Huang patted its soft fur. "Once you're full, go home. I have no more food left." The snowball animal refused to leave and kept tugging at Lin Huang's leg. He guessed that it wanted to lead them somewhere. Anyway, now that they had some free time, Lin Huang and Baya decided to follow. They arrived at a cave filled with sharp ice spikes, and Lin Huang was startled when he saw Snowball Animal jump in. It was dangerous, jumping in there like that. But just as he was about to warn it, Snowball Animal suddenly disappeared. Lin Huang stepped forward to check, realizing that the ice wall was some sort of illusion technique. Both of them entered inside, and it felt like stepping into a block of ice. The surroundings were incredibly strange, and Baya no longer followed Lin Huang. Suddenly, Snowball Animal spoke up. "Don't bother looking for it. Only those who know how can enter here, and no monster can step through." Lin Huang was taken aback by Snowball Animal's words. Its voice was calm and strong, even more masculine than his own, a sharp contrast to its cute, meowing appearance. It was true. Snowball Animal transformed, and before Lin Huang stood a swirling snowstorm. The true form of Snowball Animal emerged. It was a colossal being made of snow and ice, with two large, imposing horns on its head. Lin Huang instinctively stepped back. This snow giant was from the ice and snow system, born with the strength of a powerful being. This was a fully grown one, capable of killing him in an instant. Lin Huang's face turned anxious, and his voice grew weaker as he stuttered. The snow giant spoke. "Don't be so tense. I mean you no harm. Young human, I brought you here because I need you to help me with something." Lin Huang's confusion deepened. What kind of serious matter could it be that it thought he could help with? Lin Huang cautiously asked to clarify its intentions. "What do you want me to help you with?" Bing Wang didn't respond immediately but extended its hand toward him. A sudden surge of power swept over Lin Huang, startling him into a loud gasp. Bing Wang placed him gently in the palm of its hand and softly commanded, "Come closer to me." It made a remarkably friendly request to Lin Huang. "I will tell you a story, and you must listen patiently until the end." Lin Huang knelt on one knee in Bing Wang's palm, sighing helplessly. "Not again? Even if I say I don't want to listen, I still have to, don't I?" Bing Wang paid no attention to Lin Huang's words and began to reminisce about the past. Long, long ago, when I was still young, I had a master. She was the warmest existence in this world. All my sweetest memories are with her. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang was so astonished that he shouted out, interrupting Bing Wang's story. "No way? You were a pet to someone?" Bing Wang was not angered by the interruption and patiently answered Lin Huang's question. "She was not human, but I only realized that after I evolved." Bing Wang recalled the image of its master and then continued with the unfinished story. "But she loved humans, liked to be close to them, and hid her true identity, living among them. That's why she left me on this snowy mountain. Even though I felt lonely, I was willing to endure it just to make her happy." At this point, the image of Bing Wang's master, joyfully living with the one she loved, appeared in its mind. Later, she fell in love with a mortal. She agreed to give up everything to be with him. Since then, I have never seen her again. The scene of the master of Bing Wang slumped on the cold ground appeared, causing its tone to become richer in sorrow. But unexpectedly, one day, she returned. Recalling that day, Bing Wang was so overjoyed that it rushed to her side. "I was so happy, I ran straight to her, but I discovered the image of one of her breasts bleeding, and that haunting image stayed in my mind." Bing Wang painfully recounted. She was about to die. The man discovered that she was not human, so he called hunters to kill her. In that battle, the man was severely injured, nearly dying. At that time, Bing Wang was deeply worried about its master, but was powerless to do anything. It continued to slowly narrate. To save her lover, she ripped out her own heart. The image of its beloved master dying right in front of its eyes caused Bing Wang's voice to grow even more sorrowful. The man survived, but she had only one path to death. Even long after, that image of despair remains deeply etched in my mind. Lin Huang, full of regret, asked. Such stories rarely have happy endings. What happened next? Bing Wang sadly responded. I followed her last words and buried her at the bottom of the frozen lake. He sat calmly, legs crossed, with his hands resting in his lap, listening attentively as Bing Wang continued. Since then, this mountain valley has been frozen, without the 4 seasons. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow, confused, and asked. Your master has long since died. So, why seek me out? The two of them sat facing the endless void, and Bing Wang clearly stated its purpose. She once said that one day, someone fated would change this frozen lake. At that time, she would be resurrected, and this mountain valley would be reborn. When he heard that, Kor was definitely going to ask again, you mean, I am the one with a fate for her? Bing Wang did not deny this. Coldly, she raised 3 fingers and said, before you, there were 3 others, all of whom failed. Lin Huang was speechless and tried to refute, you cast a wide net to catch fish, as long as anyone who comes to the snowy mountains is brought here to try. Bing Wang calmly explained in detail to him, Goddess Peak is very dangerous, over several thousand years, only a little over 1,000 have arrived. I also choose based on character, and counting you, there have only been 4. Lin Huang didn't waste any more words and directly asked, alright, what do I need to do now? She raised her hand to let him down to the edge of the frozen lake and spoke, just a drop of your blood. After that, whether you succeed or fail, I will ensure you get out safely. However, if you fail, I will erase the memory of us meeting. Lin Huang was a bit skeptical and asked, is it really that simple? He followed Bing Wang's instructions, biting his thumb to draw blood. If that's the case, let me try. With a sense of sympathy for the fate of Bing Wang's master, Lin Huang let a drop of blood fall into the lake. The girl had been betrayed by others, and if possible, he hoped to help her. His bright red drop of blood fell onto the cold, frozen surface of the lake. Lin Huang remained unfazed and asked Bing Wang. She then responded with great tension, let's wait and see. An hour later, the two of them still sat hugging their knees, waiting, but nothing happened. Lin Huang sighed and spoke in disappointment, no reaction. He felt deeply apologetic and said, I'm really sorry, it seems I can't be of any help. As soon as the words were spoken, the still surface of the lake suddenly cracked open. Lin Huang gasped in astonishment and shouted. Eh? Meanwhile, Bing Wang joyfully cried out. We did it, the ice is melting. In the center of the lake, the cool, clear water gradually rose. In no time, the entire ice lake was filled with the clear water, and the surrounding ice and snow disappeared as well. Lin Huang, unable to believe what he was seeing, exclaimed. Not only is the ice melting, but the plants are coming back to life. He looked down at the lush green grass beneath his feet, amazed, and wondered. My God, is my blood really that nourishing? Bing Wang's eyes glistened with emotion, and it eagerly called out. Master! My master! In the center of the lake, a graceful figure slowly emerged, surrounded by the crystal clear water. Bing Wang's voice grew louder as it called. Master! As the waters dispersed, a beautiful girl in a magnificent blue dress appeared. Lin Huang was captivated by her beauty and involuntarily whispered. Beautiful! So beautiful! She had a pair of sparkling, stunning blue eyes. She gently stepped onto the surface of the lake and walked towards him, her voice soft and gentle as she inquired. Bing Wang, have you been well since I left? Bing Wang kneeled on one knee in front of her, allowing her to touch its nose. She, equally touched, said. You've been protecting me all this time? Thank you. With utmost respect, it replied. Milady, please don't be so formal. Protecting you is my duty. She smiled and turned to Lin Huang, introducing herself. My name is Shuela. It seems we are destined to meet. Thank you. He was a little confused and replied. No, it's nothing, just call me Lin Huang. Lin Huang scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and asked her. May I ask, are you a monster? When Bing Wang heard his question, she angrily shouted. That's too rude. But Shuela didn't get angry. Instead, she calmly answered. No, I am of the divine clan. A scene of a terrifying war flashed through Lin Huang's mind. He suddenly exclaimed. The divine clan opened the 3,000 void souls 800 years ago. Are you one of their kin? Shuela crossed her arms and casually replied. Ah, those who call themselves the divine clan, though their strength is not weak, they are not recognized as part of the divine clan. At most, they are just servants of the gods, granted a small amount of bloodline. Lin Huang seemed to be deep in thought and responded casually. Ah, I see. Shuela smiled, noticing what he was thinking. Don't believe me? The true power of the divine clan is something you can't even imagine. Then, she suddenly released her power towards Lin Huang and confidently said, Let me show you. He didn't know what was happening but instinctively raised his hand to shield his body. After that, Lin Huang suddenly exclaimed, This feeling. In his mind, he thought. The life wheel was shattered, but now it's been restored. Shuela crossed her arms and explained. Your life wheel had a problem, I just helped fix it. Lin Huang was still in disbelief, marveling. Truly unbelievable. Is this the power of the divine clan? She chuckled softly, covering her face with her hand, and generously said, It's not just that. To thank you, I'll also give you a second chance. Shui La's voice rang out evenly. I have a great gift for you. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful bolt of lightning struck Lin Huang directly. He had no time to react and screamed out loud. The system then played 2 notifications. The player has activated the manifestation mode, and the system is running automatically. Congratulations, the player has obtained the complete Great Desolate Blade Force Epic skill card. Lin Huang was startled when he heard the notifications and exclaimed. What? The system had given Lin Huang a skill card. The skill's name, Great Desolate Blade Force. Rarity, Epic. Type, Sword Technique. Skill level, cannot be viewed. Status, usable. Skill description, a special combat skill, usable without level restrictions. The power depends on the user's strength. Comment, not bad. He was overjoyed and said, This is indeed a great gift. Standing next to him, Shuela covered her mouth and teased. Although you're a regular person, there are a few things about you that aren't quite like ordinary people, huh? Lin Huang felt a bit guilty, thinking to himself, no wonder the divine clan's perceptive abilities are so strong. No wonder He didn't dare to confront me head-on. He was once again placed in Bing Wang's palm. Shuela sat on its shoulder, gently saying, We will see you off. Be careful on your journey ahead. As for the life-saving favor, I will repay you in the future. Lin Huang politely replied. No need, you've already given me a great gift. That's enough. After she dropped him off at the exit, Shuela spoke again. After you leave, we will be leaving as well. Lin Huang asked in confusion. Where are you going? She replied as if it were obvious. Of course, back to our world. He raised his eyes, looking full of regret, and said, So there will be no chance to meet again in the future. Shuela sat on Bing Wang's shoulders, anxiously warning Lin Huang, Please take care, sir. If you stay on Mount Snowlong, you may encounter many monsters attacking. He was surprised and exclaimed, Is there more? A doubt began to rise in Lin Huang's heart. In fact, the hunting selection competition had already prepared a safe route, but he kept encountering high-level monsters. Shuela calmly explained in detail to him, not far from the desert, there's a high-level monster that has evolved. It has the ability to frighten the mind. It has been scaring most of the monsters there to make them its food. So this place is no longer safe, and you should leave quickly. After hearing the explanation, Lin Huang finally understood, so that's what happened. No wonder Shuela and Bing Wang didn't stay long and quickly said goodbye to me. Sir, I hope we can meet again sometime. Lin Huang also waved his hand enthusiastically to see them off. I hope we meet again, and you two take care. Then, he became downcast and murmured softly, I hope we can still meet again. The scene here was nothing but mountains and snow, a vast and cold expanse of white. Lin Huang shivered, huddling up as he walked out of the mountain valley. TCH, it's still cold outside, and the day has already broken. Seeing Baya, covered in snow, standing with crossed arms uncomfortably by the exit, Lin Huang suddenly exclaimed, "Baya, you didn't stand here all night, did you?" "I'm sorry." He walked ahead of Baya, stretching his bones and muscles with a burst of energy, and said enthusiastically, "What happened is hard to explain in a few words, but right now, I'm full of energy, completely not sleepy, no need for rest. Let's continue our journey." Baya didn't show any reaction, merely following Lin Huang closely. The snowy mountainside was steep and dangerous, and the two of them, one ahead of the other, were carefully climbing up. Lin Huang chatted happily, restoring his lifewheel, and his body began to feel much better. "I'm thinking of trying to advance to the Black Iron Realm and see how it goes." After some struggle, the two of them finally reached the summit. Baya stood firm at the top, looking around cautiously to assess the situation. Lin Huang arrived shortly after, and couldn't help but remark, "We're almost at the top, no unexpected trouble so far." Just then, as the competition was wrapping up, they suddenly heard some eerie screeches. Baya instinctively tensed up and went on high alert. Lin Huang, surprised, asked, "What's that sound?" Then they saw a harmless flock of white geese emerge from a corner of the rocky slope. The geese looked so gentle that Lin Huang excitedly said, "Are there really big geese on Snow Mountain?" He exhaled a breath. "Relax, Baya, don't be so tense. These might look fierce, but they're really tasty. How about we catch two?" Baya only listened to Lin Huang but didn't respond. Then Lin Huang suddenly noticed something off and quickly warned, "Wait a minute, something's not right. Those geese were harmless just a moment ago, but now they've revealed their true nature." They opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth, and let out horrendous shrieks as they charged towards them. Lin Huang, terrified, screamed, "It's not a goose, it's a monster." The fire-breathing geese were hot on their heels. He was drenched in sweat, sprinting with all his might, and didn't forget to remind Baya, "Does it look even bigger up close? Baya, run faster." Baya, without needing any prompting from Lin Huang, was already running after him. The two of them headed toward a large ice cave. Baya climbed up toward the cave, and the rope connecting them proved to be incredibly useful. Lin Huang, at the other end of the rope, was desperately trying to shoot down the monstrous geese charging at them. As he fired, he shouted to Baya, "There are too many. We can't keep fighting. Baya ma, find somewhere to hide." Baya, fully focused, ran at full speed toward the cave entrance ahead. Once there, he turned and grabbed the rope to pull Lin Huang inside the cave. Just before they entered, Lin Huang quickly shot a monstrous goose in the head. Lin Huang slid a short distance before finally making it inside the cave. He couldn't help but praise himself. "Perfect shot. Let's hide here for now, and wait for them to leave." But when he looked outside the cave, he saw the geese scattering in all directions, panic-stricken. Lin Huang, puzzled, asked, "What's going on?" At that moment, a large bird flew from the distance, diving toward the monstrous geese. The geese, startled, cried out in fear. The black cliff sparrow used its enormous feet and sharp claws to swiftly deal with the monstrous geese. Lin Huang witnessed this scene and couldn't help but turn pale with fear. The black cliff sparrow, a large black sparrow like that, was probably already at the bronze level. Baya furrowed his brows, warily staring at the black cliff sparrow that had just arrived. Lin Huang, thinking simply, cheerfully said to him, "Great, earlier I was worried we'd be trapped here by those geese. Now that it's here, it looks like we're saved." Just as he finished speaking, the blood-soaked feet of the black cliff sparrow landed in front of the two of them. Its whole body was drenched in fresh blood. The black cliff sparrow's eyes were bloodshot, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Seeing that look in its eyes, Lin Huang was startled and blurted out, "This is bad." The black cliff sparrow flew a circle in the sky, its screeching call piercing the air. It gained momentum and launched itself straight into the ice cave. Immediately afterward, Lin Huang's curses rang out. Damn it, is it targeting me? Are you crazy? Baya was about to rush out, wanting to confront the Black Cliff Sparrow head-on, but Lin Huang stopped him. Don't! You're no match for it. Don't go and offer your life to it. Then, Lin Huang raised his gun and decisively fired at the Black Cliff Sparrow. His tone was filled with irritation. I'm just one step away from getting through the snow mountain, don't ruin it. The bullet Lin Huang fired was about to hit the Black Cliff Sparrow in an instant, but its body was incredibly tough. The bullet was deflected and flew off in another direction. Lin Huang stared in disbelief, his teeth clenched in frustration, and he couldn't help but mutter. Can't this damn bullet hit it? Black Cliff Sparrow, shot in the body, screamed angrily. Baya conjured up a pair of bright red wings in a defensive posture. Lin Huang also assumed a ready stance, prepared to face the enemy at any moment. He was still a bit fearful, muttering to himself. Is this really the end this time? Black Cliff Sparrow, still shrieking, struggled to shove its head into the cave. Lin Huang and Baya hid in a corner, planning their next move. Baya, I have a way to deal with it. Follow my instructions. As soon as Black Cliff Sparrow managed to punch a hole big enough to push its head through, Lin Huang seized the perfect moment to shout. Attack! He unleashed his power toward Black Cliff Sparrow to keep it in place, while Lin Huang quickly moved closer. He gripped his gun tightly with both hands, speaking fiercely. Even though it's tough as iron, it still has weaknesses. Monster, die! Lin Huang aimed his gun directly at Black Cliff Sparrow's eye. A shot rang out, piercing through its eye without hesitation. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Black Cliff Sparrow's steps faltered, causing it to fall out of the cave. Lin Huang and Baya stood in the cave, observing the situation. He softly said, The last 3 critical shots are for that one. Lin Huang furrowed his brows, glancing at his system. On the screen, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, player has received Black Crow Magpie Monster Card Zone, completing an over-level attack. Receiving double the reward, Lin Huang was confused and asked, Did I not get the monster card for killing a higher-level creature this time? Shouty crossed his arms and gave a pouty look at Lin Huang. The prize cards are drawn randomly. The last 2 attacks both had upgrade cards, it's just a matter of luck. Lin Huang, feeling frustrated, asked, How many upgrade cards are needed to be enough? I could just turn Bai and Bao Jun into mythic level directly. It calmly responded. The actual power of the summoning cards is limited by the player. If the player is not strong enough, no matter how rare the card is, its power will still be restricted. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang quickly interrupted Xiao He. Alright, you can stop talking now. The system notification popped up again with the double prize card. After using the card, all rewards from attacks within the next hour would be doubled. After reading the notification, Lin Huang hesitated before saying, This card is pretty average. Xiao He clarified once more. Wait until we encounter a suitable monster. Using this card will quickly gather enough fragments to summon. It then couldn't help but cover its mouth, mocking Lin Huang. I never thought you'd be this unlucky. Feeling annoyed, Lin Huang waved Xiaoyi off. If there's nothing else, just go inside. I don't have the patience to deal with you right now. His hand accidentally brushed against his pocket. Lin Huang, no longer lingering, turned to hurry by. We've already lost half a day, hurry up to the top, or we'll be too late. The two continued to climb the snowy mountain. As he climbed, Lin Huang said, After the competition ends, I still need to gather some ammunition, I'll need a few more critical hit rounds. Standing at the summit, Lin Huang suddenly shouted loudly. Oh my god, it's so high. He cast his gaze far ahead, unsure of how to ask. It wasn't easy to climb up here. There's not much time left. If we wait until we descend the mountain, the competition will be over. What should we do? Suddenly, a voice echoed nearby. Then someone who doesn't have enough qualifications should have given up from the beginning. The voice belonged to a young man. He was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall behind them. Lin Huang, alert, thought to himself, neither he nor Bai had sensed his presence. Who is this person? Lin Huang shouted, Who are you? This young man is Baya, the voice of the person next to him softly reminded. Don't shout, I can hear you, Baya said, standing arrogantly, arms crossed, facing the two of them. I'm a contestant like you. You should at least politely greet me. However, he did not respond to Lin Huang's greeting, instead coldly stating, Did you kill that beast earlier? Now you're just realizing it and are questioning Baya. Are you also a summoner? Why did you attack me? He showed no remorse, instead shamelessly defending himself. I just let them go to hunt. It's just your bad luck. A fiery red bird suddenly appeared. Bayan's indifferent voice continued to echo. You killed my black nighthawk. He summoned a fierce blood eagle. Baya spoke in a monotone. Let's settle this grudge. Lin Huang and Bai both looked at him. Lin Huang, trying to sound confident, said, If you want to fight, I'm not afraid. But deep down, he was panicking, unsure of what to do. The red blood eagle was a green copper rank beast. This was real. I'm no match for him, what should I do? Baya stood with his arms crossed on the back of the blood eagle. He was not in a hurry to fight and said, I will avenge the death of Black Crow Magpie, but not now. Baya arrogantly sized Bai up from head to toe, then continued, raising a blood-feeding species is fine, but you're too weak. You're not even qualified for me to make a move. He stood on the back of the blood eagle and flew off, not forgetting to leave behind one last remark, by the way, are you even going to make it out of here alive? Lin Huang was furious and shouted, Keep talking. He continued, What kind of relationship do you have with that shouty guy? Bai remained silent, looking at him. Lin Huang, in a fit of rage, yelled out, Stop looking down on others. If you're capable, fight me properly. But then Lin Huang suddenly exclaimed, Wait, I have a way to get down the mountain quickly. He pulled out a steel chain, clenched it tightly in his hand, and carefully wrapped it around his body several times. Bai, with no words, simply followed Lin Huang's instructions. Although your wings can't fly, there are still other ways to use them. He attached the two chains to Bai's wings and they soared into the air, with Lin Huang thoroughly enjoying the ride. I've wanted to try this before. I never thought my dream would come true in this strange world, Lin Huang said, smiling as he spoke with Bai. Now I understand why people always want to fly. This feeling is absolutely amazing. After a while, the two had reached the 7D-121 base. Lin Huang reluctantly sighed, What a pity, we've already arrived so soon. At the test location, Bai let Lin Huang down. He cheerfully praised him, Bai, you did a great job. Jang Yu was already waiting there and stepped forward to announce, I didn't expect you to be the first one to finish. She kindly complimented Lin Huang and congratulated him on passing the selection. After the competition ended, he could officially register as a reserve hunter. He was greatly surprised and asked back, I'm not the first, am I? Jang Yu smiled faintly, her expression full of hidden meaning, and replied, Dare to doubt me? Kid, you sure are bold. He broke into a cold sweat, quickly waving his hands to explain, No, it's just that earlier, I saw a tall young man in front of me frantically searching for something. His expression looked like someone was after him. After describing the scene, Lin Huang didn't forget to add, Oh, right, he had a red blood eagle with him. Jang Yu immediately recognized who it was, that's Baya. He doesn't count. He asked in confusion, Baya? Isn't he a contestant? She didn't deny it but explained carefully to Lin Huang, Yes, but he's different from you guys. He's a guest. He didn't need to participate in this competition, but he voluntarily requested to join. Once the competition ends, he'll directly become a bronze hunter. Lin Huang recalled Bayan's arrogant demeanor earlier and found it hard to believe. Directly becoming a bronze hunter. A system notification appeared on the screen: account balance, available credit points, 3,500,000. Lin Huang exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, you just came from the Credit Management Bureau." He turned off the system screen, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. He had previously stolen a piece of life essence from Jia, and to his surprise, it was worth over 3 million. Finally, his dream had come true overnight. He recalled Jang Yu's instructions that after the selection process, the official registration would begin. He had to stay at the base for a few days. Lin Huang quickly made a plan for himself, using this time to supplement his equipment, hunt monsters, and practice his sword technique. Following his plan, he went to a weapon shop at the base to buy some gear. But when he arrived, the shopkeeper awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Young master, you're looking for explosive ammo for the Grey Eagle 17? Sorry, we don't have any. It's too expensive. You should head over to Mr. Zhang's shop over in the West City and ask him. If he doesn't have it, then no one within 100 miles will." Lin Huang could only sigh in disappointment. As he walked, he glanced around and said regretfully, "The 7D121 district is larger than where I live, but they don't have any rare equipment. Looks like I really have to go find Mr. Zhang after all." In a dark and filthy narrow alley, deep inside was a shop with a barely noticeable sign reading Yunduan. Lin Huang stood in front of the shop, looked around for a moment, then frowned and muttered, "After searching for half a day, I finally found the shop in this alley. Mr. Zhang seems like an interesting character." Without hesitation, he opened the door and entered the store. Lin Huang called out, "Shopkeeper, I want to buy something." Mr. Zhang emerged from inside the shop. He didn't say much, but simply gestured, telling Lin Huang to pick what he wanted and pay after he was done. He looked around the store, feeling a deep sense of admiration. From black iron equipment to golden items, everything was available, and all of it was limited edition with a high price tag. Mr. Zhang here was definitely not someone to be underestimated. Lin Huang wasted no time and immediately asked, "Boss, I want to buy specialized ammunition for the Grey Eagle 17 in armor-piercing explosive rounds. Do you have them in stock?" Mr. Zhang succinctly clarified, "How much do you need?" Lin Huang smiled lightly and stated the quantity he required: 3,000 rounds of specialized ammunition for the Grey Eagle 17, and 300 armor-piercing explosive rounds. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but glance at Lin Huang. "So, the young master has money, huh? Buying so much, planning on going on a killing spree?" Lin Huang courteously responded, "Boss, you're just joking." A moment later, Mr. Zhang brought out a crate of ammunition, exactly matching the amount Lin Huang had requested. He then immediately stated the total cost: that'll be 16,500 credit points, payable in one lump sum, no installments. Lin Huang agreed promptly, "Alright, is this the last of your stock?" Mr. Zhang smirked confidently and replied, "Quantity is no issue. As long as you have the money, I can get you whatever treasure you need." As Lin Huang paid the credit points, he added, "Well, that's great. If I need anything in the future, I'll be sure to come by." In his heart, he was still a bit surprised he hadn't expected to find a place like this. Suddenly, both of them heard a loud bell ringing. Lin Huang was startled and quickly turned around to ask, "What is that sound?" Mr. Zhang calmly explained to him, "The Hunter Association has issued a general warning. Something must have happened." Upon hearing this, Lin Huang rushed outside. He didn't forget to wave and bid farewell to Mr. Zhang, saying, "See you later, boss. I'll definitely come back." Mr. Zhang didn't respond to Lin Huang's farewell but just silently watched him leave. Outside the base, the sky was clear and cool. Lin Huang squeezed his way through the crowd, inching forward. "Excuse me, sorry, please let me through." Jang Yu's serious voice rang out amidst the crowd. The recruitment competition was still ongoing. With this incident, everyone needed to do their best. She urgently warned everyone. A high-level monster has awakened in the Golden Desert, possessing a mind-altering ability, which has caused other monsters to run amok. Many contestants are likely trapped. Our resources are limited, and we cannot respond to all the distress signals. Therefore, I order everyone to stay at the base and not go outside. Once everything is over, the ban will be lifted. Lin Huang listened attentively, quickly realizing that this was the same monster Shuela had mentioned. Something had indeed happened. Suddenly, a man shouted in panic, "If you won't let us go, how can we just sit here and wait to die?" Hearing this, Lin Huang inwardly praised, "A brave man, that's some courage." Jang Yu no longer appeared friendly, her gaze sharp and full of meaning as she directed it toward the source of the voice. She ruthlessly stated, "Those monsters running wild, whether in the sky or on the ground, will all face danger. I'm not stopping you because I want to save your lives. Rather than running out there to become fodder for the monsters, it'd be better for me to just kill you, less trouble." Her tone carried an unmistakable warning. Who would dare to die first? Everyone there trembled in fear. No one dared to speak another word. Lin Huang was speechless, thinking to himself, how does she already know this? She crossed her arms and reassured everyone, "Don't worry too much, the Hunter Association has sent a senior hunter to handle it. I know, as long as their leader is taken down, those monsters will disperse. After tonight, the danger will be eliminated." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "It's not that simple." It was Bayan's voice. Lin Huang was somewhat surprised and thought, "Huh? That kid." He shoved his hands into his pockets and bluntly stated the truth, "If the senior hunter fails, there won't be enough time to send another one. By then, the surrounding area will face a fierce attack." Then Bayan decisively turned and left. "I'm not staying, I'm not dying foolishly." Lin Huang stood there, dumbfounded, while Jang Yu quickly dispersed the crowd. "If there's nothing going on, don't act recklessly. Tomorrow, after everything is settled, we will activate the emergency plan and proceed with the registration." He slightly furrowed his brows, agreeing with Bayan. Although he didn't like him, what he said was indeed correct. Lin Huang rushed over to Jang Yu, calling out, "Senior, she immediately recognized you too." "Is it you?" Lin Huang anxiously inquired about the situation. "I heard some contestants are trapped. Do you know if Xiaobang, my friend, is among them?" Jang Yu didn't hide anything and said, "Before you reached the finish line, he sent a distress signal. He retreated early." Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "The kid really is afraid of death." She didn't linger with Lin Huang for too long and directly turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "Hurry back to your room, don't wander around. Follow the orders and get to work." Lin Huang responded briefly, "Got it." That night, a loud explosion echoed from a distance at the base, and thick smoke rose into the air. Lin Huang sat by the window, watching the scene. He couldn't help but feel awe. The super hunters were fighting with the super monsters. The scene was indeed grand, but then his heart became tangled with worry. Everyone's hope of survival was placed on those super hunters acting alone. Was everything really going to be okay? The next morning, the sky was overcast, and the rain was falling in heavy drops. Lin Huang was peacefully asleep by the window when suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes wide open. The warning alert sounded again. Lin Huang quickly sprang up and looked out the window towards the battlefield from the previous day. The area was still burning fiercely. He panicked and shouted, "Has something happened? Another warning?" When Lin Huang opened the door to step outside, he saw everyone hurriedly running in different directions, their voices overlapping in a constant stream. "What should we do? Have we quickly contacted Lord Y to reach the Central Council? Is there a backup plan?" He anxiously grabbed someone to ask. "What's going on?" The person, seeing Lin Huang's question, stopped to answer. "Something big has happened. Hurry to the assembly hall." His face was one of pure horror as he finished speaking. The extraordinary hunter has sacrificed himself. In the large assembly hall, people were frantically shouting. The extraordinary hunter who was sent out couldn't resolve it. The hunter is dead, but the monsters are still here, and the situation is out of control. We need to leave now. Otherwise, we'll all die. Let us go. Lin Huang stood quietly in the crowd, saying nothing. Jang Yu calmly spoke up, trying to encourage everyone. The extraordinary monster has been severely wounded. They will surely summon more monsters to attack the human stronghold. As hunters, our mission now is to protect the stronghold with over 100,000 people here. But there were still some who disagreed and protested. We haven't even registered yet. How can we die with the hunters? Let us go, we don't want to die here. Soon, more people joined in the opposition. That's right. To be honest, we're not even hunters yet. Just like ordinary people. We need protection, and being able to leave here on our own is enough. I have the ability to escape. Lin Huang seemingly couldn't take it any longer and blurted out. A group of cowards. The first one who started the argument was shouted at by him, angrily yelling, "What did you say?" Lin Huang stood in the middle of the crowd and spoke up. Not long ago, I was at the Golden Desert, where a group of night crows were ambushed by deathworms, and at Snowy Peak, I was nearly eaten by a goose. Those were all extraordinary monsters, and just because we can escape, do you think we can survive? What makes you so confident? The crowd was deeply moved by the story he just shared. Night crows, oh my god, that's true. Even eagles wouldn't dare fly, walking is even more dangerous. Then Lin Huang turned his gaze to Jang Yu and asked, "Senior, you are now a golden hunter, with the highest rank here. If I asked you to leave now, how long do you think you could last?" She cooperated well and replied, "Well, the monsters from the Golden Desert and Goddess Mountain must be gathering here now. I'm afraid I could last until tomorrow night at most." Lin Huang pointed at himself and said, "If it were me, I'd probably last at most 3 hours. And you guys?" One person from the crowd tried to argue back, but before he could finish, Lin Huang leapt onto the platform with force, his tone strong, carrying a clear sense of reproach. "As a golden hunter, if you can't escape, what chance do we have if we leave alone? Isn't that just asking for death?" He knelt on one knee, his voice deep as he said, "If you all abandon everything here to flee." Then Lin Huang sprang to his feet, pointing his finger downwards, addressing the crowd. "But once the monsters arrive, what you'll be abandoning are your loved ones, your friends, the people closest to you." The crowd below began to waver at his words. Lin Huang clenched his fists, displaying his determination to everyone. Life is indeed precious, but it cannot be wasted on running away. We should unite with the Hunter Association to form a group to hunt the monsters, to protect the Snow Mountain base. Everyone was fired up with a sense of strength and raised their fists to the sky, resolutely shouting, "Protect our families, protect the Snow Mountain base, protect our families, protect the Snow Mountain base." Baya, standing to the side and witnessing this scene, couldn't help but mutter, "Fools." While everyone was still excitedly agreeing with Lin Huang, he coldly turned and walked away, not forgetting to mock them, a bunch of idiots seeking their own doom. Lin Huang stood on the stage, watching him leave, feeling a bit saddened, quietly calling out, "Baya." His gaze followed Bayan's retreating figure. Jang Yu suddenly draped her arm over Lin Huang's shoulder, enthusiastically encouraging the crowd, "Now, let's all join the Hunter Association to protect the base. As long as we stay united, we will surely win." He was made embarrassed by her, his face turning red. People started leaving the hall, and some also began to direct the crowd, saying, "Right, immediately prepare after leaving here, line up according to your abilities, and then come here to register and proceed with the defense plan." Lin Huang also wanted to leave with everyone. He bid Jang Yu farewell. "Senior, I'm leaving too." But she firmly stopped Lin Huang from leaving. "Wait." He stopped and furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Senior?" Jang Yu coldly stated her decision, "Tell my supervisor that my teleportation can only move a maximum of 50 people per day. Hurry up, I'll take you and the other contestants under 20 years old with me." Lin Huang raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, Wait, I already mentioned this earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, she desperately yelled, those words were just to temporarily calm everyone down. I know very well, at most, it will be one more day, and then this place will turn into hell, no one will survive. After hearing this truth, Lin Huang was stunned and blurted out. What? Jang Yu regained her composure and explained to him. My supervisor has a limit. The super hunters will take at least 48 hours to arrive, but the monsters are gathering more quickly. In less than 10 hours, they'll attack this place. Her face turned pale as she thought of the disastrous scene when the monsters would attack, and her tone became grim. The Hunter Association's strength at checkpoint 7D121 is limited. Even if we had more people, we wouldn't be able to defend it. With 100,000 people here, there's only one way out, death. I will live or die with this place. But first, we must protect the potential of the association. You have the ability, and you can become a great hunter. I can't just stand by and watch you die here. Lin Huang frowned and said resolutely, I'm not going. He stood in front of Jang Yu, strongly persuading her. I wasn't joking earlier. The monsters that cross Goddess Mountain will directly threaten the mainland. I have people I need to protect, so I'm not going. Jang Yu was swayed by his words. Lin Huang, you calmly proposed a solution, but we can only wait for the super hunters. Only they can kill the super monsters. So, we might have to find a way to block them from bringing them here. Jang Yu frowned and countered, but with our current abilities, we basically can't protect ourselves. Upon hearing this, he pointed behind him and said, if we can't protect, then we won't. Behind the stronghold is the snow people, and with time, we can evacuate the villagers there. Based on the situation, we just need to hold on for 2 days, and the super hunters will arrive. Jang Yu was still a bit hesitant. Evacuate to the stronghold. Then, she suddenly remembered something and happily said, all right, I know of a mountain valley that can accommodate a lot of people. We can block the cave entrance with rocks and hold out there. Lin Huang excitedly grabbed both of Jang Yu's shoulders and exclaimed, great idea. Then I'll stay. I'll definitely help you. She blushed as he suddenly grabbed her shoulders and shyly called out, Lin Huang. Lin Huang smiled gently, reassuring Jang Yu, don't worry, we'll all make it through. She was mesmerized by his handsomeness, feeling a bit shy as she said, stop talking, you little brat. Jang Yu couldn't help but think to herself, oh no, he's too cool. So, what now? She didn't speak much anymore and turned to leave. The horse stopped reminding Lin Huang. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. Evacuating 200,000 people is no small task. Lin Huang replied cheerfully. Okay, senior. Jang Yu also smiled faintly, thinking to herself, wondering if he would make it through this disaster safely. A little while later, in the quiet mountain valley, the group was following the plan and heading towards the cave Jang Yu had mentioned. Wang Lan, standing in the group, nervously asked, isn't it too dangerous for us to block the road behind? Wuyu firmly reassured her. Don't worry, there are hunters ahead, and the rear is actually the safest. But Yu Guan was still hesitant and argued. But what if? Lin Huang stood to the side, carefully observing the surroundings. He also turned back and smiled to encourage them. Wuyu said. Exactly, as long as we stay alert and keep our guard up, we'll make it through the mountain pass tonight. Wuyu had scouting skills and knew how to set traps. Yu Guang could send messages over long distances, and Wang Lan could boost strength. No matter how you looked at it, we were a team, so you can be at ease. We will definitely get there safely. Wuyu happily complimented. Boss, well done. But Yu Guang was still worried, hesitantly saying. Although, still. Wang Lan, on the other hand, was shy after receiving Lin Huang's praise and responded awkwardly. I will definitely do my best. The group followed behind the main procession, passing through an area where the hunters had already dealt with all the monsters. They looked at the monster corpses scattered everywhere and were in awe. The hunters are truly formidable, not giving us any chance to be on the front lines. Yu Guang was stirred by Zhu Yu's words and shouted in excitement. Are you crazy? Do you enjoy seeing monsters? Wang Lan, standing aside, was puzzled and tried to mediate. Can you two stop making so much noise? Lin Huang also turned around to remind them, urging caution, not to underestimate the situation. The senior said that extraordinary monsters have speeds comparable to light. He stepped forward to observe, realizing that the large-scale evacuation could easily attract the monster's attention. Suddenly, Lin Huang noticed something and furrowed his brows, glancing down. A powerful attack from afar rushed toward them. He quickly pulled Wang Lan out of the way, warning them to be careful. Yu Guang, his face turning pale, cursed. Damn it! Zhu Yu, also startled, shouted out. What is it? The dust from the attack settled, revealing a massive axe deeply embedded in the ground. Lin Huang urgently shouted a warning, staying alert. Just as he finished speaking, a giant foot of a monster approached them. Lin Huang now realized that it was a common, charging forward aggressively without hesitation. His warning echoed once again, as the monster launched a surprise attack. Thick dust enveloped the area, and from afar, a massive army of monsters was advancing, each one large and fierce, rushing toward them relentlessly. The scene in front of them caused the entire group to panic. Yu Guang, terrified, exclaimed, Black Steel Cowman, damn it! Zhu Yu, standing to the side, assessed the situation. There's a buff too. We can't win this. Wang Lan, shrinking in fear, whispered, there are too many of them. Lin Huang calmly shouted to reassure his teammates, don't panic. He clenched his teeth in tension. First, we need to eliminate that big one. The monsters charged forward crazily. Lin Huang drew his sword. Yu Guang, cover me. He advanced, and Yu Guang stood behind, holding his bow to support him. Understood. Yu Guang struck, the arrow flew swiftly, piercing the monster's eye. It let out a painful roar, giving Lin Huang the chance to rush in and deliver a strike. He shouted, Zhu Yu, tell Wang Lan to protect me. He quickly set traps. The two immediately responded, got it. Wang Lan closed her eyes and yelled as she raised her staff to release a bolt of lightning. It struck the monsters, paralyzing them. She continued shouting. Her actions made Zhu Yu annoyed, and he snapped, damn it, are you using sound as an attack? He began setting traps around to block the cowman. On the other side, Lin Huang continued charging forward, slaying the monsters. He arrogantly sneered, let's see how well the Great Wilderness Sword Classic works with you guys. A beautiful sword strike sliced through the massive monster, which hadn't even realized what happened. Lin Huang, lost in thought, proudly looked at the sword in his hand. It was magnificent. The blue-color, historic rank sword skill was indeed extraordinary. 18 moves had turned into 36, and the blade's stability was immense. At the moment when he was focused on the sword, the monster he had just slain viciously attacked him from behind. Lin Huang immediately turned around, want to die? He jumped high and swung his sword powerfully at the cowman. Using a gun is fine, but using a knife is much more fun. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations, the player has obtained a piece of the common card. Over on this side, Yu Guang shouted in praise. Wonderful swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Wang Lan cast a spell. Don't spin anymore. One cowman stepped into a trap set by Zhu Yu, and soon other monsters followed, getting caught in the trap as well. They struggled to find a way out. Zhu Yu smirked. My beast armor can increase vitality when bitten, so just obediently wait for your death. Yu Guang gathered everyone together. The boss is up to you, let's go together. At the same time, Wang Lan said. Everyone, stay safe. Lin Huang continued charging forward, swinging his sword and slashing through the monster. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, the player has obtained a piece of the common card, the player has completed an overlevel attack and obtained a temporary shapeshifting card. He was confused and took out the card to examine it. This is a black steel cowman, but what is this temporary shapeshifting card? The card had a note. After using this card, the player can freely transform into the monster they summoned, but without all of the monster's skills. The transformation is limited to 24 hours. This card can only be used once. Lin Huang pondered, that scared me, I thought it was some kind of soul gender change. A large shadow fell over him, and he realized there was a monster behind him. Lin Huang panicked and turned around. Damn it! The monster's blood splattered on him. He stared blankly at the cowman that had collapsed. Baya appeared, looking at him with reproachful eyes. Lin Huang calmly responded, alright, I know, can't be careless in battle. Thanks. Then, both Lin Huang and Bai charged forward to attack the remaining monsters. Wuyu, standing off to the side of the battle, helplessly said, I don't think we have any part in this anymore. Yu Guang, impressed, said, at first, I didn't think much of him, not even up to Black Iron. Wang Lan interrupted them, stop talking, I'm starting to feel ashamed. After a while, the Kalman monster army was completely defeated. Lin Huang sheathed his sword, not missing a single head. The battle was over, and Zhuyu's group started to cheer. Boss, that was amazing. Lin bro, your skills are top-notch, a true role model. Even your monsters are so cool. Bai, standing beside him, could only remain silent. Then, Lin Huang turned around and conveniently stored Bai in his card. It's been a while, everyone must be getting close, let's hurry over there. Yu Guang's confident voice rang out. Encountering monsters on the way is great, it helps improve skills. Zhuyu softly remarked, he should stop showing off. The ring on his hand lit up, surprising him. The ring emperor heart was Jang Yu's senior. It projected an image of Jang Yu. She seriously asked, Lin Huang, where are you now? He smiled and looked at Zhuyu and the others behind him, saying, we've just dealt with a little trouble. We'll be there soon. It'll probably take another 2 hours. They hastily replied in unison, hello, examiner. She snapped, I'll give you 1 more hour, then come back immediately. But the beasts have already attacked. If you delay, you'll all be dead. Her words left them stunned. The battlefield was intense, with artillery shells relentlessly plunging down into the valley. Jang Yu and the others were struggling to take down each beast. However, they were ferocious, attacking her teammates next to her, which was infuriating. Another person, frightened, kept trying to shoot at the monster. He shouted, Senior, the casualties are severe. If we continue like this, the cave door won't hold. She replied, gather the injured and the weak, retreat slowly, and find a way to secure the movement. He panicked, saying, but once the cave door is blocked, the people outside. Jang Yu angrily shouted, anyone who agrees to stay, will live or die with me. Her gaze changed, and she froze, staring at the enormous beast in front of her, a blood-scarred hyena. Everyone went pale. Blood-scarred hyena. They stared at the monstrous creature in confusion. One of her teammates shouted, if we can take it down, the rest of the blood-scarred hyena will retreat. Senior, even you can't deal with a pack of blood-scarred hyenas. You'll die. He stopped Jang Yu from charging forward. She gritted her teeth, damn it, let me go. If those blood-scarred hyenas don't retreat, we'll all die. He answered firmly, you are the only leader, we can't let you die. One of them spoke up, look. The monsters all turned their heads, paying attention to something behind them. Jang Yu cried out joyfully, it's Lin Huang, I can't believe he's still alive. Lin Huang approached the blood-scarred hyena, with Zhuyu and the others following closely behind him. He swung his sword at it, but the creature's jaw clamped tightly onto his blade. Lin Huang shouted, Yu Guang, Wang Lan, assist the injured and retreat. Leave the rest to me and Zhuyu. Both immediately responded, got it, Lin bro. Be careful. Zhu Yu and Bao Jun charged forward, working together to fend off the monsters. Boss, I'll support you. Lin Huang struggled to free himself from the massive creature. Third level black iron, you're quite a formidable opponent. It ignored the blood dripping from its mouth and growled, glaring at him. He smirked challengingly, his eyes gleaming sharply. Come at me. Either you die, or I live. A sharp horn sprouted from the blood-scarred hyena's head as it aggressively advanced. Lin Huang was startled by the transformation of the monster in front of him. Damn it, leveled up by 3 ranks. Could it really be a coincidence? It pinned him to the ground and opened its mouth wide, seemingly ready to bite his spine in half. Your breath stinks. Zhu Yu, worried about Lin Huang, didn't notice that another monster was attacking him. Boss! Someone shouted loudly. Be careful! That person made a move and saved him from danger. Jang Yu, press your back against his, clean up this trash, then come save him. He replied tensely, understood, senior. Lin Huang smiled smugly. Don't worry. Bao Jun's hand tightened around the neck of the blood-scarred hyena, separating it from Lin Huang. Once he was freed, he immediately charged back into the monster to retaliate. I'm a summoner, not some dog bite victim. The monster was pushed far away, preparing to charge again. However, Lin Huang calmly remarked, the beast is skilled, very intelligent, but unfortunately, every wolf that's thrown aside, and the blood-scarred hyena, is shackled tight. Lin Huang advanced, and with Bai's assistance, he defeated it. The system's notification echoed. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained a piece of the blood-scarred hyena. Player has exceeded the level of the monster and gained a skill card. Lin Huang sneered. I'm better than you. Zhu Yu cheered. Boss, great job. Jang Yu complimented, your sword technique is impressive. She approached where he stood, surprised that a beast master like him was so proficient in swordsmanship. Lin Huang replied slowly, Senior, please, save your praise. While these beasts are retreating, let's quickly deal with matters in the cave. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the boss arrived just in time, otherwise, we'd all be dead by now. Jang Yu turned around and shouted loudly, everyone, retreat into the cave, quickly prepare to increase defenses. He suddenly panicked, wait a minute, a group of monsters is coming from afar. Am I dreaming? Please wake me up. A legion of spider monsters surged toward them. Jang Yu warily stepped forward to reinforce the defense. It wasn't a dream, but she fell into despair, stunned. A new wave of beasts was approaching. The spider monsters charged forward aggressively. Everyone began to panic and shouted to one another. Run! Jang Yu warned loudly to those trying to flee. Don't run, the cave entrance isn't finished yet. If you run back, you'll be dead. Lin Huang gritted his teeth and spoke, at this speed, in about 10 minutes, this giant spider horde will arrive. Zhu Yu was slightly angry but also spoke up, there's no time to block the gaps with stones anymore, but there are still many monster corpses left. We can use them to block the way. Yu Guang, with an agreeable expression, offered to help others. Wang Lan is bandaging, let me assist. Jang Yu, satisfied and cheerful, raised her voice, good job, Zhu Yu. You all act immediately, I'll stay behind to hold off the giant spiders. Lin Huang, frustrated, firmly refused to let Jang Yu make that decision on her own and Senior, you take Yu Guang and retreat to the city wall. I'll stay here with the others, we must complete the defense. Suddenly, Yu Guang spoke up, I'm not leaving. I can teleport, it's just the right time to cooperate with Lin Bro in the battle. Jang Yu, displeased, said, I am a senior. I can't let this battle be carried out by rookies like you. Lin Huang was no less determined. He firmly responded, don't forget, I am the only commander left at the base. After their exchange, Lin Huang continued, for the sake of honor, do you want to entrust the lives of 200,000 citizens to a bunch of rookies like us? Jang Yu could only listen in worry, speechless. Yu Guang, if you're not afraid of death, come with me. With that, he and the others moved forward, leaving her behind. Yu Guang anxiously called out, "Lin bro, be careful." Left behind, unable to do anything, Jang Yu had no choice but to resign herself. The wolf's corpse was upon her as she urged Juyu to move faster and complete the defensive circle quickly. Juyu followed the orders, still feeling some disdain for what had just happened, but also a hint of concern. "Damn it, don't die, Lin Huang." Lin Huang swung his sword, causing the spider to disintegrate in an instant. Xiao He appeared immediately with an irritated expression, saying, "Here, here." Accompanied by a deep sigh, he clearly did not want to witness the chaotic scene. He quickly responded, "I just killed a blood bally hunting dog and got a skill card. I want to use it now." Xiao He complied, beginning to open the rare skill card. It was a life or death gamble, with nothing but fate hanging by a thread. He began rapidly throwing skill cards towards him. The skill cards infiltrated his mind. The system announced, "Congratulations, the player has acquired the skill Traceless Snowstep." He spoke, "Nice." His eyes began to redden and became fiercer. His skill card contained the following information. The card's name was Traceless Snowstep, it was of rare quality, a gold-level agility skill, and it was available for use. As he spoke, he launched an attack, his body enveloped by the newly gained power. He could also play another interesting skill card, with no level restrictions for use. Wonderful! His sword movements were so fast that, in the blink of an eye, he had already wiped out the Juyu spiders and another foe. The person watching was astonished by his skill and precision, exclaiming, "Lin bro, who's he talking to? Am I seeing things? His movements are getting faster." An aggressive spider charged towards Lin Huang to attack. Yet, every one of its strikes was dodged flawlessly. He said hastily, "Xiao Yi, temporarily cut off my transmission link with Bai." Xiao He responded, puzzled, "Huh? Why? His life wheel is almost full. He's about to level up to Black Iron." He replied, "I know. Once I reach Black Iron, I'll have the first fate chain, which will allow me to strengthen a specific aspect." Xiao Yi casually opened the menu and searched, then answered, "That's right, this fate chain has 5 elemental types: enhancement, spiritual, special, and combination. Do you want to choose another type?" Lin Huang had just painfully stabbed the spider to death and cleared his throat before speaking. "Of course, it's the enhanced sword, so I have to target the Black Iron tier monsters. They must be defeated with a sword." Xiao He smiled and agreed. "Got it. If that's the case, I will stop transmitting your divine command to the summon monsters. Now, you should focus on getting through this crisis. It's already getting dark outside, and there are still quite a few spiders around. It seems that they've only been slightly reduced earlier." The next morning, his sword strike to the spider's head caused it to lose health and die instantly. Yu Guang spoke up, "All of them. All of them are dead, we've succeeded." Another person chimed in, "That's great, we're safe now." In the distance, Jang Yu shouted, "Lin Huang, the fortress is complete, quickly bring everyone back. Right now, the ground is covered with layers of wolf corpses." Juyu excitedly praised, "Lin bro, you're amazing. Without you and your summoned monsters, we wouldn't have made it through the night." As he spoke, he sighed, "I'm exhausted. Let's head back and rest. Who knows when the next wave of beasts will come?" He thought to himself, guarding one stronghold, one more hope. "Lin Xing, don't worry, I'll protect you." Suddenly, the rings on everyone's hands began to glow, startling them. The Ring Emperor heart had activated. A notification appeared. Yesterday morning, the 7th district in the eastern region was hit by a sweeping attack with an extremely wide range. 3 small strongholds in Area 7D-123 have been destroyed, leaving no survivors. The number of casualties has reached 670,000. At the moment, the situation at Outpost 7D-121 remains unknown. A superhuman strongman has been urgently dispatched there. Once we receive more detailed information, we will continue to provide updates. People began to panic when they heard the news. What should we do? My entire family is at 723. Didn't they send a superhuman strongman? Where is he? Jang Yu thought to herself, feeling a bit uneasy. This is troublesome. Jang Yu looked at Lin Huang, and she continued her thoughts. The superhuman beast has been severely injured. Their goal now is revenge, and we are the only survivors in the area. As if realizing something, both Jang Yu and Lin Huang simultaneously thought that this place might be the next target. Standing at the edge of the broken wall, Jang Yu frowned and said, "There will definitely be more attacks. Casualties will keep increasing, and I'm worried we won't last much longer." Lin Huang, standing behind her, spoke up, "At the latest, by sunset, the superhuman hunter will arrive." Jang Yu hesitated for a moment, but given the current situation, if they continue to be attacked, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not afraid of dying. Since becoming a hunter, I've stopped caring about life and death." Her hand trembled. "But I don't want 200,000 people to die along with us." Lin Huang approached and placed his hand on hers, which was shaking. He comforted her, "Senior, you're a golden hunter. It's not easy for monsters to defeat you." Jang Yu blushed and looked at him. She listened to Lin Huang's words and thought to herself, "I once heard a saying, when the army arrives, the general blocks the way, when the water rises, the dam is built." Even in life and death moments, don't think about anything else, just fight until one side falls. Jang Yu quickly pulled her hand back and turned her face away. She blushed, but her mouth denied it. "Do I need you to lecture me?" Everything snapped me back to my senses. We divided the watch duties, but inside, she was in turmoil. What the hell? Am I embarrassed? Lin Huang awkwardly laughed and scratched his head. "Looks like you're pulling stunts again, huh?" Another hunter holding binoculars quickly turned back to report. "Ambush has changed." Lin Huang and Jang Yu tensed and looked ahead. He exclaimed, "What is that thing?" In front of them, something massive was rushing toward them. By the time they could see it clearly, someone had already recognized what was coming. They shouted, "Ironclad war elephant!" Jang Yu clenched her fists. "Damn it, that monster is terrifying. It's going to smash through all our walls." After the exhausting battle, Lin Huang looked at her and sympathetically said, "That thing seems invulnerable to weapons. How do we fight it?" Jang Yu gritted her teeth. "That ironclad war elephant was born with half its body made of metal. Its defense is terrifying, and anything in front of it is basically wiped out." With that, she drew her weapon and said, "Whatever, even if I die, I have to protect this wall." Lin Huang, standing next to her, shouted, "Wait, look over there." Jang Yu raised her head and saw a figure flying toward the ironclad war elephant. She was surprised and said, "That's not a person. It's Yi Zhang." He swung the sword in his hand. The attack aimed precisely at the eyes of the ironclad war elephant. Jang Yu smiled. "That's right, the weakness of the ironclad war elephant is its eyes." A beautiful strike. Lin Huang froze. Is this expert a gold-level hunter? Jang Yu, while observing the situation ahead, explained to him, "Not just a gold-level hunter, he's also a genius ranked top 10 globally. He's only one step away from becoming a transcendent hunter." Lin Huang was stunned. "Ha? Do you know him?" One ironclad war elephant fell, and another one glanced warily before it too collapsed. Yi Zhang flew in, swinging his sword down. Jang Yu excitedly cheered. "Lin Huang." He twitched the corner of his mouth. "What?" Another ironclad war elephant collapsed before Yi Zhang. After dealing with several more, he quickly landed in front of Jang Yu. Jang Yu rushed forward to call him. Yi Zhang frowned and said loudly to her, "Be cautious, it's not over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, something moved in the distance. It was hundreds of spiders. Jang Yu furrowed her brow. Are those sand black spiders? Lin Huang asked her, the ones that specialize in spitting webs? Yi Zhang, sword in hand, looked ahead and explained the situation. The sand black spider's damage isn't very strong, but its webs are very tough. It's a transcendent level monster. Are they trying to use them to bring down the wall? Lin Huang looked at him. There are too many, it'll be hard to deal with them before they get close. Yi Zhang furrowed his brows. If there were heavy artillery, we could deal with them from a distance, but unfortunately, such a thing can't be set up at this small outpost. Jang Yu raised her hand and shouted, "What's there to be afraid of?" She then immediately drew out an enormous, oversized artillery gun. Yi Zhang looked at her. "Xiao Yu, have you passed the junior heavy artillery exam? Without a heavy artillery certificate, how could you buy something like this?" Lin Huang broke into a cold sweat. Gold-level equipment? Damn, this is eye-opening. Jang Yu said confidently, "As long as you have the money, what can't you buy at the black market? This isn't the time to hold back." She smiled and added, "When the soldiers come, the generals block them. When the waters rise, build the dam." A blast of artillery fired from Jang Yu's hands, striking the rock wall to the left. Both Yi Zhang and Lin Huang stood stunned, and Yi Zhang sighed. As expected, it missed. Jang Yu smirked. Missed? Wait and see. The rock wall hit by the artillery immediately cracked open, and a torrent of water rushed down from somewhere, as powerful and relentless as a tidal wave breaking through a dam and flooding into the river. In a single sweep, it wiped out all the sand-black spiders. Lin Huang gaped. Did it wipe them all out? Yi Zhang, standing in front, calmly reminded Lin Huang, "Kid, remember what I told you. Never mess with women." Lin Huang swallowed nervously from behind, nodding. "Yes, senior." Suddenly noticing something, Lin Huang widened his eyes. Jang Yu squinted and said, "What's wrong with you? Do you still want to continue teaching me?" However, neither Yi Zhang nor Lin Huang paid her any attention. The two of them directly passed by Jang Yu and moved forward. Yi Zhang frowned. "There's something wrong," Lin Huang also spoke up. "I've seen that before." Ahead of them, a swarm of shadow fawn creatures was flying toward them, an uncountable number. Lin Huang furrowed his brows as he looked at the sky, now tinged with red. A swarm of shadow fawn. Is this the apocalypse? And it wasn't just the swarm of shadow fawn flying toward them, countless other monsters were also charging forward. The beast-headed, horse-faced monsters with fierce expressions caused Yu Guang and the others to panic in fear. Zhu Yu cursed, while Wang Lan was in a state of panic. What should we do? What should we do now? Lin Huang stood frozen in place, stammering, "It's over." Yi Zhang calmly issued an order to Jang Yu, "Xiao Yu, open the greenwood." Jang Yu looked at him doubtfully. Yi Zhang turned back and said, "Among the children who participated in the selection, there are many with potential. They are the hope for humanity in the future. Lead them, this is your mission." Jang Yu shook her head. "If you don't go, I won't go." Yi Zhang grabbed her hand. "I need to stay behind to buy time. Stop arguing, act quickly, or it'll be too late." Jang Yu firmly stated, "Only you and I remain in the family, your potential and strength surpass mine. You staying alive is what's best for the family. Both of you, stop arguing behind me and talk less nonsense. You're the older brother, you can't let your little brother die." On this side, Lin Huang was whispering. Xiao He, Xiao He. He appeared and asked him, "Is it time for the final farewell?" Lin Huang asked him. "During the previous battle, I killed a lot of monsters beyond my level. How many skill cards did I get?" Xiao He quickly replied, "A total of 1,245. What's wrong? Want to bet a game?" Lin Huang furrowed his brows. "I'm the leader, even if the odds are 0.1%, I don't need to have the ambition to pull out a skill card that could turn the tide." Xiao He opened his mouth, hinting, "Then how do you want to play?" Lin Huang said to him, "What will happen if we merge all the skill cards?" Xiao He rubbed his chin and thought, "In theory, we could get a skill that can be used without level restrictions, but the type of skill is uncertain. Moreover, these are all one-time use cards, and no one has ever done something like this before." Lin Huang looked at everyone facing danger. He gritted his teeth and said, "The skill cards we pull out, even though strong for my current level, most of them can't be used." He raised his head and looked at the Shadow Fong. After all, it was a dead-end road. It was better to go all in and gamble on one shot. Lin Huang gave the order, "Xiao He, merge all the skill cards." Xiao He immediately raised his hand, and all the skill cards gathered in one place, unleashing a burst of explosive power. Lin Huang said, "No matter what it is, immediately use the card." Xiao He announced that the total number of cards fused by the host was 1,245, resulting in a small annihilation card, with no reward cards drawn. Lin Huang gritted his teeth, receiving the power from the fused cards, and his body was enveloped by a massive energy orb. Yi Zhang tightly held Jang Yu in his arms, furrowing his brows as he struggled to peer toward the light. From the direction the monsters were looking, that energy source appeared as a giant sun glowing brightly. In the next moment, that power surged toward them, and the beam of light devoured all the monsters on the ground and even the Shadow Fong in the sky. Several other hunters standing on the wall were taken by surprise. Wuyu couldn't believe his eyes. He said, "The Shadow Fong swarm." Jang Yu squeezed her eyes shut, letting out a soft cry. A moment later, she heard Yi Zhang speak. "It's over." As she opened her eyes, Jang Yu's pupils immediately constricted. She saw Lin Huang trembling, kneeling on the ground. Jang Yu screamed. Lin Huang and the others raised their heads, looking at the clear, cloudless sky. Wuyu was stunned. "It's over, it's all gone." Yu Guang also realized the monsters were all eliminated. Wang Lan happily exclaimed, "We're safe now, no need to die." "Everyone, cheer for Lin Huang has saved us." The others, including Yu Guang, jumped and cheered. Lin Huang. Lin Huang looked up, unable to believe his eyes, and muttered, "Did the skill actually work?" Jang Yu rushed over and hugged Lin Huang tightly. "Brother." Lin Huang blushed and called out, "Senior." Yi Zhang asked Lin Huang, "Was that divine technique you used just now?" Lin Huang hesitated and said, It's really hard to explain to you." Yi Zhang immediately frowned. "So just because you have a bit of power, you look down on your senior?" Jang Yu quickly waved her hand, trying to mediate, "He didn't mean it that way." Yi Zhang glanced at her, staying silent. After a while, he reluctantly shook his head. "Such a big thorn, yet you can't keep it." Jang Yu suddenly called out, "Lin Huang." Still not understanding what was happening between the two siblings, just then, someone spoke up, "Interesting, really interesting." Lin Huang turned toward the source of the voice. Jang Yu frowned. "This energy." Yi Zhang gritted his teeth. "So it has finally revealed itself." The figure standing on the cliff, cloaked in black, spoke slowly, "I never expected to meet a descendant of the true god here." Lin Huang, stunned, pointed at himself. "A descendant of the true god? Me?" Jang Yu drew her weapon. "Be careful, this is the super monster." Wuyu looked up. "Is that the super monster?" Yu Guang murmured, feeling the suffocating pressure in the air. Wang Lan slightly bent forward and said, "The super hunters haven't caught up yet. What should we do now?" The super monster removed his hood, showing a look of disdain. "Even the super hunters are just my defeated subordinates." He looked at the people, Yi Zhang, Lin Huang and Jang Yu, then continued, "However, I could offer you all a chance to live." The superhuman monster revealed a strange expression. "Give me that kid, and I can spare everyone here. What do you think? This deal is all profit, no loss for you." The superhuman monster stood above, looking down at the crowd below, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Huang. The people below murmured in confusion. One life for 200,000 people, was this really a bad deal? Jang Yu furrowed his brow, considering trading Lin Huang's life for everyone else's. Zhang spoke. Lin Huang is likely a descendant of the true god. If that monster fuses his blood with him, it could give the superhuman monster a chance to evolve into a member of the divine race. The superhuman monster stuck out its long, snake-like tongue and spoke clearly. The superhuman hunters who came to assist have already been misled by my clones. They won't be able to return for a while. If you want to survive, quickly hand him over to me, or else. The faces of the Yu Guang group turned pale. They heard the superhuman monster say, the 20,000 people here are nothing but a snack for me. Xiaohe, standing beside Lin Huang with his arms crossed, spoke up, a deal this good? I don't think they'll turn it down. Lin Huang furrowed his brow and asked, is there any way to deal with this monster? Xiaohe tilted his head and looked at him. With your current strength, encountering a superhuman-level enemy means a 100% chance of death. The gap in power is just too vast, there's no way around it. Suddenly, everyone heard Jang Yu speak. I agree. Zhang, doubtful, called out to her, Xiaoyu? Jang Yu stepped forward and said to the extraordinary creature, to exchange one life for 20,000 lives, I agree. Lin Huang's mouth twisted in disbelief. No way, are you serious? Xiaohe, standing nearby, slowly faded away. Bye-bye, I will always remember you. Jang Yu looked up at the extraordinary creature and said, if he is about to die, then I only ask for one last minute. Let me say a few words to him, is that okay? The extraordinary creature stuck out its tongue at her. Under my eyes, what else could you do? I'll give you 1 minute. Jang Yu turned around and, as she walked past Zhang, she said, you come with me too, help me bear witness. Zhang asked, what do you want? Jang Yu didn't answer, she simply grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Jang Yu reached Lin Huang, then turned to pull Zhang to stand beside her. After that, she extended her hand and took Lin Huang's hand. She spoke to him, Lin Huang, although we've only known each other for a few days, your courage, character, and abilities have made me admire you immensely. Zhang and Lin Huang both widened their eyes. Was this a confession? Jang Yu's eyes welled up with tears. She lowered her head and said, this parting may be the last time we meet, so I want you to know how I truly feel. Her voice was steady. Thank you for appearing in my life. Jang Yu moved her lips slightly. I also hope you can forgive my final impulsiveness. As soon as she finished speaking, a portal of light opened behind Lin Huang and Zhang. Jang Yu raised her hand, pushing them backward. Lin Huang shouted, Senior. Zhang also calls her Xiaoyu. Jang Yu stood in front of them, smiling as she looked at them. The future of humanity depends on both of you. The supernatural monster gritted its teeth. Kiddo. It launched a strike forward. Lin Huang and Zhang stared at it, tense. This blow shattered the spatial portal behind Lin Huang and Zhang. A loud explosion rang out, and a bolt of lightning pierced through Jang Yu's chest. Zhang panicked and yelled, Xiaoyu. Jang Yu cursed softly, damn it. She collapsed to the ground, and Zhang and Lin Huang hurried over. Xiaoyu, hold on. Jang Yu moved her lips to speak, big brother. She struggled to lift her head and looked at Zhang. I'm sorry, I think I can't make it. Lin Huang stood up abruptly and turned to look at the supernatural monster. You bastard. The supernatural monster's body began to change. You weak and foolish humans. I gave you a grace, and you dare repay it with resentment? Its skull opened up, and the supernatural monster roared, Die, die, die. The next moment, a gigantic snake with super hard scales shot out from its brain. Die, all of you. The supernatural monster hovered above everyone's heads. Yu Guang trembled and said, It's over, the monster has gone berserk. The supernatural monster opened its mouth, and an attack flew forward, with spiritual energy turning into a binding rope to trap Lin Huang. The monster immediately pulled him toward itself, and Lin Huang's screams echoed from above. Let me go. Zhang called out to Lin Huang. He was tightly bound in mid-air, his chest tight and unable to breathe. Lin Huang rolled his eyes back, thinking, this is it. Reincarnated people tend to die easier than regular humans. The supernatural monster opened its mouth and swallowed Lin Huang whole, killing him. Yi Zhang and the others stared in disbelief. Jang Yu muttered his name absent-mindedly. Lin Huang. The supernatural monster said. Merge with me. Suddenly, its eyes widened, its body froze, and its consciousness became disoriented. What is this? My body won't move. Behind it, a small vortex appeared, and a hand reached out. The hand slowly stretched forward, and the monster looked up, eyes wide. The moment the hand reached, it immediately pressed the monster down onto the ground. It opened its mouth and spat Lin Huang out. He fell in free fall, crashing to the ground, and the hand quickly withdrew. The supernatural monster screamed, I am at the supernatural realm, just one step away from the divine realm. I can't end like this. As soon as it finished speaking, before the hand could fully retract, it slapped the monster's head again. Eat more, take another blow. The superhuman monster spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately curled up to run. If I don't escape now, I'll be finished. Just then, someone called out, Mr. Lin. Lin Huang froze. That voice. He turned around and saw the gigantic figure of Bing Wang behind him. Lin Huang was surprised when he saw who it was and exclaimed. Shuela, Bing Wang, it's both of you. Lin Huang hurried over to Shuela and Bing Wang. Weren't you two supposed to have left? Bing Wang, standing behind, quickly replied, actually, the master couldn't rest easy, so we came to check. Shuela glared at him angrily, Bing Wang, stop talking so much. She cheerfully said, really, thank you both. If you hadn't helped, everyone here. Halfway through, she suddenly froze and turned back, that's right, I let them see me. Shuela whispered, no need to worry. The two of them looked at Wuyu and the others who were fast asleep. Shuela said. I used magic earlier, so everyone fell asleep. The two then turned their gaze to the superhuman monster, now lying motionless under the rubble. Shuela raised her hand, condensing its soul, I owe him a life. Until I can repay this debt, I won't feel at ease leaving. She then opened her palm and handed what she was holding to Lin Huang, this is the immortal black snake. You can store it in your life wheel and cultivate it well. In her hand was a small snake, curled up and fast asleep, waiting to level up to superhuman and then be refined. Inside it, there was a faint trace of dragon's blood, which would eventually turn it into a powerful battle soul. Lin Huang suddenly spoke seriously to her, Shuela young lady, please, I beg you to save my friend. Shuela looked over at Jang Yu and asked, your friend? Lin Huang said nervously, I know that young lady, you haven't cared about the affairs of the world for 700 years, and I understand that asking for your help is very rude, but she was injured severely because she was trying to save me. Shuela listened without responding, unconsciously tightening her grip on the snake in her hand. She turned to Lin Huang and asked, you want me to recondense her life wheel from the beginning? At the very least, you would need the soul of someone from the transcendent realm. Are you sure you want to give up the beast soul of the dragon vein to save her? Lin Huang nodded and said firmly, of course, saving her is more important. Shuela smiled faintly, and the next moment, she immediately tossed the snake in her hand towards Lin Huang. Just kidding. I have other beast souls that can help her restore her life wheel. Bing Wang immediately extended its hands to encircle Jang Yu, seriously gazing at the unconscious Jang Yu lying before it. Shuela slowly approached, kneeling down beside Jang Yu's body, and began to heal her. She waved her hand, and a small bird suddenly appeared, causing Jang Yu's body to glow. The small bird entered her divine soul and opened a formation beneath her. Lin Huang anxiously asked, is she going to be all right? Shuela stroked her hair and nodded lightly, once she wakes up, she'll be fine. Lin Huang smiled at her and said, this great favor cannot be repaid enough, I will certainly repay you in the future. Shuela nonchalantly said, you may not have the chance. I've been observing this world for far too long, it's time for me to return. Lin Huang asked her, "Do you have to leave?" Shuela did not answer but took a step closer to Lin Huang. The ornament on her head pressed against his face, and he tilted his head slightly to avoid it, listening to her say, "I have one last thing I want to ask." Shuela raised her hand and placed it on Lin Huang's chest. "Mr. Lin," she looked up at him, her gaze serious as she asked, "Do you believe in love?" Shuela stared intently at Lin Huang's face and said, "You." Lin Huang fell silent, his face slightly flushed, waiting for Shuela to speak. Shuela asked him again, "Do you believe in love?" Lin Huang stammered this question. He thought to himself, the two of them were still held back by the previous obstacles. Lin Huang let out a breath and spoke up, "Love." He said seriously, "It's probably the kind of thing that will happen no matter whether you believe in it or not." Lin Huang looked at Shuela with sincerity, "Don't hesitate about right or wrong. No matter the outcome, no one has the right to deny the true feelings you've invested." Shuela froze when she heard him speak, including the person who had wronged her. Lin Huang took her hand, daring to love, daring to hate. Someone like her, who could both hold on and let go, was truly beautiful, truly strong. He smiled, "Even if I'm not a god, your existence in my eyes shines like the sun." Shuela seemed a little lost. "Mr. Lin," she tucked her hair behind her ear, turned her face away, and upon hearing him say that, Shuela understood. She said to him, "I may not regret saying goodbye to the mortal world." "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, I owe you another favor." Lin Huang quickly shook his head, "No, I should be the one thanking you." Bing Wang stepped forward and spoke to Shuela, "Master, everything is ready." Shuela pointed for Lin Huang to look at the person lying in Bing Wang's arms. She said, "This person came to assist everyone, but the extraordinary hunter was distracted by the monster." She glanced at the extraordinary hunter and continued, "I will alter everyone's memories. When they wake up, they will believe that he was the one who killed the monster and dealt with the beast tide, so all the credit will go to him." Understood? Lin Huang nodded, "I understand." Shuela, the young lady, seemed worried that everyone might think I am a descendant of the divine race, which would bring a lot of trouble, right? Shuela smiled. "As for you, Mr. Lin, we must leave now." The celestial protection above immediately formed a vortex of ice, opening a small passage. Lin Huang looked up at her, and he said, "Goodbye, Shuela." Shuela turned back to look at him, "See you again, Mr. Lin." Lin Huang watched as Bing Wang and Shuela left. He sighed, thinking that perhaps he would never have the chance to meet them again. Just then, Jang Yu suddenly opened his eyes and groaned. Yi Zhang, sitting beside him, immediately spoke up, "Xiao Yu, are you all right?" Jang Yu looked at him, "What happened to you?" Yi Zhang smiled and said, "Fortunately, the extraordinary hunter arrived in time and killed the monster, so the danger has been averted, and everyone has been saved." Although everyone was momentarily stunned by the shockwave from the falling extraordinary monster, luckily, there were no casualties. Jang Yu was stunned and replied, "That's great." However, in her mind, she felt something was off. She always had the feeling that she had died once, and then, in the darkness, slowly lost consciousness, with someone saving her. Her gaze swept over the group of people flattering the extraordinary hunter, and she saw Lin Huang standing at a distance. In her heart, she silently called his name. Lin Huang. Jang Yu stared blankly and muttered, "It seems like I." She absent-mindedly thought, "I forgot something very important." Later that night, at base 7-101, Lin Huang's home. He stood in front of Lin Xing's door, breathing a sigh of relief. He was finally alive again. Lin Huang opened the door and peeked inside. Lin Xing had long since passed out drunk. He thought it was late, so he wouldn't disturb his brother, especially since he had to go to school tomorrow. Returning to his own room, Lin Huang collapsed onto the bed, letting out a relaxed breath. Xiao He flew above him, surprised that he had returned completely unscathed. Lin Huang lay sprawled out on the bed and responded, "Don't say anything, I'm surprised too." He grinned at Xiao He. "I've signed up for the hunter list. I completed the task within the stipulated time, and the rewards were exactly as promised." Xiaohui sat cross-legged in the air and took out a golden card, handing it to him. You still thought you'd get a reliable master, huh? Here, take this. The system sent a notification to Lin Huang. Flawless card. Using this card allows the user to self-heal once, completely eliminating all hidden dangers in the body, including but not limited to fate, life wheel, bloodline, and other latent threats. Lin Huang was excited. This was a good item. Xiaohui, standing next to him, said, "Keep it for yourself, it could ensure your life in a critical moment." Unexpectedly, Lin Huang smiled and declined. He replied, "No, I have a different use for this card." Xiaohui glanced at Lin Huang. The flawless card could repair any physical defects, and he was certain that Lin Huang wouldn't keep it for life-saving purposes. Lin Huang held the two cards in his hands, looking at them. My life will has been treated by Shuela, and for now, there's no major issue. But I need to ensure a higher win rate in battles. Lin Huang waved his hand, summoning Baya, who began treating the lymphatic vessels, removing the excess blood factors that could critically affect the bloodthirsty species, thus improving his combat performance. He lowered his head, gazing at the flawless card in his hand. As a summoner, having powerful monsters and leaving no gaps is the best way to ensure my survival, right? Xiaohui thought for a moment and nodded. That's not wrong. The next moment, Lin Huang took action and crushed the flawless card in his hand. Bai's body was immediately repaired, filling in all the deficiencies. After absorbing the full power of the flawless card, Bai's body surged with a strong energy. Xiaohui gaped. It works. He rubbed his chin and laughed. I should try this method with the blood factors sometime. This is the first time I've seen such a monster enhancement technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw that Lin Huang had already fallen asleep, who knows when. Xiaohui grumbled, "You should recall Bai first before going to sleep." The next morning, Lin Xing's voice echoed through the house. "Big brother, you're back." Lin Xing rushed to hug Lin Huang. He replied, "I've been back since midnight, and since you had classes today, I didn't want to wake you up." Lin Xing quickly said, "I was so worried about you, just knowing you're alive and back makes me so happy, I can't believe it." Before she could finish speaking, someone interrupted. "Is this your little sister?" Lin Huang asked. Lin Xing looked up at the screen in front of her, and Yi Jing smiled, complimenting her, saying she was very cute. Lin Xing blushed and hurriedly ran upstairs. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me you were on a video call with the famous Yi Zhang?" Lin Huang calmly took a sip of water as the kid hurriedly dashed off. After Lin Xing left, Yi Zhang got serious and spoke again. "Back to the point, Lin Huang, you must choose the six-armed demon as your Beastmaster's monster." Lin Huang responded, "I've considered over 10 types of blade-type beasts, and only the six-armed demon has a demon hand type that meets my requirements." The system explained, the demon hand type is a talent that provides a first-tier increase of 10% to the flexibility of all 10 fingers, a 10% increase in dual-wielding attack speed, and a 10% increase in the flexibility of the bones in both hands. With each evolution, the effectiveness of these three abilities increases by 10%. After 3 evolutions, the effectiveness of the 3 abilities increases by 40%. The method of obtaining this beast is by defeating 6 armed monsters. Yi Zhang on the other side also opened his own information. Indeed, the demon hand could enhance his blade techniques and gun skills, but the 6-armed demon was one of the most dangerous creatures in Black Iron, and it wasn't recommended to make it your main target. The system displays the information of the 6-armed demon. The monster's name is the 6-armed demon. Its type is immortal, with a combat strength of Black Iron level 3. Its common skills are Heart Rob Finger and Thousand Hand Rob Soul. The distribution area is the dense forest. Lin Huang was deep in thought. For now, there is no more suitable choice in Black Iron. If I want to increase my strength in a short time, I can only choose it. Yi Zhang spoke up from the other side. Here are some rare combat videos showing the adventure team encountering the 6-armed demon. You can watch them first, then decide later. Lin Huang nodded. All right. At that moment, Lin Xing's voice came from behind. "Brother, I'm going to school." Lin Xing, now in her school uniform, stood in front of Lin Huang, appearing as a beautiful young girl. She turned to Yi Zhang and said, "Yi Zhang, I'm Lin Xing. I'll properly greet you next time we meet." Lin Huang, who was standing beside her, looked at her blankly and asked, "Who are you?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud slap echoed through the room. Lin Xing angrily slapped Lin Huang and walked off. Lin Huang sighed and spoke to Yi Zhang from behind. "Daughters grow up so fast. Brother Zhang, you really live up to your title as the 11th ranked hunter on the leaderboard. You must have countless female fans." Yi Zhang could only smile awkwardly. He chuckled, cleared his throat, and said, "By the way, Xiaoyu asked me to check on you." Lin Huang, confused, asked, "Why didn't Senior just call me directly?" Yi Zhang didn't answer, instead choosing to change the subject. "I've got other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving. You can watch the video and make your decision." The screen in front of Lin Huang immediately turned off. He frowned, thinking, "I wonder what the senior is busy with, doesn't even have time to make a call?" Lin Huang opened his system panel, his eyes widened as he saw the person in the video being attacked in a flash. Lin Huang was confused and unsure about what was happening. The six-armed demon was relentlessly taking down the expedition team. Lin Huang's pupils contracted at the shocking sight, the speed was terrifying, and each of its arms fought independently with unpredictable trajectories. He watched the figure of the six-armed demon in the video, muttering, in less than a minute, a six-person adventure team, completely wiped out. The six-armed demon on the screen slightly turned its head, the eyes hidden behind the red mask glowed, and a terrifying smile appeared beneath the mask. Lin Huang froze. "Can I defeat the six-armed demon?" At the Pa Chi Cheng 7C87 outpost, Lin Huang walked alone through the crowd. "Even though the future is uncertain, I've still decided to head to the worry-forgetting forest to find the six-armed demon. After all, I rely on the system to level up. Choosing a beast companion is an especially important task." Lin Huang stopped in front of a towering stone pillar. He carefully thought it over before heading towards the worry-forgetting forest. The fastest way was to take the demon starship, but only large outposts like Pa Chi Cheng had the ability to stop the spacecraft. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew up, and Lin Huang raised his hand to shield his face. As he looked up, he was startled and widened his eyes. In the sky, there was an enormous spaceship, the demon starship. "This is too massive," he thought. The demon starship came to a halt. Lin Huang followed the crowd and moved upwards. He headed to his room, number 298. Lin Huang collapsed onto the bed, satisfied as expected. He lay there and muttered, "The spaceship has 11 floors, with meal packages and sleeping arrangements. No wonder the tickets are so expensive. Oh well, I guess it's just an opportunity to experience something new." Lin Huang tilted his head and, propping himself up with one hand, opened the system panel. "I've heard that the people on the 11th floor are incredibly wealthy. Next time I fly with Yellow Vine Reach, I want to give it a try and see for myself." The news broadcast echoed through the room. The incident involving the monster lake in Snow Mountain Town had sparked a heated discussion among netizens. The extraordinary hunter had saved 200,000 people, becoming a god in his first battle. The broadcast continued. The screen has now shown images of the group consisting of Zhuyu, Wang Lan, and Yu Guang. The news continued. During the great battle, many young people who had not yet become extraordinary hunters chose to join the fight. According to reporters, because they were heroes who weren't afraid of life or death, many civilians had avoided being killed. Lin Huang chuckled, "Not bad, kid. You're quite the eye-catcher." The news continued to play in Lin Huang's ears, but the story about Snow Mountain Town also carried an underlying scandal. The screen then displayed an image of Baya. According to reliable sources, the once-attended genius, Beastmaster Baya, not only refused to stay and join forces with others in the battle, but also spoke mockingly. Lin Huang sighed, "Oh. The image that appeared when Baya was surrounded by reporters was of the eldest son of the 16th generation of the Beastmaster family. Bayan's actions inevitably disappointed everyone. On the screen, Baya stared into the camera, while the host's voice continued to echo, and the storm of criticism swept away all the malicious comments about him online. Lin Huang sighed, no matter what world you're in, no one can escape the storm of online hatred. Suddenly, the image on the screen changed. Baya was replaced by Hang's pitiful, tear-streaked face. Lin Huang, that damn son of a bitch of yours is still alive. Lin Huang jumped, startled. He quickly forced a smile to smooth things over with Hang. I should be the one saying that. I told you to wait where you were, but in the end, you left without even leaving a trace. Hang sobbed, wasn't I the one running after you to help? You really don't appreciate other people's kindness. Hang wiped his tears. I asked Instructor E and only then did I find out that you were still alive. She gave me a way to contact you, but why didn't you reach out to me? Lin Huang scratched his head, you know what happened in Snow Mountain Town, right? It was so busy and chaotic, I completely forgot. Hang pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere, tears streaming down his face. His words were truly heartbreaking, making one feel sorry for him. It was really unfair. I've always remembered you. I even set up a memorial for you. Every time I think of you, I go and light a candle. Lin Huang scolded him, go away. Then Hang wiped off his casual demeanor and spoke seriously. Instructor E asked me if it's true that you chose the six-armed demon as your monster companion? Lin Huang confidently replied, it's true, I've boarded the demon starship. If all goes well, by tomorrow noon I'll be near the worry-forgetting forest. Hang, looking worried, said, are you sure this type of monster is one of the highest tier monsters? Even black iron glass monsters, which are considered rank sea hunters, shouldn't be approached carelessly. Lin Huang nodded, I know, I've watched the battle videos many times. It's definitely tough, but I have a plan to handle it. Hang, feeling helpless, sighed, if you're so determined, then there's nothing I can do. Lin Huang, confused, asked, why are you talking so strangely about her? What exactly happened? Hang replied with frustration, it's Instructor E. She contacted me first and gave me your contact information. Hang's voice was steady as he continued, she asked me to advise you to give up on the six-armed demon. Lin Huang, surprised, asked, Senior, why didn't she just call me herself? Hang answered, she said her older brother already tried to convince you, but you didn't listen. She guessed that her advice wouldn't make a difference either, so she asked me to try instead. By the way, who is her older brother? Before Lin Huang could respond, the demon starship shook. Lin Huang immediately stood up, what was that sound? He quickly told Hang, I'll hang up for now. I'll call you back later. Hang called after him, hey, wait a minute. Lin Huang rushed to open the door and ran into the hallway, where he could feel the tremor of the spaceship. The demon starship was under attack, and the people from the other rooms also rushed out in panic. Did you hear that loud sound earlier? What happened? Yeah, it was a raid. What kind of joke is this? What kind of monster can attack this giant metal ship in the air? Without letting anyone speculate for too long, an announcement immediately echoed through the ship. There is a flock of birds coming to attack ahead. For safety reasons, we kindly ask all guests to leave the deck and return to your rooms immediately. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. Could it be that there's a giant flock of birds attacking outside? Lin Huang was furious. Why was it that there were monsters everywhere he went? The birds circling outside were a type of monster called the chasing wind sparrow. They had 2-meter-long wings, sharp talons, and could easily catch prey weighing over 300 kg or attack in swarms. The passengers on the spaceship were growing more and more agitated. What should we do? I don't want to die. The swift birds like to eat human brains. Once they catch you, there's no escape. Don't panic. The demon starship isn't so easily destroyed. Lin Huang furrowed his brow. The swift birds, huh? Looks like they're the toughest airborne monsters we've encountered so far. One of the swift birds lunged at the spaceship but crashed into the protective shield. The crowd grew noisy. The demon starship has a protective layer around it. It can withstand the swift bird's attacks. Everyone, stay calm. But Lin Huang's brow remained furrowed. He felt uneasy deep down. People standing around him continued to talk. That's right, the demon starship has a 90% safety rating. We definitely won't be in danger. Exactly, the swift birds can't break through the shield. Suddenly, Lin Huang's pupils contracted. In the sky, a gigantic bird was flying towards them. He shouted, "Golden Army Magpie King!" It soared like an arrow toward the spacecraft. As the Golden Army Magpie King struck the ship's protective shield, a powerful shockwave erupted. Lin Huang gritted his teeth, realizing it was the golden scene. Beside Lin Huang, an old man was trembling and kneeling on the ground. He anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" The Golden Army Magpie King is a golden scene monster, it will definitely break through the shield. Lin Huang hurried over to help the old man, asking, "Be careful, are you alright?" The old man, in a daze, said, "We're done for. Once the shield is broken, the swift birds will massacre the entire spacecraft. Everyone aboard will become their food." Lin Huang quickly started thinking, trying to come up with a solution. Even if he managed to escape, with the current situation, he was no match for the Golden Scene monster. Outside, the Golden Army Magpie King continued to attack the spacecraft's protective shield. Lin Huang looked up, slightly surprised, and exclaimed. In the sky, a figure was floating with an energy sphere. He wondered, was there an extraordinary hunter aboard the spacecraft? By the time he got a clear look, he realized the person standing there was not an armed gold-level pilot. The old man next to Lin Huang was overjoyed. "Li Yanxing, we're saved." Lin Huang asked, confused. "Who?" The old man's voice became more excited as he saw Yanxing start to kill the swift birds. "He's in the top 5 of the Golden Hunter ranking of super strongmen. With him here, we're safe." Yanxing placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Beasts, die!" He drew his sword and slashed, one swift bird after another falling to the ground. Yanxing stood guard above the spaceship with his sword, and the swift birds immediately retreated. Lin Huang stared in a daze, while the girls around him kept casting infatuated glances. No wonder he's Li Yanxing, so strong. He's incredibly handsome, too. How can someone be so talented and good-looking at the same time? The old man beside him sighed in relief. "We've won." Lin Huang looked at Yanxing's magnificent figure from above and couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Although he had only used a single strike, it was clear that his swordsmanship was perfect. If it were converted into a skill card, it would be a rare one. Lin Huang was excited. "If I can replicate it, I'll have a swordsmanship card." He quickly ran off, and the old man called after him. "Young man, I haven't even had the chance to thank you yet." Lin Huang smiled at him. "No need, I still have something to do, please excuse me." At the door of room 298, Xiaoyi spoke from behind Lin Huang. "Are you imagining combining the Great Wild Sword Mirror with Li Yanxing's swordsmanship?" Lin Huang replied. "Something like that." "Is there a problem?" Xiaoyi sneered. "What are you talking about?" At that time, Kwang intentionally held back so you could see all of his moves. He continued, "And that guy from earlier, he only used one move, and you're already trying to buy the entire sword technique from him." Lin Huang chuckled, "How would I know if I don't try?" Lin Huang closed his eyes and reminisced, as long as he could replicate its power, the chances of getting a skill card were very high. He swung the sword in his hand vigorously. If it didn't work the first time, he would try 10 times. Lin Huang kept swinging. If 10 attempts failed, he would try 100. He was extremely determined, and if 100 attempts failed, he would try thousands, tens of thousands, until he succeeded. Lin Huang was breathing heavily, that was the essence of it. He smiled and said, "The way of survival." The sword in his hand trembled, and Xiaoyi, seeing Lin Huang panting like a bull, advised, "Give it up, you've been swinging that sword for 5 hours straight." Lin Huang raised the sword in his hand again, saying, "Only practicing this sword technique won't help me imitate the divine movement. What if I replicate real combat?" He closed his eyes to think. The six-armed demon's attacks seem chaotic, but in fact, they are deadly. Lin Huang mimicked its attack motion. Great wilderness sword classic, overwhelmingly powerful, but lacking in flexibility. The six-armed demon attacked like a storm, each strike decisive. Lin Huang quickly moved his body, commenting, "It's too difficult to match its speed, the best outcome is that we both die together." Lin Huang tried to imagine the battle between Baya and the six-armed demon, and concluded that unless he figured out a way to restrict its movements, to kill the true monster, summon creatures to assist. "As long as you land a fatal blow, then I'll take care of the rest." Lin Huang's mind kept racing. As long as Baya could hold the six-armed demon for even a second, he would have a chance. Lin Huang focused all his energy, trying to recall Yan Xing's movements. One strike, one opportunity. He opened his eyes wide, calling out, as if he could see Yan Xing's figure. A slash came down, cutting across Xiaoyi's body, who quickly leaned back to avoid it. Lin Huang's strike split the floor of the room. The system sent a notification, "Congratulations, Master, you have acquired the skill card Thunderstrike Saber and obtained a fragment." Lin Huang was overjoyed. "All right," Lin Huang said excitedly to Xiaoyi. "Thunderstrike Saber. Xiaoyi, if we gather enough fragments, can I immediately have the complete swordsmanship skill card?" Xiaoyi nodded. "That's generally correct," Xiaoyi replied. Lin Huang said, "Then let's continue." At base 782, Lin Huang paced back and forth like a wandering soul. Xiaoyi beside him sulked, having spent a large amount of money to compensate for the damage to the room. Apart from one fragment, there was nothing of value. Lin Huang appeared distracted. "Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. Just give me a little more time, and I'll definitely gather enough." Xiaoyi asked him, "Are we heading to Wuyu Forest now?" Lin Huang turned and answered, "Wuyu Forest is about 3,000 kilometers away from here, and there's not even a small base around. I can't go there by myself. Inside one of the buildings, you need to plan and find someone at least a white-silver powerhouse level to lead an expedition team, so we can enter Wuyu Forest together." The receptionist smiled and said, "Because you checked in, the team that recently wanted to head to Wuyu Forest is ready to depart tonight. This team will stay in the Wuyu Forest for about a week." Lin Huang asked, "Why the rush tonight?" The receptionist smiled and replied, "You're in luck. The captain of this team is Golden Scene, and they have a mission to go to Wuyu Forest. Since they're going there anyway, they'll take you along. If you miss this, you'll have to wait another 12 days before the next team departs." The receptionist continued with a smile, "Of course, you could also consider hiring a private escort team to take you there, but the cost would definitely be higher." Lin Huang sighed, "No need, the compensation for the spacecraft's demonic crystal room has already drained a fortune from me." Lin Huang placed his hand on the signature pad, and the receptionist's voice echoed, "The cost is 200,000 credit points. The escort team is only responsible for taking you to Wuyu Forest, after which they won't be liable for your safety. If you confirm, please sign here." Lin Huang nodded, "Got it, how should I contact the captain?" The receptionist picked up the paper and smiled, "Once the rental fee is processed, the captain will contact you. Please rest assured." Leaving the building, Xiaoyi asked, "Have you made up your mind? You could very well die in Wuyu Forest." Lin Huang replied, "At least this team has Captain Golden Scene. I'll take it step by step. If I don't have a monster fate, sooner or later, I'll die anyway." Suddenly, his information ring beeped with a signal. He exclaimed, "So quick with the news?" The message read, "Depart at 9 o'clock tonight, gather at the south gate of the outpost. Lin Huang was excited, the few words carried a lot of meaning, strong and resounding. The team leader of Golden Scene must be someone reliable. Xiao He, with a hint of disdain, said, I suggest you don't get too optimistic. At the south gate of outpost number 782, Lin Huang stood in place, puzzled. Why can't I see anyone? Did I arrive too early? At that moment, a voice spoke from behind him, Are you the one who wants to join us to Wuyu Forest? Turning around, he saw a red-haired girl leading two tall men. The girl spoke, I'm team leader Ling Yuxin. If you want to survive in Wuyu Forest, you must absolutely obey orders. Lin Huang was stunned, team leader. Is a girl? Hearing Yutan's question, Lin Huang nodded, Yes, I'm Lin Huang. Yutan crossed his arms and said to him, When you signed the agreement, did you understand clearly? We are only responsible for getting you into the forest. Once we're inside, we'll still have our own tasks to complete, and you'll have to rely on yourself. At that moment, someone walked up and tapped Yutan on the shoulder. Wait a minute. Yanxing smiled and said, Actually, the reason we're entering Wuyu Forest this time is for a special mission. We weren't supposed to bring any attendants, but there was an issue with the equipment at the music academy, which delayed your schedule. We sincerely apologize. Lin Huang looked at him, slightly surprised. Yanxing, he was here too. Yanxing spoke to Lin Huang, I hope you'll consider withdrawing from this operation, because it's really inconvenient for us to bring an attendant. Of course, compensation will be provided. Lin Huang hesitated before answering. He furrowed his brow, thinking. Accompanying Yanxing might offer him the opportunity to secretly learn his sword techniques. Lin Huang glanced at Yanxing, but clearly, Yanxing did not want him to join, which made things awkward. Before he could respond, Yanxing continued, We can pay the compensation fee enough to hire an entire team of adventurers for you. He couldn't help but marvel at the generosity. Yanxing went on, If you come with us to the Wuyu Forest, we'll definitely part ways there. But if you hire a small team, they can lead you into the forest and even help you search for your target. Lin Huang opened his mouth, I can. But before he could finish his sentence, Xiao He covered his mouth. Xiao He raised a special mission card and said, Congratulations, you have activated a special mission card. The system sent the mission content, follow Yutan into the Wuyu Forest, after leveling up to Black Iron, follow Ling Yuxin back to Wuyu City. The mission must be completed within 15 days. Lin Huang was speechless, another special mission, where's the reward and punishment? Xiao He casually crossed his arms and answered, Complete the mission within the given time, and you'll receive an advancement card. Fail to complete the mission, and you'll face punishment, with an occasional deduction of a card containing monsters. Lin Huang pondered, this time there's no option to refuse. Even if I have to sacrifice face, I must follow them into the forest. If I lose Bao Jun or Baya, I'll be completely devastated. Yanxing spoke up, Little brother, you've agreed to the compensation plan, so let's end the discussion here. Yanxing had just finished speaking when Lin Huang shouted at him, Who said I agreed? Yanxing was startled by this sudden reversal. You just said. However, he did not continue, silently staring at Lin Huang. After a while, Yanxing spoke again, Really? Even if there's no coming back, you're still stubborn enough to follow us? Lin Huang nodded, I've signed a treaty, there's no reason to back out halfway. He thought to himself, if they want to kick me out like this, it seems their intentions are not simple. Yutan walked past Lin Huang and moved ahead. We've already arrived, so let's go, she said, turning around to urge him, stop wasting time here. Lin Huang eagerly replied, Yes, Captain. One of Yanxing's subordinates spoke up, Young master. Yanxing raised his hand, signaling for him to be quiet. Yanxing said, Anyway, as long as we get him to the forest, that's enough. The person beside him muttered, Understood. At night, the sign hung high, and a sleepy lizard was dozing on a rock when something flew by. The noise startled it, and it was a golden-winged steed. Lin Huang sat atop it with Yutan. He said, The journey on 3 golden-seen flying steeds, half an hour to get there impressive. He glanced at the people behind him, who were also riding mounts, and thought to himself, these four must be from prominent families, otherwise, how could they have such abundant resources? Yan Xing was flying behind, glaring at Lin Huang in frustration. Lin Huang, from a distance, saw the dark expression on his face and couldn't help but remark, such a sour expression. Could it be that young Master Li has feelings for Miss Ling? The person from the front spoke up and asked Lin Huang, "What are you going to Wuyu Forest for?" Lin Huang replied, "This time, I came to advance to Black Iron. I've chosen a life-form type of hunting beast. The six-armed demon." Upon hearing this, Yu Tan was startled. She turned around and asked Lin Huang, "The six-armed demon? Why choose this type of monster? Be careful, your strength isn't enough, you might lose your life." Lin Huang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, "It's fine. If I really can't kill it, I'll think about choosing another life-form hunting beast. Let's just give it a try first." The person from the front responded, "It's on the way, anyway. We'll take you to the inner area, and the rest is up to you." Lin Huang quickly replied, "If that's the case, that would be great. Thank you, Captain." Yan Xing, flying behind, was on the verge of losing his temper. Lin Huang thought to himself, "Looks like the extra light here is still me, and I have to keep playing the role." At this moment, someone shouted, "We're approaching Wuyu Forest." Suddenly, there was a sharp scream. Yu Tan was startled, and Lin Huang was equally alarmed. The growl came from Wuyu Forest. The closer they got, the louder the growl became. Dongqing shouted, "It's the Golden Scene Monster." They all landed in Wuyu Forest. Lin Huang looked around and spoke, "The sound seems to be coming from not too far." The person wearing sunglasses who was with Yan Xing spoke, "Miss Ling, bring him here. Our joint mission is halfway done, we don't need to keep escorting him, do we?" The person next to him nodded in agreement. "That's right, let's wait until we finish the mission. If he's still alive, we can bring him back then." Yu Tan glanced at them indifferently and said, "If we're on the way, let's see him off for a bit. The Wuyu is filled with monsters that he can't handle." The guy wearing sunglasses still stubbornly wanted to say something, but Yan Xing stopped him. "Friend, it's safer for us all if you come along with us." Yan Xing smiled and said, "Miss Ling is right, it won't take up much of our time." Yu Tan moved ahead, signaling them to continue. Lin Huang turned to Yan Xing, twitching the corner of his mouth. This person is really scheming. After walking for a while, they saw a dragon struggling. Lin Huang frowned. It was a dragon species. Yan Xing said, "That Yi Zhang is the one who's always been arrogant." Yu Tan nodded. This was the appearance of the golden armored dragon after one mutation, known as the red gold armored dragon. She frowned and said, "Among gold-level monsters, it's considered the strongman of the king tier." Yan Xing clicked his tongue. "Too bad there's no tamer, otherwise, we could have subdued and sealed it." Lin Huang silently listened to their conversation. In the distance, the voices of the two subordinates could be heard. "For a weakling like you, who hasn't even reached the Black Iron stage, fighting a red gold armored dragon would be like trying to fill its teeth with you." He turned around and looked at the two of them. The guy with the sunglasses sneered and said, "The red gold armored dragon, a third-tier gold rank, has more power than even the top 100 strongmen on the hunter leaderboard. Only Miss Ling and the young master could handle it." Lin Huang secretly despised them. Weren't these two just rushing to their deaths? Yan Xing spoke up, "If there's no imperial envoy to tame it, then we have no choice." He paused for a moment, then grinned triumphantly. "Let's just kill it." The red gold armored dragon on the other side seemed to sense an intruder in its territory. It widened its eyes, turned its head toward Lin Huang and the others, and let out a roar. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. This oppressive feeling. Forget about fighting, I can't even move. Yu Tan spoke. Before I could continue, Yan Xing interrupted her. How could he let a woman fight? He said, "Let me handle it." Lin Huang glanced at him, silently evaluating. This older brother is really overacting. Yanxing drew his saber and said, "Wait a moment, I'll take care of it right away." The red gold armored dragon charged toward them at the speed of light, and Yanxing didn't fall behind, leaping into action as well. Lin Huang stood with his subordinate, exchanging a few words here and there. As expected of a gold-level monster overlord, just a single bite from it could kill you, and even getting close would be fatal. The sheer pressure made it hard to breathe. Lin Huang stammered, he's confronting it head-on like that, isn't there any problem? Yutan, standing beside him, was much calmer. She crossed her arms and said indifferently, "Don't worry." Lin Huang was anxious. "How can I not worry? Isn't that the overlord of a gold-level monster?" Yutan asked in return. "So what?" His gaze fell on the red gold armored dragon heading toward them, and he uttered the three weighty words. "Li Yanxing." Yanxing grinned, waiting for him. The red gold armored dragon opened its mouth, aiming to swallow Yanxing whole, but before it could, he was already on top of its head. Lin Huang looked up, shouted in surprise, and teleported instantly. Yanxing grinned, swiftly swinging his blade down at the red gold armored dragon's neck. Lin Huang's eyes widened, another slash. It was so fast he barely saw it. The red gold armored dragon collapsed to the ground, and Yanxing's figure appeared amidst the swirling dust. Lin Huang looked at him, his heart full of admiration. This man. It wasn't until he clearly saw Yanxing that Lin Huang fully realized one thing: Yanxing was too powerful. He simply passed by Lin Huang, and as he did, he smiled and said, "Your legs are all wobbly, don't be scared, just keep going forward." Lin Huang, feeling insulted, was furious and cursed silently. Even if he's strong, it doesn't change the fact that he's so annoying. Yutan and Yanxing continued forward. Lin Huang was left behind, but before leaving, he turned to look at the red gold armored dragon one last time. "Too bad I don't have dragon slaying skills." He sighed with regret, otherwise, he could have used the remains to create a dragon card. At that moment, the system sent a notification. A dying dragon blood mutant monster has been detected, suitable for soul fusion with the dragon blood mutant beast soul in the host's body. Would you like to proceed with the soul fusion to create a new dragon blood monster? The system sent a notification to Lin Huang. Would you like to merge the monster souls to create a new blood dragon monster card? Lin Huang smiled brightly. Is there still such a good thing? He raised his hand, signaling to Yutan and the others. You all go ahead, I really need to go, I'll be right back. Yutan was worried, but it was very dangerous here, and Yanxing stopped her from following. It's fine, we'll go ahead. Yanxing's two subordinates sneered at Lin Huang, clearly thinking he wanted to wait for the golden armor dragon to die so he could collect its corpse, which, for this poor brat, would be worth a lot of money. The blonde-haired man added, if the smell of blood attracts other monsters, he'll have to bear the consequences. By the corpse of the red gold armored dragon, Lin Huang asked, Xiaohe, how do I merge them? Xiaohe appeared and responded, touching it to establish a link with the immortal black serpent's soul within Lin Huang. Lin Huang raised his hand and touched the body of the red gold armored dragon, asking, is it like this? As soon as he touched it, Lin Huang immediately sensed the change. I can feel it now. The immortal black serpent's soul was awakening, and the body of the red gold armored dragon began to transform, its body fragments slowly breaking apart. While Lin Huang was trying to merge the souls of the two beasts, Xiaohe spoke up from beside him. The immortal black serpent has the bloodline of dragons, and it is compatible with the soul of the red divine dragon. Shuela has given you a great stroke of luck. A new card was formed. Lin Huang happily patted his head and said, the green epic is truly the green epic. Lin Huang cheerfully exclaimed, immortal young dragon, it's just amazing. On the card was the information about the immortal young dragon, its rarity marked as epic. The monster's species was primary dragon blood, and its strategic rank was Black Iron 3 stars. Skill 1, Primary Black Dragon Flame, Skill 2, Dragon's Wrath. Skill 3, Primary Rapid Regeneration. Skill 4, Primary Elemental Immunity, Skill 5, Absolute Defense. The summoning power had been activated. Note, when the monster levels up beyond the extraordinary, it will automatically evolve into an immortal black dragon in its mature state. The card is highly recommended for nurturing. Looking at the card in his hand, Lin Huang asked Xiaohe, what does primary dragon blood species mean? Xiaohe replied, it is classified based on the concentration of dragon blood in the body. Dragons with low blood concentration are considered sub-dragon species, while those with higher concentration are considered true dragon blood species. Xiaohe explained, dragon blood species are incredibly powerful monsters. They are classified as primary, intermediate, advanced, and pure blood based on the concentration of dragon blood. The card's rarity is divided into epic, legendary, mythical, and super divine. Lin Huang was surprised, there's even a super divine rarity for the cards? Lin Huang laughed and said, Shuela once said that powerful beast souls are worth nurturing, and it turns out she was right. Xiaohe asked, do you want to draw a skill? If not, I'm going to bed. Lin Huang quickly raised his hand, yes, I want it now. Lin Huang muttered, I want to extract rapid resurrection. Xiaohe replied, complete the random skill selection, congratulations on obtaining the absolute defense skill. Lin Huang slumped. Xiaohe mocked him, a star of bad luck is still a star of bad luck. Do you really think you can escape your fate and receive some good fortune? The system sent new information introducing the skill, basic absolute defense, passive skill, resists most physical attacks, automatically immune to 50% of attack effects. Lin Huang clenched his fists, it's not bad. Just happens to fit the direction of close combat development I've chosen. After completing the Soul Beast fusion, Lin Huang set off to return to his previous location. Xiaohe chatted with him as they walked. By the way, only Black Iron can summon the immortal young dragon. Otherwise, it could add more chances to succeed in your plan to kill the six-armed demon. Lin Huang nodded. Alright, stop talking. Let me enjoy this a little longer, Lin Huang cheerfully exclaimed. Miss Ling, everyone, I'm back. Yu Tan instructed, don't leave the team again, it's very dangerous here. Lin Huang walked alongside her, nodding, thank you for your concern, Captain. As the two walked with Yen Xing, they noticed he was upset, constantly grumbling like a leech, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of his complaints. Lin Huang asked, Miss Ling, was the red divine dragon earlier also a dragon blood species? Yu Tan glanced at him and replied, no, but the boss just now couldn't kill it in one blow. It must have been a red divine dragon with a dragon blood concentration above 8%. If properly raised and leveled up to the Transcendence realm, it could undergo a second mutation, increasing its dragon blood concentration to 10%, becoming a half-dragon sovereign. Lin Huang asked her, so, the dragon blood species that we discovered in the Seventh Land, is it the real one? Yu Tan thought for a moment, it seemed like there had been something about it. As the two of them were talking, Yen Xing stepped forward and inserted himself between them. I know a bit about this. During the dragon slaying event, many transcendent beings died, which attracted the attention of a demigod who eventually killed the dragon blood monster. Yen Xing smiled and said, since it's related to a demigod, the documents regarding this matter have been sealed by the Allied government. Lin Huang mumbled, is that so? He thought to himself, realizing that having an immortal young dragon is indeed a rare thing. Yen Xing's two subordinates pointed ahead, signaling that they had finally arrived. After walking another 3 kilometers, they would reach the residence of the six-armed demon. Little brother, you can go ahead on your own. Lin Huang was pulled back by his collar, and Yu Tan said, if it's not meant to be, don't force it. Talent comes with its own goals, and while it's important, there will still be stronger options for you later. There's no need to push yourself. Lin Huang chuckled lightly and said, yeah, if I can't find it, I'll switch. Although I don't know what your mission is, I still wish everyone the best of luck. Yu Tan smiled, thank you. Lin Huang watched them leave, sighing as he thought that it was the first time he had seen her smile. Miss Ling, she's truly a good girl, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. He parted his lips, and then, the emperor led Baya forward, we're going to hunt the six-armed demon. In the territory of the six-armed demon, lightning struck down in waves. Look at the six-armed demon over there, Lin Huang explained to Baya. The six-armed demon is an immortal species, it absorbs spiritual energy from its surroundings. As expected, this was true. He frowned and continued, the combat ability of the six-armed demon is strongest at night. Let's wait until morning to take action. In the forest, several six-armed demons flew back and forth. Lin Huang said, these demons are too close to each other. If we don't want to die, we need to figure out how to deal with them one by one. Baya, go check if there's a monster alone. The two quickly moved, avoiding the line of sight of the six-armed demons. Lin Huang glanced at his system panel. In order to reach black iron metal, he had to kill at least 2 six-armed demons. It wouldn't be easy. Baya patted Lin Huang on the shoulder. As soon as he looked up, Lin Huang's pupils contracted. In front of them was a six-armed demon wearing a purple dress, different from the usual six-armed demons wearing red dresses. He was stunned, a purple dress, a mutated monster. Lin Huang sweated and smiled, saying, fighting two at once is a bit difficult, but it's a good opportunity. Lin Huang gave Baya an order, go ahead, follow the plan. Baya quickly moved forward, targeting one of the red-dressed six-armed demons. Lin Huang said, the six-armed demon cannot hear sound, so it won't be aware of the danger. As long as we control one, we'll have a chance to deal with the other. The six-armed demon in front of Baya pounced. Lin Huang shouted, its life is in the mask. Baya moved continuously, the voice of Lin Huang echoed in his ears. Baya shattered its mask. The six-armed demon skillfully used its 6 arms to block the blows. Lin Huang on this side quickly advanced as well. He ordered, Baya, hold it firmly. If you can sneak attack, our chances of winning will be much higher. He got closer to the mutated 6-armed demon. Unexpectedly, the mutated 6-armed demon suddenly turned around. Lin Huang cursed, damn it! The 6-armed demon quickly threw out several punches. Lin Huang leaned to the side, dodging the attacks while cursing, damn it, attacking with both magic and physical strikes. The demon's magical attack swept through the forest, and Lin Huang quickly retreated to avoid it. Baya, seeing Lin Huang in danger, glanced over. Lin Huang said, don't worry about me, finish off one of them first, then we can talk. Lin Huang pulled out his gun and fired repeatedly. The bullets continuously struck the skeletal arm of the 6-armed demon. Its 6 arms slammed down toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang gritted his teeth, this is too dangerous, I can't keep going like this. The 6-armed demon unleashed a deadly blow. One of its arms suddenly pierced through Lin Huang's chest. He screamed, ugly monster. A moment later, Lin Huang appeared behind it. He sneered, if you can catch me, I'll let you. Lin Huang had just used his teleportation skill, stepping on the snow without leaving a trace. Baya's wings also flashed, successfully binding the 6-armed demon. A sword strike landed on the mask of the 6-armed demon. Lin Huang said, deal with this one first, then we'll take care of the other. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the 6-armed demon with the distorted purple dress appeared behind him. Both Lin Huang and Baya were startled. The system issued an urgent notification. Warning! The current host is under attack. Within 0.3 seconds, the mortality rate is 160%. Emergency solutions will be automatically activated through the cards the host currently possesses to find a way to resolve the situation. Just as the 6-armed demon's claws touched Lin Huang's chest, the system quickly presented an option. The host can use the temporary transformation card. Do you wish to use it? Lin Huang screamed and immediately used it. The 6-armed demon was instantly knocked backward. Lin Huang's body underwent a transformation, and wings formed from spiritual energy appeared on his back. His hair turned white, and his eyes glowed red. Lin Huang rubbed his chest and immediately recognized the source of this energy. The power. This is the power of blood-feeding species. Lin Huang grinned, and with a swift motion, something shot past. Lin Huang had transformed and was now facing the six-armed demon head-on. I can hook it up, surprised, huh? A strike from Lin Huang swept past the six-armed demon's mask. Lin Huang laughed loudly, let's finish this fight. Unexpectedly, the six-armed demon opened its mouth wide, preparing a new attack. This strike knocked Lin Huang backward. Lin Huang furrowed his brow and immediately dodged. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as the six-armed demon right in front of him transformed into something far more advanced. Lin Huang muttered, "What is this? What the hell is that?" He launched a series of attacks toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang quickly activated his passive skill, Absolute Defense, to block the blows. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. After using the transformation card, all of his skills were still available. As another attack from the six-armed demon came crashing down, Lin Huang quickly used his teleportation skill, stepping on the snow without leaving a trace to avoid the strike. Lin Huang was panicked, it was too dangerous. He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward, shouting, "The Great Wilderness Sword Classic is not for show." The six-armed demon roared. Lin Huang flinched, realizing it had called for help. The roar of the mutated six-armed demon had alerted other six-armed demons in red skirts nearby. They quickly rushed toward Lin Huang. However, before they could get too close, they stopped dead in their tracks. Baya had caught up and trapped them. The six-armed demon swiftly turned to counterattack. Baya unexpectedly took a hit to his right arm, but he didn't even flinch. On the contrary, he quickly retaliated, shattering the six-armed demon's mask and making it let out a cry of pain. Watching the six-armed demon fall to the ground, Lin Huang couldn't help but praise, "Baya, that was a beautiful strike." He quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Before Baya could answer, the two of them noticed a six-armed demon in a purple skirt ahead of them, turning to flee. Lin Huang furrowed his brow. "Be careful, this one is trying to run." While opening the system panel, Lin Huang spoke to Baya, "Chase it down, kill it, and I'll be able to upgrade to black iron." Baya quickly raised his wings, and the six-armed demon swiftly broke through Baya's attack. Lin Huang flew forward holding his sword and said, "You want to call for reinforcements? It's not that easy." With one strike, Lin Huang cleaved the six-armed demon's body in half, saying, "Die." The mask of the six-armed demon quickly cracked, and it collapsed to the ground. Lin Huang's body also began to change, and he exclaimed, "This is a system notification. The host's main body is undergoing the cleansing of the Mingguang, and must exit the transformation state." He looked at the system interface in front of him, murmuring, "The wheel of fate is starting to turn." A small orb began to form in the chest of the six-armed demon. Lin Huang stepped forward to take a closer look, and he couldn't help but be surprised at what he saw for the first time. Is this a fate species? The system notification detected the fate species and automatically triggered the card transformation. Lin Huang looked at the new card that had appeared in his hand. He stared at it and said, "I remember the initial reward for the fate species was only 10%. Why has it become 20% now?" The card read Fate Species Token. The Fate species was called Wei Shou. Its type was an effective combination of one innate ability. The flexibility of the 10 fingers increased by 20% at the basic level. Innate ability 2, increased attack speed of both hands by 20% at the basic level. Innate ability 3, increased flexibility of all bones in both hands by 20% at the basic level. Advanced level up effect, each time the level of the 3 innate abilities is upgraded, they will increase by 20%. The card's rating is temporarily acceptable. After reading it, Lin Huang mumbled, "Is it because the purple skirt variant is a rare mutation?" He squeezed the card in his hand, excited. At the initial stage, it's already 20% to reach gold level. After completing 3 level ups, it can increase to 80%. It should roughly enhance my hand speed, and the effect of the fake god's innate skill is not bad either. The system updated Lin Huang's information. Host, Lin Huang, male, black iron level 1 combat level, rare fake god species. Combat Skill 1, Great Wilderness Sword Classic. Combat Skill 2, Step on Snow without leaving a trace. Monster Skill 1, Blood Strength Level 2. Monster Skill 2, Intermediate Strength. Monster Skill 3, Intermediate Sword Attack. Monster Skill 4, Intermediate Magic Eye of the Demon. Monster Skill 5, Primary Absolute Defense. Summon Count, 2. Lin Huang stroked his chin. With an additional species, his combat skills and monster skills were now separate, and his summon count had increased to 2. Baya, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Lin Huang said, let the owner of Black Iron Realm take you to sweep through the Wuyu forest. Xiaobi crossed his arms, his hair covered in soap bubbles, and said irritably, I've already prepared to take a bath and go to bed, why are you still calling me? Lin Huang waved his hand. Let's witness the first summon after my upgrade together. Xiao He was speechless. I really appreciate you. Lin Huang called out, appear now. Immortal Young Dragon. Baya stood behind, irritated as she watched Lin Huang happily pet the immortal young dragon. Your strength is quite impressive, but with how dark you are, let's just call you Black Sai. Lin Huang spoke with a deep tone, once upgraded, the rarity of Black Sai will go from epic to legendary. Excited, Lin Huang commanded, Xiao He, use the upgrade card. Before he could finish, Xiao He knocked Lin Huang's head with his own. Lin Huang glared at him, annoyed, I have an upgrade card, why can't I use it? Xiao He yelled at him, did you not hear anything I said earlier? A regular card can be upgraded into a rare card with just one high-level card. But to upgrade a rare card to an epic one, you need 2 high-level cards. Xiao He folded his arms and lectured, moreover, once you've accumulated enough upgrade cards, it's best not to use them on the immortal young dragon. Lin Huang widened his eyes in confusion, why? Lin Huang pushed Black Sai's face aside. Xiao He dropped the truth like salt in a wound, because you're married. Right now, monster cards that can be controlled are limited to epic and below. Cards with rarities above epic will be temporarily sealed. You'll need to upgrade to transcendent before they can be unsealed. Lin Huang drew his gun, well, that's fine. Even so, it's still easy to clear the area around this forest. He fired a shot and commanded, Bai He Tan, attack with me. Baya and Black Sai quickly launched an attack on a white weasel. The system continuously notified, fragment from white weasel, 1 piece. Fragment from white weasel, 1 piece. Fragment from white weasel, 1 piece. Then another monster fell. The system announced, congratulations, the host has collected 30 blue-scale wolf fragments, which can now be synthesized into a monster card. Lin Huang stood on the corpse of the blue-scale wolf and said, not bad. The blue-scale wolf is also a common mount. From now on, I can travel in style. He looked at the blue-scale wolf card in his hand. It would do as a mount. The skill card, with all the information clearly written on it, read, Monster card, common rarity. Monster name, blue-scale wolf, monster type, species mutation beast, battle level, copper 1 star. Skill 1, intermediate strength. Skill 2, primary blood hunt. The assimilation permission was activated, and the card evaluation was poor. The system kept sending notifications, initiating skill extraction, and completing random skill selection. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Bloodthirsty Primary Hunt. Bloodthirsty Primary Hunt enhances the user's sense of smell after activation, allowing them to distinguish between different scents within a 10 km radius. If there is the scent of blood, the scent detection range will increase to 30 km. Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, finally a tracking skill. He gave an order, let's continue hunting, everyone. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, everyone was sitting by the campfire, roasting meat. Black Sai was lying flat behind Lin Huang. Lin Huang said, it smells so good, hurry up and come here. Xiaobi asked him, you've cut off the synchronization of the operation again, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Huang was eating meat, with Black Sai drooling next to him. He replied, under normal circumstances, you would need to rely on life force to absorb fragments or light from the life crystal, converting them into life energy to complete the upgrade. Lin Huang held a piece of meat in front of Black Sai and said seriously, a conversion rate of more than 70% is considered the peak, but I completely skipped the conversion process. As long as Baya and Black Sai kill monsters, they will automatically absorb the lifelight and immediately convert it into life energy. Then, the synchronization will be transmitted to my life operation. Based on the monster killing progress over the past few days, I can easily concentrate the life energy in Black Iron's attack and level it up to tier 5. Lin Huang smiled, when we return, we still need to go with Li Yinxing and the others. I can only suppress my combat power to Black Iron tier 1, to avoid them noticing any abnormalities. Xiaohe nodded, I didn't expect you to be so clever. The system interface updated Lin Huang's information. Host, Lin Huang. Gender, male. Combat level, Black Iron Tier 1, Rare Demon Lord Species. Combat Skill 1, Great Wilderness Sword Classic, Sword Technique. Combat Skill 2, Snowless Step, Movement Technique. Monster Skill 1, Blood Energy Level 2. Monster Skill 2, Intermediate Strength. Monster Skill 3, Intermediate Maximum Power. Monster Skill 4, Beginner Demon Companion Intimidation. Monster Skill 5, Beginner Absolute Defense. Monster Skill 6, Beginner Bloodthirsty Hunting. Monster Skill 7, Beginner Extreme Vision. Monster Skill 8, Beginner Copying Eyes. Monster Skill 9, Beginner Stealth. Summoning Authority activated, Summon Count 2. Evaluation, can only roll around in the Black Iron realm. Lin Huang smiled and said, moreover, with the accumulation of a few days and the level up, dealing with the current situation is already more than enough. Xiaohe disdainfully said, sorry, praising you was my mistake. Lin Huang licked his lips, then reached out to tear a piece of meat. This trip isn't a loss. Xiaohe, do the harvest statistics now. Xiaohe replied, at the moment, there are 25 functional cards, 3 long money cards, 5 temporary transformation cards, 3 mission cards, 3 museum cards, 2 energy storage cards, 3 prop cards, 1 authority card, 2 flawless cards, 3 healing cards, and 9 monster cards. As Xiaohe was speaking, a sharp ding sound suddenly rang out. Wait a moment, the special mission has been updated. The system notification alerted that an unexpected event had occurred, and the content of the mission card had changed. The new mission content was as follows: enter deep into Wuyu Forest to search for the missing Ling Yuxian, and bring her back to Wuyu City. The time limit for the mission is 20 days. The mission reward is a protection grade prop card, a promotion card that cannot be completed without the mission, and randomly subtracts 2 monster cards. Lin Huang frowned, what? Ling Yuxian is missing? Lin Huang scowled, crossed his arms, clearly showing his refusal. I refuse. I know very well my own capabilities. Can I really go deep into Wuyu Forest? Xiaohe recited a chant for him, you cannot refuse, only abandon. Abandoning the mission means failure, and the penalty will be immediately enforced. Lin Huang covered his ears and kept blinking, saying, I can't hear, I can't hear. Xiaohe smirked, are you willing to take the risk of losing your epic card? This remark successfully hit a nerve with Lin Huang. He turned towards Xiaohe, his eyes blazing with intensity, and reached out to grab Xiaohe's head. The audacity in his demeanor made him look even more likable the more one looked at him. Xiaohe, terrified, said, the mission can't be undone, but I can offer some assistance. Xiaohe opened the map and pointed at it, kindly reminding Lin Huang of the last coordinates of Ling Yuxian. However, after that, the signal from Ring Emperor Heart was interrupted, leaving him to search on his own. In the deep forest, Lin Huang's voice echoed, snakes have their paths, mice have theirs. Deep in the Wuyu Forest are monsters I can't defeat. Yet, Lin Huang and Baya were both riding on the back of a blue scale wolf, which was racing at light speed. He laughed loudly. The blue scale wolf's wild instincts had long steered them away from danger. With its incredible speed, they would reach the coordinates in about 2 or 3 hours. A little while later, the two of them arrived at a clearing with a large stone in the center. Lin Huang said, "It's right here." Then he jumped off the back of the blue scale wolf. Lin Huang furrowed his brow. The area had recently been scorched, not a blade of grass grew, and the bottomless cracks were strange. Lin Huang looked up at the distant stone. "This stone in the middle of the forest must be extraordinary, but I still can't find any traces left by Ling Yuxian and the others." Lin Huang closed his eyes. He could only rely on his tracking ability now. Lin Huang opened his eyes wide, his pupils turning red, activating his bloodthirsty hunting skill. He sniffed the air a little. Baya was speechless as she watched Lin Huang crawling on the ground, sniffing around. Lin Huang said, "This smell is right, it's the scent of Ling Yuxian, this is the right direction." The two of them followed the scent to a waterfall. He said, "The breath disappears here." Lin Huang pondered. The waterfall wasn't too big, and there was no waterfall at the back. Where could Ling Yuxian and the others have gone? Suddenly, something flashed in Lin Huang's mind, unless. He unexpectedly smiled, the newly synthesized monster cards are useful after all. The card gradually formed into a shadowy figure resembling Lin Huang. He called out, "Appear." Shadow Demon. Lin Huang pointed, commanding, "Shadow Demon, go into the water and see if there's any hidden cave or hole." Lin Huang knelt by the shore. If they dived underwater, there was a high chance they would suffocate. The only possible way out was under the water. Time passed, and half an hour later, the lake's surface remained calm and still. Lin Huang anxiously held his head. What's going on? Did the shadow demon drown? Zombies don't need to breathe. Was it killed by a monster? No, there was no system notification. So why hasn't it returned yet after all this time? As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow demon suddenly resurfaced from the water. He exclaimed in surprise, "It appeared." Lin Huang hurriedly asked, "What happened? Is there an opening underwater?" The shadow demon gave a slight nod in response. Lin Huang sat cross-legged on the shore, deep in thought. It seemed that Ling Yuxian and the others had brought diving equipment, but he hadn't. Based on the timing, the shadow demon was already underwater, and the entrance was very deep. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huang figured out a solution. "I got it." Moments later, Lin Huang followed the shadow demon and dove into the water. He said proudly, "The shape-shifting card is really a useful tool." Swimming along with the shadow demon, Lin Huang was led to a cave entrance. He exclaimed joyfully, "There really is a cave entrance." He smiled confidently. "Let's see how you get in here." Following the shadow demon into the cave, Lin Huang swam while reflecting. He didn't feel any resistance, no need to breathe, no heartbeat. In this situation, the body of the undead was just too simple to use. After swimming for a long stretch, the two of them surfaced. Lin Huang, excited, said, "So the underwater tunnel leads here?" Lin Huang climbed onto the shore, where a green, reflective light enveloped the area. He said, "The undead are hidden so well. I can also maintain my current state and explore the surroundings before figuring out what to do." As he walked, Lin Huang observed his surroundings. He wondered what Ling Yuxian and the others had come here to find. Suddenly, he saw someone lying ahead. Lin Huang called out, "Someone's close by, let's take a look." Turns out it's someone I know. Lin Huang muttered. Li Yanxing's subordinate. He sat down and analyzed the situation. The person was facing the lake, likely killed by someone while trying to escape. He observed the wound on his back. The injury looked strange, almost like a burn, but also similar to a bruise. Lin Huang stood up and continued walking forward. He hadn't received any notification of mission failure, which suggested that Ling Yuxian was still alive, but this place was definitely very dangerous, so he had to be cautious on the way. The path led to a larger cave. Lin Huang froze, his mouth uttering, "Damn it!" Before him was a monster, shaped like a mutated octopus or jellyfish. Lin Huang muttered, "This breath. A transcendent monster." He rubbed his head and cursed, "Another transcendent monster. Is this like cabbage, everywhere you look?" Suddenly, Lin Huang spotted blood on a rock. He examined it, noticing the blood. It seemed that Ling Yuxian and the others had been here. They probably left after taking casualties. Lin Huang closed his eyes. The cave had winding paths and complex passages. First, he needed to determine their exact location. He couldn't blindly wander around. He activated his skill, Blood Hunt. Before the skill could even fully activate, the Yulan Fu monster swung a tentacle at him. Lin Huang gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I'd been spotted." The Yulan Fu's tentacle precisely targeted Lin Huang. Fortunately, he managed to press himself close to the rock wall. He gritted his teeth again. That was too close. If I wasn't in the shadow demon state, I would have been crushed by now. Lin Huang observed the Yulan Fu monster from a distance and came to a conclusion. I need to leave here first, then activate my skill. Lin Huang walked while thinking, disturbed by the transcendent monster. He wasn't even enough to make it get caught in its teeth. He quickly ran ahead, already calculating in his mind. Someone was injured, and the bloody hunt would definitely pinpoint them more accurately. They must be nearby. After a while of chasing, Lin Huang finally saw Yutan helping Yanxing move forward. He had found them, and he stood behind, observing them. Yutan said, "Bossly, I'll carry you out." Yanxing shook his head. "It's too late. The tentacles of Lan Fu are poisonous. I don't have much time left." Lin Huang frowned. "It would be difficult to explain my sudden appearance right now. Let's observe the situation first and then talk." He laid Yanxing down, lifeless. Yutan anxiously asked him, "Is there no antidote? What should I do to save you now?" Yanxing, lying on the ground, grimaced and said, "I have one method." He continued, "Help me change my blood." Yutan was startled. "Change? Change blood?" Yanxing nodded. "Yes, the blood must be drained, and then you'll exchange some of your blood with mine. It might dissolve some of the toxins, enough for me to get back to Wuyu City." Without hesitation, Yutan immediately nodded in agreement and drew her dagger. "All right, let's do it." She swung her hand and immediately took her stance, preparing for the blood transfusion process. "Hang in there, I'll save you." Lin Huang hovered above, watching them. The request for a blood transfusion was so brazen. But how could the poison of a transcendent monster be so easily dissolved? Suddenly, Lin Huang thought of something and couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open, unless he wanted to exchange his life for another's. After a while of blood transfusion, Yutan, feeling a little tired, said, Bossly, I have to stop the spell midway." Yanxing, exhausted, nodded in response, then smirked and said, "It's fine now." Unexpectedly, he pulled out a knife. Lin Huang was startled, cursing, "This bastard." Below, Yanxing lunged at Yutan. She looked at him, pale-faced. "Yanxing," she said, a look of contempt on her face, "You foolish girl, if I don't replace all the blood, I won't even make it back to Wuyu City. I guess you'll just have to suffer." Saying that, he pulled the knife out of Yutan's body. She collapsed to the ground. Yutan covered her wound, cursing him, despicable and shameless. Yanxing looked at her, regret in his eyes, and said, "Such a pity for a beautiful girl. Honestly, I quite liked you." At that moment, Lin Huang chose to reveal himself and immediately ordered, "Baya, save her." Yanxing turned around in shock. "What?" Despite his surprise, he perfectly avoided Baya's attack. Baya continued to strike at him. On this side, Lin Huang was supporting Yutan. Miss Ling." Yanxing's eyes narrowed in fury, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "You little brat, looking for death." Baya swung a punch, but Yanxing dodged. Using his teleportation skill, he appeared right behind Lin Huang. daring to challenge Huang Jintai, you've lived too long. However, before he could make a move on Lin Huang, Black Sai appeared behind him, letting out a fierce roar. Yan Xing was startled. Did you summon a third one? Black Sai opened its mouth and breathed fire. Yan Xing flipped and dodged it. Stammering, he asked Lin Huang, You leveled up? Lin Huang held the rifle in his hand and sneered. As for you, due to your heavy injuries, your strength is now less than half of what it used to be. Lin Huang made a shift, and Bai Hitan killed him. Lin Huang raised the rifle, continuously shooting ahead. The fake person only polluted the air. One bullet hit Yan Xing's left shoulder, and then he was successfully bound by Baya. Black Sai prepared for a deadly strike. Yan Xing shouted angrily, I am Huang Jintai. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately broke free from Baya's restraint and attacked with his sword. Someone like you, a mere trinket, dares to defeat Huang Jintai? The rifle in Lin Huang's hand gradually disappeared, and darkness filled the front. Yan Xing's eyes turned red, and Lin Huang looked at him. Suddenly, a change occurred in Lin Huang's body, and he arrogantly replied, I'm just too pissed off. Yan Xing collapsed to the ground. You are a bloodthirsty monster. Lin Huang looked down at him from above. I am human, I am a monster. What does it have to do with you? He looked at him with contempt before turning to leave. At the same time, the system notified, Congratulations, host, for killing the human Huang Jintai. You have obtained the rare skill card Thunder Sword and the rare skill card Flowing Cloud Step technique. Lin Huang chuckled, killing someone can drop a skill card? I'm excited, this is definitely a big profit. At that moment, Ling Yuxin, who was lying below, let out a faint groan. Lin Huang quickly turned around. I almost forgot something important. He moved towards her, helping her up, and took out a healing card. Ling Yuxin couldn't die. Lin Huang squeezed the healing card in his hand and used it. The wound caused by Li Yanxing gradually healed. The injury was perfectly treated. Ling Yuxin opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Huang, she immediately asked, What's going on? Lin Huang reassured her, Don't panic, it's fine now. Ling Yuxin looked at him, Did you save me? Lin Huang replied, That bastard Li Yanxing is dead, don't worry. She asked again, Are these two monsters yours? Lin Huang didn't answer immediately but said, It's a long story. We should leave here first. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the tentacles of the Yulan Fu monster pierced through the ceiling and emerged. Lin Huang quickly stood up, that was an extraordinary monster. Ling Yuxian said, It must have been attracted here by your dragon blood species. Lin Huang spoke to Baya, take her out first, I'll distract it. Ling Yuxian hesitated, but you'll be. Lin Huang gave her a thumbs up, signaling her, Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. Go up and wait for me. In the next moment, Baya immediately took Ling Yuxian and left. She called out to Lin Huang. The tentacles of the Yulan Fu monster lunged forward once again. Lin Huang quickly sprang up to dodge. Good boy, Lin Huang muttered, the extraordinary monster isn't Li Yanxing. Facing it head-on is a sure way to meet death. He immediately activated his Shadow Demon skill. In the Shadow Demon form, Lin Huang moved with ease. It has locked onto my breath. Now, I can only buy time until Baya gets Ling Yuxian out. While weaving through the ground, Lin Huang suddenly froze. The rock wall in front of him exploded, and the entire Yulan Fu monster appeared before him. Oh my god, it's too fast. Lin Huang frowned, realizing he had no choice but to go all out. He glanced up at a bright spot on the ceiling. The cave mouth connected to the ground above. Lin Huang decided to retreat while teasing, Come and catch me. If you get me, I'll let you have me. The Yulan Fu monster continued to attack, its tentacles smashing the surrounding rocks. Its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, tried to swallow Lin Huang whole. At that moment, Lin Huang shouted and used a transformation card. His body shifted from Shadow Demon to White Weasel. Taking advantage of the White Weasel's speed, Lin Huang shot upwards, heading for the light spot on the ceiling. With a loud boom, the opening to the cave above exploded. The Yulan Fu monster followed right behind. Just then, a bolt of black lightning struck, immediately locking the Yulan Fu monster in place. At that moment, Lin Huang, still in a form that was half Shadow Demon and half White Weasel, hovered in mid-air, watching as the Yulan Fu monster's tentacles flailed helplessly. He landed on the ground, and Lin Huang grinned, "You've been sealed beneath the ground by this stone, you can't get out anymore." Lin Huang was smug, "I won the bet." After dealing with the monster Yulan Fu, Lin Huang quickly returned to the waterfall. He looked around, noting that Ling Yuxin had diving gear, and Baya must have taken her back the same way they came. "Where is she?" Just as he spoke, a rock flew out of nowhere and struck Lin Huang on the head. Rubbing the bump on his head, Lin Huang angrily turned around to see the mastermind calmly pointing behind the rock, signaling him, "Are you going to die just by saying one sentence?" While rubbing his head, he walked over to the spot. "When we first entered the life and death situation together, weren't you the one who screamed so loudly?" Lin Huang peeked his head around the stone, his mouth constantly moving. "Why have you turned into the cold one now?" On the contrary, as soon as he looked, he saw Yutan in a drenched, clingy outfit. Yutan was startled, her face flushed bright red. Lin Huang, flustered, quickly tried to explain, "Did you hear me making excuses?" "No, you heard me explaining." At that moment, a loud slap echoed through the forest. Lin Huang's face was clearly marked with 5 distinct handprints. "Really?" Yutan stood in front of Lin Huang and said, "This is ridiculous. If you hadn't saved my life, I would." Lin Huang kneeled on the ground and hastily apologized, "I'm sorry." Then he saw her kneeling in front of him. "Thank you for saving me," which caught him by surprise. Yutan blushed slightly and said, "This favor, I will definitely repay." Lin Huang, the man with a broad smile, said, "Don't be polite, just coming with me to Wuyu City will be enough to repay this favor." He thought to himself, "Miss, hurry up and help me complete the mission, I'm exhausted." Soon after, Yutan's royal mount appeared. She was stroking the bird and asked, almost confirming once again with Lin Huang, "Li Yanxing is dead." Lin Huang, while recalling Baya, replied, "He was seriously injured. I summoned 2 monsters to trap him, and then shot him dead." Lin Huang thought to himself, the shapeshifting card must never be mentioned to her. Yutan mumbled, "Dying is good." She then looked up at Lin Huang, "His 2 subordinates are also dead. By the time we return, I'll tell the Li family that he was devoured by a supernatural creature. You can rest assured." The royal mount swiftly carried both of them, flying upwards. Lin Huang sat behind and asked Yutan, who had plotted to harm her, "Was this part of the plan?" Yutan responded, "The Li family and the Ling family are both noble lineages. With no evidence of death, saying too much is pointless and will only bring more trouble." Lin Huang thought deeply, realizing that she was worried this matter being blown out of proportion could implicate her. This girl still had some conscience after all. Lin Huang asked again, "Why did you have to go after a supernatural creature?" Yutan explained, "That's Yulan Fu, an immortal creature from the abyssal boundary severance. Over a year ago, it was sealed in Wuyu forest by a supernatural being of the Ling family. The aim was to hope that someone from future generations would be able to obtain it and burn their life force to ascend into the supernatural realm." She lowered her eyes and thought, "I had originally planned to kill it to complete the upgrade, but then I discovered that this monster had already gone through 2 mutations. Although its combat ability hadn't improved, its strength was now 10 times greater than it was 100 years ago." Yutan looked at Lin Huang and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have definitely died down there. But how come you just happened to be on your way to save me?" Lin Huang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, "I guess it's because you're easy on the eyes." Yutan smiled gently. After a pause, she said, "I know you're hiding a lot of things, but since you've saved me, I won't pry." Lin Huang laughed heartily, "Thank you. That night in Wuyu City, two figures moved through the darkness, nearing the city. Lin Huang let out a breath and said, "We've finally made it." Yu Tan turned around and said, "Hand it over." Lin Huang asked, puzzled, "Hand over what?" Yu Tan replied, "You took Li Yanxing's Emperor's Heart Realm, right? After he died, the Emperor's Heart Realm will be locked. You can't keep it." Lin Huang scratched his head and handed her Yanxing's Emperor's Heart Realm, saying, "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." She reached out to take it, smiling, "Don't worry, this is your spoils. Once I take everything out of it, I'll return it all to you." After hesitating for a moment, Yu Tan continued, "Well, I guess this is goodbye, sir. Until we meet again." Lin Huang smiled and replied, "Until we meet again." At the same time, the system also sent him a new notification: "Congratulations, host, you have completed a special mission and received a Great Protection card and an upgrade card." After several tiring days, Lin Huang finally sighed with relief as he stepped into his home. He was finally back. Lin Huang eagerly opened a can of Coca-Cola. "Xiaohe, is Shen Linxing still not taking a break? Go ahead and list all of my cards." The system quickly responded. For leveling cards, 1 mission card, 3 museum cards, 2 destiny energy cards, 4 item cards, 1 restriction card, 2 flawless cards, and 2 healing cards. Xiaohe happily said. "At the moment, you have 19 non-monster cards, and you've also collected 5 monster cards. This trip was quite fruitful." Lin Huang expressed concern. "I'm out of transformation cards." Xiaohe quickly offered advice. "Someone who's usually useless has gotten lucky. The new skills you gained were thanks to your victory over Li Yanxing. That's your biggest achievement." Then, it opened the information on the 2 new skills for Lin Huang to see. Thunderblade, skill card, rarity, rare, skill type, sword skill level, gold level combat, status, usable. Description: this is a sword skill known for its speed and explosive power, with an average card rating. The other one is Cloud Step, skill card, rarity, rare, skill type, body technique, gold level, status, usable. Description: this is a movement technique used for evasion, suitable for short distance movement, with an average card rating. Lin Huang pondered, "It's not bad, but what are the cards containing life energy and authority cards?" Xiaohe explained, "Simply put, when you activate these 2 cards, you will receive 2 life wheels, which correspond to 2 additional cards containing life energy." Lin Huang immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Activate them now." Lin Huang was excited, "This is great. The life energy obtained from killing monsters before upgrading won't go to waste. It's like expanding the ammo storage." Xiaohe added, "As for the authority card, once used, it will permanently increase the authority you have when doing something." Lin Huang thought seriously, encouraging the use of the authority card. "Then just use it on yourself, Xiaohe." Xiaohe was startled, frozen in place. Lin Huang wore a calculating expression, then said, "You're not an object, so you can't use it." Xiaohe shrugged, "I can use it." Xiaohe crossed his arms and activated the authority card, triggering a new skill, Reset Token Marketplace. The system interface opened before Lin Huang, displaying a bunch of locked items or skills. He frowned and thought, wondering, most of the items can't be purchased. Xiaohe glanced at him and replied, "The card fragments you have are only at the iron and bronze level, so you can't exchange for higher tier items." Lin Huang ground his teeth and said, "Clearly, these are the same level card fragments. If I change them to regulation cards, I would have to exchange 2 fragments for 1. Are you trying to profit from me?" Xiaohe bared his teeth and said, "If you want to exchange the broken pieces of the designated monster, even if they are equivalent, you still have to pay a price. Isn't that normal?" Lin Huang waved his hand and sighed. "Forget it, right now I can't afford anything, I'll wait until I level up my copper rank." Xiaohe nodded and continued, "By the way, there's something related to leveling up that I need to remind you about." It raised its hand seriously and said, "Even though your black iron life wheel is full, you still need a few months to solidify it. If the accumulation isn't enough, it will attempt a breakthrough." The failure won't be too severe, but your life energy will decrease significantly. In serious cases, the entire life may explode, and there's even a risk of death. Lin Huang was startled. Is it really that serious? But the merging process takes months, that's too long. Xiaohe calmly replied, the cultivation of life can shorten the time. The higher the level of your life skills, the faster the accumulation of life energy and the quicker the consolidation. Lin Huang fell into deep thought again. It seemed that the main task right now was to choose a suitable life skill to practice. Xiaohe added with concern, but selecting the right life skill is not easy, it must match your attributes. Don't mention you, even I'm not too clear on it. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Zhang reappeared on the screen and asked in confusion, Lin Huang, so you came to find me? Please, because I've been dealing with some monster issues, I haven't slept in over a month. Lin Huang scratched his head and said, sorry, but I know you're the one who understands the life book best, I have to trouble you. Yi Zhang scoffed and said, stop flattering me. You were able to kill the 6-armed demon and level up to Black Iron Realm, that's really impressive. It's an honor to be able to help you. Lin Huang anxiously said, sorry to bother you, senior. Yi Zhang seriously spoke about the issue Lin Huang needed to consider, which was that choosing a life destiny must correspond to one's own attributes. This was not wrong. A cultivation path aligned with one's attributes could yield double the results with half the effort. However, for most people, including Lin Huang, the life destiny was inherently attribute-less. Choosing this type of destiny was fine and depended on personal preference, but in principle, of course, the higher the level, the better. Yi Zhang continued, your main skill is using a blade. I recommend you choose Battle Punishment Decision. Lin Huang asked, Battle Punishment Decision? Isn't that a high-level life destiny? But you said the higher the level, the better. Yi Zhang raised his hand to explain, this life skill technique has 9 levels, but most people can only cultivate up to level 4 or level 5. Very few strongmen can cultivate up to level 6. The 6th level is an important obstacle for this life skill technique. Once you break through, the power and speed of the life skill will be on par with some top-tier life skills. Lin Huang pondered, with Xiaohe helping, breaking through to level 6 shouldn't be too hard. Lin Huang nodded, in that case, I'll choose Battle Punishment Decision. How many credits do I need to buy it? Yi Zhang asked in return, didn't you receive the express delivery? Lin Huang was taken aback, what express delivery? Yi Zhang replied, the reward from the previous beast-tide defense included a cultivation crystal for Battle Punishment Decision, which was sent directly to you via express delivery. It should have arrived a long time ago. At this moment, the scene shifts to Lin Huang's house. Lin Xing tossed her school bag to the side and cheerfully rushed over. Brother, you're back. Lin Huang caught her, and Lin Xing hugged her brother. It's been so long since we've been in touch. I thought you might have died out there on the street. Lin Huang comforted her. Be good, don't say such things. Lin Xing looked at him and continued. You're the only family I have, if something happens to you, I'll. Lin Huang looked at her gently. Don't worry, as long as it's for you, I won't let anything happen. Lin Huang thought to himself, you're also the only family I have in this world. Then, he spoke to Lin Xing. Tomorrow, the school is off, right? I've already bought the Demon Starship tickets. Let's go to the Summer Palace. Lin Xing excitedly shouted. Really? Brother, you're the best. Lin Xing quickly ran upstairs. Hurry and pack your things, bring the prettiest dress. Lin Huang called out from behind. By the way, while I was away, a package came. Lin Xing quickly replied. There are 2 packages. Wait, I'll bring them to your room. Lin Huang looked at the 2 packages in front of him. Besides the reward from the Hunters Association, there was still one more. He picked up the package and mumbled. Is there a note? Xiaohe, standing beside him, chimed in. There's a sender's information on the box. The two of them looked at the paper, puzzled. Inside the box was a ring, and the paper had the number 80,287,312 written on it. Xiao He said. It's a storage ring, that number is probably the password to open it. Lin Huang laughed and said, this scent was sent by Ling Uxin. The two of them opened the information to take a look. Lin Huang said, the storage space of this ring is 100,000 square meters. Now, to expand the Emperor's heart orb to this level, it will definitely cost 100 million credits. Xiaobi said, although this place is large, the items are not that many. Just thousands of precious lifeforms and hundreds of gold-tier equipment rings. Then, both of them suddenly widened their eyes, staring at the screen. Wait, here, 3 items have appeared on the screen, a sword, a pair of shoes, and a coat. Xiaoyi said, Li Yanxing's battle sword, this is a great item. Lin Huang was also quite surprised. The other 2 items were also treasures. Although he couldn't use them right now, they were all priceless items. Lin Huang grinned, still holding a memory card with credits on it, wondering how much Li Yanxing had left. Xiaoyi folded his arms and smiled calmly, don't act like you've never seen the way this world works. Embarrassingly, the system started to check, and the customer's personal account was upgraded to VIP, with an available credit balance of 381.55 million. Both Lin Huang and Xiaoyi stared, their eyes nearly popping out. 300 million. Both of them trembled with laughter. Xiaoyi said, of course it's the spoils of war. Ling Uxin must be blind to give everything to you. Lin Huang excitedly said, looks like the aristocratic background is much more terrifying than I thought. Then, Lin Huang opened the large box next to him. Now that he had enough credit points, he still had 4 upgrade cards left. Can Baya and Bao Jun be upgraded now? Xiao He nodded. Yes, but 2 upgrades are equivalent to 1 life tax judgment. It will evolve into different species, releasing powerful life energy in the process. Xiao He looked at the card in Lin Huang's hand and said, the abnormal life energy fluctuations will attract the attention of the Supernatural Government Supervisory Bureau and nearby alliances. Therefore, upgrades should not be carried out inside the base or near the base, nor should they be done in wild areas where extraordinary monsters exist. Lin Huang looked at the card in his hand and said, then let's continue waiting. What is this? Looking at the word bronze on the card, Xiao He explained, the bronze medal. This proves that you have upgraded to bronze rank, which means you are now a regular hunter, not just a reserve authority. Lin Huang spread his hand and took out the crystal. Xiao He also leaned in to take a look. This might be what Yi Zhang had mentioned, the cultivation crystal for the battle punishment decision. Let's see if it can be activated. Suddenly, the crystal in his hand lit up, and an image of an old man with white hair and beard appeared. The old man opened his eyes, and Lin Huang swallowed nervously. The old man in front of him suddenly began to strike with punches. Xiao Yi, frightened, hid behind Lin Huang, and Lin Huang also stumbled backward to dodge. Lin Huang said, although this is a bare-handed fight, most of the movements are fatal strikes. Moreover, if we evaluate it by the style of combat, it seems like a military martial art. But isn't this the cultivation crystal for the life book? Xiao He put his hands on his hips and asked in annoyance. Why does this technique exist? The old man clasped his hands behind his back, turning his back to the two of them. He suddenly turned his head and spoke to Lin Huang. This combat skill is called the body shedding technique. The best way to enhance its attacking power is by using battle punishment decision, which is enough to help anyone reach the gold level. As he demonstrated the movements, he continued. Mastering battle punishment decision is not difficult, but the challenge lies in leveling up. Lin Huang followed his instructions. A cultivator needs to channel energy at 1/2, 2/3, 3/4. Lin Huang was breathing heavily from exhaustion. The old man continued. Finally, it is divided into 12 strands. In your mind, think of them as 12 armies. You must be able to command them. Lin Huang was puzzled. Strange, why do we have to disperse the energy? Wouldn't that weaken the power of the energy? Lin Huang raised his hand, launching a strike that was a perfect blend of force and precision, like thunder in one strike. In order for you to control the army as easily as you would your own arm and fingers, you must maximize the effectiveness of the battle punishment decision. A small whirlwind formed in his hand. Lin Huang sighed. No wonder so many people are paying attention to battle punishment decision. This technique can make the energy enter a state of transformation. He sat up straight, adopting a meditation posture. It was difficult to align the 12 strands of energy like fingers to the arm. He was determined, and once he grasped it, it seemed he would be able to bring together more of these states. The system sent a notification congratulating the host for completing the first stage of battle punishment decision cultivation. Xiaohi said, "Now you can use the battle punishment decision card. By cultivating, you will be able to collect fragments, receive the corresponding number of fragments, and then you can level up." Lin Huang held the card in his hand and asked, "What are the leveling rules?" The card says Battle Punishment Decision, Rarity, Rare, Control Level, First Tier. Effect, Speed of Fate Energy Operation increases by 12%, Life Energy Attack Strength and Defense Strength each increase by 12%. Note, during the first 5 weeks, each week will have different effects for upgrading Fate Energy by 12%. Card Evaluation, Usable. Xiaohi replied, 2 fragments of Fate documents are needed to level up to the second tier. Then, 400 Fate document fragments are required to level up to the third tier. The levels double as you progress, so from Tier 8 to Tier 9, the rules change and you will need 810,000 Fate document fragments. Lin Huang was stunned and turned to Xiaohi. 810,000? Xiaohi answered, "Don't worry, reaching Tier 6 isn't difficult." He opened the information panel, which read, Primary Fate Document, Fate Energy Flow Speed, Attack Strength, and Defense Strength bonuses are less than 30%. Intermediate Fate Document, Fate Energy Flow Speed, Attack Strength, and Defense Strength bonuses increase by 30 to 50%. Advanced Fate Document, Fate Energy Flow Speed, Attack Strength, and Defense Strength bonuses increase by 50 to 70%. Supreme Fate Document, Fate Energy Flow Speed, Attack Strength, and Defense Strength bonuses increase by 70 to 100%. Xiaohi added, each level increases by 12%, so after 5 levels, it's a 60% increase. By the 6th level, the reward will rise by at least 72%, and by then, it will be considered the effect of the ultimate destiny decree. Lin Huang laughed and said, with the leveling shards, my cultivation speed will definitely be faster than others. Xiaohi crossed his arms and sneered at him. He had only just reached the threshold of a genius, but there were still cultivators in this world who were on a monstrous level. He continued, you spent an entire night to complete the first level, but there are others who can do it in just half an hour. Lin Huang despondently kneeled to the ground, stop, I know I'm not the main character. At that moment, Lin Xing appeared holding a spatula. The little girl, wearing an apron, stood in front of Lin Huang. Good morning, big brother. Did you sleep well last night? Lin Huang sniffled, it was all right. What are you doing? Why does it smell so strange? Lin Xing pushed him forward, winter break starts today. Didn't you say you would take me to the summer palace? I've prepared a little something as a token of appreciation. Lin Huang was surprised, token of appreciation? Wait a minute, you didn't. After going downstairs, Lin Huang saw a table full of gloomy food. Lin Xing was standing beside it, smiling. His face immediately darkened. He scooped a spoonful of food, looking pale as he stared at it. Lin Xing stood beside him, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched him. Lin Huang looked at the little girl, his mouth twitching. He closed his eyes and scooped a big spoonful into his mouth, thinking to himself, how is this possible? To eat food cooked by my own sister, I'm so moved I could die. Lin Xing smiled and replied, then you should eat a little more. Lin Huang ate to the point of being completely disoriented. Lin Xing gleefully winked at him, I made a lot. Soon after, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Huang, drained of all energy, lay flat on the table. Lin Xing, while washing the dishes, leaned over and said, "You're eating too slowly, hurry up and clean up. We need to catch the first teleportation trip to the Spirit City to make it in time for the Demon Starship." At that moment, the system sent a warning to Lin Huang, detecting that the host seemed to have been poisoned. "Do you need to use a healing card?" Lin Huang, yawning, replied, "No need to rush, I'll try to fight off the dizziness." He grumbled as he stood up, "We're not going to teleport." Lin Xing had already geared up and was waiting for him outside. "Not using teleportation? Then how are we going to get to Spirit City?" Lin Huang locked the door and answered, "Don't worry, I have a way." Lin Huang crushed the card in his hand, riding it faster than teleporting. The beast he rode appeared instantly. Lin Xing climbed onto it and asked Lin Huang, "Brother, is this a beast master?" Lin Huang nodded. "Yeah, I found it when I participated in the reserve hunter evaluation before." The two of them shot up into the sky. Lin Xing marveled, "So impressive. You didn't tell me about it." Lin Xing continued, "Luckily, I brought the cake I baked myself. Come, have a piece to celebrate." Lin Huang, startled, immediately refused. "It's nothing, don't celebrate at the Summer Palace." Lin Xing excitedly ran around. "Wow, the Summer Palace really is a great vacation spot. It's so beautiful." Lin Huang said to the little girl, "I've already booked the hotel, but we can only check into the room in the evening." Lin Xing pulled out a long list of places. "Brother, I made a simple list when we were on the train. These are all well-known small restaurants at the Summer Palace. Let's go try them out." Lin Huang, speechless, looked at her. "You call this simple?" The siblings walked side by side, strolling down the street. Lin Xing constantly tried various delicious and exotic foods, while they explored the streets together. The little girl even made Lin Huang try some of the unique accessories. After walking around for a while, Lin Huang was immediately loaded down with all sorts of things in his hands. Lin Xing called to him, "Brother, quickly look over there." Lin Huang reminded her, "Slow down, be careful not to fall." At that moment, they passed by a television, and a news broadcast was playing. The Ling family is one of the 6 most powerful families in the 7th land, with an extremely formidable background. Lin Huang, puzzled, asked, "The Ling family?" The news continued, "The young lady of the Ling family, 19 years old, has reached the extraordinary level, becoming a once-in-a-century genius." Lin Huang thought to himself, "Ling Yuxin has successfully leveled up." Lin Xing ran over to drag him along, and the news continued. "Now, we have the following update. Recently, there have been multiple cases of female students going missing in Changxia City, and the police have issued a public warning." Lin Xing urged, "Brother, stop standing there. Let's go quickly." The two of them arrived at the hotel Lin Huang had booked. The voice of the staff greeted them, "Welcome to Chanming Hotel." Someone came to guide them. "Please follow me this way. I'll take you to the room that has been reserved." Lin Huang carried the sleeping Lin Xing on his shoulder, full and satisfied, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoyi appeared, crossed his arms, and said, "You came here to relax, so why are you calling me out?" Lin Huang had just finished his shower and replied, "I've already taken Lin Xing back to her room. I want to make use of the time and continue cultivating the Book of Fate." Xiaoyi nodded, "Not bad. Now I finally understand the saying that diligence compensates for intelligence." Lin Huang frowned, "You won't stop mocking me, will you?" Lin Huang closed his eyes. Xiaoyi said, "The body shedding technique is a supplementary book for cultivating the battle punishment decision. Progress depends on comprehending the power of fate." Lin Huang continued to practice while talking. "I can now easily divide the power of fate." Xiaoyi responded, "You need to complete a full cycle before you can harvest a fragment." Lin Huang replied, "With my current speed, it takes me half an hour to complete one cycle." Xiaoyi continued, "Even if you cultivate for 4 to 5 hours a day, it will still take the entire day to ascend to the second level." Lin Huang opened his eyes and smiled, "But I've noticed that the more I practice, the shorter the time it takes to complete a cycle." Xiaoyi frowned, "You really have a lot of foolish methods." At that moment, the system sent a notification, congratulating the host for receiving a fragment of the battle punishment decision. Meanwhile, Lin Xing had woken up. She was walking down the hallway and decided to visit Lin Huang's room. After taking a nap, she came to see what he was doing. She stood in front of Lin Huang's door and knocked. "Brother, are you asleep?" Inside the room, Lin Huang was focused on his cultivation and didn't hear Lin Xing's voice. He said, "Power is running smoother and smoother. By tonight, it might break through to the second level." The little girl continued calling him. After a long time without receiving a response, she turned around and left. He must be asleep by now. Lin Xing looked outside, having slept for a few hours already. She couldn't sleep anymore, so she decided to go out for a walk. She grabbed a bag of snacks and wandered around the courtyard. He's really too much, going to sleep so early. Otherwise, we could have played games together. Suddenly, Lin Xing felt something. She turned her head and looked around, feeling as though someone was watching her. She walked over to a trash can and crumpled the wrapping paper in her hand. "Forget it, I'll go back to my room early. Tomorrow, I'll ask him to go out and have fun with me." Lin Xing tossed the trash into the can, but suddenly, the trash can shook. She stared at it in confusion. Huh? Then, the trash can in front of her suddenly grew larger, its mouth wide open, and it bent down to swallow Lin Xing. It then stood up straight and tossed her inside. The sound of a police siren blared loudly. The hotel manager wiped his sweat and followed behind. "Chief, thank you for coming here so quickly. This incident involves one of our hotel guests." The police chief asked, "Are you the manager of the hotel? Show me the camera footage first." The hotel manager hurriedly nodded. "Yes." They entered the surveillance room. The hotel manager wiped his sweat again and said, "Chan Ming is a 5-star hotel. We always ensure the safest environment for our guests." The police chief interrupted him, "Cut the nonsense, get to the point." The hotel manager said, "Our cameras captured the moment the missing girl left her room, but the perpetrator seems to be very familiar with the hotel's camera layout. The footage on the camera showed Lin Xing walking into the forest." The hotel manager continued, "After the girl left, she never reappeared. She must have been kidnapped in one of the blind spots of the cameras. It's very similar to the recent case of a young girl being abducted." The chief of police turned around and said, "I have sent my subordinates to investigate thoroughly." "Who was the first person to notice that the girl was missing?" The hotel manager replied, "It was her brother. The two of them were together, and when he found that she wasn't in the room, he immediately notified us." The chief of police asked, "Where is the brother?" The hotel manager suddenly realized, right, he was just here. How come I can't find him now? Where did he go?" Meanwhile, in a large skyscraper, Lin Xing was thrown to the ground. A girl sitting in front of Lin Xing had a giant worm beside her. "Don't be afraid, sister, it's all okay now." Lin Xing anxiously asked her, "Who are you? Where is this? What is this thing?" The girl introduced herself, "I am Lily. Chong Chong is my best friend. It helps us find our family members. From today on, you are my sister. We are all children of the same father." Lin Xing trembled and backed away. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about? Where is my brother? I want to leave here." Lily reached out and squeezed Lin Xing's neck. "Sister, if you try to run, you'll end up like the others. Food for ching. She climbed onto Lin Xing. "I really like you. Be a good sister to me." Lin Xing silently called out, "Brother, save me." At this moment, downstairs, the bodyguards began to be on high alert toward the newcomer. "Who is it?" Lin Huang's eyes turned bloodshot as he activated his bloodthirsty hunting skill. The bodyguard said, "This is a private area, outsiders are not allowed in." Lin Huang thought to himself, the blood-stained hunting trail leading to Lin Xing was right here. The bodyguards drew their guns and pointed them at Lin Huang, stepping back. If not, they wouldn't be polite with him. Someone had intruded, all on high alert. At that moment, I also landed behind them. He swung his hand, and the bodyguards instantly scattered. They only had time to shout, "What?" Lin Huang said, "Bye, no need to show mercy." The group blocking his way hesitated for a moment, then said, "Kill without mercy." Upstairs, the bodyguards had already taken their positions, aiming at the elevator. The intruder had arrived, and all were on high alert, determined to stop him from getting any closer to their boss. Understood. The leader of the bodyguards gave the order, "He's alone, shoot together, and make sure he dies without a trace." The elevator reached the 50th floor, and the doors opened. The bodyguards immediately began firing at the entrance. "Little brat, go die." Unexpectedly, Lin Huang appeared from the back of them. He advanced like a ruthless demon. "Fools, don't you all watch movies?" The bodyguard screamed, "How can a hunter die like this?" A sword was raised, and blood sprayed out. Lin Huang spoke darkly, "Dare to touch my sister, and all of you deserve to die." At this moment, two figures appeared behind the door. One of them hesitated before speaking. "Your sister." Lin Huang turned to look at the newcomers. It was a man and the girl named Lily. The man said, "I'm sorry, but are you mistaken? It's just me and my daughter here, there's no one else." Lily pressed herself closely to him. "Dad, I'm scared." Wei Shan sat on the floor, holding Lily and smiling as he spoke. "You must be confused. Let me explain. Please don't scare the child." Lin Huang furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as a blade, looking down. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, let me in to see, and then we'll talk." Naturally, the man rushed to block the door with his body. "I won't let you in. This is my private house, and there are children here. If you want to come in, you'll need to contact the chief of police." But Lin Huang didn't care at all, pointing the tip of his sword straight at Wei Shan, causing him to lean back in avoidance. "Get out of the way." Lin Huang marched straight inside, his voice stern. "My sister is here. Either hand her over obediently, or you will die." The man immediately froze. Seeing the situation turning dangerous, Lily began to put on an act. She cried and sobbed pitifully. "Dad, I'm scared." Wei Shan followed suit, frowning as he reproached Lin Huang. "How can this be? If you keep acting like this, I won't let you off easily." While he kept shouting, "You're a hunter, I will file a complaint against you with the Hunters Guild." "Do you know who I am?" The man over here was anxiously scanning the surroundings, secretly thinking, "Lin Xing's breath is definitely here. Where is she?" As he let his guard down, Wei Shan's mouth curved into a sinister smirk from behind, his hand reaching into his coat to search for something. His eyes were bloodshot, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he pulled out a small token, "Just a piece of scum from black iron, and yet you dare to lay a hand on me." He then threw the token forward and shouted, "Go, tear him apart for me." From the token, a massive creature with sharp teeth emerged. Wei Shan laughed arrogantly, "Die." Lin Huang thought to himself, "A fake, no, that's a beast summoning token." Then he sneered and spoke aloud, "Summoning monsters in front of me, are you insane?" He immediately took a fighting stance, gripping his sword tightly, and said arrogantly, "Dealing with you doesn't even require summoning monsters." In the blink of an eye, Lin Huang's slash severed the huge creature in two. The cutting path flew straight back and struck Wei Shan's shoulder. He winced in pain and collapsed, trembling on the ground. Desperate, he still tried to call for help. "It hurts so much, help. Is anyone coming to save me?" Lin Huang said coldly, "I told you, if you touch my sister, I'll kill you without mercy." At this moment, Lily revealed her true face, dragging Lin Xing out and pointing a gun straight at her head, threatening her. "Let my father go, or I'll kill her." Wei Shan believed that as long as he still held the trump card, he couldn't die, and arrogantly spoke up, "Good girl, well done. This foolish woman becoming my daughter is the blessing of her entire life, how dare you?" Lin Huang didn't pay much attention to him and was more concerned about his sister, Lin Xing. "Are you hurt?" She nodded. He smiled and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lily screamed from over there, "Let my father go, or she'll die immediately." But in the blink of an eye, Lin Huang appeared behind her like lightning, raised his sword, and questioned, "Who did you say should die?" Then, he struck the back of her neck with the hilt, causing Lily to cry out in pain before collapsing, unconscious. Wei Shan, seeing his last hope crushed, angrily cursed, "Damned, useless trash, trash." Lin Huang stepped forward, using his sword to cut the rope binding Lin Xing's hands. She sobbed uncontrollably and hugged him tightly. On the other side, the old man's anger was so intense that the veins in his eyes burst, turning the whites of his eyes red. He gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. Lin Huang looked down at the two of them with a deadly glare, his killing intent overwhelming. He raised his sword high, preparing to strike them both down. At that moment, the chief of police burst through the door, stopping him with a swing of his own blade. "You've saved her already. If you strike now, the law will punish you." Lin Huang responded only with a sharp glance. The old man placed his hand on his chest and said, "Trust me, the law enforcement will take care of this from now on, and we will give you and your family an explanation." Lin Huang held Lin Xing in his arms, his expression twisted in anger as he spoke. "Chief, is there a connection between the missing young girls and these two beasts?" The old man replied, "Thank you for handling this matter, but this child is also an orphan. You cannot kill her. Anyone who is an accomplice to a murderer will face the punishment of the law." Upon hearing this, Wei Shan turned his head toward the law enforcement officers. He laughed excitedly and shouted, "The law can only control the lower classes. Just wait and see, in 3 days I'll be released. This is the power of the upper class." Wei Shan laughed maniacally, his tone full of malicious delight. "I remember you now. Soon, your little sister will fall into my hands again and become a torn-up plaything. I will make you watch, and then you will die in agony." Lin Huang only looked at him with an indifferent gaze, which seemed to contain an unspeakable depth. The chief of police ordered loudly, "Quick, take the prisoner away and lock her up. Get her a doctor." Lin Huang gently led Lin Xing away, and when the old man saw this, he assumed that Lin Huang was seeking revenge. He immediately tried to advise, "Little brother, don't act rashly. The surname Manhwa has quite a remarkable background." "He is Lin Huang," who interjected, "Don't you want me to believe in the law?" He turned his head back, the corner of his mouth curling up as he said, "I do believe." The young man beside the police chief spoke up, "Chief, shouldn't we take this kid back for interrogation? He's injured so many people like this." The old man angrily shouted, silencing them as he observed the scene. Did he still think this guy was just an ordinary hunter from the Black Iron world? "Don't give me more trouble." They escorted Wei Shan outside. He waved them off, cursing, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." Then, gritting his teeth, he scolded, "Just a bunch of lowlifes daring to lay a hand on me. Wait and see, you and your damn little sister." Before he could finish, Bai descended from above, a powerful bolt of lightning striking straight into the ground, making Wei Shan flinch. He immediately turned around, stammering, Who is it?" Bai raised his hand, and golden strands of magic began to swirl, his eyes shining brightly. The strands began to move around, encircling Wei Shan, causing him to tremble in fear. Wait! Wei Shan screamed, but the magical strands had already begun to close in, pressing tightly against his body. No one knew exactly what happened next, only hearing a blood-curdling scream that sent chills down everyone's spine. On the ground, there was nothing but a large pool of blood. The crowd, horrified, began to murmur, "What happened?" The killer ran off. "Quickly, catch the police chief!" The police chief. On the rooftop of the building across the street, how long had Lin Huang been standing there, watching? He held in his hand a command token with Bai's emblem. Lin Xing, riding on her spirit beast, looked back and, worried, spoke up, "Brother, can we leave now?" Lin Huang turned around and smiled, saying, "It's all over now." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. "No one will be able to threaten your safety." From the window of a nearby building, a mysterious figure had captured an image of Lin Huang. The person tapped a few times on the virtual screen and whispered to someone, "Wei Shan is dead, he was killed by a young man." The image has been sent, investigate who he really is. If he doesn't have any background. The mysterious figure continued, with a stern expression, then just do it. Lin Huang walked through the crowded night market, thinking to himself that after such a life-threatening danger, Lin Xing would probably need some time to recover. However, contrary to his thoughts, Lin Xing was happily enjoying herself. Brother, that clothing store is really special, let's go take a look. Lin Huang smiled lightly. Alright. Shen Tan was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that after just one nap, Lin Xing would be full of energy again. She picked up a piece of fabric and asked, Brother, do I look too mature in this jade green color? Lin Huang, not paying much attention, replied, It looks fine. You're so cute, anything would suit you. At that moment, he sensed something unusual, a killing intent. Bai was summoned. Lin Xing was taken aback. Her brother, confused, thought to himself, why did it suddenly turn into a combat form? At that moment, the shop owner poked her head out and spoke, Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Huang picked out a black cloak that covered him entirely and cheerfully asked, How much is this one? I'll take it. She responded, 1,000 points. Lin Xing pouted, You haven't even bought it yet. After shopping, the three of them left the store together and continued strolling around the fair. She, feeling a bit anxious, turned and said, Brother, is something wrong? Should we go back? Lin Huang patted her shoulder to comfort her, It's fine, just enjoy yourself. I'll stay here. His gaze flicked to the back, his eyes suddenly glowing red. In the distance, there was someone wearing a hooded cloak, looking suspicious. He kept staring at the three of them, following at a safe distance to avoid being detected. He pulled out a knife from his coat, and suddenly, before his eyes appeared a magical wolf with sharp, jagged teeth and a piercing, murderous gaze. The bodies of the three followers glowed bright green, as though parts of their bodies were being corroded. In an instant, it all disappeared, leaving only a small ember. Lin Huang turned around, astonished, thinking to himself, The killing intent is gone. Could I have misinterpreted it? No, this is the second time it's happened. At that moment, on the roof, a young man stood still, observing from above. The person is Zhuoran. He exclaimed, Not bad, black iron can actually sense the breath of the assassin. This kid has unlimited potential. He glanced to one side, as if noticing something. It turned out to be the person who had taken a photo of Lin Huang earlier. The man dashed into an alley, the second team had already been eliminated, and up until now, no one knew who had struck. Zhuoran immediately jumped down below. You're here. The man jerked in surprise, Oh. Zhuoran grabbed his hand firmly, then smiled and said, Hey, are you the boss? The man stuttered, You. Who are you? A strange voice came from the ring, Who are you? He screamed, He is. Suddenly, a wolf lunged at him, biting his neck. Zhuoran remained calm and said, Come here and take a look, wouldn't you know who I am? The voice from the ring rang out again, Alright, I want to see who is behind this. He smiled and proposed a meeting. 1 hour later, after dark, let's meet at the clock tower. How about it? The voice responded, No meeting, no returning. At this moment, the man's neck was covered in blood. The wolf once again opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, tearing into him until there was no shape left. Zhuoran calmly walked away. No meeting, no returning. At the clock tower, he had undoubtedly been waiting for a long time, as it was he who had arranged the meeting. A figure cloaked in black appeared, floating in the air. He spoke, Feng Zhuoran, it really is you. He turned his head and smiled, replying, Well, with you covered up like that, don't you feel hot? The figure raised a question, Ling family, do you really have to protect that little demon? He calmly responded, I've come as well, what do you think? The figure asked in confusion, What's the relationship between that person and the Ling family? Zhuoran retorted, You answer me first. You, a transcendent being, were sent to hunt down a black iron demon. What does your death signify? The figure ground his teeth in frustration, not answering, but instead saying, "Stop meddling in other people's business." "I'll ask you one last time, does the Ling family intend to intervene?" His eyes glowed brightly, and his tone was casual, unclear, but I've received orders to eliminate anything that stands in my way. With that, he summoned 3 large, ferocious wolves. They charged forward, their mouths open wide with sharp teeth, threatening him. Upon seeing them, the figure shouted, "You're insane!" He quickly leaped into the air to avoid them. Drawing his long sword, his eyes glowing red, he said, "Feng Zhuoran, you are provoking war." The wolf lunged forward, ready to deliver a fatal strike to the mysterious figure. He decisively cut it into 2 parts, certain that more wolves would be summoned, determined to chase down the mysterious figure until he was forced to retreat, hesitating to engage. He smiled and said, "The old man should move a bit, shouldn't he?" He was furious. These wolves keep charging like they've lost their brakes. He gritted his teeth, growling, then shifted direction so that the wolves didn't catch on. By the time Jin Yan and the pack landed, the mysterious figure had vanished. He sighed, really, so fast. Then he rubbed the ring on his finger and said, "What a coincidence, I was just about to prepare." Yu Tan appeared as a projection from the ring. She anxiously asked, "Feng uncle, how is he?" Jin Yan smiled and replied, "It's going well. With me protecting him, nothing should go wrong." Yu Tan frowned and asked, "Is there something strange about your tone?" He sighed deeply and answered, "The opponent sent an extraordinary being, but I've already sent him away." "This kid, Lin Huang, what is his background? How could he make such progress?" She replied seriously, "The problem isn't Lin Huang. It's the old man that Lin Huang killed. I investigated, and it seems he was born into a family from Zone 2. He assured her, I asked the extraordinary one. He said nothing further, as if it were a forbidden topic. This only confirmed the issue. Yu Tan spoke up, "Feng uncle, you are Ling family's trump card. Now that you're here, the opponent will certainly not dare to act for the time being. Please go back and help me continue investigating this matter." He smiled gently and replied, "All right, we will leave a curse mark to protect him." Upon hearing this, she disappeared, leaving Xuanyan feeling aggrieved. "Hey, don't you care about me at all?" In the 2nd district, in a large and magnificent mansion, a voice echoed before the gruesome skull, "It's because you are too arrogant that it ended up like this." A hand gently rubbed the top of its head. "You like the little girl, you want her as much as you desire, but you had to risk your life and go to such a rural place to find her." The woman embraced the skull and spoke softly, "You were born with an imperfect fate, unable to cultivate. You clearly knew you couldn't command the guards and treasures, yet you didn't even bring a bodyguard. Serves you right." She continued, "But you are still my child, I can't let you die without clarity." Then, she pressed her forehead against the skull and softly called out, "Shanair." It began to speak, "Mother, you." With a voice filled with rage, it growled, "You must avenge me." The skull turned out to be Wei Shan. He screamed in anger, "Mother, you must avenge me, kill that bastard Lin Huang. Imprison his soul, turn him into a slave." She furrowed her brows and replied, "Revenge, killing you, of course, I will take care of it, but the snake from the Ling family in Zone 7 has already made a move. This will take time to resolve." Then she furrowed her brows and continued in an angry tone, "For now, stay in the soul realm for 3 years. Once your soul and fate are stabilized, I will help you find an immortal body. At that time, you will be able to use that body to be reborn." She firmly stated, "As for revenge, I will make my own arrangements." Wei Shan asked, "Mother, what arrangements do you have?" She raised her voice, "Bring him here." The man brought by the maid gasped in astonishment. Lai immediately ran over, calling out for her father. Wei Shan softened her tone, "Good girl, you've escaped as well." She gently patted Li's head and asked softly, "Child, your father will need 3 years before he can officially come back to life. Do you want to avenge him?" Lai smiled brightly and answered, "I do." Then, she remembered Lin Huang and gritted her teeth in fury. The man who had stolen away her and her father's happy life, she hated him so much that she wished she could tear him into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing this, she said, "If that's the case, I will take you to cultivate. As long as you can continue to live, 1 year from now, you will have the strength to take revenge." Wei Shan spoke up, "Lily, don't disappoint your father." She then left with the maid. Lily's eyes were wide open, her gaze filled with malice and murderous intent. She would definitely survive and come back. The next day, at the Summer Palace Museum, Lin Huang yawned repeatedly, puzzled. "Lin Xing, I didn't know you were also interested in history." He thought to himself, "Damn it, after that night of practicing military strategies, I'm so sleepy I could die." Lin Xing smiled and replied, "The exhibitions here have all been excavated from various ruins near the Summer Palace, most of them originating from the ancient human city of times long past." She continued with excitement, "There are also some collections from the ruins of the Summer Palace, known as the treasures of the City Hall, which are displayed in the hall. I want to see this." He gently ruffled his sister's head and indulgently said, "If you want to go see it, then go. I'll risk my life to follow you." Lin Xing smiled with her eyes narrowed and sweetly flattered, "You're the best." The museum guide then introduced, "You are now entering the inner hall of the museum. The exhibitions here are all relics from the Summer Palace. These items are extremely valuable and even contain mysteries that have yet to be solved." The guide's voice continued, "Through these cultural remains, we gain an overview of how people from ancient times lived and practiced." At this point, Lin Huang was captivated by something, while Lin Xing was admiring a treasure. "This one is so beautiful." His eyes widened in amazement. When she received no reply, she turned towards him. "Bro, Lin Huang." Not paying attention, he walked straight ahead and then came to a sudden stop in front of a displayed treasure, speaking out, "Isn't that?" Lin Xing asked curiously, "What's the matter, brother?" He stammered, "This item." The museum guide smiled and said, "This is a treasure of the City Hall. Archaeologists have studied it for a long time, but its specific use remains unknown, so it is classified as an unidentified object." He stood frozen, stunned. "Archaeological relic," she said, then pointed directly at a broken laptop and questioned, "This is an archaeological relic?" She happily explained, "That's right, sir. This item is an artifact excavated from the Summer Palace. According to archaeologists, it might have been used by nobles in ancient times, though the exact function and working principle remain unclear." Lin Huang rubbed his chin, his brow furrowing, thinking to himself, "That's right, this notebook must have been brought to this world by another time traveler. I'm certainly not alone. There are still other time travelers in this world." Lin Xing, confused, quietly called out, "I'll look into it. When we get home, I'll contact someone I know to inquire." Jang Yu spoke up, "The Summer Palace artifact is from more than 300 years ago. It was excavated when District 7 was first established. The archaeologists uncovered many strange items, even the decorations were very different from other places. It was quite fascinating." Hearing this, he frowned and replied, "Before becoming transcendent, the maximum human lifespan doesn't exceed 720 years. And when one becomes transcendent, the lifespan is only 1800 years. This person has definitely died." After saying this, he thought to himself that this must be the time traveler who brought the notebook. She frowned sadly and replied, "I looked into information about Hanghao for you, but I couldn't find anything. The records from ancient times are very rare, and their authority is very high. All the information she could find, she's already shared with you." "I'm sorry." Lin Huang smiled upon hearing that, gently expressing his gratitude and adding some compliments. "Thank you very much. Also, today you look really beautiful with your makeup." Jang Yu blushed with embarrassment, stammering as she replied, I'm just attending a party, so let's leave it at that. If anything comes up, I'll contact you." She hurriedly said goodbye, bye-bye. Then, she disappeared. He sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "Still with that quick temper. Does complimenting her seem so frivolous that it makes her angry?" Lin Huang returned to his serious demeanor. Only someone who had crossed over using the golden finger could level up to demigod status in such a short time. This person was definitely the time traveler he needed. He thought to himself, find the Summer Palace ruins. Looks like I really have to go. The scene shifted to the next day. Lin Xing, while biting a piece of cake, asked, "Why do you have to go to Shaoxia City?" Lin Huang smiled and replied, "There were still many unclear matters at the museum yesterday, so I need to visit the ruins. You can enjoy yourself in the Summer Palace City today." He also told Bai to stay with her and accompany her on her outing. She frowned, clearly disappointed. This man didn't even know how to speak properly, while he was drooling over the piece of cake in her hand. Lin Huang had been on the move for quite some time before finally approaching the Summer Palace ruins. Shaoxia City was bustling with people. He looked around and thought, even though it's a tourist town built on ruins, Shaoxia City is still as large as a third of Ba Chichang. The hotel I had previously booked was ahead. Before reaching the stop, a voice greeted me enthusiastically. "Welcome, honored guest." Lin Huang smiled and asked, "Sir, is this a low season for tourists? I don't see many travelers around." He answered seriously, "It's just after the spring festival, so everyone has gone to Xiaogong City. In 3 days, our place will be bustling with guests again." Now you understand, right? That's how it is. Afterward, the hotel owner led Lin Huang to his room to rest. As they walked, Lin Huang curiously asked, "Do you know any interesting legends related to the Summer Palace ruins?" The owner responded casually, "The Summer Palace ruins have always been quite mysterious. There aren't many legends about it, but since I've lived here for so many years, I've heard a story from the locals." At that moment, 2 tourists passed by and waved cheerfully at him. The hotel owner continued, "Sir, if you're interested, you could hear it as a story." Lin Huang happily replied, "I'd love to hear the details." The door to the room opened, and as they both stepped inside, the owner stood upright and began to tell the tale. It is said that in ancient times, there was a powerful man named Xia Huang who came and established an empire. The ruins of the Summer Palace were once his residence. But one day, something happened, and one night, the entire empire disappeared. Xia Huang also vanished, as though he had never existed. Lin Huang was greatly astonished. It disappeared in just one night? At this moment, outside, when the monument was surrounded by a vast and resilient barrier, he was standing in line to enter for a visit, silently thinking that although it was not the peak season, there were still quite a number of tourists at the site. Xiaoyi floated in the air and said, "The planning method of the Summer Palace in this timeline is a standard procedure, yet it remains an unsolved mystery." Lin Huang spoke up, "In my opinion, it's just a smaller version of the Forbidden City. This Xia Huang must be a time traveler." It suddenly noticed something, and immediately flew off to lead the way. "Quickly, over there." He quickly followed, full of curiosity. "Ha? What's over there?" The two arrived at a piece of land, or a rather large hole appeared in the center. Around it stood 6 tall pillars. Xiaoyi spoke up, "This land is paved with mysterious stones from the Yuhai Sea, and even the full force of a transcendence attack cannot leave the slightest trace." Lin Huang frowned, bewildered, "How could that be?" "Look, it's cracked into pieces." It said seriously, "I've detected unusual energy fluctuations beneath the ground. If we absorb this energy, it will unlock new functions." Lin Huang immediately turned around and asked clearly, "Are you sure?" Xiaoyi confirmed, "I'm sure." The detection revealed that the unusual energy was left over from the damage done to the golden finger. Consuming it could enhance the functions of the golden finger. He questioned immediately below this position. It responded, "Correct, about 3,000 meters underground." He nodded, "Got it, let's go back first and make a long-term plan." That night, at the hotel, Lin Huang's voice rang out. "Xiaoyi, aside from the anomalous energy beneath the ruins that you need, is there anything else?" Xiaoyi crossed his arms and said, "According to the results, the lifewave readings show that there is a secondary mutated monster about to undergo its second mutation. Moreover, the specific type is unclear, which makes it a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, he spoke, a second mutation? At the moment, black Sai is the only thing in my possession that can counter it. Suddenly, Lin Huang remembered something. He almost forgot that the shapeshifting card he used before had already been used up, and he no longer had any. Now, he had no way of transforming into a shadow demon to descend underground. Xiao He didn't miss the opportunity and immediately created a trade table in front of Lin Huang. It was simple, transforming into a shadow demon was just a bronze-level transformation, and he had enough fragments of that level. He could exchange them at the shopping center. He helplessly said, 60 fragments for one card, do you know this is exploitation? But then he sighed and reluctantly said, there's no other way, I'll exchange for 5 cards first. Then Lin Huang leaned his ear against the wall and whispered, slightly blushing, the 2 people beside us are busy, they're tired of questioning. Do you want to appear tough like this? Suddenly, the space plunged into darkness. Oh, he jumped, saying, the power's out. Xiao He, a bit scared, pressed close to him. Suddenly, there was no sound at all. Lin Huang realized something, his expression turning serious. Without looking directly at the door, he could feel a wave of malevolent energy emanating from it. He whispered, there's someone outside the door. Lin Huang cautiously gripped the gun in his hand and shouted, who's out there? The hotel owner, with a sinister smile, knocked and replied, it's me, sir. He continued, the electricity in the guest rooms suddenly had an issue, my apologies. Lin Huang replied solemnly, it's fine, I was about to go to sleep anyway. It's no problem, you can go back now. The hotel owner, as if under some kind of control, did not leave and kept urging him to open the door. Sir, you asked me earlier about the Summer Palace ruins. I suddenly remembered something, please open the door. Lin Huang continued to refuse, I'm going to bed now. We can talk tomorrow morning. At that moment, a woman suddenly leapt through the window, startling him. Shit. His tone stammered, you're not. Before he could finish his sentence, she, with a manic grin, stepped in, her bizarre and frightening appearance sending a chill down his spine. Then, with eyes blazing, she charged towards him, throwing a punch that forced Lin Huang to dodge with all his might. The punch collided with the door behind him. Xiao He warned, she's a parasite. Lin Huang replied, she's been controlled. If we can remove the parasitic effect, she can still be saved. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a candy-like projectile straight to her head. Lin Huang then turned to ask, what did you say? If it's useless, then forget it, there's nothing to it. A large hole was torn in the door, and the hotel manager poked his head in, smiling as he said, sir, aren't you still awake? He then reached in to unlock the door. He stepped back, raising a question, is he controlled too? Xiao He replied, from the looks of it, yes, but to eliminate the parasitic effect, we must first locate the original host and destroy it. At this point, he could enter the room. His voice, filled with rage, echoed flatly as he spoke, you have something he wants. Kill you, take your corpse back to him, kill you. Lin Huang ground his teeth and retorted, if he wants to kill me, then he shouldn't blame me for not being polite. With that, he fired directly at the manager. The hotel manager leaned back, and the controlled people surged forward like zombies. Some wielded knives, others carried guns, chasing Lin Huang to kill him. He shouted, retreat. Then, he and Xiao He escaped through the window. But unfortunately, below them was a horde of terrifying revenants waiting to tear him apart. Lin Huang crushed a card, and the shadow bird was immediately summoned, carrying them both up into the air to avoid the danger. Xiao He spoke up, I understand now, it must be the monster buried beneath the ruins. Lin Huang tilted his head in confusion, asking, are those monsters parasites? Xiao He answered, he controls these people to attack you because you have something he wants. Lin Huang remained silent for a long time before speaking up, Xiao He, earlier I sensed unusual energy within the ruins. Do you think he might have sensed me as well? Xiao He crossed his arms and replied, he can indeed sense my presence. Frowning, Lin Huang raised a question, implying, you want to gain his power, and he also wants to gain yours. Xiao He confirmed, he can never gain my power, but he can take control of my consciousness and become a new golden finger. The premise is that he must be strong enough. Lin Huang turned his head to look at the group of zombies chasing him below and said, then it's settled. The monsters beneath the ground must have been inspired by the unusual energy underground, which is why they sent people to attack me. At this point, they were surrounded on all sides, the horde was as numerous as ants. Xiao He spoke again, you can either run or fight to the death with these parasites. What are you doing here? Lin Huang furrowed his brows and responded, the parasites are after me. If I leave, they'll search for me everywhere. Xiaogong City is not far from here, and it's vulnerable to attack. From the system screen, a voice came through, hello, this is the Hunters Guild. How may we assist you? Lin Huang immediately made his request, there are hundreds of people infected with various parasites near the southern gate of Shaoxia. Please send someone to capture them as soon as possible. Shaoxia chuckled, you want the Hunters Guild to control this place? He replied, as you said, if the parasites are dealt with, these people can still recover their consciousness. Therefore, in order for the hunter group to take over, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. It says that when it's not related to your safety, you still care about others. Lin Huang's gaze was filled with determination, with Bai's protection, Xing'er is temporarily safe. But if the supernatural power detects the existence of another golden keeper, we are currently invincible. Xiao He warned, are you preparing to go to the Summer Palace ruins? Even if we escape, will the supernatural powers and parasites easily overlook us? Below, the hunters were controlling the group of zombies. Lin Huang spoke, Xiao He, losing you would be like hitting a dead end. He ground his teeth and said, conquered, or still conquered. His gaze was resolute, let's wait and see. At the palace ruins, Lin Huang was slowly advancing inside. He spoke, can you feel the energy buried underground? We're moving in such a sideways manner. Xiao He replied, that's just excess power. Willpower and strength have limits. I've blocked my energy waves, so I won't be detected within 100 meters. He complimented, smart. Xiao He crossed his arms, his face clearly showing satisfaction, thank you. Although with your intelligence, you don't have the right to use that word to compliment me. He gritted his teeth and threatened, try dying once and see. At that moment, Lin Huang glanced to the side, as if noticing something unusual. In the next instant, he grabbed Xiao He's head and jumped behind a large rock to avoid the zombies outside. Be careful, it's a parasite. It struggled hopelessly. Don't worry, they can't see me. They kept turning back and forth, their words interrupted. Master, I can feel the breath. Mankind is killing the energy given to the master. Lin Huang took out a magic token and said, so it's not just you who can sense the energy, they can also sense me. It's fine, there's a way. They were moving ahead, and both of them used evil power to fly. He spoke up, luckily, I swapped the shapeshifting token with the shadow demon before. Xiao He, guide me. It flew beside him. He furrowed his brow, puzzled, the energy body buried underground, how can it control the parasitic monster? Xiao He explained, that monster evolved through the energy body, and the energy body is its master. So you need to be more careful. It's right ahead. In front of them was a glowing orb surrounded by red thorny tendrils. Lin Huang broke into a cold sweat and asked, is that the energy body in the parasitic monster? It frowned and replied, it's just bronze level, but it's already parasitizing people. If it evolves to the extraordinary level, it would be terrifying. He clenched his fist. If that's the case, this thing could not be kept alive. He then summoned Black Sai. Immediately, it exhaled a jet of black evil power directly at the parasitic monster. Both were at bronze level 3, both mutated twice. Black Sai, being of the dragon bloodline, should be much stronger than this parasitic monster. The orb was soon engulfed in flames. He excitedly exclaimed, the dragon flame is working. Xiao He beside him was also overjoyed. The fire-type monster was a natural enemy of plant-type monsters. Not to mention the dragon bloodline, which could breathe out dragon flames. But the monster parasite grew even stronger. Lin Huang was bewildered, something was off. Xiaohe also panicked and warned, this monster has an extraordinary ability to regenerate. Its thorny tendrils immediately sprang into action, striking straight ahead. Black Sai took the hit and fell backward. He angrily shouted, I need help. Xiaohe reminded him, dragon blood strains can't kill it. What can you do? If the energy field detects your presence, it will destroy you immediately, and I will be assimilated too. She continued, Black Sai can still suppress it for a long time. The parasite spores have no effect on dragon blood strains, but you're human, you can't compete with it. Black Sai continued to breathe fire, hitting the parasitic monster directly. Lin Huang furrowed his brow and spoke, this thing never leaves the energy field. Xiaohe said, if we can't end this fight quickly, the situation will turn very unfavorable for us. Suddenly, at that moment, he reverted to his original form. Xiaohe panicked and announced, damn it, the shapeshifting card's time limit has expired. The creature was drawing closer. Xiaohe yelled out, the energy field can detect your presence now, run quickly. Lin Huang shouted in horror, it's releasing so many spores. If I don't get pierced to death, I won't be able to escape the parasites. The thorny tendrils slammed into the ground, slowly spreading out. At this point, neither of them could be seen anymore. It turns out, it's still safe. Xiaohe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was still the shadow demon from the shapeshifting card. He broke into a cold sweat, but I had a bad feeling. It firmly confirmed, no doubt, you are the target of the monster. Losing track of you seems to make it angry. Lin Huang looked up, his expression filled with fury, damn it. He shouted as he realized the danger, it has released all the parasitic spores and spread them outside. Suddenly, a pink light shone from beneath the crack, followed by spores scattering in all directions. They gradually moved into the village. The hunters, upon seeing this, warned each other, what is that? Be careful, it's spores. The parasitic organism has been released. One person clutched their neck and screamed, damn it. And so, they too turned into mindless zombies. A beam of light flew out from their bodies, its nature unclear. Countless beams of light flew straight toward the ruins and entered the body of the parasitic monster. Xiaohe warned, it is absorbing the life energy of the host, aiming to upgrade its power to the silver realm. Lin Huang gritted his teeth and responded, at this rate, even Black Sai won't be able to defeat it. Xiaohe, is there no way to destroy it? It explained, the ruins contain a basic destruction card, which can immediately eliminate monsters below the supernatural level. Unfortunately, it requires 100,000 fragments of the card. He raised a question, what if we retreat first? Wait until I level up and become stronger, then come back. Xiaohe was extremely excited and confidently declared that he wanted to kill it. He only had one opportunity at the moment, with the support of alien energy. This parasite would develop faster than any other creature in the world. Based on its current growth rate, it would be able to level up to an extraordinary rank in less than 2 months, and there was also a possibility of undergoing a third mutation. Lin Huang turned to ask, so the remaining alien energy is that powerful? Does that mean Hang Hao's golden finger is much stronger than yours? Xiaohe angrily scolded, nonsense. Then, raising his voice, he explained, all golden fingers must follow strict rules and regulations, and their hosts must adhere to the usage rules as well. But this alien energy has escaped from the golden finger and exists independently, which means it can inadvertently assist in the parasite's development. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's eyes lit up, and he sighed in admiration, I truly envy those parasites. Xiaohe was extremely annoyed and said, unlimited power growth will ultimately only lead to destruction. This is a principle deeply ingrained in my mind. Looking at the two creatures fiercely fighting each other, he spoke up, alright, if we can suppress the parasite's regeneration ability, Black Sai will be able to defeat it very quickly. Xiaohe, who was standing beside him, replied, to make it lose its regeneration ability, you must first complete the assimilation of the alien energy. He then asked with doubt, how should we do that? No. He immediately proposed the first method. For 3 minutes, the host needed to place his hand on the energy continuously. Lin Huang heard this and his body tensed up, shouting, if I dare to come close, 3 minutes would be enough for it to kill me a dozen times over. Suddenly, Lin Huang's eyes widened and he exclaimed, I've got it. He then soared upwards and asked, can this energy entity manipulate its position? Xiaohe confirmed, it can't, unless a new golden finger is used to absorb and take it away. He was satisfied. That makes it easier, then. Standing in front of the parasitic monster, Lin Huang said, I can reach out from the ground and touch its bottom. Xiaohe felt uneasy, it's too close, it's detected me. He could no longer hold back and charged forward, realizing that the spot was right beneath the energy entity, the blind spot for the parasitic monsters to attack. Lin Huang decisively raised his hand to touch it, as long as he could hold it for 3 minutes. At this point, the entity grew larger, and its evil power intensified. Xiaohe cried out in alarm, damn it, it's leveled up to the silver realm. Black magical rays surged down below. Terrified, Xiaohe warned, I'm afraid you won't survive the 3 minutes. At this moment, energy was steadily accumulating in the parasitic monster, seemingly preparing to erupt and destroy everything. Lin Huang, holding his ground, shuddered, a white silver level 2 attack, even if it's a shadow demon, I would still be struck with a fatal blow. Meanwhile, its thorny tendrils had latched onto Black Sai, ruthlessly tightening around its neck, almost choking it unconscious. At that moment, a magical force struck directly at Black Sai. The system immediately sent a warning notification, Black Sai has received a fatal blow, please recall immediately. Lin Huang was bewildered, Black Sai, the parasitic monster is getting stronger and stronger, wildly whipping its thorny vines in all directions, gradually forming large, sharp clusters of thorns. Then, like countless drills, they plunged straight down below. Xiaohe, panicking, shouted, without Black Sai holding it back, you're definitely going to die this time. At that moment, Lin Huang was still using his hand to touch the parasitic monster. He desperately turned to ask, Xiaohe, has it been 3 minutes yet? I'm so cold. At this point, the system displayed a notification indicating the absorption of energy was complete. He joyfully exclaimed, it's done. The second form of the parasitic monster was now covered in dark red thorny vines. Both of them cautiously retreated. Xiaohe spoke up, I've only temporarily absorbed the energy, you still can't defeat it. He reassured him, don't worry, I have a plan. Then, the corner of Lin Huang's mouth curled up as he crushed the card. Summoning Bai, he appeared instantly, blocking in front of it, exclaiming in shock, are you crazy? Wanting to sacrifice the bloodthirsty card? The thorny vines charged forward, and confidently, Lin Huang tossed 2 more cards ahead and shouted, consume 2 upgrade cards, level up twice. It created a protective circle around Bai in the face of the parasitic monster's attack. Xiaohe was extremely astonished and said, the leveling process of ordinary monsters can be interrupted, but the leveling of the cards, even if it's a demigod, can't be stopped. You're quite smart. He awkwardly rubbed his head and laughed loudly. Too much praise, too much praise. But then he turned and asked, huh? Really? This is the first time I've heard of it. It angrily slapped you and called you an idiot. The thorny vines continued to strike the magic circle, but it was ineffective. At that moment, the outer layer cracked open like an egg. Bai's hand swung outward. Lin Huang, surprised, wondered, is this Bai after 2 levels of upgrading? Xiaohe was also looking forward to it, sensing that something extraordinary was about to emerge. At that moment, Bai stepped forward with a new, powerful presence, a pair of fiery red evil power wings behind his back. The system announced, congratulating the parasite for obtaining the epic level monster card, for Winged Bloodlord, Divine Servant. The thorny vines charged again, but in an instant, he disappeared into the space and flew swiftly forward. Lin Huang cheered excitedly. Go and destroy it. Xiaohe was just as thrilled, knowing that without its alien energy, it would no longer have self-healing powers, giving them a chance to win. Watching Black Sai supporting with fire breathing, he felt very confident. "You idiot, you're as good as dead." But suddenly Xiaohe screamed. "Wait, something's wrong." It shouted a warning, as it was absorbing more life energy, aiming to level up to white-silver level 3. He stared in astonishment at the grotesque appearance of the parasitic monster. "Why is it like this?" Outside, the area was now engulfed in a pink haze. Xiaohe continued, "The parasitic spores that were dispersed are still spreading and infecting, and I'm afraid they've already reached Xiaogong City by now. It's slowly making its way toward the place where Lin Xing is sleeping. Thousands of people have already had their life energy drained by the parasites. It's only a matter of time before it completes the third phase of its upgrade. We've already lost." Lin Huang sprang to his feet and affirmed, "We will not lose." He asked, confused and anxious, "What do you want to do?" He moved forward, giving orders, "Black Sai, support me." I marked the wound. Xiaohe angrily shouted a warning, "You're crazy. Attacking that close will definitely get you killed. If you die, everything is over." Lin Huang leapt up, saying, "If this thing doesn't die, we're all finished." He grabbed onto Black Sai's leg to fly higher. "Not just me, but Lin Xing and tens of thousands of others." At that moment, Bai charged directly toward the parasitic creature, using magic to set its thorny tendrils on fire, but it had no effect. Xiaohe urgently reported, "Be careful, it's leveled up." Black Sai then released Lin Huang, and he held the sword in his hand, his voice firm as he made it paralyze the creature. He swung the sword in a long, decisive strike, saying, "Let me die." But at that moment, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. It turned out a thorn had pierced through Lin Huang's chest without him noticing. Xiaohe screamed in panic. Lin Huang, now aware, thought, Am I dead? My eyelids feel so heavy. Where am I?" Gradually, he opened his eyes as Xiaohe's loud voice rang out, "Are you awake?" It anxiously asked aloud, "Is your brain awake yet? Say something." He jolted, panting heavily, "I'm not dead yet." Xiaohe flew down to recount, saying that at the last moment, he had used the healing card. "Did you forget? You're quite the clever devil." Lin Huang tilted his head to one side and muttered, "I could have died." He suddenly sat up, raising a question, "Right, what about those parasites?" It turned to the vines lying bare on the ground and said, "Thanks to your decisive strike, they're all dead." He sighed in relief, "That's great." Lin Huang smiled in satisfaction, clutching the golden card tightly, "Another epic card, then let's call it Bomatang." The card had the following information: epic rarity, monster name Bomatang, parasite monster type, combat power 3-star bronze, skill 1 parasitic death, skill 2 absolute control, summoning rights unlocked. Note, the monster's skills are not fully developed yet, and 3 more skills can still be gained. The summoning rights are unlocked, and the card can be trained. Xiaohe bluntly criticized, "You're such a jerk." Lin Huang didn't care and turned to Baya and Black Sai, saying, "You've worked hard. Rest well. Now that we've dealt with Bo Matang, will those who were parasitized be able to recover normally?" It leaned back, smiling contentedly, "Yes. Once the main body dies, the parasites are destroyed too, and the people who were parasitized will return to normal." At this moment, he crushed a summoning card, summoning a colossal monster. Well then, taking advantage of this opportunity, he would use the remaining upgrade cards to upgrade the Tyrant Lord for the second time. He turned back to ask Xiaohe, "Bo Matang only has 2 skills. What do you mean by 3 more skills need to be unlocked?" Xiaohe explained, "Bo Matang belongs to the new monster species. Since it is a first-generation monster, it has only evolved its core skills. Later, through learning, it can acquire other skills." The system displayed a notification, "Host Lin Huang, male. Skill 1, Blood Spirit. Skill 2, Shape Shift. Skill 3, Intermediate Range. Skill 4, Basic Breath Concealment. Skill 5, Super Strength. Skill 6, Demon Eye Shock." Skill 7, Absolute Defense. Skill 8, Bloody Hunt, Basic. Skill 9, Extreme Vision, Basic. Skill 10, Copy Eye, Basic. Xiaohui crossed his arms and said, "The monster skills you've acquired have been pushed to their limits. If you want new monster skills, you first need to use a skill synthesis card or a skill deletion card." Lin Huang stroked his chin and said, "So there's a limit to the number of skills." Suddenly, a red lightning bolt struck down, and the tough outer shell surrounding Bao Jun gradually shattered. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained an epic level monster card, Combat Armor Spirit." The card was carefully inscribed with the following: Monster Card, Epic Rarity, Monster Name, Armored Demon Species, Bronze 3-star Combat Level. Skill 1, Skill 2, Super Strength, Skill 3, Super Fast Recovery, Beginner Level. Skill 4, Primary Burst Limit, Skill 5, Primary Power Limit, Summoning Authority Unlocked, Card Evaluation can be trained. He smiled in satisfaction. From the ruins, a ghostly bird flew away. Xiaohui spoke, quickly leaving the area. He had used the upgrade card twice, which would definitely attract the attention of extraordinary hunters. Lin Huang replied, "We won't go to Shaoxia City anymore, let's head back to Xiaogong City." He looked at Bai's card and raised a question. "By the way, I wanted to ask earlier, what does the term in the monster's name mean?" Upon hearing this, Bai explained, "This type of monster has a very thin trace of divine blood in its body, which is why its skills contain divine power." The content on the card read, Monster Card, Epic Rarity, Blood Demon Seed Species, Bronze 3-star Combat Level. Skill 1, Blood Spirit, Skill 2, Divine Might, Beginner Level, Skill 3, Blood Sacrifice, Skill 4, Super Fast Resurrection, Beginner Level. Skill 5, Primary Speed Limit. Summoning Authority Unlocked. Note that when the monster upgrades to Extraordinary Level, the blood within its body will be activated, greatly enhancing its power. Lin Huang spoke, "Very good, 3 epic cards at once, but you've already absorbed the alien energy. Has any additional functionality been added?" Xiaohui replied. "Added the function of the card replacing death." He asked, puzzled, "Replacing death?" He crossed his arms and explained, "If a monster card with a higher rarity dies, it can be replaced by another monster card with the same combat power but lower rarity, or the same rarity. If the number of deaths exceeds the number of replacements, the card will automatically perish. An epic level monster card has 3 chances for replacement upon death. The first time it can be replaced by a common card, the second time it must be replaced with a rare card, and the third time it can be replaced with either a rare level card or another epic level card." He was quite satisfied. This function didn't sound bad at all. Once they arrived, they both jumped inside. Lin Huang said, "If everything is temporarily peaceful now, I'll go and rest for a while." Xiaohui reminded him, "Wait, didn't you forget something important? What's flying after you, asking questions?" He gestured for silence. Xiaohui grumbled, "You dare tell me to be quiet again." At this moment, he glanced into the room. Lin Xing was still asleep, completely unaware of the world around. Lin Huang smiled gently and whispered, "You're still asleep without even pulling the curtains." It asked curiously, "So, what exactly is this important matter?" He then boasted, "Because I helped you absorb the energy of the strange abilities, I almost lost my life in the process. Don't I deserve some reward?" Xiaohui crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and replied, "What you're saying seems unreasonable, but there is a bit of truth to it." It chuckled and decisively said, "All right then, I'll give you a great reward. I'll bet on your self-respect and reward you with the chance to draw 10 cards in a row." As soon as the words left his mouth, countless cards flew toward Lin Huang. He was utterly confused. Lin Huang found himself in a strange dimension, so stunned that he stuttered, drawing 10 cards consecutively. But when he looked at the over 100 cards in front of him, he stood there dumbfounded and questioned, "Why are there so many? Wasn't there supposed to be only 13 cards in the core deck?" Xiaohui, with his eyes shut, reminded him, "Stay calm. Right now, you're black iron, so naturally, the core deck has expanded. Isn't this a good thing?" Lin Huang collapsed to the ground, completely defeated. Good my foot, is it better to draw from 18 cards with a higher probability, or from 100 cards with a higher probability? Then he snapped back into focus, gritting his teeth with determination. Never mind, I'll gamble with my pride. He decisively chose one card, then reached out to select another, then the next, and the last one. Finally, he had drawn all 10 cards. Lin Huang clasped his hands together in prayer. God, please show mercy, I don't need any mission cards, no mission cards, no mission cards. The cards flipped open one by one, congratulating the user for receiving 1 enlightenment card, 1 Xiao Dai Shui card, 1 level up card, 3 temporary transformation cards, 2 healing cards, and 2 double reward cards. He looked at them and cheered in joy. The Xiao Dai Shui card, and 2 healing cards. Lin Huang smiled with delight and said, I've seen the Xiao Dai Shui card that could destroy heaven and earth, and the healing cards are a way to preserve life. Unfortunately, there is only 1 promotion card. Otherwise, I could have upgraded to purple eyes white by now. This is the first time I've seen this kind of enlightenment card. The card has a drawing of a person on it, and the color resembles the vast starry universe. Xiao He, being wise, started to impart knowledge. The enlightenment card is a consumable item, it can only be used once. If you encounter difficulties during your cultivation, you will have a chance for enlightenment. The effectiveness of the enlightenment is related to one's talents and potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction. This is a good item. All the cards I drew in this 10-card pull are powerful ones. I can finally count on myself. He turned around and said, Don't get too proud, it's just luck. Thus, the two of them began to argue and fight fiercely. Can I be happy for once? Lin Huang retorted, splashing cold water on him. Did you pull an epic card or something? What's there to be proud of? If you're so capable, let me draw 10 cards in a row again. Dream on. The next morning, Lin Xing woke up and was sitting on the bed, intently examining something. When she saw Lin Huang come in, she quickly closed the screen. When did you get back? He entered with a bag of items and replied, Stop being lazy in bed. I brought breakfast for you. Get up and eat. Lin Huang placed the bag on the table and continued, I got back last night, so I didn't want to wake you up. Lin Xing responded, I suddenly disappeared. I thought you were in danger and couldn't get in touch with you. I was really worried. She then ate while speaking. Brother, the morning news said that a supernatural monster appeared at the Shaoxia ruins, but it was quickly suppressed. Was it you who did that? Lin Huang immediately denied it. How could that be? It was a supernatural monster. I'm just a black iron rank, getting too close would mean certain death. She replied, but the timing of your departure in Bai's is just too coincidental. Upon hearing this, he gently ruffled Lin Xing's head and said, Stop imagining things. Hurry up and finish your meal. He then turned and left, planning to prepare a bit after eating. There were still many places in Shaoxia City they hadn't explored yet. She set down her food and spoke, Brother, I don't want to play anymore. Let's go home. Lin Huang was very surprised and asked, Not play anymore? The summer vacation isn't over yet. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xing didn't turn around, just speaking clearly, in September, I have to attend graduation classes. If I want to play, I can do so freely next year. She seriously explained that it was better to focus on her studies and graduation now, as well as combat training, in order to perform well on the exams next year. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang joyfully ran over to hug his little sister. Xing'er has finally grown up and become so sensible. She felt a bit embarrassed. As Lin Huang walked to the door, he said, I'll go pack a bit in my room and buy tickets in advance. Let's take the plane back home. Lin Xing responded, Okay, brother. After he left, the girl turned the screen back on, and a voice rang out loudly. Our exclusive interview subject today is Ouyang Binglu. She is 18 years old and ranks 14th in the Gold Medal Hunter ranking in Zone 7. She is also the highest ranked female gunsmith. The person on the screen continued seriously, If you don't want to be an obstacle to others, you must learn to become strong. Lin Xing's gaze became incredibly determined. She would never be an obstacle to her brother. Once I make up my mind, there will come a day when I will fight side by side with you, Lin Xing's voice echoed. Brother, you handle it yourself. I'll go back to my room. Lin Huang stood outside the house, smiling as he spoke. You idiot, I thought you finally grew up and understood things. He looked at the golden card in his hand, muttering to himself, lately, there's nothing to do, so I might as well use the remaining mission card. Hopefully, it's not another trap. Lin Huang immediately crushed the card. The system announced, congratulations, the host has activated a mission card. The mission is to upgrade Battle Punishment Decision to level 6 within 30 days. Mission reward, healing card. If the mission is not completed within the given time, you will lose a functional card. He was so disheartened that he knelt on the ground, lamenting, another trap. Lin Huang clutched his head and screamed in despair. Despite spending a month leveling up his Battle Punishment Decision to the 6th tier, he still hadn't succeeded. He was currently stuck at the 3rd tier, and reaching the 6th tier meant he would need to accumulate 120,000 shards in 1 month, which was basically impossible. He was in immense pain, his body battered and worn, and he muttered, I've given all my living expenses to you. For the next month, you'll have to buy food outside on your own. I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. Lin Xing was stunned, looking utterly perplexed. Huh? Why yes, are you okay? Lin Huang was determined, silently thinking to himself that if he didn't complete the task, he would lose one of his function cards. If the Xiao Dai Shui card disappeared, it would be a huge loss. For the sake of the Xiao Dai Shui card, he was willing to risk it. He then sat in his room, and an image appeared before him. He spoke aloud, recently, whenever I have time, I practice the body destruction technique to accumulate shards for the Battle Punishment Decision. Right now, I'm still 800 shards short of breaking through to the 4th tier. Lin Huang furrowed his brow, guessing that if he kept practicing like this, there was no way he'd make it in a month. Suddenly, Xiao Yi flew out, confirming, that's right. Lin Huang jumped in shock and yelled, don't appear so suddenly like that. You scared me to death. He turned to it, questioning, then what? Is there any better way? Xiao Yi grinned, saying, there is a way to gather shards quickly, but it all depends on you. At this point, he no longer cared about anything and immediately said, as long as the mission is completed, what is it that I wouldn't dare to do? So Xiao Yi slapped him on the head, causing him to stumble forward. Then go ahead. Lin Huang fell straight into a magic portal. Xiao Yi, don't trap me. He stepped forward, completely stunned as he looked ahead. So it turns out that's the man from earlier. Wasn't he just a projection? The man immediately spoke, the practitioner can begin their cultivation now. He decisively threw a punch toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang screamed in fear, wait, what's going on here? The instructor bent down and delivered a punch to his stomach. Lin Huang collapsed to the ground, in so much pain. This was what Xiao He meant by rapidly leveling up, sending me here just to get beaten up. The man continued to raise his foot, and Lin Huang thought to himself, if I get beaten to death here, would I become a vegetable in real life? He quickly jumped up to dodge the attack, then seized the opportunity to start fighting back. I really appreciate you. As soon as his punch landed on the man's face, the system immediately announced, congratulations, the host has received a fragment of the Battle Punishment Decision. Lin Huang suddenly realized something. Just one punch, and he had already received a fragment. The instructor kept throwing more punches. Lin Huang blocked them all, frowned, and said, I get it now, this is indeed a fast way to collect fragments. Xiao He, well done. Lin Huang turned around and smiled, preparing to throw a punch, saying, as long as you don't kill me, I won't stop leveling up. He struck the man, but at the same time, he received a blow to the face. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a shard of Battle Punishment Decision. Once Lin Huang got used to it, he became even more enthusiastic. If that's the case, system notification, congratulations, host, you have obtained a shard of battle punishment decision. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shard of battle punishment decision. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shard of battle punishment decision. Lin Huang poured all his strength and willpower into charging forward, then let's just leave it at that. The notification board sounded incessantly, each one saying, Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shard of battle punishment decision. Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to battle punishment decision, level 5. By this time, Lin Huang's body was torn and ragged, yet he was still full of fighting spirit. Come on, bring it on. After some time, he suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. I'm exhausted. He struggled to say, there's still one level left, I can still fight. But Xiaoyi crossed her arms and said, no, you failed the mission. Lin Huang sat up abruptly when he heard this. What? She spoke nonchalantly. 24 days have passed. To go from level 5 to level 6 in battle punishment decision requires a full 10,000 shards. Right now, you only have about 4,000, so there's no way you'll make the time. He panicked and shouted, the mission. It's a failure. Lin Huang sat in a daze, disappointment in his voice. With only 10 days, there's no way I could gather 10,000 shards. The mission is bound to fail. Xiaoyi flew over and said, you will lose either the Xiao Dai Shui card or the Awakening card, it depends on your luck. He raised his hand, wait a moment. He gritted his teeth and firmly replied, I am a fugitive, relying on luck is as good as waiting to die. I must use the Awakening card. The system popped up a verification, asking the user to confirm whether they wanted to use the Awakening card. Xiaoyi warned, don't say I didn't remind you, with your ability, using the Awakening card right now is extremely dangerous. Lin Huang didn't listen, yelling out to confirm the usage. Shards enveloped him, speaking as it forcefully accelerated his cultivation progress, almost as if reorganizing his body, including his soul. Over here, blood poured out, the immense pressure causing Lin Huang to scream in pain. Xiaoyi furrowed his brows and said, you're too weak now. You can't possibly control the Awakening card, there's a high chance you'll die from forced cultivation. He was resolute and unwilling to give up, it's just a breakthrough to the next level, I'm confident. With that, Lin Huang sat down seriously, dark magical currents swirled around and entered his body. Xiaoyi frowned and waited. No, as in, there was no way to control it. Lin Huang's entire body was surging with evil power, and the battle punishment decisions rotation was speeding up faster and faster. He opened one eye, his face pale. At this rate, in less than 4 hours, he could break through. The 6th level, the system announced, congratulations, user has broken through the battle punishment decision. 6th level. Lin Huang was in excruciating pain, screaming in horror as his clothes were torn to shreds. Xiaoyi panicked and shouted, stop, stop now. Behind him, countless images of the instructor appeared. He held his head in confusion and exclaimed, what's going on? I can't stop. His eyes opened wide, turning a deep crimson, unable to halt his cultivation process. Lin Huang fell back into his inner world, surrounded by hundreds of familiar men. Dong Qing's group spoke in unison, you've started cultivating, now continue. Then, they all charged forward together. In a panic, he looked around in every direction. Oh my god, this can't be happening. In reality, his hand fell limp, his body frozen in place. Lying still on the ground, Xiaoyi spoke up, as expected, it's uncontrollable. Furrowing its brow, it added, the terrifying thing about the manifestation card is that it bypasses the host's physical strength. Once the mind weakens, the person won't be able to wake up. Back in the inner world, Lin Huang was repeatedly struck, but he stubbornly withstood the blows, declaring, I will not give up. He then charged forward, wildly attacking, shouting, I can't give up. Lin Huang screamed, I haven't lived enough yet. Lin Xing, sitting in the next room writing notes, suddenly had a bad premonition. She turned and softly called out to him. The exorcising light descended from behind the distant mountain. The bright green gem lay on the ground, suddenly cracking open. Lin Huang happened to wake up with his eyes wide open. Lin Xing beside him was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brother, you're finally awake." She cried, her face flushed, and said with a sob, "You scared me to death. The doctor said your health is fine, but no one knows why you kept falling into a coma." He struggled to sit up and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Xing answered, "Exactly 1 week. You must be hungry, let me get you something to eat." She immediately opened the door and left, saying, "Brother, wait a moment, I'll be right back." Lin Huang thought to himself, 1 week, what about my mission? It must have failed. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host. You have broken through the battle punishment decision to the 8th level, completing the mission. You are now eligible for a healing card." He was stunned. The 8th level. The system displayed another message, "Fate card, battle punishment decision fate card, extremely rare. 8th level tier. Effect, increases the speed of fate energy operation by 96%, increases attack and defense power of fate energy by 96%. Note, each level upgrade increases 12% of different effects of fate energy. Evaluation, usable. Lin Huang, who was eating greedily like a famine survivor, said, "The 8th tier battle punishment decision law increases each type of effective fate energy by 96%. This level of upgrade rate is also the peak of the Supreme Fate cards. The Enlightenment card is indeed powerful." Shouty beside him spoke with admiration, "Your physical strength really surprises me, you were even able to hold out until the 8th floor." Hearing this, he laughed, so heartily that food flew onto the other person's face. "I told you a long time ago, I'm a genius." It was so infuriating that it made him shake with anger. "I'll kill you sooner or later." Xiaoyi frowned and said, "Your cultivation is complete, and the power in your body is completely stabilized. You can start thinking about leveling up to bronze level now." Lin Huang wiped the food off his face and turned to ask, "To level up to bronze level, do I need to choose a new monster? Also, in the mastery guide, there aren't many more monsters available in the bronze level compared to black iron." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi spoke up, "Based on the attributes of the monsters and the current traits of your mastery, I've already filtered out 11 candidates for you." He scratched his head, feeling utterly lost. How am I supposed to choose from this? The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth curled up, just like before. "I don't have the ability to make the final decision for you, but aren't you a genius?" Suddenly, Lin Huang hugged him and ruffled his hair. "Last time, the military commander helped me choose the mastery, should I ask him again?" It yelled in frustration, "Let go of me, you idiot." "Then how do you explain that you leveled up to bronze level so quickly?" The existence of the system must never be known to the Hunter Guild. He furrowed his brow, his expression becoming serious. "That's true, but besides him, who else could it be?" Suddenly, a sound rang out, and Lin Huang was slightly startled. It was a phone call, and it turned out to be Yutan on the other end. "Mr. Lin, hello." "You're quite surprised," she greeted. Miss Xiaohe, who was trembling beside her, spoke up. The young genius girl had just advanced to the supernatural level. She was embarrassed, gently brushing her hair, as it had been a while since they last contacted, and she wanted to check in and see how he was doing. Lin Huang smiled and replied, "That's right, it's a perfect time for you to show up. I actually have a question I'd like to ask." The figure beside him poked their head out and said, "She's at the supernatural level, and you were just a black iron before. She didn't ask too many questions before, so she's really a great person to ask for advice." Yutan spoke up, "I don't dare to claim I'm offering advice. I'm just happy to be of help." He laughed and began to explain, "It's like this. I'm in the process of choosing a fate seed to level up to bronze, but the selection range is too wide, and I really have no idea what to choose." She requested, "Let me see your options." After looking through them, Yutan was a bit surprised and thought to herself, "Bronze? Didn't he just recently level up from black iron?" After reviewing everything, Yutan began analyzing. "Most of the powers you've chosen seem to be for upgrading your body's foundation, like the electric speed and the rear armor. However, after reaching the supernatural level, physical enhancement talents are no longer applicable." Lin Huang crossed his arms and frowned as he asked, So does that mean my fake monkey paw will become useless then? She replied, it's useful. After becoming transcendent, the demon hunter's talent will evolve into a secret technique called the Hand of the Exorcising Ghost, which is quite good. Hearing this, he felt a glimmer of hope and began to think about which destiny seed could be upgraded into a secret technique after he became transcendent. A hot cup of coffee sat on the table, and Yutan slowly lifted it to her lips. She smiled faintly before speaking. I was also thinking about a bronze-level monster. The power gained from killing it, the secret technique it evolves into after one becomes transcendent, is quite special and might suit you. Lin Huang, intrigued, said, let's hear it. She took a sip and then said, the historical path of the human fate isn't that strong, but it's very tricky to deal with because it has the ability to substitute itself. After killing it, you obtain a destiny seed called the Fate Seed Surrogate. He was taken aback. Fate Seed Surrogate? Yutan continued, the energy of the surrogate destiny is quite dull. It doesn't do much. Each day, it can only transfer non-lethal damage 3 times. It's far less effective than some healing species, which is why many people buy land there. She continued, but after upgrading to Transcendent, this type of surrogate talent can evolve into a secret technique, which allows you to transfer fatal injuries up to 9 times a day. He nodded, I see. She spoke again, I'll send you the healing secret technique. You can check out the other secret techniques and consider your options. Lin Huang smiled, alright, thank you so much. He was truly grateful for Yutan. When she heard this, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. After the call ended, he realized that he had been too familiar, and she was angry. Xiaohe, sitting next to him, scolded, you're such an idiot. He leaned back in his chair and spoke. Historical path of the human fate, thinking it over, seemed really to be the fate type that suited me the most. He crossed his arms and replied, historical path of the human fate, immortal type, bronze level 3, monster clustering, distributed in the first floor of immortality. Xiaohe continued explaining, the undead black abyss is a forbidden zone, only the extraordinary dare to enter. Forgotten land is a strange forbidden area in the 7th zone. Many who have explored it, including the extraordinary, have disappeared. He sneered, for a lowlife like you, dying no matter where you go is guaranteed. Lin Huang calmly responded, just say it straight. We'll go to the HIT and Valley Electric Temple. At that moment, the ring made a sound again, another phone call. Hang appeared, excitedly shouting, hey, let's go to Ashvale. Lin Huang and Xiaohe were confused, huh? The next morning, sunlight streamed onto the roof of the large mansion. Lin Xing frowned and asked, Ashvale? You fainted just a week ago. You want to go that far? Lin Huang smiled and replied, you're about to start school, and I don't have anything to do at home. I just want to hang out with friends for a couple of days. He waved his hand and said, be good and stay at home by yourself. I've already given you your living expenses. I'll come back in a while. She puffed her cheeks in anger, clearly, you're the one who's not being good. Lin Xing opened the virtual screen, still muttering under her breath. Her health had just improved, and now she couldn't sit still. Suddenly, she spat out all the water she had in her mouth, panic-stricken, and shouted, 10 million. The scene shifted to Outpost 729, Wuling City. Hang stretched out lazily, finally arriving. After being on the spaceship for 11 days, he felt like he was about to grow moss. Lin Huang glanced around before speaking up, this is the Wuling City Outpost, the closest location to Ashvale. Everywhere you look, there are hunters who seem extremely difficult to approach, emitting an overwhelming amount of killing intent. I remind you, we need to be cautious from here on out. He helped him with the backpack and then spoke, agreed to help me on this trip. You're my bro, Hang from my past life. Later, when you need anything, just a single call will do. Lin Huang smiled and replied, after all, we're close friends. No need to be polite. At that moment, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, although it doesn't look like much, after leveling up to the transcendent tier, the genius seed can evolve into a life-saving secret agent. You must keep this a secret. My father spent a large sum of money to acquire this information. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood. Was this the reason he chose Ashvale to level up to bronze level? After finishing his thoughts, he reflected this aligned with my goals too. We might as well travel together. But I must hide my true strength from him. So, the two of them walked side by side, chatting happily as they went. Hang spoke up, there's a level 3 wilderness area along the way. It's not safe for the two of us to pass through there. I'll go to the adventure park and find a team. Lin Huang replied with satisfaction, alright, then I'll find a safe inn to rest at. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. He reassured him, don't worry, I'm here to help you. I'll protect you. He laughed, thank you so much. Lin Huang wandered along the long road, quietly thinking that all the people gathered in Wuling City were those who had spawned monsters in the nearby wilderness, including some members of the Hunter Guild. His expression grew serious as he continued his thoughts. Many of these team leaders had unclear backgrounds, and one had to be extremely cautious when dealing with them. Suddenly, he received a call. Lin Huang asked with a hint of confusion, Fatty, didn't we just part ways? Hang's voice came from the other side, Lin Huang, I've found a team. We're about to set off now. Hurry up and meet us at the east gate of the base. After hearing this, Lin Huang couldn't help but feel suspicious. There are many teams heading to Ashvale. Why the rush? Moreover, it's already getting dark, why not stay in the wilderness overnight? But he decided to go and check the situation first before responding. The scene shifted to the east gate of Wuling City. Hang's face was blank, his eyes devoid of any soul, and he waved his hand, calling out, Lin Huang, over here. Behind him, one of the three strangers spoke up, why so slow? How much longer do you expect us to wait? He stepped forward and asked, what's going on, fat guy? The other replied, going with them will lead us to Rotten Fog Valley. Lin Huang looked at them and immediately recognized the three individuals as Bai Tai Jing. Unease filled his mind as he silently thought, are they looking for trouble? They summoned a large monster and rode on its back, shouting, we've been waiting so long already, stop complaining and let's get moving. Hang's face was pale, but he still urged them to proceed. Lin Huang didn't respond, only silently analyzing that there was something off about these people. Could it be that the fat guy was being threatened? Right now, he could only take things step by step and see what tricks they were up to. And so, they all set off toward their destination. One of the group members sneered and spoke, boss, that last kid is Black Iron Mirror, and he has a wolf of the green forest as a mount. He turned to the others and replied, the more oil and water, the better. This trip will be a good one. Keep moving forward, we should be able to reach Rotten Fog Valley before nightfall. After a long while, they all finally arrived at Rotten Fog Valley, a desolate and slightly eerie place. They dismounted, and Lin Huang looked around. Indeed, this was Rotten Fog Valley, as there was an eerie energy in the air. The monsters slowly began to disappear, and Bai Tai Jing's group revealed their true intentions. We've safely brought you here, so pay up, 30 fate stars in total. He tilted his head smugly, thanking for the attention. Lin Huang frowned and questioned, 3 fate stars, what kind of joke is this? At that moment, Hang, trembling behind him, realized something was wrong and immediately turned his head. The fat guy, he said, his face contorted in pain, his skin turning purple and looking very uncomfortable, but he still tried to warn him. He carefully looked at the 3 people in front of him and continued, this guy says he can control people. He slowly pulled down the mask. Hang stammered, He's a Yenling master. At that moment, he stuck out his long tongue, leaving a mark on his skin, with eyes as red as a serpent. He sneered with a mocking tone, 30 fate stars, not a single one less. Lin Huang, with a displeased look, thought to himself, encountering a Yenling master again, such a rare profession. People like this could use words to curse and control others, even deciding life or death with a single sentence. But these guys were just Bai Tai Jing, their beasts were merely cheap earth rhinoceroses, clearly nothing special, and their strength was average at best. Lin Huang changed his expression and spoke with disdain. Stealing, huh? Next to him, Hang, terrified, signaled for him to remain quiet. Hey, don't provoke them. The Bai Tai Jing group began to threaten Lin Huang. You little brat, you guessed it right. If you don't want to die, quickly hand over the money, or we could just kill both of you, take everything, and throw your bodies into the narrow valley. He was not afraid of those threats. On the contrary, he even offered a counter-suggestion to overwhelm Bai Tai Jing. He could also give them a third option. You can leave now, and I will act as if nothing happened, sparing your worthless lives. Hang broke into a cold sweat, shouting at him, "You're crazy." The Bai Tai Jing group mocked his words. Boss, this kid has really gone dumb from fear, huh? If we didn't know he's from the Lin family, we'd think he's some noble. He glared and growled, "You little brat, you refuse the good wine but insist on drinking the punishment wine." He began whispering softly to himself. His face slowly twisted into madness, and he muttered one word, "Tai Lai." Lin Huang, unfazed, spoke, "Tai Lai, do you wonder what he's doing?" The atmosphere grew awkward, leaving everyone dumbstruck, speechless. Feeling humiliated, the Bai Tai Jing members started to lose their temper, their voices turning sharper. What's going on? Yan Ling didn't work on this kid? It's just a black iron mirror, kill him, kill him, kill him now. Ignoring these meaningless actions, Lin Huang began to retaliate. It was his turn now. With a casual wave of his hand, Baya appeared. At the same moment, both sides clashed. Bai Tai Jing's people took the brunt of Baya's strike, wincing in pain and complaining, "What the hell is this? No, it can't be." They tried to resist, but to no avail. How could this happen? Aren't you the black iron mirror? This is some twisted monster. Lin Huang smiled and replied, "You're just too foolish. When you realized that Yan Ling couldn't control me, you should have guessed it already." The scene shifted to another place, where, overwhelmed by too many things, Hang ran off, shouting, "Mom!" This left his older brother puzzled, saying, "Big brother, you haven't finished your sentence yet." Hang suddenly dropped to his knees. Lin Huang, confused, asked, "What are you doing?" He answered hesitantly, shaking, with one part showing his admiration for Lin Huang, and the other part clearly frightened and kneeling. He continued, "Honestly, are you really black iron?" Lin Huang calmly responded, "Why, is there a problem?" Lin Huang helped Hang along the way. He asked, "For wings of a blood-feeding species at the golden level, right? Can you control him?" Lin Huang answered, "He's not a black iron mirror, he's just a mutant." Hang looked disappointed, clearly starting to doubt Lin Huang's true abilities. Lin Huang smiled and said, "Stop joking around, it's getting late. Let's find somewhere to rest for the night." His voice remained steady as he continued, "No need to go deep into the valley, let's just rest here tonight and continue tomorrow morning." By this point, Hang had already fallen asleep. Lin Huang spoke again, "Yan Ling master has run off, he probably won't dare to come close again. Baya, you don't need to stand guard tonight." Baya looked at him in silence, then closed his eyes and returned to the space within. Lin Huang spoke seriously, "However, to guard against potential risks in the valley, we still need to take some precautions." Early the next morning, Hang's challenge echoed everywhere. Lin Huang rubbed his eyes as he woke up, a bit angry, and asked, "Did a ghost call you?" Hang's face turned pale, and he kept muttering, "It's over, we're surrounded by monsters. We're going to die, we're going to die." Lin Huang reassured him, "You can't die. These are monsters I summoned, just to guard the night." Hang, looking like he was about to cry, shouted, "Oh my god, they look so scary, I'm about to pee my pants. How many monsters did you summon?" The two of them continued on their journey, and Hang said, "I really admire summoners. You guys don't have to fight yourselves. You have powerful subordinates and majestic mounts." Lin Huang replied lightly, "Everyone has different talents. You're a gourmet hunter, and sooner or later you'll have countless fate stars, more than us, who risk our lives. Yi Hang, drenched in sweat from the long journey, panted and said, "You're right. With your personality, you're not the type to throw yourself into dangerous situations." Lin Huang's face grew serious. Wait, something didn't feel right. In front of them was the corpse of a massive python. He continued. The base of Ox Leaking Chance should be here, but all the monsters have already been cleared by someone else. We're too late. Yi Hang, panting and exhausted, looked drained. Since the first point had been destroyed, they decided to move to the next location. After traveling quite a distance, they finally reached their destination. Yi Hang held up the map and said, "Over there, behind the stone pillar, is the second base, the one closest to the cave entrance. Let's go check it out." After passing behind the stone pillar, Yi Hang, with a disappointed expression, exclaimed, "No way, what on earth is going on?" As if understanding something, Lin Huang irritably said, "As expected." Holding his head in confusion, Yi Hang shouted, "Who on earth is so heartless? If this continues, will he only be able to change his fate seed?" Lin Huang, with a serious expression, then said, "Hey fatty, didn't you tell the 3 bandits about the monster fate seed you chose before?" Yi Hang, surprised, replied, "Ah, right, he did mention it when he was looking for teammates." He continued, "Then I guess you know who has been stopping you from hunting those monsters, right?" Elsewhere, he was speaking to himself, feeling smug. "The golden weapon I acquired by spending all my fortune is indeed powerful. Rotten Fog Valley has a total of 4 outposts of Ox Leaking Chance, and now there's only 1 left. Once I clear them all, those 2 little brats will return in vain." His expression gradually turned malicious, and his tone became slightly terrifying. "I've been in Wuling City for many years, and I've never suffered such a loss. Once I go back and buy some withered blood elixirs, I'll take care of you all. With withered blood elixirs, that damn blood-feeding species will." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Su Chang's voice rang out, "Not so fast." He broke out in a cold sweat, turned around, and trembled as he said, "Who? Are you, the teammate of those 2 little brats?" He thought to himself, "What's going on? Just one hand on my shoulder and my limbs go stiff, I can't move, and I can't even use my energy." A voice rang out, "Take him away." Hong Zhang appeared, a smile on her face as she looked at the man before her and said, "I'll find a way to use him." He jerked in shock when he saw the emblem on Hong Zhang's cloak. "Xia, people of Xia. Spare me." A hand slowly extended from a circle, its fingers pinched together as if trying to grasp something. Su Chang effortlessly lifted him, and all he could do was scream pitifully, begging for his life. Back at Lin Huang's position, he had just heard a strange sound from behind. He turned to Yi Hang and asked, "Did you hear that sound?" Yi Hang nonchalantly replied, "He doesn't care." Yi Hang continued, "Fortunately, I listened to you and skipped the 3rd checkpoint. We went straight to the end, and now we can finally see the Ox Leaking Chance. Below the cliff, there are swarms of Ox Leaking Chances, their eyes glowing." Yi Hang observed seriously and said, "Although these things have no offensive power, there are so many of them. If we're surrounded, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out." Lin Huang supported him from behind, covering him. Yi Hang wasted no time charging into the swarm of Ox Leaking Chances with a long whip in hand. "Alright, let's see how powerful this fat one is." With that, Yi Hang swung the whip towards a mannequin-like figure, wrapping it tightly. A barrage of attacks hit the mannequin, trapped within the whip. Yi Hang excitedly shouted, "That's fierce," and with those words, his expression turned even more savage. He made a slash that severed the wooden mannequin's head from its neck. In an instant, the mannequin disappeared, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Why can't I see it anymore?" In a flash, it reappeared from behind and lunged at him. Yi Hang, caught off guard, panicked. The powerful strikes from the mannequin forced Yi Hang to scream out. "Damn it, this thing can regenerate. Lin Huang, help me." As he spoke, he was still trying to defend himself from the attack. Suddenly, the mannequin was completely bound. Lin Huang calmly said, "It's tied up, go ahead." Beside him, Baya was securing the wooden mannequin. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Hang eagerly attacked the mannequin and said, "All right, cut off the head of this log." Some time passed, and Yi Hang, drenched in sweat, complained and gasped for breath, saying, "5 times now, is it done yet?" Baya was handling the final details in mid-air. Yi Hang, exhausted, then said, "It's done." Lin Huang smiled and patted Yi Hang on the back, asking, "How is it? No problems with the life seed?" Yi Hang replied, "No problem. He's successfully leveled up to bronze level. Now, he just needs to train and solidify his realm." Yi Hang, full of gratitude, was about to embrace him when Lin Huang pushed him away, uncomfortable, saying, "No need for that. If it's all done, you can head back to the city first. I'll stay here for another couple of days." Yi Hang looked puzzled and asked, "You still have work?" "Then I'll go with you." Lin Huang shyly declined, "No need, your realm is low, you just want to create monsters in this low-level land. Right now, you need to consolidate your realm, no need to follow me." He looked a bit sad and then said, "So you're really leaving? If anything happens, contact me, I'll find you when I return." Confidently, Lin Huang replied, "Don't worry." His face was now filled with a shining light as he spoke with determination. Next, it was his turn to level up to bronze level, while Baya, standing beside him, still ignored his strange actions. In the center of Rotten Fog Valley, in front of him was a mystical glowing lake with clear water. He seemed to be trembling, and Su Chang began to speak, "Are you sure it's here?" Hong Zhang, with an irritated expression, responded, "Of course, I personally arranged it. How could it be wrong?" Hong Zhang lightly touched the surface of the water, causing a small section to turn a transparent red, then she said, "The golden spring water of this lake has been brewed for 12 years, it should be ready now." The entire area of water gradually changed color to red. She ordered, "Push it down here, I want to check the effect." Upon hearing her words, Su Chang began to feel fear, his body trembling as he stammered, No, don't throw me in, I'm still useful, I can help you find other test subjects." I knew there were still 2 little demons in this narrow valley. Ignoring his words, Su Chang tossed him straight into the lake without mercy. The mannequin shattered into pieces. Lin Huang remarked, "TCH, this toy might not have any offensive power, but it's really hard to kill." Looking at his hand, he said, "Upgrade to bronze level. After the life wheel black iron transforms into the life wheel bronze, the abyssal void marking will form 3 circles on the periphery. The rest of the life wheel, converted by the Fate Energy memory card, will also begin to undergo similar transformations." The system panel pops up, announcing the detection of a Fate seed and turning it into a card. The features of the card are listed on the system panel: Fate seed card, name Fate seed surrogate, rarity common, exotic species type. The innate effect is in the form of a wooden stake instead of lethal damage, usable only 3 times a day for card evaluation. Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction. As expected, although it was useless now, when it evolved into a masterpiece, this toy would be the strongest tool to protect his life. Turning to Baya, his expression changed as he spoke, "Except for the ghostly Bodhi rank, the other epic cards will automatically upgrade when I ascend to the transcendent level. Baya is now Baya Tier 1, and we won't encounter that fat guy for a short while, otherwise, my true combat ability will no longer be hidden." He looked ahead in surprise, a chill running down his spine. There was energy here, and it was from a mutated monster. On his side, after being thrown into the lake, his body ached, and all he could do was scream in agony. His body began to mutate. From his face to his arms, he had completely turned into a grotesque monster. Hong Zhang looked at the result of his creation, joyfully exclaiming, "Mutated minion, the effect isn't bad either." Lin Huang gaped in disbelief as he witnessed the incredibly hard-to-believe scene. A person had turned into a monster. What kind of creature was this? Hong Zhang raised her hand forward, using her magical power to attack the mutated creature. As for Lin Huang, he was confused and curious, unsure who this strange woman was and what this blood-soaked area was. With a serious expression, he said, "This is definitely not an enemy I can face right now. We need to run." Su Chang appeared out of nowhere behind him, causing him to jump in fright. He spoke, "You've already seen it." Lin Huang turned around in fear, thinking, "What's going on?" Su Chang had only placed one hand on his shoulder, and suddenly, his entire body froze. In an instant, Su Chang squeezed his neck so quickly that he had no time to resist. With a harsh tone, he said, "Die." Even though his neck was being gripped tightly, Lin Huang still tried to speak. Wait, I. Inside, he was panicking. What's going on? How can I not even defend myself now? Hong Zhang appeared and said, "Su Chang, don't kill him for now." As she approached, she said, "Hello, younger brother." With a look of disdain, she continued, "You've mutated into a monster twice, haven't you?" Lin Huang replied irritably, "How do you know?" She went on, "I didn't guess wrong, did I?" At that moment, Lin Huang's mind was filled with concern. The pressure from these two was overwhelming, and he could barely breathe. They were certainly extraordinary strongmen. She began to introduce herself, "I am Hong Zhang, an official member of the realm." Still in pain, he forced himself to stand up and said, "Two seniors, I was just passing by, I mean no offense, please show mercy." At that moment, a question stirred in his mind. "Zia, isn't that a well-known organization like the Hunter Association?" But the Hunter Association operates in the open, while Zia is the king of the dark world. Hong Zhang began to make a friendly gesture and gently spoke, "Beast Master at the bronze level, and having two mutated monsters at your disposal." "Not bad, kid." Lin Huang broke out in a sweat and replied, Thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, then I." Su Chang stepped forward angrily and said, "Hong Zhang, are you saying the minimum level for the reserve members to join Zia is gold level?" She raised a finger and replied in a calm tone, "A beast master at the bronze level, with two mutated monsters. A talent like this, if it falls into the hands of another organization, could become a serious threat to Zia." Hong Zhang spoke with a tone of threat, "Join us, or die immediately. You choose." His words left him stunned and filled with intense worry. And so, he was captured. In the holding cell, the sound of banging on the door echoed. Lin Huang shouted angrily, "Hey, weren't you trying to recruit me into Zia? Where is this, a prison?" The steward, with a frown, spoke disdainfully, "This is Zia's labor training camp for reserve members." "I am the steward. Only after passing the 3-month evaluation can you become a reserve labor member." Steward approached Lin Huang, his voice cold as he spoke, "Even though you are the one favored by Lord Hong Zhang, for these 3 months, aside from ensuring that you stay alive, I cannot offer you any additional privileges. Look after yourself." Lin Huang shouted, "Hey, don't go, I still have questions. Why has my emperor's heart realm been disconnected?" A voice from behind responded, "Stop yelling. Now that you're here, consider yourself dead." Lin Huang turned around and exclaimed, "Who?" The person spoke with concern, "My name is Xiao Mo. From now on, Yi Zhang will be your roommate." "I'll introduce myself as well. My name is Lin Huang." What did he mean by that? Am I already dead? Xiao Mo answered, "What I mean is that once you're in training, neither the Emperor's heart realm nor communication devices will work." As he spoke, he darkened his face and cut off the connection to the outside world. "For these 3 months, unless you turn into a zombie, don't even think about leaving." Lin Huang, curious, asked, "Aren't the people held here all highly capable? Even if we want to run, we can't escape, right?" Xiao Mo replied, "Most people come here voluntarily. Even if you want to escape, the barriers surrounding this place will kill you. Moreover, steward and the guards here are all at the transcendent realm. Who could possibly escape?" Lin Huang calmly collapsed onto the bed and said, "Then there's no other way. Whatever comes, let it come." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Mo could only gape. He laughed and said, "Thank you for explaining all of this to me. For the next 3 months, let's live together peacefully. Xiao Mo was surprised to see how relaxed Lin Huang was, then he spoke up. He can even sleep. This guy sure has guts, but the bed you're sleeping on is mine. The next morning, at the Ziya training camp. The large training camp was organized, with prisoners lined up below. Looking up at the tower, Lin Huang said, "That's the trial tower you mentioned." Xiao Mo also looked up and replied, "Yes. From Black Iron Level 1 to Golden Level 3, you can choose the corresponding floor of the tower to participate in the challenge." Lin Huang looked uninterested. Is there any benefit to these challenges? Xiao Mo started urging him. Let's move a bit faster, breakfast will be served soon. It can provide combat skills, strengthen your power, and you can also earn points. Lin Huang asked with curiosity. Points? Suddenly, Xiao Mo, trembling, looked away. Look over there. In front of them, the sight of people hanging by the neck was visible. Xiao Mo said. The training camp has a points board, ranking participants based on the points they earn in the trial tower. The 3 people with the lowest points each week will be hanged to death. Lin Huang was stunned. What? Opening the system interface from his ring, he said. According to the local network, this really exists. He was terrified, clutching his brother's shirt tightly and said, It's not just that, the points you earn can be used to exchange for whatever you want, including combat skills, fate scripts, weapons, food. Xiao Mo continued, so, the one who ranks at the top will be even stronger, but he doesn't know that someone is already behind him. He kicked the guy mercilessly, his voice dripping with disdain. Isn't this Xiao Mo, the one ranked first from the bottom? Lin Huang repeated, first from the bottom, as he looked at Xiao Mo, who had just been kicked so badly. Zihao, with a terrifying expression, spoke, the thing that won't even survive another week, still wants to go eat. As he spoke, he reached toward him, I already warned you. It's decided, you're going to die. Don't waste the quota. The food is limited. The guy could only cover his face, his mood in turmoil, saying, I'm sorry. Lin Huang stopped his hand, his tone commanding, You're not the one who should apologize. Annoyed by his hand being held so firmly, Zihao grumbled, You don't want to live anymore? Ignoring his words, Lin Huang said, I'm sorry, Xiao Mo. The painful scream of Zihao came from the force Lin Huang applied. Where did that sound echo from? Let him go. The prisoners around them started shouting. It's Gong Zuning. Gong Zuning is here, let him go quickly. He looked at Gong Zuning with a grievance. Boss, you hate me now for being second on the leaderboard. Gong Zuning replied, You wanted to challenge the rules. Lin Huang, his face fierce, barked, The rules of small fry are those of beasts, I'm a human. Gong Zuning is no less impressive than Pai Jiazi, interesting. The steward, angrily holding a whip, walked forward, shouting loudly to stop the actions of the two. No, stop. Keep going, do you want to be punished? Gong Zuning turned her face away, showing a look of disdain. We'll go. Another underling spoke up. Xiao Zmo, just wait and see. Zmo could only shrink behind his brother. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You shouldn't have offended Gong Zuning because of me. Even without you, sooner or later I would have had to face people like her. His face darkened, look closely, I'll teach you how to survive. Lin Huang stood in front of the large door that was slowly opening. 6th floor, the trial tower. It's time to get serious. His face was serious and determined, he was ready. Lin Huang pondered. The rules of the trial tower were simple but harsh, kill monsters and earn points. Rather than say they were created, it was more accurate to say they were brought here. Each monster crazily charged towards him. By Yakai Gong, he smiled smugly and summoned him. He thought to himself, killing these monsters would earn him fate light, and if he was killed, he would die too. He quietly calculated. This trial tower, rather than being for training, could be better described as a meat grinder. He and Baya rushed forward to slay the monsters. Lin Huang considered, although Baya's strength could deal with monsters of the 10th level, he needed to refine his combat skills and accumulate fate light. With a high jump, Lin Huang approached the large monster, still the most suitable bronze level, 3rd grade creature. He swung his sword down to kill it. Compared to others, he could synchronize his life will with Baya, which allowed endless flow of life energy. Training for 8 hours a day was no problem. Lin Huang continued to slaughter monsters inside the tower. On the 3rd day, he sighed in exhaustion. Around him, the corpses of several monsters lay scattered. Lin Huang slowly walked out of the tower and confidently checked his body. All 3 life wheels had reached their 6th overflowing state, which wasn't bad at all. Lin Huang opened his information panel to check. Together with Baya, they had killed 3 bronze-level, 3rd-grade monsters, leaving nearly 4,000 more to go. His points had surged to over 160,000. He was still deeply immersed in it, feeling quite proud. His rank had risen to over 300, after all, even though he had started a month later than everyone else. Suddenly, someone yelled his name. Lin Huang. Zihao growled, pointing directly at him. I challenge you to a duel. Confused by the challenge, Lin Huang thought to himself. A quick point-scoring battle had appeared, and indeed, it was the fight for the top spot. He turned away, ignoring Zihao, showing no interest. Left behind, Zihao raised his voice in defiance. Are you scared? If that's the case, then we'll have to start a life and death battle. Li Zihao had registered a life and death battle with him. The battle would begin, and the countdown started, 10, 9, 8. The system's voice rang out, and the life and death battle was forcibly initiated. Lin Huang glanced at him with displeasure. The people around him whispered one after another. That's too cruel, a direct life and death battle. The points of this kid had increased too quickly, making everyone envious. Li Zihao's ranking was much higher than his, and this battle seemed uneventful. He held 2 long swords, with power concentrated around them. He showed a cruel expression as he moved forward. If you accept the challenge, I can only steal half of your points at most. But if you force me to register a life and death battle, I can only kill you and take all your points. Lin Huang angrily turned to look at him. So that's how it is. Zihao charged forward. You brat, pretending to be tough when you're about to die. The murmurs from the crowd grew louder in amazement. He really deserves to be in the top 100 of the tower. How spectacular! Li Zihao is also a subordinate of Gong Zuning, with very strong abilities. Too bad for this newbie. He's going to die right after finally showing his talent. Upon hearing the compliments, Zihao arrogantly charged forward. Die! However, with just 1 strike, Lin Huang confidently stepped past him. Zihao froze in shock at his speed. Ha! Lin Huang slowly glanced at him. You've lost. He screamed. How irritating, and then collapsed. The crowd around them was terrified. When did he draw his sword? Just like that. How terrifying is this kid's strength? Zihao lay on one side, unable to believe what was happening. It can't be, how is this possible? Gong Zunying's voice echoed. You must kill him. Only then will this life and death battle end. This was the rule of the life and death battle. Lin Huang's face darkened. You want me to kill him? Isn't he one of your subordinates? He glared at him. The rule was the rule, only by killing him could the duel be concluded. Lin Huang wasn't backing down either. Rules made by humans can also be broken by humans. Lin Huang turned around. I'm not going to argue with Gong Zuning anymore. I'm busy, I'm done playing with you, see you later. His gaze was cold, and with a flick of his power, chains coiled around Zihao's neck. Taking a dangerous strike, Gong Zuning ruthlessly killed him. Ugh! The agonizing scream sent a chill down his spine. Lin Huang froze and turned to look at Gong Zuning. Gong Zuning casually retracted the chains, yet his expression was filled with fury as he glared at Lin Huang. I helped you kill this guy, no need to thank me, but what I hate most are those who don't understand the rules. Xiao Mo was terrified, drenched in sweat. He stammered. Gong Zuning is a Baya blood level B, he can break the golden scene at any time. If you run into him, it'll be very dangerous for you. Lin Huang relaxed on the nearby bed, sitting up with a bit of confusion. Why would you want to join Zia? You're a black iron mirror, you could easily join the Hunter Association and become a reserve member first. He replied with a darkened face, if I could choose, of course, I would want to join the Hunter Association, but I am a descendant of sinful blood, and the Allied government has no place for me. ZMO gently pulled his shirt down to reveal the tattoo on his body. Lin Huang's face showed clear sorrow. I understand, he thought for a moment, if a woman is violated by a monster and somehow survives, the child she bears will be considered sinful blood. Now, the Allied government had stopped hunting them, but they were still regarded as a foreign race. No wonder Xiao Mo could only choose underground organizations like this one. Xiao Mo seemed to fall into despair, biting his lip. Sorry, I didn't tell you earlier. Lin Huang placed his hand on his head in comfort. Whether you're sinful blood or a descendant of sinful blood, you're still someone deserving of sympathy. You haven't done anything wrong. Xiao Mo shrank back, looking at him anxiously. The score summary is coming up soon, and Steward will be here to execute me. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Unfortunately, it's too late. You have so many fragments of life, there's no way to repay you. His words caused Lin Huang to fall silent in contemplation. Lin Huang confidently said, challenge me. Xiao Mo was startled by his words. He shouted, what? Lin Huang calmly responded, challenge me. If I concede, you will gain some of my points. Xiao Mo panicked, no. In a challenge, if you concede, it's a violation of the rules. Gong Zuning won't let you off. Lin Huang's face hardened, his determination clear. If he likes to cause trouble, let him come. I enjoy solving problems. Don't hesitate. Are you willing to die with no clarity in this hellhole? He gritted his teeth, I can't accept this. I want to keep living, I want the chance to become stronger. Xiao Mo trembled, his face turning pale as he mustered all his strength to shout, I challenge you. Lin Huang smiled and gently accepted, all right, I concede. Gong Zunying's face darkened as he walked over. Lin Huang began to play dumb to deceive him. What? Cheating? I can't understand you, could you speak a little softer? Why raise your voice? His actions made Xiao Mo, who was standing by, even more worried. Gong Zuning pressed closer to him. I've warned you before, yet you still dare to break the rules. You're just a bronze level, don't you value your life anymore? Lin Huang spoke loudly, full of defiance. It wasn't easy for him to reach second place on the leaderboard. If you can hold on to 2 victories, you'll become an official member of Zia. Now you're provoking me, don't you fear that all your previous efforts will be in vain? The crowd whispered among themselves. This newcomer is really reckless. He dares to speak like that to Gong Zuning, he's just a bronze level. Where does he get the confidence to talk like this? Is he tired of living? Gong Zunying's cold voice rang out. I challenge you, he said, unafraid. Just then, a loud shout interrupted the impending fight between the two. Stop right there. A commanding voice echoed through the training area. You've got quite the nerve. Gong Zuning turned and looked, pointing directly at Lin Huang. Steward, this guy is cheating, disrupting the competition rules. I'm punishing him. He then shifted his focus to reprimanding Lin Huang. Lin Huang, on your first day here, I told you that even if you were chosen by Lord Hongjiang, you wouldn't receive any special privileges here. The rules must be followed, they are not optional. Have you already forgotten? Lin Huang sneered, of course I remember, but just because I lose a challenge match doesn't mean I'm cheating. Is this also a rule? Seeing he couldn't do anything to him, Gong Zuning began to harbor resentment in his heart. Even if I have backing, as long as I'm in this training state, I still have countless ways to discipline you. He didn't want to raise his voice in front of the steward, so he turned and walked away. Just wait and see. Lin Huang shouted, calling him back. Wait a minute. This caused everyone around him to be shocked. He turned around, frowning as he looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was confident. In front of the steward, you challenged me, and I want to duel you in a life and death match. He scowled. Lin Huang, you're really looking for death. The crowd around them whispered among themselves. This kid has gone crazy. He's just a bronze level, and he's challenging the second-ranked player on the leaderboard to a life and death match. Even if Lord Hongjiang were here, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Gong Zuning smiled wickedly as he began to summon chains of iron. Hell has no door, you walk right in. Even if you die, you can't blame me. The system's voice rang out, initiating life and death duel, countdown, 6. Lin Huang calmly summoned Baya, I'll return that sentence right back to you. Life and death duel, countdown, 3. 2. 1. Immediately, he smirked and gave an order. Baya, kill him. Baya charged forward, while Gong Zuning also struck, aiming directly at Lin Huang. Die. However, his attack was blocked by Baya using a barrier that he had created himself. Gong Zuning turned pale, impossible, my weapon is gold level. Meanwhile, Baya launched his attack and swiftly darted past him. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Too fast, I could barely see it. No, this can't be. Then, he collapsed and died. Lin Huang smugly said, I thought he was supposed to be strong. The onlookers were stunned, so that's the Beastmaster, and the monster was a 2-time mutant, right? Unbelievable, even Steward couldn't keep up, just standing there dazed. He then turned around and shouted loudly, all right, disperse. Go do what you need to do. After observing the scene in front of him and thinking about it, it made him wonder why Hongjiang Lord would allow that guy to join the Zia organization. Slowly, he said, Lin Huang, go back to your room. Stop causing trouble. However, Lin Huang was rummaging through the corpse of Gong Zuning. All right, I'll finish up and head back. His actions irritated him. Despite that, the kid was too arrogant. He called out to Xiaohe, what's going on with the talent cards? Isn't it that you need to kill a monster and pass through the master species to obtain a talent card? It replied, the talent of the talent card can be inherited by a few individuals or be due to other reasons, allowing them to use the talent card from birth. Lin Huang collected the 2 talent cards he had just obtained, which meant the talent card granted him a skill without needing to do anything. Xiaohe said, it can also be understood like that. Your skill panel has appeared, and you're amazed. Not only do you have additional talents and skills, but your combat strength upgrade also allows me to summon 3 monsters simultaneously. It criticizes you, don't be complacent, you're still very useless. Xiao Mo shouted excitedly, you can even assassinate Gong Zuning now. You're too strong yourself. Lin Huang humbly replied, still lacking. I've been thinking, it's not that Gong Zuning is too weak, but Baya is too strong. Compared to her current strength, she could easily crush the entire training camp. Xiao Mo happily interrupted his thoughts, your points have surpassed 2 million, right? You can go exchange for some good equipment. Scene change at the equipment exchange counter. Lin Huang was shocked and yelled, a bronze weapon costs 10,000 points, Baya's steel weapon costs 100,000 per piece. The price of a golden weapon is as high as 1 million per piece. This isn't exchanging points, this is robbery. He hesitated and then asked the staff, hello, I want to exchange for a bronze gun. The staff member replied, Copper Sparrow 23, a product of the company, costs 80,000 points. Lin Huang was stunned, isn't a bronze weapon supposed to cost just 10,000? Why are you charging me 80,000? The staff member calmly responded, 10,000 is for a regular gun, this is the Copper Sparrow 23, magically enhanced. Its power is 3 times that of the original, priced at 80,000. It's also level 16, and as it's magically enhanced, its price is 980,000. He gritted his teeth and endured, feeling pity for his own points. I need both types, take both. The staff member cheerfully replied, alright, a total of 2.12 million points. Thank you, sir. Lin Huang walked away, regretting the loss of his points. They had barely arrived and were already gone. However, he didn't lose too much, as magical weapon modifications were indeed very rare. Even if he had money, he couldn't buy them outside. A voice interrupted his thoughts. He's back. Lin Huang turned towards the source of the voice. Hey, I noticed Xiao Mo is surrounded by a group of fierce-looking people, and he's stammering. Big brother, they. Li Lian, standing beside, added, we've been waiting for you for half a day, you're finally back. Fong Wen sneered, so you're Lin Huang? The other person looked him over, assessing him. He didn't seem all that strong. Lin Huang felt uncomfortable and frowned. He thought to himself, I've killed Gong Zuning, are they here to seek revenge? Suddenly, their expressions changed. They greeted him warmly. You're back. Have you eaten yet? Don't go alone next time, just give us a heads up and we'll handle it. Go get some rest, and if you need anything, feel free to let us know. Xiao Mo introduced them to Lin Huang. Big brother, these two have been waiting for you for half a day. Fong Wen smiled. Lin Huang, nice to meet you, I'm Fong Wen, the top ranked on the leaderboard. Li Lian stood across from him, happily greeting. Hello, I'm third place. Lin Huang responded with a warm smile, it's an honor, an honor. He pondered the fact that he had killed the second-ranked Gong Zuning, and now these two people had come to visit. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Li Lian approached him and handed him something. Don't be nervous, we're just here to say hello. After all, we will all be members of Ziya in the future. This small gesture isn't meant to be a formal greeting, please accept it. He hesitated. The senior was being too polite. Li Lian continued, I heard you practice sword techniques. Previously, his father gave him a decent sword technique. Unfortunately, he wasn't suited to practice it, so he's giving it to you. In the future, we'll all be fellow disciples, we should look out for each other. Lin Huang was thrilled. I accept your kind intentions, seniors. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. He smugly thought to himself, I fear it's not because of my strength. Hong Zhang, this person with a broad back, really wasn't ordinary, that's why they were being so polite. Fong Wen waved and began to leave. You've worked hard today, get some rest. See you next time. Li Lian followed him right after. If you need anything, just say the word. He responded, goodbye, seniors. Xiao Mo, on the side, was impressed and delighted, looking at the table piled high with food. Big brother, you're really gaining fame, and so many people are sending food, wanting to make connections with you. Lin Huang began to analyze. Although the item Fong Wen gave him wasn't large, it contained 3,000 standard Fate Star crystals, worth 30 billion credit points. Quite generous, indeed. Xiao He, in a tone resistant to the cold, said, being so generous, one could either have a noble background or hold a high position. He approached to take a closer look at the item in Lin Huang's hand, but the real value lay in this. The Fire Stream Blade technique, which dates back 300 years. A master of blade techniques had combined blades with fire attributes, and after 7 years, it had finally been simplified. He turned back and asked, how about this blade technique? He responded, it is of the rare level. If you can collect enough fragments, you can upgrade it to an epic level without needing a high tier card. Lin Huang was astonished, is it really that powerful? He proudly answered, if I can collect enough fragments, including the Great Wild Blade, then I'll have 2 epic level blade techniques. Xiaohui helplessly reminded him, "Don't forget, your top priority right now is to escape from here. You won't even have time to train with the blade techniques." Xiaohui's words made Lin Huang feel like crying in a corner. Indeed, he had to escape the training camp within 3 months. He didn't want to join Ziya either. Xiao Mo anxiously asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" He gloomily replied, "Unless I become a corpse, there's no way out of here." Xiao Mo's idea sparked something in Lin Huang. "That's it!" Lin Huang suddenly shouted. "Xiao Mo, so many people have died already. What will they do with the bodies after the training runs? How will they handle the corpses?" Xiao Mo was confused by the sudden question. He began to explain in detail. The bodies would be discarded below, falling apart into pieces, and devoured by the monsters. Outside the training camp, there was a deep abyss filled with terrible monsters. Xiao Mo shuddered in fear. Lin Huang wondered, what about those with status and background? Will they be treated the same way? He immediately replied in shock, "No, the bodies of those people will be kept by the steward, waiting for their families to come and investigate the cause of death." He silently considered, because of his relationship with Hong Zhang, if he were to die, the steward would definitely keep his body, waiting for her to come and investigate. The problem was, if he managed to escape, Ziya would surely remember him. How could he eliminate the potential trouble in the future? Lin Huang continued to think, before coming up with a perfect plan. For now, he should continue training, as this might help him get a new card that could solve the problem. Outside, dark clouds surrounded the towering death mansion. Lin Huang stood before a group of large monsters, and the sound of battle echoed. The synchronization connection had been cut off. The Zhao family's Baya, filled with arrogance, looked at the monsters before him, challenging the Baya steel-level monster, wondering what reward he would receive for leveling up. As soon as he finished speaking, Baya jumped into the air with all his might. He released an enormous amount of energy. Baya used his wings to control the monsters charging at him. He forcefully swiped them aside and began to burn them. On the other side, Lin Huang charged forward. He shouted, "Well done! Even if they are powerful monsters, in Baya's safe zone, I will never lose." A crazed monster charged at him with incredible speed. Lin Huang, annoyed, slashed directly at its face with his sword, dismissively saying, "You have bad breath." He continued to maintain the upper hand, delivering a series of strikes. Suddenly, the monster stepped back. It gathered momentum and lunged forward, its sharp claws outstretched, aiming to attack Lin Huang. He immediately blocked its strike. At the same time, another monster ambushed him from behind. Lin Huang remained cautious, quietly assessing the situation. This monster is indeed formidable. A surge of immense power unexpectedly struck the monster's face, knocking it to the side. Lin Huang jumped and landed safely. The defeated monster lay sprawled on the ground. After a while of fighting and eliminating the monsters, Lin Huang said to Baya, "This wave is finally over." The system displayed a notification. When the host completes the leap kill, a reward of a deception card will be granted. When the host completes the leap kill, a reward of a mission card will be granted. Lin Huang's eyes lit up, and he excitedly held the card in his hand. The reward, 10 leap kills, 20 reward cards. In the end, everything was in hand, using the duel cards and over 600 monster fragments. Lin Huang turned to Xiaohui and gave an order. "Xiaohui, please check the 20 reward cards I just received for leveling up." It acknowledged the order and immediately began checking. Xiaohui read out the quantities of the cards for him. 1 skill fusion card, 1 sealing card, 1 deception card, 1 enhancement card, 2 fate energy containment cards, 2 double reward cards, 2 healing cards, 2 temporary transformation cards, 3 mission cards, 4. Xiaohui opened its round eyes and looked at him, holding 2 yellow cards in its hands. It quickly noticed and told Lin Huang about the new cards. Both he and Xiaohui observed the new cards. It happily explained, this card can merge similar skills that the user possesses, with a certain chance of evolving them into a higher level skill. Seeing that he had obtained a good card, Lin Huang smiled with satisfaction and exclaimed, "A good item, my monster skills are full." After merging a few skills, there's just enough room. Next was another card. The card had a monster sealing symbol on its surface. He acted mysteriously. This card can directly seal a monster within the rarity range allowed by the user of the monster card. Lin Huang exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really that powerful?" But he added, "There are limitations." It crossed its arms and continued to explain the card's function to Lin Huang. The monster to be sealed must be within the user's line of sight. Monsters whose rarity exceeds the user's control cannot be sealed. Lin Huang asked in astonishment, "So, you can seal any monster below the epic level without any restriction on combat strength?" He lowered its head, its voice softening, "It's only limited by rarity. Even demigod-level monsters can be sealed, as long as their rarity doesn't exceed the user's control. However, the combat strength of the monsters that are turned into cards is limited by the combat strength of the user." Lin Huang understood the function of this rare card. He placed a hand on his hip, his eyes showing clear signs of calculation. "Then you can't be running around recklessly." But immediately, Lin Huang was splashed with a cold dose of reality by He. "The function card can only be used once." "You idiot!" He held out another card in front of Lin Huang, which caught him by surprise, and said that this card might actually be the one he needed the most right now. Lin Huang took the card in his hand, and He explained its function simply. "The effect of this card is to help you become a director, take a completely staged photo according to your plans, and then use it to cover up the truth." He glanced at him and added, "So, whether the photo is beautiful or reliable? It entirely depends on your own decision." Lin Huang stared at the card in suspicion and asked, "After the performance, will I be able to leave here?" The two of them walked toward the tower's door. Lin Huang casually spoke, "It seems that in the coming days, I'll have to think carefully about how to write the script." He responded in confusion. "Activate 2 more energy storage cards, and you'll have 2 more life wheels." "Aren't you going to continue hunting monsters?" Lin Huang stretched and yawned deeply, his voice laced with weariness. "Practicing in the monster clearing tower is not just about improving my strength, it's also for the training camp's ranking." A notification suddenly popped up on the screen, catching his attention. Special continuous tasks were activated when certain conditions were met. Continuous Task 1, achieve the first position on the Zia Training Camp's points leaderboard and maintain that position for 3 days. Continuous Task 2, after completing Task 1, escape from the training camp in a manner that doesn't raise any suspicion. The task has a 3-day time limit, and the reward for completing it, a card that doubles your upgrades. Penalty for failing the task, lose 1 skill card and 1 monster card. Warning, if only 1 task is completed, it will be considered a failure with no reward, only a penalty. After reading the notification, Lin Huang almost collapsed. He supported himself with his hands, kneeling on the ground, unwilling to accept the situation inside in frustration. It's intentional, isn't it? Why does the mission always show up at times like this? He crossed his legs and laughed cheerfully. This is random, I told you, it doesn't count. In the monitoring room of the training camp, Steward stood observing the situation through the surveillance screens. His eyes carefully examined the footage. Suddenly, he noticed something and unconsciously muttered to himself. Hey, from the surveillance screen, it looks like Lin Huang is heading towards the training tower, Steward said, surprised. The first level of the Golden Tier training. He smiled, feeling a bit relieved. This kid is finally starting to work hard, huh? The technician reported to Steward. For the past 3 days, he has been in the trial tower for over 10 hours each day. He has consistently ranked first in the scoreboards for 3 days in a row. This wasn't particularly surprising to Steward. He told the technician. He's a promising candidate for Lord Hongzhang. What's so difficult about being first? Keep an eye on him, and report any strange actions immediately. The technician responded. Understood. At that moment, Lin Huang had entered the first level of the Golden Tier Training Tower. He quickly defeated many monsters. Lin Huang then gave an order to Xiao He. Xiao He activated the skill fusion card and looked at him with suspicion. God of Sword Technique, Eye of the Golden Dragon, Camouflage. You have 4 possible skill combinations. Which one do you choose? Lin Huang firmly chose the type of disguise. Xiao He began to merge the 2 skills, and sparks of electric charges flickered in the air. Xiao He spoke, the skill fusion card has been used. The monster breath skill and monster transformation skill have been consumed, and a new skill card has been formed. Immediately, a card containing the fused skills appeared. After the fusion, a new disguise card was created, Advanced Disguise. The card came with a note: Advanced Disguise allows you to alter your appearance, body shape, and even your breath. Beyond a certain range, it can even hide you from the supernatural. Note: you cannot disguise yourself as anything other than a human. As a monster prepared to attack Lin Huang from behind, he swiftly swung his sword, the force of the blow accompanied by flames, striking the multi-eyed monster. Lin Huang shouted, "Disguise technique!" The monster continued to endure high damage attacks from Lin Huang. He kicked off the ground, leaping up and landing firmly on the monster's head. Baya, who was flying above, looked down. Lin Huang smirked, a grin stretching across his face. He grabbed his sharp sword and raised it high, preparing to stab into the monster's eye. Electric charges ran along the sword's body, making it cold to the touch. Lin Huang was thrilled. This skill was exactly what he had been hoping for. Other monsters continued charging toward him like hungry tigers. Lin Huang rested his sword on his shoulder and calmly said to Xiao He, "I've got a plan." It cried out in disbelief, "What? A way to escape?" He turned to ask Xiao He, "Can the upgrade card directly upgrade the Fate Seed Surrogate to the Fate Death Secret technique?" It crossed its arms and replied bluntly, "No." After upgrading once to become a high-level Fate Seed Surrogate, the substitute effect increases from 3 times a day to 9 times. After upgrading twice, it becomes a Fate Seed, which can replace 1 death. His next words left Xiao He stunned. Then let Lin Huang use 3 upgrade cards to directly upgrade twice. It hesitated and confirmed, "You mean?" Lin Huang smiled, already making calculations in his mind. He said to Xiao He, "Yes, I figured out the perfect way to escape." Scene change. A new advanced weapon appeared on the system screen. The golden-armed golden carving 11 had been modified, costing 7.2 million accumulated points. Xiao Mo asked him in confusion, "Boss, you've used up all your accumulated points, right?" Lin Huang operated the system screen and replied, "Accumulated points are only useful in the training camp. Once we leave here, they become useless, so I have to spend them all." He turned and placed a hand on Xiao Mo's shoulder, then asked kindly, "Do you have enough fate stars that I gave you?" He smiled. "Yes, enough." Lin Huang placed his trust in him. Kill monsters well, not only to survive but to become stronger, so there will be more options in the future. His eyes suddenly hardened, and his voice deepened. Becoming Ziya is not your only option, understand? Looking at Xiao Mo, he silently thought to himself that the boy's nature was not bad, and he shouldn't be left trapped in this sea of blood. The world outside was still vast. Xiao Mo looked up at Lin Huang and stammered, "Huh? Oh, I understand, bro." But inside, a doubt arose. Did I misread the situation? It feels like he's saying goodbye. Lin Huang turned and walked away, raising his hand to wave goodbye, not forgetting to remind him, "Xiao Mo, go back to the dormitory first, I still have to go to the trial tower." "See you later." Xiao Mo watched his retreating figure and obediently replied, "Okay." Lin Huang gently closed his eyes, walking while calling back, "Goodbye for now, we'll meet again if fate allows." The system's interface appeared with a notification: the card for transaction had been activated. "Host, please complete the fake story setup quickly." The technician supervising through the monitoring screen noticed something abnormal and shouted, "Sir, something's wrong." The loud commotion caused Stewart to turn around. He walked up to the monitoring screen, looking confused and hesitant. "What's this kid doing?" "You said he's a sir." "He's going into the second floor Golden Tower trial, just to buy Tai Jing. He's definitely going to die." At the same time, Lin Huang was facing the monsters on the second floor Golden Tower. Their blood-red eyes all fixed on him, and the huge monster smiled menacingly, its teeth grinding as it spoke in a tense and anxious tone. He was going to force open the large door, hoping he could still save him in time. If he died, Lord Hongjiang would not let him off. At that moment, the monster had thrown Lin Huang into the air. Suddenly, a wild wolf charged at him with terrifying speed, showing no sign of fear. Lin Huang smiled again, murmuring, "Now is the time." Lin Huang allowed the wild wolf to bite into his neck. The strength and force of its bite made him wince in pain. He lay on the floor, indifferent, letting the wolf continue to bite. The massive monster unexpectedly raised its foot, intending to crush him and the wolf. Suddenly, the door to the golden training room swung open, and Stewart hurriedly rushed in. Seeing Lin Huang's situation, he clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" A series of blue lights from a device projected down. The monsters struck by the light screamed in agony, writhing in pain. Soon, a pile of monster corpses was stacked up in the room. Stewart looked at them, clenched his fists, and angrily cursed, "Damn it!" Stewart stood before Lin Huang's corpse, regret in his voice, "I was still a step too late." He gave an order through the system to his subordinates, "Please invite Lord Hongjiang to the training camp immediately." The little brat was dead, but Stewart never expected that in the corner of the room, a shadow was smiling. Lin Huang was playing dead, using a disguise card to hide himself. Watching Stewart's actions, Lin Huang couldn't help but marvel at the usefulness of the card. Not bad. Not only does it create a fake corpse, but it also perfectly masks my breath. The disguise card began to take effect. Its duration lasted for a month. The scorching sunlight beat down on the training base. An angry voice rang out, "Stupid trash." Stewart was kicked hard, and his body slammed against the floor with great force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hongjiang supported herself with one hand, her entire body seething with rage. She immediately vented her anger. "You can't even handle such a small matter. What meaning is there for you to even be alive?" Hongjiang was frustrated in her heart, truly a waste of space. Stewart hastily explained in an attempt to justify himself. "Master, please calm down. The situation was unexpected, and I didn't foresee it." Hongjiang pressed her lips tightly together, her expression skeptical. She asked, "Are you sure? Is he really dead?" Stewart lowered his head, trembling all over, with blood still flowing from his nose and mouth. He immediately confirmed. "Before you arrived, I checked thoroughly. Both the body and the equipment have been verified. That brat is truly dead." Hongjiang snorted coldly, then issued her orders regarding Lin Huang. "Waste, burn him, leave no trace behind. As for you, wait until I deal with you." Lin Huang, hidden nearby, couldn't help but sigh. The ID card trick was indeed powerful, even the identification of the mental realm and equipment could be forged. He moved along the wall and left, his mind already formulating a meticulous plan. A month was enough for him to change his identity and leave the training camp. Only by leaving the training camp could he complete the consecutive tasks and claim the reward. As he passed through the hallway, he suddenly noticed two familiar figures. They were both third place and Xiao Mo felt regret over his death. Xiao Mo, with tears streaming down his face, appeared deeply sorrowful. Lin Huang witnessed this scene, and he couldn't help but feel sad, a little guilty toward Xiao Mo. But it seemed that Li Lian would comfort him, and at least the days ahead wouldn't be too painful. In the organization, there were still good people like Ziya. The sky was clear, with clouds gently drifting above the mountain peak, as a pair of feet slowly moved along the mountain path. Lin Huang directed his gaze toward the training base, and he spoke, "Finally, I'm free." The system screen displayed a new notification: congratulations to the host for completing the chain task and receiving a double upgrade card. Scene change. In a desolate, arid forest with cracked earth, a figure was racing swiftly forward. Lin Huang was riding on the back of the blue scale wolf, his tone somewhat weary. His current location seemed to be the far west of the 7th area, far from both Bachi City and Olin Town. Lin Huang opened the system to check and spoke to Xiaohe. Dishi City, the nearest place with people, doesn't have a demon starship. You must go to Bachi City. But it will take at least 10 months to get there from here. That's too long. Xiaohe stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering, moreover, you could use your own identity. If not, Ziya will soon find out you're not dead. Lin Huang was concerned. That's right. Right now, the top priority is to have a fake identity, or even staying at a hotel will be difficult. Xiaohe suggested, let's head to Dishi City first. That's where Ziya has control. There must be someone selling fake identities there. Lin Huang smiled lightly, his eyes showing a deep, inscrutable expression. He couldn't just march into the city like this. He came up with a plan. Since he already had the disguise skill, why not? Lin Huang used his advanced disguise technique to transform into a beautiful, seductive red-haired girl. In the form of a woman, Lin Huang grinned with pride, saying, I really am too smart. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohe hit him hard on the head. It grimaced in discomfort, unable to accept Lin Huang's current appearance. Xiaohe snapped angrily, you idiot, give me something normal. Lin Huang was struck hard and immediately cried out in pain, ah. After traveling a long distance, the base at location 7C357 in Dishi City finally appeared before them. At this point, Lin Huang's head had a large, swollen bump, and he grumbled, the guide should have found a way to get there, right? Lin Huang, now in a different form, walked into the city with Xiaohe. He asked, what's wrong with you? Without holding back, Xiaohe replied, if you want to keep living, don't attract attention. You fool, the two of them had just fought, not realizing someone was watching them. Lin Huang threatened, once I become a god, the first thing I'll do is wipe you out. Xiaohe wasn't someone to be easily intimidated. It taunted Lin Huang, we are essentially the same. Are you trying to perform a suicide act? Idiot. After a brief struggle, both of them were injured, with Lin Huang's nose bleeding and his face covered in scratches. At this moment, he noticed the young man behind him. Lin Huang spoke up, big brother, over there. Yang Linjiang raised both hands and then spoke, did you pay for the information and want to buy a fake identity? Lin Huang hesitated, yes, that's me. Yang Lin turned his head to observe the surroundings, then said to Lin Huang, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere nearby, follow me. The two of them walked into a narrow alley. The environment here seemed somewhat run down, and they soon arrived at Yang Lin's house. Inside, his voice echoed, sorry, it's a bit messy. Please, make yourself comfortable. The room was filled with a lot of items. Fast food packages were scattered all over the place. Lin Huang frowned in discomfort. There was no space to stand. Where should he sit? Yang Lin reached out to pull the white cloth cover. He wasn't concerned about where Lin Huang would sit and simply responded, 100 Fate Stars, standard unit. He only accepted Fate Stars, not life fragments, not credit cards, and he didn't accept upgrades. The cloth cover was gradually pulled back, and a device slowly appeared. Lin Huang extended his hand to explain the pricing. If you just need an identity for a hotel, it would be cheaper, but if you needed to apply for a hunter's license, then this is the price. Lin Huang was guided into the machine, and he spoke casually, no problem, but 100 Fate Stars equals 10,000 life fragments, which is 10 million when converted into credit cards. It's not a cheap price. Yang Lin was operating the system while laughing aloud, even though he's an elite member of Ziya, the false identity was created by him. Don't worry, no one will know. He continued with a series of actions on his system. Yang Lin smiled and said, pick a name, the program will automatically generate the details for you. Lin Huang excitedly said the name he had come up with. I want the name Dai Hao. Yang Lin chuckled softly, and seeing his expression, Lin Huang grew a little suspicious. What's so funny? Yang Lin stammered, No, the name is fine. After a moment, the process was completed. He turned to Lin Huang and handed him a ring. It's done, take a look for yourself. Lin Huang put the ring on his pinky and checked the information inside. The system screen appeared, and Lin Huang happily remarked, Not bad, indeed, a perfect new identity. 100 fate stars have been transferred to your account, check it. Yang Lin grinned and replied, It's a pleasure working with someone quick and efficient. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. Lin Huang agreed, Sure. But just as Lin Huang was about to continue speaking, something caught his attention. He stuttered, staring at it in slight bewilderment. This is. In the corner, there was a ball. Yang Lin, standing behind, introduced, This thing is called a soccer ball, just a toy. He lowered his head, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. He made this with his own hands, as a memento of his hometown, one he can never return to. He turned around in shock when he heard Yang Lin's words. He exclaimed, You? In his heart, he thought to himself that this person's homeland figure was also someone who traveled through time. Scene change, Lin Huang was still too stunned to speak. You? Yang Lin asked, filled with doubt. What's wrong? Is there still something else? Lin Huang's gaze fixed on him as he furrowed his brows, a thought rising in his mind. His current situation was not the time to make friends, and moreover, he had no idea whether this person was a friend or foe. Let's wait for a bit. Lin Huang walked up to him. What's your name? Leave your contact details, in case we have a chance to cooperate later. Yang Lin introduced himself as well. My humble name is Yang Lin, and in the future, you might be able to obtain the body of an extraordinary monster. He smiled. With my status, Yang Lin can also achieve this. You should definitely remember me. Lin Huang promised, Alright, I will. Scene changed to the second-level wilderness area outside Dishi City. This place was desolate, with sparse trees and dry, barren land. Lin Huang swung his sword, using a few techniques to defeat the large monster in front of him. The system notification appeared, fragment of the flowing fire blade technique, zone. Baya, who was nearby, was not idle either. He used his strength to bind two long-nosed goblins tightly. The two goblins were killed by Baya's force. He smiled beside them and gave the order, Do it again. The system notification appeared once more, fragment of the flowing fireblade technique, stew. Many monsters at various levels were easily subdued by Lin Huang. He sat casually on a tree branch. Beneath him, the monster corpses piled up on the ground. Lin Huang turned to Xiaohe and said, I've accumulated over 400 fragments of the flowing fireblade technique. Why can't you combine them into a complete set of skill cards? Xiaohe replied. Not enough is simply not enough, there's no reason behind it. Lin Huang took a bite of wild fruit, eating as he spoke. Even though the sword technique hasn't fully formed yet, I am already extremely familiar with the flowing fireblade technique. The sixth expansion is no weaker than the thunder sword. Xiaohe crossed his arms and asked, How long are you planning to stay here? When will you head back? Lin Huang thought for a moment before answering, The demon starship will take a year to return, but using a spatial gate will be much faster, though it's quite expensive. I've already reserved a spot for a teleportation point. In 10 days, when the gate opens, we can leave here. He tilted his head to calculate, we'll need to stop at Xi'an City for 12 days, at base 7A28 for 21 days, and finally, we'll stop at base 7A12 for a day or two before reaching the Imperial City. Xiaohe frowned, clearly unhappy with his calculations. Suddenly, a loud noise made Lin Huang and Xiaohe break into a cold sweat from fear. Baya silently flew up to observe. Lin Huang looked in the direction of the noise with suspicion and asked, Baya, what's going on? A monster is attacking. Xiaohe said anxiously, Huh? This is trouble. In the sky, dark clouds swirled, gathering like a tornado, and a huge blue eye gradually opened. Lin Huang furrowed his brow, incredulously exclaiming, "This one's opening." The void copper gate blinked, lightning streaking across its eye. Seeing the situation escalate, a voice shouted out loudly, "Enemies are attacking, activate the protective shield, sound the alarm, and set the city to a full military defense state." As the eye opened, a multitude of demons and monsters fell upon the city. Many monsters attacked, but all were stopped by the protective shield. The people in the city were horrified, looking up at this shocking spectacle. Loud screams echoed. A young man in white hurriedly shouted a warning. "It's the Void Copper Gate." The chubby boy stared, wide-eyed, thinking, "How can we escape?" The woman clenched her teeth, her face turning pale as she muttered, "The Void Copper Gate is open, it's over, we're all going to die." The three individuals, Josai, Liang Tong, and Zhu Mu, remained calmly seated at the tea table. Josai spoke. "Unlucky, the Void Copper Gate opens so close to our city." Liang Tong placed his hand on the armrest of his chair, seeking guidance from Zhu Mu. "Boss, Zia's defense system has also activated, should we take action as well?" Josai responded. "This is Zia's territory, so we probably shouldn't interfere with this matter." Liang Tong slowly said, "If this disaster of the beast-level variety isn't controlled, hundreds of thousands of people here will die, not a single one will survive." Josai disagreed, "But if we intervene, we will be exposed. This mission will fail as well." Liang Tong, "Don't forget the purpose of our presence here." Zhu Mu, only now, spoke up to stop them. "Stop arguing. The safety of the people must be the top priority, everything else is secondary." Josai turned to begin copying the punishment 100 times for violating the Hunter's Code. Josai's eyes were filled with tears as he said, "Boss, can you not be so heartless?" Liang Tong winked and added, "Copy it 200 times. Suddenly, Zhu Mu opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "They're here!" A massive hand of a supernatural beast appeared through the Void Copper Gate. Lightning streaked across the sky, continuously flashing. The long arm of the beast stretched out without end, its deafening roar echoing throughout the space. The supernatural beast had appeared. Liang Tong made his assessment of this supernatural beast. Based on its form, it seemed to be a giant breed, but the claws resembled that of a demonic breed or perhaps a lesser dragon breed. Josai hesitated but then said, "If it's a lesser dragon breed, this monster alone would be enough to wipe us all out, except for the captain." Zhu Mu stood silently with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the situation. The people in the city were running in all directions. A massive supernatural beast of the lesser dragon breed, breathing fire, appeared. The smaller beasts were facing a group of people, continuously howling and showing their rage towards them. Flashing green lights immediately bound them in place. Zia used his sword to shatter them into pieces. The blonde man behind him frantically reported, "Wind Beast Lord, the super monster has appeared." Zia stared ahead, coldly responding, "I can see it, I'm not blind." The super monster also looked towards Zia. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth that looked terrifying. Zia gritted his teeth, his expression growing more serious. He hissed, "Immortal breed, this is bad, we're in trouble now." The scene shifted, and the super monster, belonging to the lesser dragon breed, intensified the danger just by its presence. The blonde man urgently exclaimed, "Immortal super monster, do we still have a chance, sir?" Zia gripped his sword, his eyes burning with the will to fight. He shouted to the others, "Stop talking, protect the city, I'll go to face it." Zia clenched his teeth, his eyes revealing killing intent. In his heart, he thought, even if I have to die, I must create a chance for one more person to survive. Lin Huang and Xiaoyi stood at a distance, observing the super monster. Lin Huang curiously asked Xiaoyi, "Wind Beast Lord, can we defeat the super monster?" Xiaoyi replied to Lin Huang, To defend an entire city, it must also be a super monster. If it were a regular monster, it wouldn't be a problem. But this super monster is of the immortal breed, very hard to kill. Lin Huang pressed his lips tightly, his hand gripping the tree trunk. He unconsciously noticed, and it seemed that something was off. Zia launched himself forward to engage the extraordinary monster. The creature opened its mouth wide and let out a frenzied roar. "Humans, die!" it said, then swung its claws forward, its eyes flashing with a pink light, and electric sparks crackling around it. Its claws struck fiercely, creating sparks of lightning. Liang Tong observed the situation, realizing things didn't look good. The monster was massive in size, yet its movements were incredibly swift. Zhou Sai broke out in a cold sweat, clearly worried. "This is bad, that person." Shumu reassured the two, "Don't panic, watch carefully." Suddenly, a figure soared into the air, a sword pointing straight up, its blade shimmering with thunderous energy that confused the monster. The figure shouted, "Fool, I'm right here." Zia looked down and then shouted loudly, "Thunder sword." The lightning strike shot directly into the body of the extraordinary monster. Liang Tong smiled, Zhou Sai's face showing disbelief. At the same time, Lin Huang was just as excited, and everyone cried out in unison. "We've won!" Only Zhumu continued to stare at the monster, his eyes revealing a depth of unpredictability. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he anxiously said, "No, we've fallen into their trap." At this moment, Zia's eyes widened in shock. The extraordinary beast. It's just disappearing like that. Liang Tong clenched his jaw, his voice full of astonishment. It's gone." Zia stood frozen in place, watching the monster vanish before his eyes. He glanced behind him, his expression filled with terror. Unexpectedly, Zia was struck by a ball of power containing bolts of lightning. He let out a cry of intense pain as blood spurted from his mouth in a large gush, and a surge of energy blasted towards a nearby mountain, causing flames to erupt in torrents. The three witnesses saw everything unfold. The man with long hair shouted, "My lord!" The blind man beside him gasped, "What's happening?" The protective shield of the city was continuously being disrupted by the lightning bolts. A voice called out, "What's attacking us?" Lin Huang, who was on this side, was also unclear about the situation, so he quickly asked, "He, what's attacking the town?" He then explained, "The monster is not its true form, the dragon-shaped creature we see is just an illusion. We've all fallen victim to it." Lin Huang was skeptical, "An illusion?" Shumu, with a darkened face, spoke to everyone, "That's right, it's an illusion. To create such a large-scale hallucination, the one behind it is no ordinary person." Liang Tong made a prediction, "The town is being attacked from multiple directions, and there may be more than one supernormal monster." Zhou Sai voiced an opinion, "Captain, should we take action?" Liang Tong, frustrated, replied, "Take action? Can you even see that guy clearly? If you can't see him, how are you supposed to fight?" Zhou Sai isn't backing down either, she gritted her teeth in response. But once the town was under attack, hundreds of thousands of civilians would die. Liang Tong explained to her, "It's not that I'm stopping you from acting, but wait for the right moment before you strike." Shumu, clearly annoyed, snapped, "Enough with the noise, the old man isn't dead yet." Zia was horrified, his eyes unable to hide his shock. A man holding a sword yelled, "Wind Beast Lord!" Zia growled, "Damned rain!" He grasped the hilt of the sword, raising it into the air, with the blade pointing down toward the ground. Zia shouted loudly, "I'll risk it all with you guys." With that, he drove the Manhwa sword into the earth, its power causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to fly in all directions. Zia roared, "Stop hiding, come out and face death." The extraordinary monster gradually began to emerge. Lin Huang, hiding behind a tree, stared with wide eyes, as though his gaze might fall out. He was stunned. "Oh my god, it's grown larger." Xiaoyi frowned and assessed the situation. This swordsmanship truly combined both strength and technique. This old man is no simple character. Ziya noticed something unusual behind him. He raised the sword, electricity crackling along its blade. Ziya shouted loudly. "You fool, I've found you." He turned around and charged at the monster, delivering a strike straight at the extraordinary beast. The monster collapsed to the ground, and a voice filled with concern rang out. It was Gu Nian. Ziya froze in place, staring at it, murmuring. No wonder, illusions are exactly what it creates. The bespectacled man, terrified, shouted. Who did that? Who could kill an extraordinary monster? Gu Nian bared its teeth. Not bad. Humans, Gu Nian, am the leader of the monsters this time, it said, spreading its arms and declaring. Now, the time of death officially begins. Scene transition, the three people, Jumu, Josai, and Liang Tong, all looked ahead. Shumu remained silent, while Josai spoke up. Boss, you're amazing. You just took action and immediately dealt with that serious ghost. He closed his eyes and replied, it was just a coincidence. Josai was at a loss for words, hesitating. This. Ziya clasped his hands in front of him and bowed respectfully to Jumu. I never expected that in this small place I manage, 3 strongmen would suddenly appear today. He observed the 3 men, then politely asked, Gentlemen, are you from the Hunter Guild? Shumu didn't answer but changed the subject. You can say what you need to once these monsters and the lake beasts down there are dealt with. Gu Nian, his eyes gleaming, looked at them and spoke in a deep voice. Humans are so cunning, hiding 4 Jing strongmen in such a small sea-grade outpost. He spread his arms, laughed mockingly, then added, but it's all useless. Today, all of you will die. Josai, with a competitive streak, taunted him, ugly monster, don't you know? There are 4 of us, and only 3 of you. Gu Nian held a mask in his hand and appraised Josai, little girl, human, bad temper, but not bad looking. Other supernatural monsters were charging quickly towards them. Ziya and Liang Tong both assumed battle stances. Liang Tong, holding a gun, squinted his eyes and, with an unceremonious tone, mocked Gu Nian, what's that monster blabbering about? Ziya stood in front of him and then ordered, finish this quickly. Shumu, on the other side, activated his sword. The blade glowed brightly, with a surge of power running along its length. He shouted, commanding, Shusai, attack together. Gu Nian chuckled. 4 against 1. Suddenly, Jumu turned around, both the laughter and the words from a single person catching him by surprise. Didn't it just become 3 against 4? Shusai didn't understand why she was suddenly laughing, but then turned and launched an attack toward Jumu. Her skill caused rocks and dirt to scatter in all directions. Shumu, unprepared for this, quickly called out her name. Liang Tong was horrified as he witnessed her uncontrollable state. He yelled, Shusai, snap out of it. Ziya surveyed the surroundings. She's disappeared. Is this possession by a mutation? Shusai relentlessly attacked Shumu, her swift and decisive strikes earning praise even from Gu Nian, who occupied her body. So, she's a violent little chick skilled in close combat. I like it. Shumu urged her, attempting to convince her, Shusai, resist him. Force him out of your body, don't let him control you. Gu Nian, in Shusai's form, retorted, it's pointless. As long as I don't remove the mask, she will never escape my control. Lin Huang witnessed everything and, seeing that the situation was grim, he said to Xiaohe, the situation is a bit dire. Looking at Ziya struggling to defend herself, with flashes of techniques lighting up the space, the Dung Nam giant was not afraid of physical attacks. Ziya's defense clearly lacked the ability for direct, tough resistance. On this side, Liang Tong, with 2 guns in his hands, was fighting the flying monsters. Lin Huang commented that Marco Polo was also in a bad situation, unable to match the speed of the 4-winged demon. He could only passively defend, and would wear himself out and die. Xiaohe, curious, asked, what the hell is Marco Polo? Lin Huang's face showed clear signs of worry as he tried to break the deadlock, seemingly putting all his hope on that uncle. Tuna blocked an attack from the monster with his sword. He turned around and shouted, "Hey, first think of a way to deal with that woman. If we keep holding out like this, we'll all die." Shu Sai laughed loudly, continuing to attack Shumu relentlessly. Shumu's eyes narrowed, and he hissed, "Shu Sai," thinking to himself. Indeed, if Liang Tong and Ziya's defenses were breached, there would be no chance of victory. Shumu suddenly stepped forward and launched an attack, jumping right in front of Chu Sai, his entire body surrounded by an electric charge. Though reluctant, Shumu still spoke, "Sorry." A powerful strike instantly hit Chu Sai. Lin Huang exclaimed, "So strong, is this guy from the Hunter Guild?" Xiaobi looked at him with some admiration. His strike was powerful, killing a superhuman in one blow. The one who killed Gui Nian earlier must have been him as well. Chu Sai, in pain, lay in Jumu's arms, weakly apologizing. "Boss, I'm sorry." Shumu comforted her, "It's not your fault. Rest for a bit, it's almost over." Gui Nian hovered behind him, enjoying the scene. As for the girl with the wickedly evil gaze, his words made Jumu's face darken. Gui Nian held up the mask and asked, "Aren't you heartbroken?" Shumu glanced at him, "I haven't been angry for many years, but this time, you've really pushed me too far." He mocked Shumu, "So scary. Who do you think would be better for the job this time?" Chang Jing observed Jumu's face, which was as taut as a bowstring. His eyes revealed a depth of inscrutable intent. "Shumu is not someone easily subdued," he said firmly. "My opinion is that Jumu should take up a weapon and charge straight at Gui Nian. No matter how strong the wind is, it won't extinguish the fiery momentum." He shouted loudly, "You should be dead by now, and Gui Nian isn't some easy opponent. He's deliberately provoking you, Jumu, this is too much." Furious, he swung his staff, striking straight at its head with incredible speed and decisiveness. But life is not as it seems. Gui Nian had been right in front of him, but now he had vanished like a ghost, leaving no trace. The triumphant voice of the man echoed through the air, "Guess who I will become this time?" As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of flame shot toward Jumu. He growled, his combat bloodlust escalating dramatically. How detestable. At this moment, Liang Tong held a gun in each hand, rapidly firing toward Jumu. Gui Nian took over Liang Tong's body, laughing loudly and saying, "Will your male subordinate be as ruthless as your female subordinate?" Shumu's fighting strength gradually weakened. He gritted his teeth, grimacing as he struggled to block this attack, his mind racing. Damn it, Liang Tong is getting hit. Ziya was defending beside him. On the other side, Ziya wasn't doing any better. He was surrounded by a shield, desperately defending. Supernatural beasts attacked him relentlessly like a storm. A deafening explosion rang out, followed by a fierce blaze of fire. Ziya raised his sword forward, disappointment flashing across his face. He hesitated, his defensive aura failing. It was over. Ziya shouted in anger, "How can Ziya's defense range allow these beasts to run rampant?" A surge of immense power shot straight down to the water's surface. The battlefield was set with countless intertwined techniques. The rallying cries echoed as Xiaoyu died, having completed his mission. Lin Huang was underwater, having witnessed everything that had just transpired. Lin Huang sighed, Ziya's defense. He's a man, and Xiaoyu beside him already noticed the weakness. There's basically no way to completely wipe out these supernatural beasts. Upon hearing the announcement of Ziya's death, Jumu's face completely changed, his panic reaching its peak. He muttered, "Xiaoyu." Gui Nian laughed loudly from behind and mocked, "This is really fun, keep playing. When I'm in a good mood, I'll give you the chance to fight me face to face." Gui Nian always had to make Shumu lose his temper before he felt satisfied. He looked at Gui Nian with eyes like bullets and swung his spear towards him. Shumu gritted his teeth in anger, "If you want to play, I'll play to the end." The spear, with its blazing flames, was about to strike Gui Nian's neck, yet he remained unfazed and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Shumu felt something was wrong. He calmed himself and sensed a tiny fluctuation of energy, realizing it was dangerous. Shumu bent his spear, channeling energy into the shaft, ready to attack. He thought that talking was a waste of time, so he threw a punch right at Gui Nian's chest. Who could have guessed that beneath the transformation lay Liang Tong? He fell to the ground, and Shumu hurried over, lifting him up and shaking him, calling out, "Liang Tong, he's weak now, his injuries are severe, and he barely managed to whisper my boss." Gui Nian slowly stepped forward from behind, smugly lecturing, which made Jumu's blood boil with rage. "Ah, you almost killed yourself. What a pity, this game has such an imperfect ending." Hearing his taunt, Jumu's whole body was ablaze with fury. He provoked, "Gui Nian, go ahead, if you still want to play, I'll follow." The superhuman monster used its power to assemble large chunks of rock, and another towering superhuman monster appeared. Gui Nian issued a challenge, daring to make a condition with Jumu: "If you can defeat the combined forces of the two of them, I'll give you the chance to face me directly. But if you lose, not only will you and your two subordinates die, but no one in this level C base will survive. What do you say? Want to play?" The faces of everyone in the defending team darkened, and their confidence began to wane. The man in the blue robe grabbed the front of his chest and asked, "Will we win?" The young man in black responded, "If we don't accept, we'll still die here." The man with green hair trembled, "The defensive general is dead, there's no hope left." Lin Huang hid behind a rock, observing the situation. He had the same question as them: "Will this uncle win?" Xiaoyi sighed and advised him not to overestimate his abilities. Even the top-tier superhuman hunters would struggle to fight against 3 superhuman monsters. "You'd better prepare for the possibility of fleeing." Shumu refused to give up, already taking a stance with his spear to face the enemy. His voice was firm as he said, "I accept your condition. Let the game begin." One of the monsters behind Shumu continued to wreak havoc and transform wildly. He remained unfazed, constantly using his weapon to fire sparks in retaliation. They were surrounded by the powers of Shumu, trapped and unable to resist for the time being. Alone, that monster couldn't defeat him, so Shumu called upon another extraordinary monster. The stone giant tried to use its shadow to threaten him. Shumu didn't even glance at it, casually striking a move while mocking them, "Is this all you're capable of?" The strike was as light as a feather, and with just a spear, Shumu was able to block the stone giant's punch. Flames wrapped around the stone giant's hand, preventing it from moving. A dragon's head appeared, symbolizing superior power and strength. The two heads clashed, each seeking to destroy the other. The fact that it could surprise Lin Huang was already a major success. He gasped in astonishment, "This uncle is ridiculously strong." Xiaoyi was stunned, unable to believe this was the combat power of a top-tier hunter. Behind Shumu, another extraordinary monster was flying toward him, determined to attack. Shumu sneered, saying, "I've been waiting for you for half a day." Without further words, he turned and struck at the monster. With just that single blow, the extraordinary monster was sent flying. Shumu gathered his energy to form a fireball, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent that pressed down on everyone. He growled, "The game is over." The fireball was hurled, and immediately countless rocket-like arrows shot forward. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, followed by more sparks falling and causing additional explosions. The air was filled with smoke and dust. Shumu stood there, the smoke gradually dispersing, revealing the corpses of 2 monsters, which had been pierced through their bodies by his fire-tipped arrows. At this moment, Shumu turned his head, his indifferent attitude prompting him to say to Gui Nian, "I suppose it's time for you to fulfill your promise now, right?" Switching scenes, Gui Nian pretended to clap in admiration for him. "You're truly the strongman of Jing. I wasn't wrong in my guess, you really are interesting." He floated in mid-air, even trying to reassure his opponent. "Don't be nervous, I won't use my possession ability on you. That would be too boring." Shumu didn't have time for banter and asked instead, "Are you not afraid that this pleasure will ultimately lead to destruction?" Gui Nian wore the face of a villain, an expression that made one feel deeply repulsed. He smirked sarcastically and then spoke to Shumu. "Well, that depends on whether you have the ability to handle it." Shumu snorted coldly, not responding. In the sky, dark clouds swirled into a vortex, with a beam of 5-colored golden light shining down, so dazzling it could blind a person. This 5-colored light enveloped Xu Mu, who stood calmly with his hands clasped together in the midst of this celestial phenomenon. Gui Nian watched all of this unfold, but he vaguely guessed part of it. In amazement, Gui Nian exclaimed, as Lin Huang and Xiao He had already climbed up a tree, and he marveled. Can a transcendent really be this powerful? With just one breath, the celestial phenomenon can change. Xiao He gasped in awe at this immense power. Indeed, the fighting strength was just one step away from achieving immortality, not something a commander-level monster could compare to. However, Xiao Shu seemed completely unconcerned. Xu Mu began muttering. 3,000 threads of worry. Lin Huang and Xiao He were both stunned, exclaiming. He disappeared. They could see the column of celestial light gradually shrinking, yet emitting an even stronger glow. The beam of light streaked past Gui Nian, making him dizzy and disoriented. Xu Mu not only unleashed numerous beams of light in rapid succession toward Gui Nian, but he also had the ability to dodge them. He laughed wildly. Interesting, very interesting. Liang Tong and Chu Sai were severely injured. Both were leaning against a rock, their eyes filled with doubt about life. Chu Sai weakly asked, "Why is this happening?" Liang Tong, horrified, couldn't believe his eyes. 3 of the captain's worries have been dispelled. The column of celestial light aimed at Gui Nian again, but it seemed his fate had not yet come to an end, and he narrowly dodged it. Suddenly, Xu Mu materialized from the column of light, spear in hand, charging forward to fight Gui Nian to the death right there. Xu Mu looked at him with a hostile glare, his voice filled with fury as he revealed a shocking truth about Gui Nian. Clearly just a leader-level monster, but you're pretending to be a commander and fighting us. You've been deceiving us from the start. Gui Nian vehemently denied, refusing to admit that he had used someone else's name to assert his authority. I've never claimed to be the leader. You all keep assuming I am, and there's nothing I can do about it. Lin Huang, still confused, asked Xiao He, the monster leader. Xiao He's expression seemed grim. He crossed his arms, his gaze serious as he delivered the news. Being a leader-level monster is equivalent to a Kuahua Jing monster, and a leader-class monster is on par with an immortal-level strongman. This is bad. Outside, Xu Mu appeared calm, but inside, he was filled with turmoil. Leader-class monsters. In the Hunters Guild, only the immortal-level elders are strong enough to face them. I am in no way qualified. Gui Nian sneered, seeing this as an opportunity to dominate him, and thus, he threatened. Planning to run? You're interesting. I won't kill you, but those hundreds of thousands will all become my food. Xu Mu's philosophy of life was truly admirable. He shouted loudly. A hunter never dies, and a stronghold never falls. Brave and resolute, Xu Mu raised his spear and charged straight at Gui Nian. If you want to destroy the city, then you'll have to step over my dead body. Gui Nian raised his hand, exuding arrogance, smiling smugly as he mocked Xu Mu for his foolishness. The difference between a Kuahua Jing and a Changsheng Jing can't be made up with firepower. Even if you burn to ash, you are no match for me. From start to finish, Xu Mu maintained his stance. He shouted, repeating his earlier words, "The hunter doesn't die, the stronghold doesn't fall." The fierce battle raged in the sky, and a huge explosion created a sound that shook the heavens and earth. Lin Huang was terrified, his face clearly showing his concern. He quickly called out, "Hunter!" Everyone in Ziya's defense team stood frozen, unable to do anything but watch in silence. Liang Tong clenched his teeth, while Chu Sai stood beside him, sobbing, tears streaming down his face, powerless because he couldn't join the fight. Both of them cried out in anguish, "Boss!" Gui Nian's voice tore through the air, his tone full of mockery, his self-assurance unwavering, as he saw himself as invincible. Slowly, Gui Nian spoke, "Humans are foolish creatures." He gripped Xu Mu's weapon tightly, pushing him into a perilous situation. Gui Nian smugly declared, "The game is over." Xu Mu's face stiffened into a painful, ugly expression. The words seemed to crush any remaining hope in him. Everyone fell into a deep silence, lost in thought. The young man wearing glasses quietly thought to himself, one strike, defeated. It's over, too powerful, there's no hope left. The long-haired man also thought, what should we do? Only Liang Tong and Chu Sai shed tears of sorrow for Zhu Mu. Chu Sai cried out, his voice trembling with grief, boss, boss. Liang Tong, gritting his teeth, unable to bear it, whispered, idiot. Gui Nian summoned other extraordinary beasts. A giant dragon behind him opened its mouth wide, its two sharp fangs seeming to pierce through the enemy. Shumu helplessly lost his balance and fell freely downward. Gui Nian spread his arms, looking smug and self-satisfied. Come on, enjoy the victory feast. Xiaohe analyzed the current situation for Lin Huang, intending to make him realize there was no way back. It wouldn't take long for the leader-level monsters to gather dozens of commander-level monsters and an army of tens of millions of monsters. Destroying large B-level strongholds would be no problem. We should still hurry and leave. Not seeing any reaction from Lin Huang, it turned to the side. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Huang steadfastly gazed ahead, his eyes filled with determination. He gave the order. Xiaohe, use the sealing card on this little beast. Normally, Xiaohe was very cautious, so it asked again. The sealing card can only be used once, and once used, it cannot be retrieved. Are you sure you want to use it? Lin Huang decisively pointed forward. Definitely use it. Against a leader-level monster, I am strong enough now, and using the sealing card will not be a loss. Moreover, Lin Huang felt that the responsibility of a hunter is to eliminate monsters, so he told Xiaohe. I cannot let the city they are protecting be destroyed. Suddenly, Gui Nian turned around, horrified, and shouted. What? At this moment, the system displayed a notification that the target for sealing was a two-time mutated monster, which met the sealing conditions, and the sealing process began. Not long after, Gui Nian, who had been so smug, was subdued by Lin Huang's other sealing card, and his body slowly began to disintegrate. A pink space light suddenly appeared, shooting straight toward Gui Nian. Chu Sai observed the scene before her and said to Liang Tong, that person, something's gone wrong. After witnessing the surge of power, Liang Tong had already found his answer. He told her, another strongman is making a move. The fragments quickly gathered to form a complete sealing token. The system confirmed the seal's completion. Lin Feng held the token in his hand, his eyes betraying a hint of smugness. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the epic-level monster token. The space turned a deadly red as Gui Nian's seal slowly began to close. The remaining transcendent monsters in the air lost their direction. Lightning struck down, and the monsters were thrown into complete chaos. The Sudong Gate was fully closed, and the monsters vanished one by one into the void. At this moment, Zhu Mu had miraculously survived. He was helped by Chu Sai and Liang Tong to the front to observe. Chu Sai looked over the situation and confirmed that the transcendent monsters had suddenly perished. Liang Tong felt relieved and explained to her, the void collapse happened, and the lower-level monsters disappeared. It seemed that way, but Chu Nian was still in a daze, unable to believe who exactly had made the move. The guards, seeing that the transcendent monsters had been wiped out, noticed that only a few minions were left. They wanted to handle it and eliminate them. Go ahead, eradicate those damned monsters, kill them all. Looking at the group of defenders cleaning up the remnants, a deep voice echoed, signaling that the crisis in Dishi City had been resolved. Lin Huang was sitting when a system message appeared on the screen, monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, demon face little demon, species, immortal species, combat level, silver level 3 stars. Skill 1, mask control. Skill 2, mask swap. Skill 3, mask change. Skill 4, illusion spell. Skill 5, setting up deadly traps. Skill 6, super level mental energy summoning power. The evaluation card has been unlocked and can be upgraded. Lin Huang was surprised, the biography card had as many as 6 skills. Xiaoyi explained. After being sealed, it has a limited combat power, at most it can surpass you by one level, so right now it's by Tai Jing. Lin Huang was anxious, already aiming for perfection. Lin Huang looked at Xiaoyi with a bit of cunning and said, "You still have one more skill slot, quickly help me get that skill." Xiaoyi immediately stopped him. "Hey, don't expect too much, after all, you're a non-specialist." A system notification appeared. Lin Huang raised his hand excitedly. "Congratulations, the host has obtained the mask control skill." Xiaoyi seemed disappointed, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. "You failed." Then, the system displayed the terms that needed attention. Mask control: use the mask to replicate a face in sight. After wearing the mask, you will have full control over the owner of the face. Note 1: the controlled individual cannot exceed one or more realms of the controller. Note 2: the interval between each mask replication must be at least 3 minutes. Note 3: duplicated masks can be stored, but they only take effect when worn on the face. Note 4: the face being replicated must be a real face for the control to take effect. Note 5: if after the face has been replicated, the controlled person's face undergoes significant changes, such as excessive distortion or cosmetic surgery, control will be lost. Seeing these, Lin Huang sighed. Indeed, the stronger the ability, the more limitations one must accept. After a while of moving, Lin Huang propped his hands on his knees and took a rest. He spoke to Xiaoyi. "Now in Dishi City, there are two forces, Zia and the Hunter Guild. You don't need to stay here anymore." Lin Huang lifted his head high, casually shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked away. Lin Huang said, "I'll stay at the outskirts for a few days. Once the teleportation gate opens, I can leave." "Xiaoyi, you have to admit, my development speed is fast, but I still need to continue practicing the Destiny script to prepare for the next level." Suddenly, he remembered something. Lin Huang turned his head and looked back at Dishi City. With a question still unanswered, he asked Xiaoyi, "By the way, what exactly is the so-called leader-level monster, commander-level monster, and also Kuohua Jing, Chang Sheng Jing?" Xiaoyi explained in detail. "The transcendent state that you're familiar with is actually the collective term for the three realms before becoming a semi-god, meaning it surpasses the existence of ordinary humans. Xiaoyi has extensive knowledge, and these three realms, from low to high, are Kuohua Jing, Chang Sheng Jing, and Imperial Palace. The corresponding monster levels are commander level, leader level, and king level." Xiaoyi enthusiastically told him, "The so-called Kuohua Jing means that after life energy has been accumulated to a certain level, one must kill a commander-level monster to obtain the fire seed, which then burns the life force within the body, condensing the realm of life fire. Due to changes in life, one's lifespan increases fivefold beyond the average human limit, reaching 1800 years. Lin Huang, upon hearing this, was astonished and exclaimed aloud. "The ninja god's return," Xiaoyi cautioned him, "but condensed fire, life force is an extremely dangerous process. If one is not strong enough, they will be burned to the point of losing all fighting ability or even directly burned to death. The mortality rate during this process is extremely high, with less than 10% of those who attempt it successfully advancing to the next level." Xiaoyi seriously used Zhu Mu as an example. After advancing to Kuohua Jing, life fire has 5 colors, ranked from high to low as white, pink, blue, purple, and yellow. Uncle Zhu, who just fought Yi Zhang, is a strong man at the 5th level of Kuohua Jing, so his breath is stronger than any transcendent I've ever encountered. Lin Huang raised his hand to stroke his chin, slowly contemplating. "Demon Face Little Demon is a leader-level monster, equivalent to Chang Sheng Jing in humans. So, what exactly is Chang Sheng Jing?" Xiaoyi not only described in detail but also demonstrated its understanding. Chang Sheng Jing requires one to kill a monster of the leader level. By taking its soul beast and using it as material to condense a life lamp, a maximum of 9 lamps can be condensed. Each lamp's lifespan can be equivalent to 360 years, with the maximum lifespan extending over 3,000 years. This is also the reason why this realm is called Chang Sheng Jing. Xiaoyi spoke rapidly, still trying to explain so that he could understand. Beyond this is the Emperor realm, where one must kill a monster of the monarch level, seize the life core, build the life palace, and pass through these 3 realms to become a legendary demigod. It's useless to say more. After all, these things were too far from the weak person he once was. Lin Huang felt utterly helpless and dejected, his whole body slumped. You're not comfortable because I'm not mocking you, right? Imagining the battle scene of Zhu Mu, he was deeply admiring. Uncle Kuo Jing, you could kill millions of monsters with one hand. It's hard to imagine the power of the Changshang realm, and even more so how strong the Imperial Palace realm is. Lin Huang raised his hand high to show his determination. Kuo, Imperial Palace, I will move forward step by step and eventually become the legendary demigod. Xiaohi's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Huang. You should just focus on surviving first. A few days later, the space-shifting portal opened, and a group of people queued up there. Lin Huang, carrying his bundle, enjoyed the fresh air. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally leaving the place where Zia's control had been so overwhelming. The sunlight bathed in Ning City, its tightly packed buildings creating a scene of serene tranquility. The checkpoint number 7-28, also known as in Ning City, truly lived up to its reputation as a super-large A-level fortress. It was magnificent. Lin Huang walked down the road, taking in the surroundings, marveling at the prosperity and the captivating charm of the history. Suddenly, a harsh scolding voice rang out, startling Lin Huang. A crude voice followed, "You bastard, don't run." Lin Huang wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble found him. A kid suddenly bumped into him, the impact so strong that Lin Huang spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lin Huang squinted his eyes, scratching his head as he questioned the kid, "Can't you watch where you're going?" Lin Huang looked closely at the boy in front of him and gasped in shock. Meanwhile, San Erchi's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. A man with a fierce expression ran up from behind. He shouted loudly, causing the kid to tremble even more in fear. "Catch him, that bastard dared to steal from me, beat him to death." Lin Huang quickly grabbed a handful of San Erchi's hair. He raised his hand, smiling calmly, and stepped forward to mediate. "Wait, big brother, let's talk this through." The kid was confused but still hid behind Lin Huang. The man was arrogant, standing before Lin Huang with a fierce expression, loudly saying, "Don't meddle, just leave." Lin Huang smiled faintly, and a glimmer of cunning appeared in his eyes. He did not back down but provocatively warned the man, "Sorry, my hobby is minding other people's business." The violent man, beaten and bruised, fell into a pile of foul-smelling armor, with large bumps forming on his head. Lin Huang sharply wiped his palms and coldly stared at the man lying on the ground. His mocking words were like a fatal wound to him, "You're so weak, yet you want to learn to be a thug." San Erchi, standing nearby, also let out a relieved smile. Lin Huang gently placed his hand on the child's head and comforted him kindly, asking how he was doing. "It's bad to bully a child, but it's even worse to steal." "What's your name?" Lin Huang asked. San Erchi hesitated, looking pitiful. The child tightly shut his eyes and then trembled as he answered, "San Erchi." Lin Huang seemed not to believe his ears and exclaimed, "Huh? No, I asked for your name." The child, innocent, opened his eyes wide and raised his hand to point at himself. "Kid just repeated his name for you. San Erchi." Lin Huang was stunned when he heard the unusual name and looked down at the dirty child with concern. He asked a few more questions. "Your name is San Erchi, what about your family? Where do you live? I'll take you home." San Erchi looked dejected. The child tightly shut his eyes again and shook his head involuntarily. A hand tightly grasped the hem of Lin Huang's shirt. Seeing that the kid didn't say anything, his face full of nostalgia, Lin Huang was astonished and spoke up. "Can't you see? It's dusk, the sunset is slowly fading." In a scene like this, Lin Huang felt a bit of melancholy. He told San Erchi, "It's getting late, and I can't just leave you here on the road. Come with me to the hotel first, we'll go look for your family tomorrow." Lin Huang was practicing sword techniques in the yard, the sword strikes flowing gracefully yet decisively. As Lin Huang focused on his sword training, electric sparks flew with each stroke. His face reflected unwavering determination and resolve. The system notification appeared, achieved flowing fire sword fragment, 1 out of 1. Lin Huang sheathed his sword, and the next notification came, host has collected 1000 flowing fire sword fragments, which can be fused into a rare sword skill card. Do you wish to fuse them? Lin Huang saw the notification and showed a hint of joy. Finally, it was enough. Fusion. The system displayed the interface of a shimmering golden card. The card showed the following information: skill card, skill name, flowing fire, rarity, rare, skill type, sword technique, skill level, not searchable, status, usable, card rating. Xiaohe hovered beside Lin Huang. With arms crossed and a detached gaze, it observed. The fact that the skill level was unsearchable meant that this skill surpassed gold-level combat techniques and could even be used by those at the transcendent level. Lin Huang held the card in his hand and gazed at it intently. His voice deepened as he pondered over the card. He had once said that the flowing fire sword only needed to accumulate enough fragments. It didn't require an upgrade card to level up into an epic skill card. So, from now on, every time the sword was drawn, it would yield fragments for upgrading. Xiaohe raised one finger and calmly explained, his face serious, using the flowing fire sword directly will not yield any fragments for upgrading. You need to develop techniques based on the flowing fire sword's moves. If the steps of the derived techniques pass the assessment, you will receive upgrade fragments. Lin Huang asked, innocently curious, what is the standard for the assessment? Xiaohe crossed his arms, feeling helpless, not expecting him to be so lacking in theoretical knowledge. He slowly said, the assessment standard is whether the technique aligns with the sword technique philosophy of flowing fire. If it does, it will pass the assessment, if not, it will fail. Lin Huang was confused, smiling awkwardly. The philosophy of sword techniques was so profound and difficult to understand. At that moment, San Erchi walked down the corridor, silently listening to the conversation between the two, both hands tightly holding a cloth draped over his shoulder, his gaze flicking towards the source of the sound. The philosophy of sword technique is the realm of perfect integration between the practitioner and the sword technique after a deep understanding of it. San Erchi gently cracked open the door, peeking in to see Lin Huang practicing swordplay in the water. His eyes traced the line of water down his cheek as Xiaohe stood beside him, earnestly instructing. Of course, given his level, it would take him quite some time to fully comprehend it. Lin Huang, frustrated and aggrieved, said, "Shut up, I'm the man who has mastered the epic-level Grand Wilderness sword technique. It's just a sword technique concept, nothing more." Lin Huang noticed someone else was here, and he quickly turned his head, his expression one of surprise. That kid. At the same time, San Erchi, oblivious to the fact that Lin Huang had spotted him, focused on recalling Lin Huang's sword moves. He was amazed at San Erchi's agility and memory. Lin Huang voiced his doubt, "No way? He only saw it once, and now he can replicate my sword technique? Is that possible?" Lin Huang stood there, smiling lightly as he waved a few times, calling the kid over, "Come here." San Erchi looked at him in confusion. The kid, fearing Lin Huang's scolding, quickly spoke up, sorry." Then, Lin Huang used his sharp sword to sever a bamboo stalk. He spoke to San Erchi, "Don't be scared. I'm not mad at you." He used the sword to remove the leaves from the bamboo. Lin Huang began, "I practice swordsmanship alone, and it gets lonely." Lin Huang held the bamboo stick out in front of him. This unexpected action left San Erchi stunned in place. He said, "Come play with me." The kid silently took the bamboo, gripping it tightly, emotion swelling inside him, a feeling hard to describe. After a few minutes of hesitation, San Erchi swung the sword, performing moves that were as graceful and decisive as those of someone who had trained in sword techniques for years. This left Lin Huang and Xiaohe, standing beside him, gaping in astonishment. Lin Huang widened his eyes, half believing, half doubting, and asked Xiaohe again, "He can just look once and know right away?" Xiaohe stood beside him, his expression almost identical to Lin Huang's, and he exclaimed in admiration, "You've picked up a genius in sword technique." Lin Huang's gaze was fixed on the kid, his eyes showing some confusion. He furrowed his brows and declared, "No, this isn't him." San Erchi seemed to be holding a sharp blade, moving like a fish in water, with his eyes showing determination and resolve. The kid displayed his skills and swift sword moves with ease. Seeing this, Lin Huang had his answer. His understanding of sword technique, and his own skill in using a sword, contained the very essence of sword technique. Lin Huang stood beside him, practicing alongside the kid. He taught San-Er-Chi different sword moves and pointed out weaknesses in his technique. Lin Huang seriously instructed, "This isn't wrong, but it should be done like this." Xiaoyi teased, "Practicing swordplay with a kid, you're really thick-skinned." At this moment, the system notification appeared, "Acquired a shard of flowing fire sword." Lin Huang became excited, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. It really worked. Lin Huang happily ran over, hugged the kid tightly, his cheek against the kid's, and excitedly said, "From now on, you'll be like family to me. Let's practice again." San-Er-Chi, helpless and unable to resist, said, "I'm hungry." Xiaoyi crossed his arms and spoke up, "Turns out you really did find a treasure. How is your luck so endless?" Sitting at the dining table, San-Er-Chi devoured a tempting piece of roasted thigh in his hand, with a pile of bowls and chopsticks stacked beside him. Perhaps due to being starved for a long time, his appetite was a bit excessive, but Lin Huang still insisted on ordering more food for him. The waiter brought 10 more servings of meat. After indulging in their meal, the two of them turned their focus back to practicing their sword technique. Both were serious and concentrated, and as time passed, their swordsmanship became increasingly exquisite. Lin Huang reminded himself that there were still 20 days left until the day of the spatial teleportation gate opening. Hang in there. The system notification sounded, "Obtained a shard of the flowing fire sword." One moment later, Lin Huang and San-Er-Chi went to the restaurant again, but this time the owner was no longer welcoming. The two were pushed out of the door. The owner helplessly said, "Please don't come back. We don't serve buffet to you." San-Er-Chi, still holding his piece of meat, ate it with relish while he reluctantly smiled and said, "If they don't serve us here, we can find another place. Let's go, we'll try somewhere else." Next, the two of them immersed themselves in practicing their sword technique again. The system continued to display countless new notifications, too many to count. Obtained a shard of the flowing fire sword +1. One morning, when the sunlight began to shine, and the birds flew out to search for food, a joyful voice suddenly exclaimed, "It worked!" At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Consumed 3,000 shards of the flowing fire sword." Consumed 1 rare level skill card of harmonious flow. A glowing purple card appeared on the screen, radiating an incredibly powerful energy. A congratulatory message rang out, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained an epic level flowing fire skill card." The card displayed information about the skill, rarity, epic, skill type, sword technique, skill level, and an unknown level of the skill that couldn't be accessed. Its status showed it was ready to use, and the card was rated quite highly. Lin Huang was ecstatic, feeling energized all over. He exclaimed, "Incredible! To think I've earned a second epic level skill card in just 20 days. As soon as he finished speaking, a small hand reached out from behind him, grabbing the corner of his shirt. The child gently called, "Brother." Lin Huang turned around, confused, and looked at the child. San-Er-Chi gazed up at him with a sad look, her expression full of vulnerability. San-Er-Chi hesitated before speaking, her voice soft and shy, "Does this mean I'm useless now?" Lin Huang was taken aback by her words. He furrowed his brows, and his body suddenly trembled at her innocent yet pitiful tone. The space transfer gate had been reopened. Lin Huang turned to San-Er-Chi and said, "I didn't mean that I don't need you." Lin Huang, along with the child, walked toward the space transfer gate. He scratched his head and chuckled, "I just need to upload your information to the network. I'm worried your family might be looking for you." The child remained downcast, muttering softly, "Oh." A long line of people had already gathered, waiting. Lin Huang reassured her confidently, "Before we find your family, I promise I'll take care of you." The child only kept her head lowered and replied, "Oh, surprising." Lin Huang called out a name, Lin Xian. Then, he reached out and patted the child's head. San-Er-Chi exclaimed, "Huh?" Lin Huang sat down in front of the kid, smiling gently, then said, "From now on, your name will be Lin Xian. I also have a younger sister named Lin Xing. She is older than you, so she's your sister. From today onwards, I will be your big brother." Only then did the kid relax his facial muscles. Lin Xian responded, "MMM." At Lin Huang's house, Lin Xing's voice rang out with joy, "Brother, you're finally back." Lin Xing hurriedly added, "I was so worried, I thought something happened to you after being out of touch for so long." But when she stepped out the door, Lin Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Huang was standing at the door, with Lin Xian hiding behind him. Lin Xing exclaimed in shock, "Your child?" Lin Huang pursed his lips and explained, "Stop being silly, let us in and we'll explain everything to you slowly." During the meal, Lin Huang explained the situation, and Lin Xing quickly understood what had happened. It turned out like this. Lin Xian was eating ravenously, and Lin Xing said to him, "How pitiful, brother, we can't just leave him like this." Lin Huang took a sip of water and responded to her, "I've posted information online already. If we can't find his family, we'll take care of him." Looking at the pile of plates that Lin Xian had devoured, the little girl sighed, "Xiao Xian really has a good appetite." Lin Huang continued, "One of his talents is eating." The night gradually descended, and Lin Huang's voice echoed in the space. He urged Lin Xian, "Stop playing, rest early. I've already cleaned the living room. Lin Xian, you can sleep here for the night, and tomorrow I'll take you to buy some things." Lin Huang lay down on the bed, exhausted, finally able to breathe. He had returned to Lin Town. His Emperor's Heart Realm could finally be activated again. During the period when he had lost contact, many people must have been looking for him. Not long after lying down on the bed, Lin Huang suddenly jolted. He exclaimed as the system screen lit up, notifying him of incoming calls: 1 from Lin Shen, 30 calls from Hang, 13 from Jang Yu, 1 from Zhang, 100 from Lin Shen, 2 from Hang, 1 from Jang Yu, and 1 from Ling Yuxian. It seemed something had happened while he wasn't around, which was why Hang was in such a hurry. Lin Huang couldn't help but feel a bit curious. The fat guy had made so many calls. Was something serious going on? The system quickly connected to Hang, and his image soon appeared on the other end of the line, his eyes dazed. Hang was anxious. "Lin Huang, you finally showed up. I guessed something must have happened." But his appearance at that moment left Lin Huang confused. There seemed to be some trouble. "What's going on? Why are you looking for me?" Knowing that Lin Huang was still safe and sound, the awkwardness of him scratching his head and ears didn't seem like a big deal. "I heard that a mutation appeared in Ashvale, and many people died. I just wanted to check if you're okay." Lin Huang pressed his lips together. The clumsy lie he was being told was nothing that could deceive him with his deep understanding. Lin Huang confirmed, then immediately asked the main question. "Mutation? I haven't seen any mutation. Tell me the truth. What else do you want from me? It's true that I can't fool you." Hang's eyes were filled with tears, his gaze full of immense sorrow. He bowed his head, choking on his words. "My father." Hang held back the pain, swallowing his tears. "My father is gone." Shocked by this news, Lin Huang fell silent, then hesitantly asked him, "Why so suddenly?" Hang seemed to crumble, his voice faltering as he cried. He was too tired. He had a normal human body but worked himself to the bone. The rate at which the life force in his body dissipated was several times faster than ours, and by the time we discovered it, it was too late to save him. I didn't want him to suffer. Lin Huang tried to console him. "Where are you? I'll come to you." Hang, also concerned about Lin Huang's upcoming assessment, feared that his personal issue might interfere with Lin Huang's important matters, so he dismissed the idea. "There's no need. The December assessment of the Hunter Association is about to begin. Make sure you prepare well. Unfortunately, I can't join anymore. Do your best. Passing once, I won't bother you again." Hang ended the call, sitting in sadness. Regardless of whether one was a person with supernatural abilities or an ordinary person, everyone risked their lives for their own dreams. The high determination was evident in his eyes. Lin Huang smiled, a thought lingering in his mind. As for my part, let's strive together. In the quiet space, with Lin Huang's confidence and determination to win, I too will not lose. He began to sit down and start practicing his skills. The light from the stone emitted like a formation. Lin Huang fell into the secret realm. He stood among a group of people with high cultivation levels, without any sign of discouragement. In his heart, Lin Huang reassured himself that with the support of the 8 layers of the battle punishment decision, the speed of his cultivation would increase even more rapidly. Come at me. Without any mercy, these people quickly charged in, launching relentless attacks toward him. Lin Huang raised his hands to block these storm-like blows. Lin Huang realized one thing: although he had achieved a lot this time, he also saw other powerful beings. But after all, they were beings with strength, and he received quite a bit of force in return. Lin Huang remained resolute in his thoughts, even facing the high wall in front of him that he could not overcome. I will climb up, little by little. Immediately, the system displayed a notification: obtained a fragment of the slaughter body technique. The image of Zhumu risking his life to protect the Dishi city made his fighting spirit soar to an even greater height. Lin Huang snapped himself back to focus, his hand clenching into a fist, his entire body exuding a fierce energy. Moments later, a continuous series of notifications flooded the screen. Obtained a fragment of the slaughter body technique zone. Obtained a fragment of the slaughter body technique zone. His powerful punch did not disappoint him. An important notification was sent, revealing the discovery of a 600x fragment of the slaughter body technique, which could be combined with the rare body slaughter technique skill. Would you like to combine them? Utilizing every bit of his skill to defeat those people, Lin Huang breathed heavily, sweat pouring down his body. After putting in his utmost effort, Lin Huang successfully fused a new card. The system screen displayed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare skill card, Slaughter Body Technique. This golden card was a skill card, skill name, Slaughter Body Technique, rarity, epic level rarity, skill type, melee combat, skill level, undefined, status, usable, note, can be combined with punishment decision to double its power, and can be combined with battle punishment decision at level 6 or higher to gain a power comparable to grand combat skills. Card evaluation, not bad. Having lost so much strength from the recent training, when Lin Huang collapsed onto his beloved bed, he couldn't help but murmur. Not bad, I've managed to get a melee combat skill card with power comparable to an epic level card. The official hunter evaluation also included a sense of victory. As soon as those words left his mouth, a shrill scream from Lin Xing echoed through the air. For a moment, he was startled by the scream of the little girl. Lin Huang's expression could not conceal his extreme worry. He called out to Lin Xing. Outside, the little girl seemed to be frightened by something. Lin Xing shouted for him. Lin Huang jumped out of bed and rushed to the source of the scream. He anxiously asked, "What happened? Are you hurt?" The little girl was sitting on the floor, trembling, pointing in the opposite direction with a stutter. "Brother, look." Following her direction, he saw Lin Xian sitting there, devouring a raw piece of meat. He was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Lin Xian, what are you doing?" The child froze at the sound of Lin Huang's shout. Lin Xian turned around, his mouth smeared with meat, and said, "Huh?" Although Lin Xing was terrified, she couldn't just stand there with her arms crossed. She reassured Lin Xian, "Eating that will make you have a stomachache." He looked at the child sternly. "Lin Xian, are you hungry? You can't eat raw meat like that." Witnessing this scene made him feel uneasy. This child was too strange, no name, no family. A natural-born sword technique genius, and now starting to eat raw meat and drink blood. Thinking about this, Lin Huang raised his hand to shield Lin Xing. He smiled gently and sat down in front of the child, softly saying, "Be good, give the meat to me." Lin Xian seemed frozen, stiff as if sprayed with glue. The child stared at Lin Huang in silence. At that moment, Lin Huang felt a slight sense of wariness. If he were to act aggressively now, even if he killed the child, he couldn't let it stay in the same room with Lin Xing. At that moment, the kid quickly threw away the piece of raw meat, then rushed towards Lin Xing, crying and shouting loudly, "Sister!" Even he stood there dumbfounded in the face of this awkward situation and shouted too. Lin Xian tightly hugged the little girl, crying loudly and hurriedly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Lin Xing to blame me for being too rude. I was just a little scared. Why did he react like that? It scared me." Embarrassment hit Lin Huang, and he scratched his head, hesitating to offer comfort. "Well, this is my fault." Because of his high alertness, Lin Huang's attitude seemed a bit excessive. He sighed inwardly, it seemed like he was just startled. Lin Xing knelt on the floor, gently wiping the kid's mouth. Lin Xian also obediently stood still, witnessing the mutual love and care between the two sisters. Lin Huang felt a bit of relief, as if a burden and worry had been lifted. It seemed that he could now safely go ahead with the official hunter assessment. Finally, the day of the assessment arrived. Lin Huang had been there early, but still couldn't shake off his unease about leaving Lin Xing and Lin Xian at home. He recalled the image of the loving bond between the two sisters. Lin Xing had plenty of confidence. At that moment, she raised her hand to clearly show her determination to Lin Huang. Her eyes were bright and she confidently promised, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of Xiao Xian and make sure she eats well." Lin Xian hugged her tightly, gazing innocently at Lin Xing. After a while, the kid finally stammered, forming a sentence, I'll take good care of you, sister." Lin Huang couldn't help but think, he had to admit that it was impossible not to worry about them. The sky was clear and sunny. At the 7B24 Beixian City Hunter Guild base, hundreds, even thousands, of hunters had gathered, crowded like ants. The scene before him brought Lin Huang back to reality. This important evaluation forced him to reflect, but for now, he should still prioritize worrying about himself. The large door at the base suddenly opened, dispelling his unease, and Lin Huang put on a serious, almost intimidating expression. He thought to himself, "It's here." An old man stepped forward in front of all the hunters. Judging by his age, he seemed quite elderly, but his physique and skills were certainly not to be underestimated. He spoke clearly, addressing everyone. "I am Tu Cam Bang, the chief judge for this preliminary hunter selection. I now declare that this evaluation has officially concluded." The hunters, including Lin Huang, were stunned. They all simultaneously exclaimed, "What?" Cam Bang took a piece of paper in his hand and loudly announced, "Now I will announce the names of those who will be eliminated first. Wang Xiuqin, Zhou Hua, Deep Hao Xian." This made many people feel dissatisfied. One of the names just called out by Cam Bang immediately shouted in outrage, "I refuse to accept this. If you want to eliminate me, you must give me a reasonable explanation." Lin Huang, standing nearby, glanced at him. It is unacceptable for anyone to oppose the results just announced by Cam Bang." He looked coldly at the person who had just spoken, his eyes sharp like knives. Without hurrying or delaying, he explained the reason. "Looking at the hunters in front of us, Cam Bang became furious after the registration. He eliminated those who bought online evaluation content, those who fled during team battles, those who were reported for posting negative comments online, and those who arrived after 8 o'clock. The ones who were regretfully eliminated, and only Lin Huang and a few others remain." Cam Bang instructed the remaining hunters and warned the eliminated ones, those advancing to the second round, "Follow me. Those who have been eliminated have already been marked in the Emperor's Heart Realm. If you attempt to infiltrate the Hunter Association, you will be punished and arrested." Just by observing his actions and attitude towards everyone, Lin Huang made an objective assessment. The judge's evaluation content seemed rather idealistic. Without wasting time, everyone quickly moved inside the base. In front of them was another judge, who introduced himself, "Hello, I am the chief judge for the second round of evaluation. Zhuo Lin. Congratulations to those of you who have passed the preliminary round." In contrast to his smiling face, Zhuo Lin's words made others feel that he was somewhat disappointed. "There are still so many of you, this time I really have to say, it's disappointing. It seems I'll have to be the one to reduce the passing rate. The gun is still under 50%. No more talking. LM probably coughed once and then announced the format of this round's evaluation. Back to the main topic. The content of the second round of evaluation was very simple: find an object. Realizing that his words were truly suspicious in many ways, Lin Huang pressed his lips together in thought. Why did he feel that the judges for the official evaluation seemed off? Suddenly, a flicker of light flashed. Zhuo Lin had just taken out a black crystal and said to everyone, "The evaluation range is the entire Beixian city. I've placed these 5,000 black crystals around the city." He laid out the conditions for passing this round of supervision. Within 48 hours, only if a piece and a black crystal are handed directly to me will you be considered to have passed my evaluation. Lin Huang's keen eyes noticed that the black crystal had something suspicious about it. It didn't seem like a mineral crystal but rather more like amber resin or some kind of plastic. Not wanting to make the hunters feel that the evaluation topic was too difficult, Zhuo Lin smiled and raised his hand, offering a hint. The hunters began their search based on Zhuo Lin's clue. Two people, a man and a woman, also began to observe and check every corner. His clue was only 2 words: weeds. Lin Huang didn't rush either, starting the search like the other hunters. He leisurely sat and drank, contemplating the second round of evaluation before speaking. Weeds. I have a feeling this is more complicated than it seems. Xiaoyi had already been standing beside him, her expression clearly showing her impatience for him. Only 48 hours left, and you're still so relaxed. However, in contrast to Xiaoyi, Lin Huang sat back in a relaxed, carefree manner, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. He reassured Xiaoyi, "Don't worry, I've already searched through all the unexamined patches of grass in the city." As soon as he finished speaking, a wild grass had already appeared in Lin Huang's hand. He smiled at Xiaoyi, saying, "I had already released the spores of Bo Ma Tang to have everyone help me search." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi could not help but feel a pang of frustration, wishing he could forge iron into steel. He looked at Lin Huang with eyes filled with a tenderness that could not be more affectionate. "You really do push the limits of being a messenger." Lin Huang rested his chin on his hand, the smile from earlier gone from his face. He sighed in frustration. "As for the wild grass, whether it's the real thing or anything related to it, I've even checked a company called Wild Grass, and found nothing. After all, the wild grass Lin mentioned must be related to this assessment in some way." Xiaoyi was puzzled, but the keywords provided by the judge were not meaningless. Holding a cup of water in his hand, Lin Huang answered, his voice low, "So, I'm still waiting." Xiaoyi looked at him skeptically. "Waiting for what?" Thinking of a place where one could find items that the outside world could not offer, along with exclusive information available only there, Lin Huang spoke up, "I'm waiting for nightfall, waiting for the black market to open." Not one for unnecessary explanations, Lin Huang stood in front of the black market with Xiaoyi, saying, "Xiaoyi, the official hunter assessment doesn't just test personal abilities, it also examines how one approaches problem solving when faced with challenges. To become a hunter, you must think like one." Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Unexpectedly, Lin Huang spoke up, "I know why you're in the shape of a dog now." Xiaoyi responded, "Does sword rides the sky wind not distinguish between good and evil?" Unlike the dark, ominous name displayed on the sign outside, the place was set up like a bar. Noticing a guest had arrived, Yaoshi came over to greet him. "Hello, sir." Lin Huang placed a black crystal in front of him and requested a cup of black faith slowly. The black crystal was tossed onto the table. Yaoshi immediately recognized that this was a customer looking to purchase information from him, so he set the price for a piece of information at 1.8 billion credit points. For Lin Huang, this amount of credit points was insignificant. He agreed immediately, holding the golden credit card in his hand, saying, "No problem, the keyword is weed." Yaoshi was very professional. He took out a card containing the information Lin Huang needed. The information stored on this card would make the customer see that my news is worth the price. Both of them placed their cards on the table and pushed them toward each other to exchange. Yaoshi was excited, the transaction went smoothly, and he hoped the customer would return. Suddenly, Lin Huang spoke again. Wait, did you ask for more information from him? Apart from me, has anyone else come here to buy information about weed? Yao Shi didn't hide anything. He confirmed, yes, about an hour before you arrived, someone else came to buy similar information. They didn't seem like a good person either. Lin Huang turned around and left, not forgetting to thank him. I know, thank you. Yao Shi was puzzled by his previous question. He had no idea that Lin Huang was using a face-swapping mask. In a vast forest, standing out in the middle was the Beixian city's external base, the Haishanbao branch. On a nearby tall tree, Lin Huang and Xiaohe were secretly observing. Lin Huang explained to it the reason for their presence at this location. Wild grass was another name for a chemical compound called ZC, a name few knew. The production facility closest to Beixian City was located here. Xiaohe, now partially understanding the hidden circumstances, crossed its arms and asked, so that's it? My intelligence on this is quite limited. What is ZC used for? It's a substance designed to control others, making the person's life worse than death, Lin Huang said seriously, his brows furrowing. It's the so-called recreational item for strongmen controlling life force. For ordinary people, they would die in an instant. But the stronger the combat power, the greater the pleasure created, and the easier it is to become addicted, the more tragic the death. Just thinking about that scenario made Xiaohe break into a cold sweat. It hesitantly asked, so, isn't that? Lin Huang confirmed, exactly, his gaze turning icy. His voice grew more somber. It's an extremely toxic type of grass, with a very high danger level. Yeah. 1.8 billion credits of yours have bought extremely important information about the origins of the Haishanbao organization. According to black market intelligence, ZC was formed by a pharmacist teacher from a Hunter Association academy. Later, he left the Hunter Association and founded the Haishanbao organization. The headquarters of this organization is led by 3 superhumans. Difficulties have appeared before us. Lin Huang was worried. Even the Beixian City branch had 3 gold-level strongmen and 30 Bai Tai Jing members. Xiaohe sighed deeply upon hearing this, as if the exam questions for the bronze level had already been set too high. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the focus of this assessment should be on intelligence-gathering abilities. But in order to obtain a sample of ZC, one would need to infiltrate the Haishanbao branch. Xiaohe might have already figured out the crux of the issue. Perhaps the real intention of the examiners was to require the candidates to form a team and test their ability to cooperate in battle. Seeing this as a plausible hypothesis, Lin Huang nodded in agreement. It made sense. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The quiet appearance of this girl made him instinctively wary. Lin Huang leaned down and asked about her identity. Who are you? Yu leaned against the tree, arms crossed, her expression utterly calm. She spoke, Lin Huang, I noticed you the moment you left the black market. A flash of light flickered in the space. Immediately, Yu used her agile and flexible movements to jump onto a high branch opposite him. It was only then that she introduced herself. My name is Yu, and I'm also a contestant like you. Lin Huang furrowed his brows, skeptical as he voiced his thoughts. The person who came to the black market to buy information was her. Judging by her appearance, Lin Huang found it hard to believe. She didn't seem dangerous at all. Yu stood up and then told him about the defense situation of the base. The stronghold was not only protected by strongmen, but there were also many surveillance machines outside. Any creature that approached would trigger an alarm. Even a golden strongman would find it difficult to sneak inside. She took a few steps forward and stopped right in front of Lin Huang, extending her hand without beating around the bush and said, So, I choose you as my partner. You lure the guards, and I'll sneak in to get the ZC level ZC divided into 3B. I'll take 7, you take 3. Lin Huang didn't expect this girl to be more complicated than she appeared. He suspiciously asked Yu, she really knew how to calculate. Following her plan not only meant completing the evaluation, but also acquiring a large amount of ZC. Yu sneered, not denying her calculation, and then countered with a question, of course, do you know how much ZC costs on the black market? Those people have gone bankrupt over just a few drops of ZC, let alone other contestants. Even if one drop of ZC could buy 100 star lives, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lin Huang cautiously watched her, his deep eyes gleaming with an inscrutable depth. Not wanting to get caught up in this cycle of deceit, Lin Huang had already made up his mind. He leapt off the tree branch, catching Yu by surprise. He closed his eyes slightly and said, "Sorry, you can play on your own." Yu couldn't believe that he wasn't even slightly tempted by such a lucrative offer. Her expression shifted, turning strange. Yu questioned him, "What do you mean by that? You can't harm humanity just for a little profit." Lin Huang only turned his head and replied, "ZC is something harmful to everyone. I will never use it to make money. If I have the chance, I will completely eradicate the poisonous weeds in this place." A pair of wings quickly activated. Lin Huang spoke to her, moreover. Lin Huang soared high into the sky and then called back behind him, "I don't need anyone to cooperate with me, based on my own abilities, I'll be enough for this evaluation." He decisively left, leaving Yu standing there, stomping her feet in frustration, shouting angrily, "Bastard, this man is both stupid and arrogant." At the evaluation base, the hunters gathered together, chatting animatedly. The topic of conversation was none other than Lin Huang. The words were filled with jealousy and rivalry. This branch of Haishanbao had been successfully infiltrated by a judge named Lin Huang, who had stolen everything. He declared that anyone who wanted to pass this evaluation would have to pay 1,000 soul crystals and buy a drop of ZC. How shameless! He definitely can't be forgiven. A person standing nearby clearly overheard all the conversations about Lin Huang. This person clenched their fist, and their words carried a sense of confidence. "Let's go quickly, take the life back." Outside, at the Haishanbao branch base, the sky today was brightly illuminated by the full moon. Lin Huang sat outside, carefully observing the situation after multiple checks. He let out a sigh of relief, for outside, aside from the surveillance machines, there were no other traps. Although there were no traps left, getting past the surveillance machines was still a major issue. Lin Huang mumbled to himself, "So, if I use the mutation card, I'll slip in unnoticed. But once inside the stronghold, how will I bypass the surveillance?" Suddenly, a scream like an echo from the forest rang out, making him feel completely unsettled. "Lin Huang, you bastard!" To his surprise, Baya was also here. He took a running leap and jumped forward. Bayan's action left Lin Huang stunned in place. Baya grinned eerily, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Baya smirked, "Finally found you, you shameless bastard." Lin Huang searched his memory, then suddenly pointed at him and said, "Crimson Bloodbird, I remember now, you were the messenger on Snow Mountain before." That name by Lin Huang's memory, which had been fairly reliable, failed to recall his name. He scratched his head, embarrassed. What was it again? Baya, furious, shouted, "Baya!" He extended his hand forward, and light instantly flashed. Baya summoned his divine weapon. His words conveyed pure anger, "You have tarnished my reputation." Selling ZC, huh? Once the divine weapon was summoned, Baya was surrounded by a thick aura of spiritual energy. His gaze showed unwavering determination. "Today, I will beat you to the point where you'll kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Let's see who the coward really is." It turned out that everything was just an act. Lin Huang shoved his hands into his pockets, shamelessly staring at Baya. He sneered, speaking in disdain. "You think I really forgot who you are? The one who ran away the moment he faced Beast Roar on the battlefield? Someone like you couldn't possibly pass the preliminary rounds. Did you think you'd use your genius status to take shortcuts?" Lin Huang's words were like salt in the wound for Baya. He furrowed his brow, and after being openly mocked by Lin Huang, a murderous aura radiated from his body. "You dare?" In a flash, Baya attacked Lin Huang with his divine weapon, catching him off guard. His spear swished by Lin Huang, narrowly missing him. Bayan's resolve was firm. Even if the Hunter Guild blacklisted him, he was determined to personally kill his opponent today. There was not a trace of fear in him. Lin Huang was ready to draw his sword in response, not forgetting to mock. As a messenger, you want to fight me one-on-one? Fine, I'll play along. His words just now were like adding fuel to the fire. Bayan gritted his teeth, determined to take his life. Wait until I announce your death in front of everyone, no one will call me a coward. After all, he's no match for Lin Huang. He blocked Bayan's attack with his sword. Then he delivered a fatal blow. Whether you're a coward or not has nothing to do with me. Because you fled the battlefield, I risked my life, Lin Noi. There are so many brave people like that, do you think you can kill them all? The blade of Lin Huang's sword smoothly traced along the shaft of Bayan's spear. He mocked him, clearly possessing special qualifications, yet still insisting on taking part in the evaluation. In less than 3 moves, Lin Huang had already gained the upper hand, overwhelming him. Lin Huang criticized him for the past. You're just trying to bully the weak, seeking pleasure, and when faced with real danger, you run away fast. People like you, what else could you be if not a coward? His words were like a sharp knife, digging deeper into the wound of Bayan's heart. He stood frozen, still unable to recognize his own flaws and mistakes. Bayan shouted, "Shut up!" He swung his spear wildly, launching a frenzied attack on Lin Huang, growling out of control, "I'll kill you." He used his killing move, so fast that it could have been mistaken for Lin Huang using a clone technique. Every one of his attacks, Lin Huang could easily dodge. He smiled confidently at Bayan, saying, "You won't kill me." Bayan stood there, dumbfounded, his gaze filled with disbelief at what was happening before him. Next, Lin Huang directed his immense power towards him. The spear in Bayan's hand broke into 2 pieces, and he was horrified by this shocking scene. Holding the broken spear in his hand, Bayan stood frozen in place, stammering, "Impossible." Lin Huang had taught him a lifelong lesson. When one becomes obsessed with flaunting their own strength, others are quietly accumulating power. This is the distance between the two of us. Lin Huang smiled and stepped in front of him. Originally, there were very few envoys, and what's more, we have no mortal enmity. Do you still want to continue fighting? Since he had already experienced part of Lin Huang's strength, Bayan finally relented. You're holding back. Bayan lowered his head, feeling ashamed, and said, I have a feeling that if I summon monsters, I'll be defeated even more miserably. Lin Huang sincerely advised him, so, you should stop wasting time on these battles. You are a genius, and there will be a day when we fight again. Who knows, maybe next time, I'll be the one to lose. Being naturally humorous, Lin Huang acted out the scene for him. He threw punches in the air, then sighed. I'll tell you, I once met a guy with a long gun, expertly killing monsters like he was chopping wood. It was truly magnificent. Lin Huang sincerely encouraged him. Just keep practicing, your future is limitless. The young Bayan, who had been listening to him talk non-stop, finally spoke up, asking, Are you an idiot? He summoned the divine beast in the sky, intending to leave, but still did not forget to remind Lin Huang. Our matter is not over yet, but losing is losing. I will declare my withdrawal from this evaluation. As Bayan was about to leave, he suddenly took it upon himself to inform Lin Huang of something and also gave him a reminder. Be careful, someone is spreading the news that you've obtained all the ZC samples and plan to sell them for a high price. Everyone is gathering here, wanting to settle the score with you. His words made Lin Huang a little anxious. Bayan, sitting atop the Shi Diao Ding, was about to depart when Lin Huang immediately called out to him. Bayan, wait a moment. In that brief second, Lin Huang thought to himself, with over 10,000 people heading this way, it was certain that the snake would stir the grass, and the ZC samples were now impossible to obtain. It seemed that begging and asking for help was his specialty, so his tone was especially earnest. Lin Huang smiled, clasped his hands together, and spoke, There is something I need help with. Soon after, a group of hunters was on their way to the North Xian branch to search for Lin Huang. Urgent shouts echoed continuously. Hurry, move faster, don't let him escape. He can't possibly move the entire base by himself, there must still be ZC samples left, even if he has to pick up some leftovers, it won't be a wasted trip. Suddenly, Baya appeared in front of this group of people, causing the leader at the forefront to be struck with fear. He stood in front of everyone and declared, "The evidence is gone, Lin Huang has fled. I will lead everyone to capture him." The group of hunters began to murmur and discuss among themselves. Who is this? It's Baya, the genius envoy. Baya warned, don't be deluded any longer. If you intercept him at the outskirts, you can still obtain the ZC sample. Once he enters the city, you'll have to pay to buy it. One person agreed with his opinion. That's right, once he enters the Hunter Guild's protection zone, there's nothing we can do. The person standing beside him eagerly joined in. Hurry up and catch him. Baya has a grudge against that guy, he won't trick us. With that, Baya led the group to find Lin Huang. He shouted, I will lead everyone to capture him. The hunters urged each other, hurry, don't let that bastard escape. Move quickly. At that moment, Lin Huang had activated his invisibility card. He glanced back at Baya, who had helped him buy some time, and thought it was time to end this. He remained invisible and flew swiftly past the surveillance machine. His action was successful. Lin Huang couldn't help but silently admire the situation indeed, as long as it wasn't a living creature, it wouldn't trigger the alarm. He quickly followed the wall, then the railing, to enter the second floor. Lin Huang entered the room and surveyed his surroundings. Lin Huang's gaze suddenly turned cold with a chilling glint. Next, it was time to eliminate this entire poisonous nest. Inside the base was a workshop producing black crystals. All the workers wore protective gear to avoid contact with this toxic substance. A manager was cross-checking the data and the quantities of the crystal batches. Upon seeing the current situation, Lin Huang silently thought, as expected, they are producing something harmful. The black crystals were continuously produced and placed in a large container. At this moment, he was also in hiding, carefully observing the ZC storage area. Lin Huang could see through the wall. The workers were carrying several boxes containing the black crystals to a nearby room. He deduced, that must be the warehouse for the crystals. Lin Huang noticed a surveillance camera in the corner and immediately made his decision, now, I must blind them, then take them out one by one. In another room, a young man was monitoring the situation through the surveillance screen, keeping track of every corner and understanding the production process. It turned out this was the monitoring room. Watching the technicians busily working, Lin Huang assessed, as expected, a place like the monitoring room would have gold-level security guards. Lin Huang remained in hiding, observing as one person sat in front of the system screen. His eyes widened, resembling a beast observing its prey. Lin Huang mocked him, though his mind seemed to be a little off. The man suddenly burst into a manic laugh. Perhaps his fate had already been sealed, as Lin Huang only needed one strike to kill him on the spot. Without hesitation, he spoke, a useless thing, keeping it alive serves no purpose. The technicians were horrified as they saw Lin Huang's sudden intrusion. Their faces turned pale, and they cried out in panic, what's going on? At that moment, the boss, Bai, unexpectedly slid past the two technicians, sending a chill down their spines. In the secret surveillance room, desperate screams echoed. Ah! Help! Help me! But just a few seconds later, the room fell silent, returning to its original state. Bai opened the door and stepped outside. He and Lin Huang stood together, gazing into the distance. The hunt for both of them had now begun. He said to Bai, let's start the hunt. The disturbance they caused was so loud that it attracted everyone in the base. Rapid footsteps hurried toward the surveillance room. Voices shouted like a warning, damn it, someone's intruding. The two managers from the Black Crystal production area also rushed over. One of them shouted an order, kill them. The person next to him questioned, why hasn't the surveillance room sent out a warning? Not giving them the chance to report to higher-ups, Lin Huang struck down several of them with one swift move, leaving them no time to react. A man raised his gun and fired towards Bai. He used his wings to shield his body, noticing that the other person had advanced, modern weapons. Fearing that Bai might not be able to defeat him alone, Lin Huang rushed over anxiously. He gathered his strength and swung his sword towards the man, but the latter quickly reacted, using the barrel of his gun to block the attack. Lin Huang gave a cold smile and then said to the man in front of him, "Who told you that I am just a monster?" Suddenly, Black Sai appeared behind the man, baring its sharp teeth. The man exclaimed in shock, "What?" Without hesitation, Black Sai aimed to bite into the man's neck, but the man, somewhat lucky, managed to dodge just in time, escaping from its jaws. Lin Huang glanced at Bai and Black Sai, then entrusted, "I'll leave things to you two here. I'm heading to the warehouse." Lin Huang kicked the warehouse door open. The door shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. Inside, a group of people were already waiting. At the front stood a strange old man and a group of puppets. He leaned on a cane and laughed loudly upon seeing Lin Huang's arrival. "Not bad, you managed to make it this far, but this is where it ends." Lin Huang was surprised to see that the man was leading a group of puppets and immediately spoke up, "You're using puppet abilities?" The old man stared intensely at Lin Huang, his gaze filled with extreme killing intent. He didn't spare any praise for Lin Huang. "Not bad, both of your monsters are held back now. How could you possibly kill so many of my puppets with just yourself?" He provoked and controlled the puppets behind him to rush towards you. "Even if I can't kill him, the headquarters will receive the information very quickly, and they will have to act supernaturally." He grinned triumphantly, "You're as good as dead." He pulled out a card and crushed it, then confidently retorted, "Let's see how we can mesmerize others when playing the control game with me." As soon as he spoke, the supernatural monster Guanyin slowly appeared, even bowing in a gesture of greeting. The old man's face darkened in shock. "You still have a summoned monster?" "Then," he stammered. "Wait, this is Guanyin." He snapped his fingers, and the ground immediately shook. The puppets lost their balance. The old man almost fell too. He cursed, "You bastard, what the hell is this?" Guanyin's eyes flickered with a bright light. All the people he had regarded as puppets now turned to corner him. The old man was terrified, unable to believe his eyes. "No way, how could this be?" Each of their hands lunged toward him, as if they wanted to crush and tear him apart. He screamed in pain and desperation. "No, no!" Meanwhile, Bai and Black Sai had dealt with the obstructionists. Lin Huang and Guanyin walked over to reunite, and Lin Huang had obtained what he needed. A black crystal, burning with flames, appeared in Lin Huang's hand. It was the sample from ZC. He asked Bai, "You guys finished over there too?" The base of the Haishan Bao branch was burning fiercely, and the group of hunters had finally arrived. Lin Huang stood and watched as the base was slowly consumed by the flames. They were frantic as they looked at the horrifying scene before them and screamed out loud. "What's going on? The branch is on fire. But where's Bai Yen? He's running back and forth, but we can't find him. It's burning. It's burning. What about ZC? Yu also appeared with the group of hunters." She pointed at him angrily. "Lin Huang, hand over the ZC sample." Lin Huang turned around, holding a black crystal in his hand. "The ZC sample." Lin Huang spoke to everyone there. "As a bronze level, how could I possibly destroy an entire base? It was already like this when I arrived. I only managed to get one sample from the flames." The others remained confused. The sample really got burned up. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried, scrambling around. The scene was like an ant nest that had been disturbed, with frantic voices and angry shouts filling the air. "Hurry up and save the sample, don't slow down, run quickly, or if it all burns up, it's over. Don't block me, you jerk." Yu quickly joined the crowd running inside, but not forgetting to glance at him with a murmur. Idiot. Lin Huang saw her gaze and smiled, raising his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. In his heart, he thought, don't think I don't know what you've done. The next day, the Hunter Association of the North Xian region saw a peaceful, clear blue sky, which was a stark contrast to the scene of the day before. Zhuo Lin, along with Cam Bang, stood facing everyone. After a careful observation, Zhuo Lin stepped forward to give his comments on the second evaluation. This evaluation mainly aimed to test your ability to gather information, process it, and work as a team. Although there were some mishaps along the way, and the goal wasn't fully achieved, he paused for a moment before continuing. Luck is also a kind of skill. Therefore, for this evaluation, out of the 5,000 people who collected the sample, I have assessed all of them based on the evaluation. The crowd was thrilled upon hearing this, and they all quietly breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. We were worried it wouldn't count. The red-haired man standing beside Lin Huang looked rather pitiful. He forced a bitter smile, his hair had been scorched as well. Cam Bang spoke up with a serious tone, don't celebrate too soon. The evaluations will get more and more difficult. A spaceship will come tonight to take everyone to the third testing point. You may disperse now, and go prepare well. Everyone quickly began to leave, still discussing among themselves what the third evaluation might entail. Let's go, get some rest. Sharpen the sword before battle. If the second round was already this tough, I can't even imagine how difficult the third round will be. I really don't dare to think about it. Looking at Zhuo Lin and Cam Bang, although their expressions were somewhat stern, Lin Huang quietly thought to himself that while the old man seemed strict, his words were quite well spoken. Still unable to believe Zhuo Lin's current way of working, Gan Bang felt suspicious. I can't believe you talk like that. I thought for sure you'd rule that they all failed this time. Zhuo Lin stood to the side, then spoke up in rebuttal, you're wrong. My evaluation ended the moment 2 candidates left the black market. Whether they succeeded or not isn't important. What matters is obtaining the correct information. Gan Bang stood to the side, confused, unable to hold back his curiosity as he asked, so, according to you, if nothing unexpected happened, there would only be 2 days to pass the exam? Zhuo Lin still had a big question in his mind, who exactly was it? Who set fire to the Haishan Bao branch? Gan Bang sank into thought, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The remaining evidence after the fire was limited, but there were 3 methods of killing, mainly a carved blade, a fire shortage, and self-inflicted mutual killing. This indicated that the intruder wasn't just one person, at least one of them must have been skilled in close combat, elemental fire magic, and control magic. Zhuo Lin also shared with him that such things had occurred during past evaluations. A candidate might conceal their hidden abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Gan Bang laughed loudly and immediately refuted, how could that be? There was a gold level guard killed with a single blow at the scene. This shows that the intruder must have at least golden level 3 strength. None of these kids are even close. Zhuo Lin suddenly became serious and considered the issue. But even for an emissary, at most a bronze level could only summon a white iron monster or a gold level one. We wouldn't be afraid. He hesitated, but then asked, what if it's a monster that has mutated twice? Over on this side, perhaps because someone was mentioning him, Lin Huang kept sneezing. He raised his hand to his nose and muttered to himself, who was talking about me? Hearing a funny story, Gan Bang patted Zhuo Lin on the back and teased him, have you lost your mind? But this little demon has mutated twice. You've really made me laugh. Zhuo Lin also realized that he might have overthought it and helplessly replied, maybe I've been thinking too much. Time passed quickly, and a large ship appeared in the sky. The ship gradually descended towards the ground, and the hunters who had passed the second round would board it to head for the third round of evaluation. Lin Huang was stunned by the extravagance of this evaluation. He was speechless, his mouth agape at the demon starship, such a lavish gesture. A person stepped down from the spaceship, stood before everyone, and began introducing himself. I am Captain F.O. Bro. Welcome aboard. The two judges from the second evaluation round stepped forward to greet Qing Shan. Gan Bang spoke up, "FO bro." Zhuo Lin bowed and said to him, "Apologies for the trouble of escorting these contestants, I appreciate your efforts." Qing Shan stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest and generously said, "No need to be so polite. I just happened to buy a new ship, so I thought I'd try it out." Lin Huang, along with the others, quickly boarded the ship. He glanced at Qing Shan and thought to himself, "The two judges are so respectful, this FO bro must be a top-tier hunter." The spaceship quickly ascended into the sky, accompanied by Qing Shan's reminder. "Stabilize the position, we're ready to depart." After a while of soaring through the air, the spaceship finally reached the sea. Just as the sunset descended, it made the surface of the water even more radiant. Lin Huang stood on the edge of the ship, admiring the view. He muttered to himself, "This must be the latest model of the Demon Starship, right? It can land on both land and sea, truly impressive." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to someone. Lin Huang noticed Qing Shan was also standing on the edge of the ship. Curious, he asked aloud, "Is FO bro fishing?" There was a sudden movement beneath his fishing rod. Qing Shan stood on the spaceship, excitedly shouting, "Not bad luck." After pulling the fishing rod out of the water, Lin Huang froze in shock as he saw a gigantic octopus hanging from the hook. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "What in the world is this?" In the quiet night sky, the bubbling sound of a boiling pot was clearly audible. The pot had everything: color, fragrance, and taste, but there were only two people to enjoy it. FO Qing Shan sighed and said, "Everyone else is in their training rooms, kid, you're here relaxing. I guess you're one of the fortunate ones." Lin Huang was not the least bit shy. While eating, he constantly complimented him. "Abyssal Sea King, you can fish too? That's incredible." His eyes lit up as he looked at the juicy, fresh fish. Just the smell made his mouth water. As he chewed, he continued to praise. "It's so delicious, thank you for the hospitality. The sword technique you used to cut the fish, that's the style of an epic-level Taoist, right?" Although he was praised to the skies, FO Qing Shan remained very humble. He said, "Insect manipulation technique, you can also see that it is a good executioner technique." Lin Huang smiled and responded, "How could it compare to yours?" As he spoke with FO Qing Shan, he eagerly indulged in the delicacies in front of him. After savoring the flavor of the dish, he looked at the man again with bright eyes, speaking in an amazed tone. "Not only is this meat delicious, but the more I eat, the more I feel my life force increasing. Who wouldn't be happy after such a sweet testimonial?" FO Qing Shan laughed and said, "The big shots in the association all fight over the food I make, so I must say, kid, you're very lucky to be eating it." Wiping off a bit of soup that had dripped onto his lips, Lin Huang asked, "Could it be that you are the legendary gourmet hunter?" This question of his took the man by surprise. "Oh, you know about gourmet hunters?" Lin Huang honestly answered his question. "I have a good friend whose lifelong dream is to become a gourmet hunter." FO Qing Shan seemed quite interested upon hearing this, even laughing twice before replying, "Tell me more." Then, on the deck of the ship, only the animated storytelling of Lin Huang remained. "That kid, he's a hunter." The next morning, the ship had docked. A crew member called out for everyone to disembark. "We've arrived, everyone off the ship." After the announcement echoed, everyone immediately surged down. From a distance, all that could be seen at the harbor was a crowd of people. Before leaving to continue on his new journey, Lin Huang turned around and waved goodbye to the old friend who had talked with him all night, silently thinking to himself that if there was ever an opportunity, he would definitely bring the chubby guy to visit FO bro. FO Qing Shan, standing at the side of the boat, also waved back at him. He shouted in return, "Kid, give it your all." The gathering point for this selection event was a desolate, barren patch of land, surrounded only by rocks and dusty grass. At this moment, everyone was gathered in one place, and the sound of whispers echoed throughout the space. In front of them stood a tall, muscular man with a shiny bald head, standing with his arms crossed and his back straight. When the time came, he immediately shouted, "Enough noise! Quiet down!" Once everyone had settled, he began to briefly introduce himself and the rules of the evaluation round. "I am the chief judge of the third evaluation, Kuang Shen. This round is quite simple. Each of you will pass through the gate behind me, one by one. Each gate corresponds to 3 iron cages. Monsters of the white iron rank will randomly appear inside. As long as you defeat all of them, you will pass. You are allowed to bring only 3 pieces of equipment, no higher than the green copper rank. If you are severely injured, staff will come to rescue you, if they arrive in time. After 1 hour, if you haven't passed, you will be eliminated. Move quickly." As he explained, everyone's gaze immediately shifted to a series of black and white doors lined up in the distance. If one only looks at the surface, it's impossible to gauge the level of difficulty hidden behind each gate. It can be said that it entirely depends on the luck of the individual. Although the contestants here are all well aware that this evaluation round is no easy task, the announcement still sends shivers of dread through them. Gate number 23, contestant number 1 eliminated, contestant number 2 enters. This statement immediately causes a wave of confusion among the crowd. Whispers rise non-stop, as less than a minute has passed and someone has already been eliminated. The white iron level monsters are indeed very fast. Do you want to withdraw? I'm too scared now. However, in stark contrast to the panic and discouragement around him, Lin Huang, standing amidst the crowd, remained calm as he analyzed the situation. Being eliminated so quickly, there is likely a white iron level 3 monster inside. After the gunshots signaling the start from Gate 23, within a short period, announcements of eliminations kept coming one after another. Gate number 18, contestant number 1 eliminated, contestant number 2 enters. Gate number 43, contestant number 1 eliminated. Gate number 55, contestant number 1 eliminated. Gate number 97, contestant number 1 eliminated. Gate number 66, contestant number 1 dead, contestant number 2 enters. This last announcement was different from the previous ones. The fact that someone had died in the first few minutes made everyone turn pale with fear. Even Lin Huang found it hard to believe. He muttered in confusion. "Dead." It wasn't just him, others were just as bewildered. What's going on? Someone's dead. Doesn't the judge care? Doesn't this evaluation round even have any safety measures? Judge, I want to withdraw, I don't want to die. As the atmosphere of unease and fear gradually enveloped everyone present, another announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations to number 37, contestant number 1, Wuyu, who has completed the hallway and passed the third evaluation. The first person to pass the evaluation has now appeared. The appearance of this individual also stirred up his sense of competitiveness. He muttered to himself. Not bad, their strength isn't trivial. However, in this high difficulty test with a difficulty coefficient that was off the charts, good news was still a rare occurrence. The next announcement sounded, and although there was no emotion in the statement, it still sent a chill down everyone's spine. Window number 66. Contestant number 2 has died, contestant number 3 enters. By this point, window number 66 had claimed 2 lives. If only one person had died, one could have assumed it was due to their lack of strength. But now, with 2 people dead, it meant that this window was far more dangerous than anyone had expected, causing panic among the crowd. Confused and fearful voices began to rise, one after another. What? Another death, I don't want to. I don't want to go in, I want to back out. Of course, someone sitting in front of the chief examiner, like Kuang Shen, could not allow the competition to proceed unfairly and cause dissatisfaction among the participants. So, he immediately voiced his judgment. There's something wrong with window number 66. He then informed the other contestants. Forget it, close window number 66. The contestants over here moved toward other windows, lining up again from the beginning. However, there was one person who didn't feel that way. Suddenly, a hand was raised in the crowd. Lin Huang spoke clearly, "Chief Judge, I want to enter this door." His words were like a drop of water falling into a pan of boiling oil. The other contestants thought he must have gone mad from boredom and was making things harder for himself. They said, "What's wrong with this kid? Is he not afraid of dying? Is he willing to risk his life just for some glory?" Although they couldn't understand his thinking, Guangshan still chose to respect his decision. He asked him once more, "Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Lin Huang scratched his head and explained that the other doors had to be queued from number 23 if no one had entered. So, it would be more convenient not to wait for too long. While he said this, in his mind, however, he thought that he definitely couldn't lose to that arrogant girl. After hearing Lin Huang's response, Guangshan didn't try to dissuade him anymore. He simply raised his hand, opened door number 66, and said, "Arrogance with strength is confidence, without strength, it's just foolishness. Let's see what kind of person you are." Amid the skeptical attitudes of everyone around him, Lin Huang took firm steps into the door. Once he entered the arena, his confident voice rang out, "Well then, just wait and see." Returning to the main issue, Lin Huang's opponent stood tall at the far end of the room. Her long black wings covered her body, and the concentric rings of the imprint that surrounded her made her appear even more dangerous and mysterious. As someone who was about to face this, Lin Huang hesitated and said, "That's the monster who killed 2 people in a row." The monster, upon hearing the sound of a human, slowly spread its wings wide. It even arrogantly greeted him, saying, "Little demon, here to offer your life again?" Although his face flushed red from the beauty before him, Lin Huang did not let his guard down. In fact, her words immediately made him focus. A white iron monster could speak the human language. "Wait, I've seen this in books. You are the Phoenix dance word Duke." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, the information panel about this creature appeared before him. Phoenix dance word Duke, a rare bird species, extremely aggressive, with a beak and claws, all sharp weapons comparable to armor. The defensive power of its wings was akin to that of armor, and its short-distance flight speed was astonishing. Note, expert at mimicking sounds. After over 3 months living with humans, it can fully learn the human language and understand the precise meaning of each word. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her left hand lifted to cover half of her mouth. She gently asked him, "Would you like to play a game with senior sister?" Lin Huang firmly replied, "You know the human language, which means you've lived with humans before." The Phoenix dance word Duke seemed to be quite intrigued, but that was not all. However, Lin Huang had no intention of stopping his reasoning here. He continued, "But now you know how to kill, which means your previous owner must have been terrible, so you hate humans this much." Just a simple sentence, yet it triggered her utmost fury, causing her to scream. Utter nonsense. As soon as the sentence ended, Phoenix dance word Duke lunged toward him, her sharp claws on her long legs becoming weapons. The feathers on her body also transformed into arrows, attacking Lin Huang from all directions. She screamed frantically, "All humans deserve to die, but my master is the best person in the world." Although Lin Huang had anticipated the consequences of angering her, he was still astonished by Phoenix dance word Duke's innate speed. In the moment when his sword blocked her clawed attack, he couldn't help but think to himself, "She's too fast." At this moment, Phoenix dance word Duke began to sink into her own thoughts. She said, "Each person would feed me the fresh organs of humans, love me, protect me, and wait for the day I would mutate. But such a good person died at the hands of cruel humans." As she spoke, her eyes were filled with hatred for humanity, whom she believed to be all wicked. Lin Huang, who was forced to listen to her tragic story, was so surprised that he blurted out, "Your previous master was the Black Blood emissary?" At the same time, he thought to himself, Beastmaster Black Blood is a corrupt branch of Beastmaster. He would raise those cursed by him to death, turning them into monsters to trigger a second mutation. He is a villain hunted by the Hunters Guild and the Alliance. By this point, listening to her lamentations was no longer necessary. Lin Huang's sword easily broke free from Phoenix Danceward Duke's claws. It seemed that his earlier display of weakness had merely been a feint. His counterattack was only just beginning. The sword in his hand was surrounded by rings of spiritual energy, and Lin Huang smiled confidently before speaking, "Then he truly deserves to die." Although he knew perfectly well that black blood was her chest's ornament, Lin Huang still mocked that person as usual, as if to say that even if she went mad to the point of mutation, she was still not worth mentioning in his eyes. As expected, Phoenix Danceward Duke went crazy, mechanically repeating a phrase, "Kill you, kill you, kill you." A vast force surrounded her, enveloping her body like a silkworm cocoon. From inside the cocoon came the proud voice of Phoenix Danceward Duke. "Master, look at my mutated form." But despite her crazed appearance, Lin Huang remained unfazed. He stood there silently, as if waiting to see how far she could go. This mutation didn't take long. In just a moment, Phoenix Danceward Duke had completed her transformation. The layer of spiritual energy was torn apart from within, revealing her face with a fierce, bloodthirsty smile, as if she were about to perform some sort of sacrificial ritual. She spoke with utmost reverence, "The blood of these filthy humans is the offering I bring to you." Master, as soon as she finished speaking, her black wings shattered the cocoon, revealing her mutated form. At this moment, her appearance had shed many human characteristics, now looking half human, half bird. The beautiful, delicate outer shell that once existed was now nowhere to be seen. "If you wish, I can send you to hell to reunite with your master," Lin Huang said in a stern tone. However, Phoenix Danceward breath seemed to have submerged into her own world at this moment. She no longer paid any attention to what he was saying. This monster still deluded herself into thinking she was doing good, believing that all her actions were acts of revenge for her former master. At the moment when the feather transformed into an arrow to attack Lin Huang, she screamed out, "In the name of my master Tu Zhen Air and all the others who have been entangled with her for so long." It was only at this moment that Lin Huang revealed his trump card. He said, "Well then, let me give you a little lesson in the true Beastmaster." As Lin Huang crushed the green object in his hand, an invisible force emerged, dealing with her ugly bird feathers. Lin Huang's words immediately left her stunned. Beastmaster Bao Jun killed her. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately ordered Bao Jun to end this quickly, with no chance for her to resist. And it did not disappoint him. Before Phoenix Danceward breath could even process what had happened, Bao Jun's arm had already grabbed her neck. If she didn't have a way to handle it, losing to him would just be a matter of seconds. Her throat was squeezed so tightly that she could barely breathe, sweat pouring down like rain, but what concerned her most wasn't the imminent death before her, but Bao Jun's extraordinary strength. She spoke with a tone of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe it. "Twice mutated, how could a human be like this?" But Bao Jun wasn't Lin Huang. It had no need to listen or respond to my questions. Instead, it just opened its mouth wide, preparing to send Phoenix Danceward Duke into the embrace of her master. And then with a snap, its sharp teeth sank into her neck. In her final moment, before she died, Phoenix Danceward Duke let out a loud scream, "Master, although I know you can't come to save me." In that moment of despair, she instinctively uttered those two words. It was as if, even though the other person might not come, she would still go and find the one she considered her whole world. Dealing with Phoenix Danceward Duke was as easy as cutting vegetables. Lin Huang's voice carried a slight tone of disdain, for the power gained in exchange for evil was truly too weak. At the same time, a message came from outside the door, "Cage number 66, the first monster has died. Observing staff are advised to quickly replace the monster in the cage." The news spread like a nuclear bomb, causing panic among everyone who heard it. People immediately began to discuss frantically, "The monster killed 2 people in a row, and it's dead already? That was fast, not even 10 minutes, right? What kind of person is that?" Aside from the contestants, Kwang Shun, who had been watching the evaluation rounds from the beginning, also appeared quite intrigued by the situation. He said, "The mutated white iron level 3 monster, dealt with so quickly. That kid's got something." Returning to Lin Huang. At this moment, he was leisurely walking through a stone tunnel. The space was quiet, with the lively sound of his conversation with Xiaohe echoing. Xiaohe, who was always a bit of a worrywart, had just seen him reveal his trump card so decisively, and couldn't help but speak up to remind him. "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you keep going like this, your strength won't match your level, and you'll be exposed." Lin Huang felt quite helpless. He explained to Xiaohe. "What can I do? That Phoenix Dance word Duke is White Iron level 3, with 2 mutations, and it won't recall Bao Jun. I basically can't win." But Xiaohe wasn't so easily placated. It repeated once more the seriousness of the issue. "Hey, don't forget, once your true abilities are exposed, your golden needle technique system could be discovered, violating the rules. You could end up losing me." Hearing Xiaohe's words, Lin Huang felt like his head was buzzing. He closed his eyes, covered his ears, and pretended not to hear, muttering like a little monk chanting morning prayers. All right, I know. His refusal to listen or understand didn't seem to irritate Xiaohe. It calmly continued analyzing. A bronze-level monster with 2 mutations is already unreasonable. Don't treat the Hunters Guild like fools. Lin Huang stuck to his usual response, I know. But then he suddenly snapped, pointing at the monster 3 times his size, and shouted. Do you want to keep arguing with me in front of the enemy? It turns out that at some point, a tall and powerful monster with an appearance resembling that of a monkey had appeared in front of the two. While they were arguing, it just stood there, listening obediently in an oddly calm manner. After finishing with Xiaohe, Lin Huang also took out his 2 beloved pistols. With a smug smile, he said to the monster, Let me give you a little insight into my true strength, using my concealment tactics. The moment Lin Huang held the weapons, the monster also swung its fist towards Gong Zuning, as if there was an unspoken understanding between the two. Flowing Cloud Faction, Lin Huang said, while jumping backwards to narrowly dodge its punch. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the 2 guns in his hands fired continuously. While shooting, he was also analyzing the situation. The giant venomous scorpion was a powerful monster, and even summoning a tyrant would have a hard time defeating it. However, it had a weakness. Its head was the key target, focusing on the head could disrupt its attacks. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe immediately mocked him. But that won't kill it. Both of them knew very well that attacking the head would only make it stop attacking and shift to defense. This tactic alone would not be enough to defeat or kill it. However, to their surprise, Lin Huang's goal this time wasn't to completely eliminate it as before. He smiled and said, Who said I need to kill it? With a swift motion, just as he finished speaking, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind only an afterimage. The giant venomous scorpion doesn't seem to be very intelligent, so it falls for the trap right away. It attacks that black orb. As for Lin Huang, he's long since disappeared. The moment he managed to shake off this brainless giant venomous scorpion, he immediately spoke with the smugness of someone who thinks they're as clever as Jiajie Liang. According to the rules, all I need to do is pass through the beast's cage, and I'd meet the requirements. Why does it have to be a life or death struggle? Xiaohe, too, was left helpless against his dirty tactics. Honestly, I have nothing more to say about it. At this moment, Lin Huang's relaxed appearance was clearly visible on the monitor in the observation room. The one watching Lin Huang's every move wasn't anyone else but the head judge of this assessment round. Guangshen, seeing Lin Huang strolling through the stone tunnel as if he were taking a walk in a quiet yard, seemed to have figured out his trick. His usual stern expression shifted, and a new emotion appeared on his face, speechless. Looking at what appeared in front of him now, a bead of sweat rolled down from Lin Huang's temple. He said, The Hunters Guild has really put a lot of effort into this evaluation. The iron-scaled beast, now that's a rare monster. Although its attacks and skills aren't particularly impressive, its high defense and thick health mean that even a gold-level hunter can't do much to it. The moment Lin Huang finished speaking, the head of the iron-scaled beast immediately aimed its spear at him. With the new configuration, Lin Huang still hadn't realized that playing dirty would invite someone else to play dirty in return. Confident in his recently successful strategy, he said, What's there to be afraid of? I'll use the same trick again and head for the exit. If I make it, I win. But what happened next made his pupils contract. It turned out that the attack move it just made was merely a smokescreen. Slow to speak, fast to act. Its long, slender tail coiled up in loops, enveloping its body. Before the astonished eyes of the two of them, the iron-scaled beast, which had been so majestic just moments ago, was now a round ball, albeit one of a rather gigantic size. This miraculous turn of events left both Lin Huang and Xiaoyi frozen, speechless, unsure of what to say. In the end, it was Xiaoyi who spoke up, trying to salvage a little honor for the iron-scaled beast. Finally, it's showing some potential. It knows how you managed to get through the second beast cage earlier. Once he regained his composure, Lin Huang was so furious that he kicked the large purple ball in front of him. As he kicked it, he muttered words filled with sarcasm. This is how the monster title of Heavenly Flower Defense Force came to be. However, Lin Huang only lost his temper for a moment. He quickly swapped the gun in his hand for a sword, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Unfortunately, no matter how crafty the prey, it could never outsmart the hunter. And then, with unwavering confidence, he thrust the sword sharply into the ball. His golden, biting words echoed loudly, each one full of authority, stating that even if he couldn't pierce through, there would still be a weakness. Although it wasn't a particularly creative move, the surprise came when it actually pierced through the iron-scaled beast's tight defense. What was even more coincidental was that the sword didn't strike anywhere else, but it just happened to hit its rear end. Therefore, it was no surprise when the iron-scaled beast started emitting steam and chased after him, intending to fight. Unfortunately for the beast, it was swiftly left behind within a moment. In fact, this person was quite pleased with himself, boasting to his system that there was a small gap in the iron-scaled beast's absolute defensive posture. I can easily spot it when I activate long-range vision. Tough luck for it. Xiaoyi also sighed and remarked, the chrysanthemum's withered life skill while speaking these smug words. At this moment, an announcement echoed across the square. Congratulations to contestant number 23, Lin Huang, for completing the journey through the lawn of the beast tomb. He has passed the third evaluation. This news astonished one of the other contestants so much that they blurted out. Windows 66 has passed again. That remark was like a gunshot that signaled the start of a conversation. The other contestants standing outside began gossiping excitedly about the fresh news. After killing the first monster, he passed in less than 2 minutes. He's so strong, how did he manage to do that? Windows 66 killed 2 people in a row and passed in less than an hour. Lin Huang's relaxed playstyle had drawn the attention of Guangshen. He turned to give instructions to the guide. Not only is his strength formidable, but he also has a deep understanding of monster traits. This is a promising talent. Prepare a special talent report. Upon hearing the superior's order, she immediately replied, "Yes, I will upload the data now." This data was swiftly sent to the 7th District's Hunter Association steward team. In the dimly lit conference room, the data projected onto the wall by the projector was clear as day. The content depicted the battle between Lin Huang and Phoenix Dance Word Duke. The youngest judge among the panel spoke up, since the match just played out involves the latest individual nominated by Minor Evil Demon Island, may I kindly ask the stewards to review it? A female steward, who appeared to be the eldest, followed up, "Steward, a beastmaster of green copper rank with a 2-time mutated monster deserves to be focused on for further training by the association. I vote in favor." However, not everyone shared the same opinion. A judge clad in black, with a hood that covered most of his face, spoke up, "I disagree. This summoned monster. It appears to be of the monster species resistance form. Even with 2 mutations, its stats are unlikely to improve significantly. Its strength is clearly limited, and it would be difficult to continue developing." The individual who had initiated this meeting was the steward, who provided the most objective analysis. The hesitation was due to the fact that the monster species resistance form had poor cultivation capabilities, and the beastmaster, Lin Huang, had not shown particularly impressive combat skills. The reasoning put forth by the steward had successfully convinced everyone present. Another judge chimed in, if this were the type of immortal controlling mutated monster mentioned in the Dishi City report, I would not hesitate to raise my hand in support of placing him into the main training program. However, the type of monster was implied, and even though the judge did not finish his sentence, the meaning was as clear as a bald man's hairline. Initially, the female judge who had voted in favor also reconsidered. After hearing everyone's deeper analysis, I also felt it made sense. She nodded and said, indeed, that's true. However, for the judge in the black robe, Lin Huang's problem was not just that. He continued his analysis. Lin Huang's psychological qualities are not bad. His physical skills are decent, and from a marksmanship perspective, he's almost at the level of a beginner shooter. He also has a very good understanding of monsters. But this is something that all beastmasters must be able to do. In general, he can only be considered a common genius. There aren't too many standout aspects in his performance. After summarizing everyone's opinions, Steward Z, the one with the most authority among the judges here, also made the final decision. Since everyone shares the same view, Tianwu, on behalf of all the stewards, I declare that Lin Huang is not eligible for the special recommendation as a talent. Meanwhile, from afar, Lin Huang had no idea that the judges had held a special meeting about him. There's a saying, when your name is mentioned too many times, you'll inevitably sneeze. So, in the crowded area, a loud sneeze suddenly rang out. Lin Huang scratched his chin and guessed, who's talking about me now? I hope it's a beautiful girl. This casual guess didn't attract anyone's attention, so it quickly faded with the wind. However, the wind did blow towards someone, the guide for this evaluation round. She walked over to him holding a small tray and smiled, saying, "Congratulations on passing the third evaluation. This is your Emperor's Heart Realm." Lin Huang held up the Emperor's Heart Realm, thanked her, and then curiously asked her back. "Thank you, may I ask where the third evaluation is? When will it start?" Answering the candidates' questions is one of the responsibilities of an instructor, so she cheerfully responded. "It's also on the island. The third evaluation is expected to finish in 50 hours, but the exact time for the start of the fourth evaluation has not been determined yet." Seeing that the waiting time wasn't short, Lin Huang immediately thought of the issue of lodging, knowing that he would have to wait for at least another 2 days. "May I ask, what is the name of this island? Is there a base where I can stay?" In response to his question, the instructor could only give an answer that would disappoint him. "Sorry, this is the 4th level wilderness area, Minor Evil Demon Island, and there is no base here. For these 2 days, everyone will have to solve their own accommodation and food problems." Although the answer went straight to the point, for Lin Huang, finding a place to stay was only a secondary concern. The issue that truly mattered to him was something else. A look of excitement couldn't be hidden in Lin Huang's bright eyes. This was Minor Evil Demon Island. In the 4th level wilderness area on Minor Evil Demon Island, demon flower species, immortal species, and undead species were scattered everywhere. There were no bases or public routes. Therefore, this was one of the most difficult wilderness areas to access. After briefly introducing Minor Evil Demon Island to Xiaohe, Lin Huang exclaimed, "I was still worried about how I would get here, but I didn't expect to be so lucky. I have the chance to come here for free during the hunter evaluation." Xiaohe then suddenly understood, and said, "So, you decided to upgrade your white iron level seed earlier." It was on this island that Lin Huang gave him a definitive answer. "That's right, I made my choice when I just reached bronze level. The Iron Fang Demon Sword, its only natural habitat is on Minor Evil Demon Island." As soon as Xiaohe heard the 4 words Iron Fang Demon Sword, he immediately knew what Lin Huang was thinking. "Got it, you want the innate ability of the sensing ring." Lin Huang, while walking forward, replied, "Exactly, with your innate ability of the sensing ring, you can create a circular sensing ring with yourself as the center. In this sensing area, all moving objects can be clearly detected." Xiaohe agreed with this decision. Crossing his arms, he said, "After upgrading to the extraordinary level, it can still evolve into a secret technique, the absolute domain. You can turn an area into an absolute territory, allowing your attacks to reach anywhere within the territory at will. It truly is a very powerful support technique for attacks. As the two were chatting enthusiastically, Lin Huang suddenly sensed something unusual. He quickly glanced behind and said, "Wait, we have company." Almost immediately, the two guns were tightly gripped in his hands. He aimed directly at the bushes behind and coldly said, "Stop hiding, come out." Through his scope, a shadow emerged from behind a giant tree. The person following him was none other than Yu. She gave a forced smile and then started complimenting him. "You're quite cautious." Upon seeing Yu, Lin Huang also put his gun away. However, it seemed like he wasn't too pleased with her appearance. Moreover, they weren't close or familiar with each other, so Lin Huang didn't feel the need to pretend to be friendly. He directly asked her, "Why are you following me?" While thinking to himself, "This person is the first to pass the third evaluation round. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to find such an opponent in the green copper rank." But Yu completely ignored his obvious displeasure. She still tried to respond in a friendly manner, "Don't be tense, I'm just bored. I was thinking maybe we could hang out and be friends. Out of everyone here, you're the one I'm most interested in." As she said these words, her face turned slightly red, and there was a complex emotion in her beautiful eyes. In fact, even after speaking, Yu looked away, too shy to meet his gaze. Yet Lin Huang didn't appreciate her beauty at all. When she looked up, he was already riding his mount and flying away, leaving only a parting remark as a sarcastic farewell, "I'm not interested in girls with flat chests." Her words immediately hit a sore spot for Yu. She tilted her head back and screamed into the sky, "Who are you talking about?" "I'm talking about you. Come back here." By the time Lin Huang's figure vanished into the sky, Yu couldn't hold back any longer. She punched the tree next to her with all her strength. And how could that unfortunate tree withstand her power? In just a few seconds, it split into two pieces. Just witnessing this tragic scene was enough to imagine the fury of Yu. She gritted her teeth and said each word through clenched jaws, "You bastard." At this moment, Lin Huang was sitting on his mount, enjoying the breeze while still grumbling to Xiaohe, "I hate people with such malicious hearts. If they can't kill, they should just run away." Upon hearing this, Xiaohe replied, "Your words are becoming more and more dangerous." Time passed, and before long, nightfall enveloped the entire island. The sky was cloudless, with no moon, and only the fireflies' light dotted this dark scene. In such a gloomy environment, with so many places to hide, it was the perfect time for reconnaissance. Watching a group of monsters move back and forth on the ground, a voice of exclamation rose. The deeper they went into the center of Minor Evil Demon Island, the more Iron Fang demon swords they encountered. It turned out that Lin Huang and Xiaohe had been waiting in a tree not far away. They had been there so long that Xiaohe had grown impatient. It urged him, "The sky's already dark, and you're still not making a move?" However, when it comes to reconnaissance, the worst thing to do was rush into action. Lin Huang felt that the moment he had been waiting for hadn't yet arrived, so making a move at this point would be unwise. Therefore, he told Xiaohe, "Don't rush. After all, humans still have dreams. Killing a monster at random hasn't yet achieved my goal." Although he didn't say it directly, the person who was always by his side, like Xiaohe, immediately guessed the problem. "Could it be that you want to?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Huang spoke up. "I found it. Mutated monster with one-eye sword demon. It's what I've been looking for." Just earlier, Lin Huang had told Xiaohe to take it slow and that Koi would lure them in. Who would have thought that as soon as he saw the target, he himself would be the first one to jump in? Xiaohe had only said 2 words. "Wait." But by then, Lin Huang was no longer on the tree. As soon as he jumped down, all the sword demons turned to look at him. Every hasty action would result in consequences. Some consequences would be light, others heavy. At this point, Lin Huang's face fell, and he could only mutter a word before losing the breath to say anything more. Xiao He flew down to him, angrily yelling at Lin Huang. "Idiot, have you forgotten about the sensing talent? The mutated sword demons can use the sensory connection to link all the sword demons together. Are you trying to fight 100 of them alone?" Lin Huang, at this moment, could only scratch his head and explain helplessly. "In the heat of the moment, I forgot. I didn't give you enough time to escape." The one-eyed sword demon immediately gave the command for the other sword demons to attack Gong Zuning. Anyone with a brain would know that standing there to face hundreds of sword demons would be pure foolishness. Lin Huang quickly turned and ran. Even now, he still had time to shout in panic. "I should have used water face biography to control them and keep them away from the Iron Fang demon swords." Xiao He, who was already hot-tempered, became even more furious upon hearing this. It immediately shouted at him. "Now it's too late to say anything, idiot!" But before he could take more than a few steps, Lin Huang suddenly remembered his original intention. He immediately summoned his trump card and said, "In this situation, only Bao Jun can solve the problem." As soon as Bao Jun appeared, Lin Huang immediately called its name and ordered, "Bao Jun, catch the thief before you catch the king." Bao Jun dealt with the largest one. True to its reputation as Lin Huang's trump card, it quickly dashed in front of the one-eyed sword demon and swiftly landed a punch. Of course, the one-eyed sword demon wouldn't just stand still to be hit. It immediately swung the large sword in its hand toward Bao Jun. The moment the two forces collided, the sound was deafening. Even though Bao Jun had to take such a powerful blow, and the one-eyed sword demon's sword left a cut across its neck, for Bao Jun, it was no more than a scratch. The one-eyed sword demon, unable to pull back in time, exposed a flaw, which turned into a perfect opportunity for Bao Jun. It immediately reached out and firmly grabbed the neck of the one-eyed sword demon, executing a swift and decisive move that left the sword demon no time to react. In the instant it grabbed its opponent's neck, Bao Jun immediately slammed the one-eyed sword demon to the ground. Its eyes turned bright red as it raised its fist high, gathering strength to punch the sword demon to death. Then, its fists rained down like a storm, each blow so powerful that it caused the ground and rocks to scatter. On the other side, Lin Huang, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, immediately sensed something was wrong. He turned around and exclaimed, "Ah, I didn't give clear instructions to Bao Jun. It will kill the one-eyed sword demon." Even though he might want to stop it now, it's already too late. Surrounded tightly by other demon swords, Lin Huang would need quite some time to escape, let alone get close to it. Seeing Bao Jun condensing his power and forming his fist, seemingly ready to send the one-eyed sword demon to the heavens, Lin Huang could only scream in despair. "The fate seed is slipping through my fingers again." Panicking, Lin Huang said. "With the intelligence of that tyrant, the one-eyed sword demon is definitely doomed. My fate seed is gone now." Xiao He, who was by his side, could only sigh. It seemed it had become accustomed to Lin Huang's frequent failures and rare successes. "With your intelligence, I'm not surprised at all." Just when it seemed like everything was beyond saving, the scene before Lin Huang surprised him so much that he involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh, so it turns out." He didn't know when Bao Jun had stopped, but now it was glaring at Lin Huang as if waiting for him to issue a new command. However, its action startled him so much that he called its name out instinctively. Hearing its master's call, Bao Jun even growled in response. The other matters were set aside for now. What Lin Huang cared about most was the clear progress in Bao Jun's intelligence. So, the human and the summoned beast began a cross-species conversation. He asked it. "You said its weakness is its eye." Bao Jun nodded, growling twice, and then Lin Huang asked, "Do you know I need to kill it to claim the fate seed and level up?" Bao Jun continued to nod, accompanied by his signature growl. At this point, there was no doubt left Bao Jun's intelligence had increased. This good news made Lin Huang so happy that words couldn't fully describe his joy. "Bao Jun, you're amazing." Xiao He, who had been watching the scene, was also taken aback and said, "The development of the monster species resistance form is limited because the mutation cannot overcome the flaw of low intelligence. Even if it levels up to transcendent, it can only rely on instinctive combat. But Bao Jun, on the other hand, has had an epiphany. Although Bao Jun couldn't speak, his expressions had become much more varied. He even knew how to smile and gave them a thumbs up. Seeing how clever his little buddy had become, Lin Huang immediately puffed out his chest in pride, thinking it might also be because his owner himself was just that exceptional. However, Xiaoyi didn't quite agree with that, perhaps because his own intelligence had impressed the system. Alright, enough small talk. Lin Huang got back to business and told Bao Jun. Bao Jun, you're done. Since Bao Jun couldn't speak, he could only nod in response. Immediately after, the sword in Lin Huang's hand pierced the single eye of the one-eyed sword demon. Once enough life essence was absorbed, a system notification appeared before him. Life essence is full, starting to level up to white iron level. Upon completing the upgrade, the system detected that the life form began to undergo a transformation. The transformation resulted in a rare and unique life form, with special abilities that center around you. A circular sensing area with a radius of 300 meters was created. Within this sensing circle, all moving objects can be clearly detected. Evaluating the normal card, the result of this hunting trip made Lin Huang feel quite satisfied, and he even spoke aloud. Not bad. The freshly minted card fell into his hand, accompanied by the system's congratulatory message. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the rare monster card, One-Eyed Sword Demon. On the dark blue-black card was an image of a miniature one-eyed sword demon, alongside a detailed list of its skills. Monster card, rarity, rare, monster type, one-eyed sword demon, battle level, white iron 3. How? Skill 1, advanced killing sword. Skill 2, dark sword heart. Skill 3, sensing circle, summon authority unlocked, normal card evaluation. After reading through the skills on the card, Lin Huang spoke to Xiaoyi. These 3 skills are basically useless to me. I wonder how they will change when upgraded to epic. Xiaoyi, who was beside him, enthusiastically made a suggestion. Just right, you still have 3 upgrade cards left. You can try upgrading them. Although Lin Huang felt that the suggestion wasn't bad, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he turned around, looked behind, and said to Xiaoyi, "No need to rush, there's still some trouble that needs to be dealt with." Xiaoyi immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that your sensing circle has sensed something? Not far from there, a figure slipped through the trees, moving so swiftly that it was impossible to tell whether it was a person or a monster. It wasn't until the figure touched the ground that its true form became clear. It turned out to be Wuyu, the one who had been following Lin Huang earlier that morning. At this moment, she was still confident in her abilities, boldly declaring, "With such a distance, there's no way he could have noticed me." But reality slapped her in the face. Thanks to his sensory skill, Lin Huang detected her in an instant. His voice then reached her from behind. "Wuyu, you're really a pain. I've made myself clear, right? Don't bother me." Lin Huang's unexpected appearance made Wuyu's face darken. It was clear her intentions weren't pure. But when she turned around, her expression transformed into one of friendly warmth. She quickly defended herself. "Don't misunderstand, I heard a roar from a large beast and came to check it out." "Was it a monster you summoned?" Outwardly, she appeared calm, but inwardly, Wuyu was in turmoil. "This is impossible. I'm at least 200 meters away from him. How could he have detected me?" Seeing that Lin Huang said nothing, she continued. "You've leveled up to white iron? That was fast. So you were fighting just now?" Lin Huang, who didn't like her at all, shot back curtly. "None of your business." Although she had been rejected like that, Wuyu still actively tried to strike up a conversation with him. He was very strong, and moreover, summoners were rare. Many powerful factions sought him out, and apart from the Hunters Guild, he still had many other options, right? However, before Wuyu could say anything further, the sword in Lin Huang's hand was already pressed against her throat. Under Haiyu's shocked gaze, Lin Huang began to interrogate her. Tell me, which organization do you represent? Upon hearing this, she immediately pretended not to understand. What? What do you mean? Lin Huang had no intention of hiding his suspicions about her, so he asked bluntly. You didn't come here for the Hunters Guild's assessment. You came to seek me out, didn't you? If you're going to risk participating, at least tell me which organization you're from. Lin Huang's voice was cold as he asked. However, Haiyue remained tight-lipped. She knew very well that according to the rules of the assessment, contestants were not allowed to harm each other. So no matter what Lin Huang did to her, her life would still be safe. Therefore, there was no reason for her to tell the truth. I really don't understand what you're talking about. I came to participate in the assessment because I want to become a hunter, of course. But Lin Huang wasn't really interested in the truth behind it all. Before leaving, he still took the time to remind her one last time. I can't be bothered to wait for your answers to my questions. Still, let me say this again. Lin Huang glanced at her, and his cold eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. If you dare to bother me again, even if it means breaking the rules and facing punishment, I will personally kill you. After finishing his sentence, he didn't even bother to breathe the same air as Haiyue anymore, immediately summoning his mount and leaving Haiyue trembling with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Stupid kid, just now, you really wanted to kill me." Interesting, truly interesting. Although she was furious, she still had enough sense to realize that Lin Huang's words weren't just threats, but that he could actually carry out such an action. Being caught red-handed like this made Haiyue abandon her pursuit of him. After all, for her, this wasn't the most important matter when she turned to leave. What Haiyue said could only be heard by the sky, the wind, and the night air. Unfortunately, there was really no time to continue playing with him, so she had to focus on the main task. A loud explosion occurred in the distant forest. It turned out that Lin Huang and Bao Jun were eliminating monsters one by one. He spoke, "Killing white iron-level monsters is really satisfying." Xiaobi crossed his arms and said, "It's been 2 days already, your 4 life wheels are full now, you should return to the camp as soon as possible. The 4th evaluation round is about to begin, don't worry, Xiaobi's main life wheel has accumulated 200 slots, just in case you encounter a golden-level monster or a fate clearance ritual." He smiled and replied, "Now you can summon 4 monsters at the same time." It said seriously, except for the Demon Hunter, all other epic level cards have been upgraded to Golden Level 3. Dealing with the 4th evaluation round should not be a problem. Both of them then moved deeper into the forest. Lin Huang spoke first. "Boma Tang is still at White Iron Level 3, perhaps its mutation path is quite special. After this busy period, you'll need to find a way to upgrade it." Xiao He replied, "Don't forget that the one-eyed sword demon also needs upgrading." He answered, got it. Why are you becoming more and more like an old wife?" The next morning, everyone gathered by the beach. A loud voice rang out, there were 5,541 participants in the 3rd round of evaluations, 489 of whom passed. Now, I announce that the 3rd round of evaluation is over. The 4th round is about to begin. Everyone, please remain silent. When Lin Huang heard the numbers, he was stunned and thought to himself, over 5,000 people, and only less than 500 passed? This elimination rate is truly worthy of the official Hunter Association's selection. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew across the sky. At that moment, a giant dragon appeared, causing everyone to marvel in awe. Could it be the 4-winged dragon bird? It's beautiful. Who is this? Is she the main judge for the 4th round? A pair of slender legs landed on the ground. The woman appeared and introduced herself. "My name is Mulan, and I am the main judge for the 4th round of evaluations." People around began to discuss in excitement, "Mulan? Isn't she the one ranked 4th in the gold medal rankings of the 7th district? The one known as the Genius Envoy. Amazing. To think we'd encounter someone like her. The 4th round will be tough, won't it?" The corner of Lin Huang's mouth curled up with delight. The four-winged dragon bird is no match for the lesser dragon species. Once my white weasel's death mark reaches gold level, it will definitely not lose. Mulan raised her voice, calling for order. I will now announce the rules for the fourth evaluation round. She continued to provide further information. This area is called Minor Evil Demon Island. It is a level 4 wilderness zone, home to many demon flower species, immortal species, and undead species. In the central part of the island, there are numerous gold-level monsters. Everyone should try to avoid them. The evaluation rule is simple. Within 15 days, you must hunt 5 different white iron level monsters, bring back their complete corpses, and submit them. Only then will you pass the evaluation. A murmur rose from the crowd below. Hunting white iron level monsters? That's too difficult. We're not beast masters, and we need 5 different species? Suddenly, a hand shot up. The person spoke, Chief Judge, I have a question. It turned out to be Lin Huang. He asked, is it allowed to loot the corpses of other people's monsters? Mulan responded, yes, looting is allowed, but you must not kill others. Anyone who kills another will be blacklisted forever. She loudly declared, the fourth evaluation begins now. Anyone who brings 5 different monster corpses to me by 10 a.m. on the 15th day will pass the evaluation. In the forest, a group of people was moving. They spoke, do you know the person who asked about looting corpses just now? I don't know him, but his question was pretty scary. The group of people continued, it seems that not only do we have to be cautious of monsters, but we also have to be wary of those around us. Since our team is killing monsters, we should be a bit safer, right? At that moment, Lin Huang suddenly appeared from nowhere. Hello, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. They jumped in surprise, fearfully stepping back. That's the guy, we haven't even killed anything yet. He chuckled and explained, I'm not here to steal. I've already killed plenty of monsters over the past 2 days, and I have a lot of things I can sell to you. The 4 of them looked at each other, all sweating nervously, but they still felt that it was quite convenient. Really? Are these all monsters from the island? Did the chief examiner say it's okay to buy from someone else? You can use money to buy them, it's indeed safer. Do you really have so many monster corpses? He immediately picked up several massive corpses. Take a look for yourselves, from White Iron Level 1 to White Iron Level 3. Lin Huang stood amidst the pile of corpses scattered on the ground, slowly introducing each one. White Iron Level 1, 3 Fate Stars, White Iron Level 2, 6 Fate Stars, White Iron Level 3, 9 Fate Stars. Come on, come by. The group hesitated a bit. These were indeed all white iron monsters from the island. His prices were 10 times higher than the market rate, close to the price of a gold-level beast. He bent down, the corner of his mouth curling into a thoughtful smile, and explained, there are mutated monsters on the island. Even if it's a team, can you guarantee your safety? Buying 5 White Iron Level 1 monsters will only cost you 15 Fate Stars. Lin Huang continued to sweet-talk them with enticing words. 15 Fate Star guarantees you will pass the 4th evaluation round. Why not buy it? Hearing those convincing arguments, the 4 of them took the bait, rushing to buy it, urging each other to buy it. This way, they would save some effort in this evaluation round, and the 5th round might be a little easier. Besides, once they became hunters, they could easily earn this money back, so they bought it. Lin Huang was excited, laughing loudly. Thank you, dear customers. Please clean up quickly, the next batch of customers will be here soon. That evening, in a tent nestled in the forest, under the bright full moon, the young man held a fragrant roasted leg in his hand, relaxing as he spoke. Rest here for the next few days. Once the monster carcasses are delivered, we'll consider the 4th evaluation round passed. He was so satisfied that he broke into a big grin. Thankfully for that kid, though it cost a fair amount, it was absolutely worth it. Before he could enjoy it, a slash cleaved through half of his tent. He was terrified, his face turning pale as he staggered back, shouting in a trembling voice. "It's you, what the hell is wrong with you?" The man from the heretical organization pulled his collar aside, revealing a tattoo. He laughed madly and said, "Finally, I no longer have to deal with idiots like you." The young man recognized the mark, panic flooding him. "That tattoo, you are." His eyes widened in horror. Then, a shrill scream echoed through the stillness of the forest. He slowly opened his eyes after losing consciousness that night, sitting up and rubbing his painfully aching head. "What's going on? What happened?" Behind him were his teammates, who spoke up. "You've finally woken up. Damn it, that kid tricked us. Why did any of you speak to him? Did you see the tattoo on his neck? He's from a heretical organization. We're all going to pay for this." The three of them were locked up, filled with both rage and fear. That bastard, he managed to hide his strength and identity to this extent, he must be a gold level. Don't waste your energy. This cage is a treasure that can even trap someone from the Emperor's heart realm. People from the Foreign Realm organization kill without blinking. We're done for. Stop crying. Judge Mulan will definitely save us. She's a 4th-tier gold medal hunter. Haven't you forgotten that the 4th evaluation lasts for 15 days? One of the boys cried loudly. By the time I figured out what was wrong, we had already been taken off the island. We're definitely dead. Over here, the members of the heretical organization remained calm, their cage containing all three of them still in their pockets. Below, in the dense forest, a violent destruction came rushing like a storm. It turned out that the tremors were caused by the wolf monster. It scanned the surroundings, searching for its prey, and suddenly its eyes gleamed with murderous intent. But before he could act, Lin Huang rode in on his wolf and slashed straight into his chest. A smile crept across his lips, the monster's corpse was no longer enough to satisfy his needs. It was time to raise the price. He ran towards the center of the island, where high-level monsters were lurking. Just then, another bear-like monster charged toward him, raising its sharp claws. He quickly turned and dispatched it with ease, cleaving its body into 2 halves. At that moment, a member of the heretical organization seized the opportunity and lunged at him with a knife. "Stupid kid, you've fallen for it. Who would have thought Lin Huang would play such a deadly move?" he said, immediately summoning a gun and pointing it straight at him. "Are you sure about this?" He hesitated, panic flashing across his face. Lin Huang squeezed the trigger, sending him flying backward. The heretical organization member struggled to regain his balance. It turned out he had reacted in time. Using his knife, he deflected the bullet, then spoke, "You managed to see through my invisibility skill." Lin Huang casually scratched his ear and replied, "I knew you were approaching from over 200 meters away." The bad words were spoken first, and they've already spread. There's no turning back. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and he asked with an edge to his voice, "Are you here on behalf of the alien tribe organization to find me?" The man sneered, responding, "The best performer in this assessment. You're certainly not a fool." Lin Huang said calmly, "You didn't even bother to cover your tattoos. If you still don't recognize it, then you're truly a fool." The man smirked triumphantly and attempted to persuade him that last attack was just a test. "I didn't want to hurt you. Join us. With your abilities, it's a waste for you to be a hunter." He smiled and bluntly refused, "Sorry, I'm not interested in all these immoral organizations." Immediately, he began gathering magic into the knife in his hand. "You've just reached white iron level, do you think you have the right to refuse?" Then, he took up a fighting stance, yet there was still a hint of contempt toward Lin Huang. Lin Huang showed no sign of fear, maintaining his calm as he spoke. "So, you're at the gold level? Just a few days ago, I killed 3 people. Are you here for a pentakill?" He jumped up, preparing to strike, shouting loudly, "You little brat, I'll kill your morale first and then talk." But suddenly, he froze, realizing that Bao Jun behind him had grabbed his weapon. What? Bao Jun reached back, gathering force, then decisively punched toward him, sending him flying backward, snapping his weapon in the process. Lin Huang approached and said, I forgot to mention, I went easy on him. He's not dead yet. He came closer to the man, who was still alive, and looked down on him with a murderous glare. You're not the only member of the Foreign Realm Organization who sneaked into the Hunter Association's evaluation, are you? The man sneered arrogantly, challenging him. Kill me then, I won't say a word. Lin Huang smiled and replied, No problem, I'll help you speak. Guanyan had appeared behind them at some point, and the man was shocked to see Guanyan transform into his own shape. This was the supernatural being from the previous battle in Dishi City. Lin Huang's eyes turned bloodshot as he asked, What actions has the Foreign Realm Organization taken in this evaluation, and what is their goal? At that moment, the man appeared as if he were under a spell, his eyes empty, and he confessed everything. There are more than 180 testing centers in the 7th area, and 63 of them were attacked by us. The attack test sites all had agents and insiders placed by us within the Hunter Guild. All we had to do was act during the identification process, and the main goal was to steal the participants from the Hunter Guild to train new recruits. Lin Huang continued, How many people were at these testing locations, and what were their strengths? He lowered his head and replied, A total of 11 people, 1 sacred fire realm and 3 golden level 3. Lin Huang raised a suspicion, Where are the participants you captured? The man took out a small cage and said, This is the Black Prison Sky Dungeon Expert, a treasure created by mimicking the Black Prison Heaven Cell. Once a creature inside is released, it will automatically disintegrate, merging its life force into the system. It can be opened by turning the Destiny Ring 3 times in reverse. Lin Huang took it and tilted his head, puzzled. Once you complete your mission, how do you leave this place? What about the time of departure? He answered, The team leader has a one-time space transmission device, we will stay here. Stay? Suddenly, at a crucial moment, he fell silent and did not continue. Lin Huang, anxious, urged, Speak. When will you leave the location? Where will you leave from? Guanyan reported, He's dead. Lin Huang gritted his teeth in frustration, This is troublesome. He was beaten to death by Lin Huang. Mulan stood with her hands on her hips and spoke in a terrifying manner, I have something to say first, we cannot kill anyone. Lin Huang responded, This person is a spy from the heretical organization. Heresy has sent a sacred fire realm, and 10 strongmen of golden level 3 infiltrated this exam, he said, lifting the item. Mulan stared intently while still listening to him continue, Not only us, but 63 inspection centers across the entire 7th district have been attacked. She pondered and took a deep breath, Black Prison Sky Dungeon Expert, indeed a trace of heresy. The people behind them started to discuss loudly about why such a thing had happened. All the candidates had already been investigated for their backgrounds. And the heretical organization was also a progressive group just behind Zia. Nothing is impossible, but we can't just listen to his side of the story. She said, Whether it's one-sided or not, I have my own judgment. Suddenly, a swirling green light enveloped the people in the cage, causing them to fly out before they could react. Before they could understand what had happened, they had returned to normal. They continuously wondered, We've escaped. Someone grumbled, What is going on? Someone else replied, It's the chief examiner, we've been saved. Mulan asked, Did you capture everyone as part of the heretical organization? The 3 of them responded in turn, Yes, he disguised himself as a contestant, infiltrated, and took advantage of everyone's lack of defense to launch a sneak attack. Over there, he concealed his strength, he's definitely golden seen. The chief examiner is smart and brave. If not for him, we would surely be dead by now. Mulan closed her eyes and nodded. I understand, take them to rest, and make sure to complete the report properly. She turned to ask him, Your name is Lin Huang, right? Hearing this, he responded, Yes, I couldn't gather information about the time of the ruins and the gathering location of the heresy. If we don't act quickly, they'll take away the other captured participants. Mulan looked at him and continued, reporting to the headquarters of the Transcendent sect for reinforcements would take at least 2 hours. If they find out their subordinates have been killed, the heresy's superhuman teammates are likely to retreat. We really need to act quickly to save them. She stepped forward and flipped his body over. She raised his hand and said that Mulan could use his heart imprint to sense the location of other heresy members. You retreat to the safe zone first. Lin Huang, standing behind, replied, You won't be able to catch up on your own, I can help. She suddenly turned and asked, Can you confront a gold-level opponent head-on? He answered bluntly, I killed him. Superhuman level and below are not a major issue. Mulan fell silent, pressing her lips together in thought. Without looking at him, she said softly, All right, Mulan will share the location with you. Be careful. Once the location of the superhuman was discovered, no reckless action should be taken. The scene shifted to the sky, where the white clouds and the blue sky were so still that only the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard. Lin Huang was on the back of a bird, checking the coordinates, and then he shouted as he discovered something, It's below. He immediately rushed towards the person and shouted, Found you. The person wearing the hat turned around in surprise. Ha! Reaching out, he grabbed her shirt and repeated his words. Ha! She threw her coat aside, revealing a girl with purple hair. She spoke again, A little demon actually came to find me on its own. Lin Huang stepped forward with a serious expression, To be honest, I don't want to be rude to any girls. Quick as lightning, she ran up and said, Good, then come with me, sister will show you some mercy. He immediately gave the order, Bao Jun, go. She seemed to freeze for a moment, Beastmaster. Bao Jun continuously unleashed attacks on her, but she managed to dodge them swiftly. She counterattacked, but it was ineffective. The members of the heretical organization quietly thought to themselves, Another mutated monster. Bao Jun threw rapid punches at her, but she still managed to evade them. Lin Huang, standing off to the side, looked up at the sky, deep in thought. No wonder she's a gold-level strongman, she can still escape. But over there, Bao Jun keeps throwing punches at the heretical organization member. This time, she took a hit. Lin Huang said. But in close combat, strength is the key to determining victory. She was knocked back, the force so strong that the trees behind her broke apart. The battle caused loud explosions throughout the forest. Bao Jun's destructive power was so great that she was pinned under a fallen tree, and her sword fell to one side. Someone stepped forward and grabbed her sword. It was Lin Huang. He stood next to Bao Jun, smiling. Bao Jun crushed the emblem on her heart. On the display screen, congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare skill card, the treasured soul binding. On his mount, Lin Huang reported the situation. I've taken care of a golden scene. I'll continue searching for other targets. Mulan spoke up, I've also killed a few, but the golden one still hasn't appeared. She continued, the superhuman from the headquarters of the sect is almost here, you should withdraw to the camp first and ensure your safety. He responded, understood, I'm heading back now. He immediately turned around and increased his speed, but a hand was placed on his shoulder. Lin Huang said, even the chief judge couldn't find that superhuman. Where exactly is he hiding? Yu suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Huang turned around in surprise. Yu, why are you here? She mischievously blinked and replied, do you hate her that much? The two of them continued talking on their way back. You're still following me, what exactly do you want? Yu invited him, join us, and as long as you agree, she won't bother you anymore. He frowned and answered, join you? Are you also? A sinister look appeared on her face. The superhuman strongman of the Foreign Realm Organization, that's me. Yu's response made him break into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with astonishment. Lin Huang exclaimed, a superhuman. In an instant, his mount rushed downward and collided with a large tree. Lin Huang swiftly dodged with incredible speed. He knelt down to slow his pace, trying to think and silently staring at her. Yu slowly approached, full of killing intent, and asked, "Why didn't you run?" He drew his sword to defend himself and said, "A white weasel can't knock you away, and the forest can't throw you off. Running further would just waste your stamina." She hovered above and asked, "So, are you planning to give up the argument and leave?" Lin Huang replied, "Of course not. If I can't escape, then I'll fight." Yu told him, "Fighting Yu, she's at Green Fire Realm, and she's about to break through to Green Fire Realm level 3. Even if you summon a golden level 3 mutant beast, you won't be able to land even one blow against her." Lin Huang forced a smile and said, "Even so, not going all out is not my style, but in my heart, I agree with her. A strong man at Holy Fire level 3 could easily kill a Saint Fire level 1. Even if I summon a berserker, I'll still be killed." Unexpectedly, she placed her hand on his shoulder from behind, smiling as she said, "While you're still in a panic, you didn't miss the chance. You really are an interesting kid." Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared along with the words, "Let him go." He quickly rushed out and sat down, relieved. Luckily, Mulan arrived just in time to help. She asked Lin Huang. Mulan received the warning from the Imperial Heart. "Are you all right?" He replied, "I'm fine." Lin Huang shouted loudly, "Head examiner, this one is Holy Fire level 3. Don't casually summon monsters." Yu raised her hand and began using the Mulan technique, the treasured daughter of a noble family. She drew out a scythe and looked toward Mulan. The 5-star dark sea sword was in her hand. The Mu family had indeed invested a significant amount in her. Mulan also drew her own sword and replied, "You are the extraordinary strongman, the leader of the Foreign Realm Organization." She licked her lips with disdain. The 4th-ranked summoner on the Gold Hunter list, one she could easily claim as a trophy. "It was worth it for me to make this trip," Mulan shouted as lightning surged from her sword with immense power. "Damn it, today, no one is leaving with you." Yu responded while swinging her scythe toward her. Among the Hunters Guild, there are plenty of people who don't know their own limits. The strike quickly came toward her. Mulan blocked the blow with her sword in frustration. She hurled her sword straight at Yu. No matter how powerful Mulan's strike was, Yu severed her sword and said, "No wonder you dare to fight me. The Mu family even gave you the ultimate sword, immortal." Mulan glared and said, "As far as I know, the heresy's death judge only teaches saints those skills. You're not that simple." The sound of their weapons clashing echoed loudly. Yu continued to taunt, "If it weren't for your 4-star rotating armor defense, you would have died just now." She responded, "Stop talking nonsense. Once the reinforcements from the association arrive, you won't even be able to run." Lin Huang stood outside, anxiously lost in thought. "Immortals fighting with my Bai Tai Jing's combat strength, getting close might get me killed." Yu gripped her scythe, preparing to strike. "So, you were stalling for time." "It's fine. If I can't catch her, shooting him will be enough." Mulan looked visibly distressed and worried. Everything she said was just a distraction to deceive Mulan. While she was caught off guard, the scythe came rushing toward her, causing her to panic. "What?" Mulan started to fearfully speak. "It's over," she called out to him, carefully shifting through space. As soon as she finished speaking, the light from the scythe appeared right in front of Lin Huang. Lin Huang screamed in fear. "Oh my God!" He quickly retreated. Bao Jun immediately appeared, blocking the strike. Bao Jun screamed in agony, his severed arm in sight. Mulan turned to Lin Huang, worried. By then, he had steadied himself, holding his sword and fighting alongside Bao Jun. "It's fine, catching me won't be as easy as you think." Yu complimented, "Incredible defensive and self-healing abilities." She glared, "You have a mutated golden monster twice." Both Mulan and Lin Huang stood alert, listening as Yu spoke. "Very well, you've made me realize something." She then swung her scythe, and a terrifying killing aura radiated from it. "Now, see my true power." On the ground below, the earth and rocks were thrown into chaos by her attack, causing Lin Huang and Mulan to suffer more pain. Standing firm in a small area, Lin Huang asked, "What kind of technique is this?" Mulan replied, "The royal treasure divine punishment cleaver." She looked up, her face filled with worry and pain. "It's over, we're definitely done for this time." The world seemed to spin, and everything shook violently. Unable to hold back, Lin Huang asked, "Divine punishment cleaver, what is that?" Yu raised the divine artifact high, and the light from the divine punishment cleaver radiated with great momentum. She explained to him, "The supreme treasure, divine punishment cleaver. Only 3 saints and the chief judge in all of heresy have the ability to activate it." Yu gripped the divine artifact tightly in her hand, and her eyes, along with her smile, suddenly became sinister in a strange way. Slowly, Yu spoke, "Its characteristic is that when she swings the divine punishment cleaver, its power causes an entire corner of space to churn with immense strength." She yelled, "One slash, and you die." Yu slashed down toward where Lin Huang and Mulan were standing, the blow as if the heavens themselves had struck. Mulan trembled all over, but still tried to step forward to protect Lin Huang. Her voice shook, "I won't let you harm my contestant." Lin Huang shouted, "Chief Judge." Mulan gritted her teeth, her gaze steadfast as she looked toward Yu. With her last bit of strength, she formed a shield to block the power of the divine punishment cleaver. Suddenly, a column of light shot straight up into the sky. Mulan was knocked backward, and the dust in the air swirled and obscured everything. Lin Huang quickly ran over to catch her. Mulan raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, her gaze still unwavering. He asked about Mulan's condition. "Are you all right?" She maintained her composure and replied, "Lin Huang cannot die." From behind the dust and smoke, Yu held the arrogant divine weapon in front of the two of them. "I only shattered your troublesome rotation armor." Her eyes glowed with a red light. Yu grinned maliciously, knowing that bringing back a live hunter with the golden emblem was far more valuable than killing someone. Mulan endured the pain and decisively aimed her weapon at her. "A hunter will not retreat, even in death." Lin Huang looked at Yu, thinking to himself that this divine punishment cleaver, with its massive destructive power, not only severed everything but also attacked invisibly. Even summoning white and black Sai would only lead them into certain death. There was no way to undo the current crisis. What should he do? Yu smiled, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. Electric charges ran along the divine weapon. She smiled again, her eyes gleaming with provocation and self-satisfaction, and Yu's voice rang out. "Then the next strike should depend on the dark sea sword." Lightning crackled across the sky, and suddenly, a long spear shot towards them, its power impossible to underestimate. The spear flew towards Mulan's face, emitting sparks of electricity. Lin Huang searched through his memories. He had seen it before in the battle with Gui Nian. Lin Huang was doubtful. That long rifle. At this moment, Mulan was visibly excited, shouting loudly, "Uncle!" Annoyed at being thwarted in her pursuit of something important, Yu slung her saber over her shoulder and cast an unhappy glance at the owner of the spear. "Damn it!" A pair of feet approached the spear, and the person effortlessly withdrew it from the rocky ground with ease. To her surprise, it was Zhu Mu, his entire presence radiating an aura and strength beyond the ordinary. Zhu Mu spoke, "It is truly an honor for Saint to personally take the field, all for the sake of competing for the new blood of the Hunters Guild." Yu jumped down to the ground and stood facing Zhu Mu. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze before finally speaking, "Are you Zhu Mu?" He calmly replied, "It seems that Saint even knows my name." She scoffed at him, "Of course I remember the names of the 6 candidates for the position of steward in the 7th district." Zhu Mu smiled, "She gets straight to the point." "Well then, I hope Saint will show some mercy and not make things difficult for these 2 juniors." Yu stuck out her tongue and winked at him. "Since you, Zhu Mu, have spoken, I'll let them off this time." Although she outwardly agreed to spare Lin Huang and Mulan, her heart was filled with bitterness. "Damn it, that old man is here. There's no way I can take anyone with me now. If I act rashly, it could lead to a direct clash between the 2 organizations." That would be a failure. She waved her hand, opening a portal, while the three others quickly turned and left. Yu turned back to look at them with eyes filled with hatred. In the end, she had no choice but to reluctantly step into the teleportation gate and leave. The teleportation gate that Yu used also disappeared. Lin Huang followed the direction she had gone, muttering to himself, his mouth stiff with words. At this moment, Mulan finally dared to relax, exclaiming with joy. "Shumu uncle, I'm so glad you arrived just in time." He gently patted Mulan's head with affectionate hands. Shumu reassured her, then warned the two of them. "It's good that everyone is safe. The Saint of the Foreign Realm organization cannot be underestimated, and the Divine Punishment Cleaver is even more of a taboo." Shumu furrowed his brow, his expression extremely serious. He spoke. "Return to the evaluation site and release all the rescued participants. This matter must be reported in detail. We need to stop this evaluation for now." Returning to the evaluation site this time, the tents were set up along the shore. A few tents still had their lights on, and voices could be heard in the still, dark night. "Finally, it's over." Lin Huang raised his sore arm and began to massage it. Xiaohe, standing beside him, crossed his arms over his chest. It's hard to say whether Xiaohe's words can be considered comforting. If you can still make it back after encountering an extraordinary enemy, that would be a sign of great fortune. Lin Huang sat cross-legged, mentally preparing himself. From here on out, he would have to wait for the Hunter Association to come up with a solution for the current situation. He was exhausted, but at least he had some idle time. "Xiaohe, arrange the cards you've obtained recently for me." Xiaohe worked quickly, pulling out a list and reading it aloud to Lin Huang. "Right now, you have 14 monster cards, 21 skill cards of various types, 20 leap reward cards, and 40 functional cards. The system display shows monster cards such as epic level monster cards like Black Sai, Bai, and rare level monster cards like Single Eye Sword Demon's Eye and White Weasel. The skill cards include rare godly power talent cards, rare life-changing demon cards, and rare sensing rings. The leap reward cards include triple upgrade cards, one-time triple function cards, double reward cards, triple item cards, and triple function calculation cards. You also have temporary summon cards zone, transport cards zone, challenge cards zone, Xiaodai Shui cards zone, temporary transformation cards X3, and upgrade cards X5. Lin Huang suddenly realized, wait a minute, what are the functions of those cards I've never seen before? Xiaohe smiled, you're referring to the one-time function cards, temporary summon cards, challenge cards, and transportation cards, right? He took out a yellow card. The one-time function card is the jump kill reward card. The system screen displayed the following message: one-time function card, conceal a skill that the host has seen once, including monster skills and human combat skills. After activation, the skill can be unleashed. Note 1, due to the host's limited power, only the strongest divine power skill of a holy fire mirror can be sealed at this time. Note 2, this card can only be used once. After activation, the card will automatically disappear. Xiaohe excitedly said, these are two function cards, and you need to be aware that there are limits to the number of uses. Temporary summon card, after activation, it can randomly summon a monster for a duration of 1 hour. Note 1, the combat power of the summoned monster may exceed that of the strongest monster the host currently owns. Note 2, it is highly likely that the summoned monster will be related to a monster the host already possesses. Note 3, activating the card will consume energy, and each card can only be used once. The system then displayed a message, things to note. Transportation card, after activation, the host will be transported to a fixed location once. Note 1, there is a 10-second wait time between each activation. Note 2, it cannot be used while moving. Note 3, the transport destination must be a location the host has seen in the past. Note 4, this is a consumable card, each card can only be activated 3 times and sent out 3 times, after which it will disappear. Next is the challenge card. After activation, the host will be transported into the challenge space. In the challenge space, a random monster will be selected. After the host kills the monster, they can receive a challenge card for the monster. Note 1, in the challenge space, the strength of the monster is identical to that of the host. The type and rarity of the monster are random. Note 2, in the challenge space, you can only rely on your own abilities, and cannot use monster cards or any other functional cards. Note 3, each challenge card will disappear after a successful challenge. You can challenge up to 3 times. If all 3 challenges fail, the card will disappear. Note 4, if the host dies in the challenge space, it will be a true death. Therefore, if you encounter a monster you cannot defeat, you should quickly exit the challenge space. Xiaobi reminded him that the challenge card should be fully understood and used with caution, because once you die in the challenge space, it will be a real death. Lin Huang sighed, these are all incredibly useful cards. My luck isn't bad this time. He smiled brightly, his clenched fist showing his determination. With these cards, his ability to adapt to changes in battle would improve. Suddenly, a voice calling from outside the door startled him. Lin Huang, are you asleep? He opened the tent flap and, cutting through the silence, asked, who is it at this late hour? He did not expect that the person who arrived so late would be Mu Lam. His suspicions rose, and he quickly exclaimed, the chief examiner? She seemed slightly embarrassed, but then spoke up, I have something I want to say to you. Lin Huang was surprised that Mu Lam still had something to discuss with him at this hour. He stepped out of his tent and walked toward her. He asked, Chief Examiner, what is it you need to talk to me about? Mu Lam gently closed her eyes and replied, the evaluation has finished. You don't need to call me Chief Examiner anymore. We're of similar age, so you can just call me by my name. After saying that, she turned her head to look at him. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She hesitated for a moment before speaking again. I heard that it only took you half a year to advance from an ordinary person to white iron level. What kind of fate technique have you been practicing? Lin Huang smiled and answered, I've been practicing battle punishment decision. Mu Lam then asked, at the beginning, the speed of practicing battle punishment decision is even slower than that of advanced fate techniques. What level have you reached? Lin Huang smiled honestly and replied, level 6. Mu Lam was slightly taken aback when she heard this, her voice filled with admiration. Level 6 of battle punishment decision is very difficult. Some people take more than 10 years and still haven't reached level 5, but you've reached level 6 in just half a year. However, Lin Huang thought to himself, sorry, actually, I'm at level 8. Then, Mu Lam's face appeared with a smile, her cheeks are getting redder too. She cares about Lin Huang, let me introduce you to a few key trainees. He was slightly confused, tilting his head as if not understanding Mu Lam's meaning, and asked, are key trainees similar to special training? Maybe Lin Huang doesn't understand, she quickly explained. Of course not. Key trainees are individuals who the Hunter Association grants real privileges. Not only can they receive a large amount of resources from the Hunter Association, but they also have access to information like the stewards of the sacred fire realm. Suddenly, Mu Lam became unusually shy, and in a soft voice, she continued, I just heard that the examiner from the previous round recommended you, but you were rejected in the final review. Lin Huang didn't know how to respond. He waved his hand and then forced a smile as he replied, it's fine. If I've decided to join the Hunter Association, there will always be opportunities to prove myself. No rush. Mu Lam thoughtfully raised her hand, feeling uneasy about the decisions of the steward leaders. However, her confidence in him was immense. The final review round requires the approval of 12 steward leaders. As long as one leader raises a reasonable objection, the entire review will be rejected. But I believe you'll pass this final review. Lin Huang just smiled faintly and remained silent. But deep inside, there was a hint of excitement in him. I've been rejected for nominations before, and this is the first time I've heard of the reasons behind the leader's rejection. I'm kind of curious. Mu Lam didn't want to discourage him. She stepped forward and placed her hand on Lin Huang's shoulder. She was both encouraging him and expressing her expectation that if Lin Huang was gold, he would surely shine. "Hang in there, I believe in you." Meanwhile, Lin Huang remained very optimistic. "Thanks, but the final evaluation has been cancelled. Whether I can become an official hunter this time is still uncertain." Mu Lam urged him to go rest and recover his spirit, her words holding a touch of mystery. "Go rest first, tomorrow morning I will announce some good news." The next morning, as the sun cast its fresh rays down on the beach, a clear voice rang out. "Everyone, gather up." All the hunters participating in the evaluation gathered in one place. Lin Huang had already arrived early. Looking at the current situation, he couldn't help but wonder what the good news could be. One person next to him spoke up. "Maybe it's the headquarters announcement on how they're handling this incident?" Another person anxiously said. "This is so tense." The evaluation was cancelled. "Does that mean all our efforts so far have been wasted?" One person, unable to bear it anymore, complained to everyone. "Is this for real? I can't handle it anymore." At that moment, Mu Lam stood on the podium, with several people in black standing behind her, looking very serious. She announced an important decision from the headquarters. Thanks to timely reports, among the 63 testing centers that were attacked, over 10,000 people were kidnapped by the interdimensional organization, accounting for 30% of the total number of people. The losses of the Hunter Guild were significantly reduced this time, and everyone contributed a great deal. Therefore, the headquarters decided that the remaining candidates in all the testing centers no longer needed to proceed with the next round of tests and would directly become official hunters. Upon hearing this news, Lin Huang was pleased but did not show much on the outside. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. For the other hunters, this was indeed a stroke of great luck. Everyone was cheering and filled with excitement. "That's great! Long live the headquarters! Finally, we won't suffer in vain." At that moment, Mu Lam looked down, and Lin Huang stood out the most among the hunters present. She gave him a friendly glance. Mu Lam smiled at him, already confirming in her mind that Yi Zhang would be a colleague from now on. Whether it was some kind of telepathic connection, Lin Huang also responded to her gaze, feeling gratitude towards her. "Please take care of me." Suddenly, the spaceship that had brought them from the second round evaluation location appeared in the sky. Lin Huang glanced at the ship, and once again, his mind was filled with mixed thoughts. People began to murmur excitedly. "Demon Starship, isn't that the ship that brought us here?" The owner of the ship was not on the ship's deck. Xing Shan was standing below, looking up. He spotted Lin Huang and waved enthusiastically. Xing Shan shouted loudly, "Lin Huang, I'm here to pick you up." He was stunned when he saw Xing Shan here, and Lin Huang exclaimed in astonishment. "FO bro, the hunters are having quite the discussion." The expressions on everyone's faces were all different, some in shock. "To pick him up, pick him up?" A few others couldn't help but ask in doubt, "You're picking him up alone? Could he be a noble young master in disguise?" Some people sighed in amazement at this situation. "I can't believe it." A moment later, the spaceship swiftly glided over the sea. Inside, the allure of the grilled fish made Lin Huang salivate. His eyes brightened, and the aroma of the fish made him wish he could eat it right then and there. Xing Shan, who was sitting next to him, remained quietly fishing. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Huang took the initiative to speak. "FO bro, you specially came to pick me up onto the ship, not just to invite me for fish, right?" Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point. "You're cultivating battle punishment decision, at least to the 7th level, maybe even the 8th, right?" Unable to resist the temptation from the delicious smell of grilled fish any longer, he picked up a skewer and started eating it happily. Lin Huang didn't want to hide anything from him, so he answered straightforwardly. "It's the 8th level." Xing Shan turned his head and squinted, evaluating the young man. He continued asking, "What about combat strength? What level of white iron are you?" Lin Huang stopped eating and sat up seriously to talk with him. He had reached white iron level 3. His answer made Qing Shan look at him with new respect. His cultivation level was indeed a bit intimidating. He needed to consolidate his life force properly and not be lazy. Cultivating quickly was good, but a solid foundation was still necessary. Ingraining Qing Shan's teachings, he politely replied, "Yes, sir." He gazed out towards the vast sea, his words carrying a deeper implication. "I heard that girl Mu Lam has nominated you for the second time as one of the key trainees. But you should know, the head steward is conservative, and they rejected you the first time. If you manage to pass this time, it will be due to your own merit." Thus, Lin Huang understood what he was alluding to, wishing to avoid any awkward situations in the future. He scratched his head and smiled at Qing Shan, saying, "I understand. Even if I can't become one of the key trainees of the Hunter Association, it won't slow down my cultivation. Status is given by others, but strength is something you must earn yourself. I know very well which one is more important." Although Qing Shan did not elaborate further on the matter, he was very pleased with Lin Huang's response. Qing Shan gave him a scrutinizing glance and said, "Kid, you're not simple." However, his next words left Lin Huang both surprised and confused. "How about becoming my disciple?" Facing each other, Qing Shan did not want to pressure him, so he clearly stated his stance: "Take some time to think about it. Whether you agree or not, give me an answer." Lin Huang didn't need to think. The moment Qing Shan finished speaking, he immediately accepted, "I agree." Seeing his immediate response, Qing Shan raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "You agreed that quickly?" Lin Huang, without hesitation, replied, "Do I have any other choice?" Qing Shan was visibly delighted when he gained such a talented and gifted disciple like Lin Huang. He laughed heartily and said, "From now on, Lin Huang, you are my disciple, Fo Qing Shan's disciple." On that quiet and peaceful night, at the 7th District Hunter Steward Guild, a meeting of the steward leaders was taking place. One of the stewards was holding a letter in his hand. After reading its contents, he tightly pressed his lips together, his face contorted in anger and displeasure. The letter had been written by Qing Shan, offering Lin Huang an opportunity. He had failed to appreciate it, and now he could forget about it. "That kid is needed by me now. Fo Qing Shan." The steward leader crumpled the letter and clenched it in his palm, his face showing 3 parts anger and 7 parts regret. He trembled with fury and muttered, "I've missed it again." The sky was clear, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by, and the scene was serene and peaceful. The demon starship was moving through the air. Lin Huang and Xiaoyi stood on the ship's side, gazing around. Xiaoyi's eyes were filled with joy, and he spoke to Lin Huang. "Fo Qing Shan is not a member of the Hunter Guild. His position is very special. Becoming his disciple is truly a great fortune for you." Lin Huang, however, did not become arrogant due to the favoritism. He remembered Qing Shan's teachings. The master taught that cultivation must rely on oneself. "I am still far from enough." At that moment, Lin Huang suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Right, there are still 3 more artifact cards. Let's summon them together." Xiaoyi followed his request, teasing him. His hand, when opening the card, remained as dark as before. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hey, this time it's something new." Lin Huang held the vial of medicinal herbs in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief, as he still managed to open the pharmaceuticals on the system's display screen showing information about the item this time. The frenzy pharmaceutical used in veterinary care, when injected into a spirit beast, would cause it to fall into a state of frenzy. Its strength, defense, and speed would increase tenfold. The effect lasted for 1 hour. Note 1: After being injected with this drug, the spirit beast will lose all reason and attack any living creature within its sight, including itself. Note 2: After going into a frenzy, the spirit beast will weaken for 100 hours and will fall into an unguarded sleep during the weakening period. He reminded him to think carefully before using it. Pharmaceuticals were a double-edged sword and must be used cautiously. There is still the skill synthesis card. Do you want to activate it now? Lin Huang eagerly agreed. The display screen was activated, and the skill synthesis card was consumed. The extreme force and the suppressed vision skill of the monster's copper tag were depleted. A new skill card was being created. Lin Huang closed his eyes, activating the card. A new red copper tag was activated, and the system notification appeared again. Congratulations, the host has received a new type of copper tag in 1000 flower copper. Holding the 1000 flower copper card in his hand, Lin Huang leaned against the side of the boat, a pleased smile creeping across his face. After synthesizing his skills, not only did the 3 initial skills remain, but an illusionary magic had also appeared, and it was a skill that could be developed further. Not bad, Xiaoyi asked him. Now 2 of the 10 skill slots are empty, should we extract a new skill? Soon, the system sent over the information for the new card. 1000 flower copper, a pupil with numerous skills. The pupil could automatically integrate more skills and become even stronger. Note, the currently available basic functions include extreme vision, complex synthesis, magic pupil intimidation, and illusionary magic. At this moment, Xing Shan stepped out of the boat cabin. He called out. Lin Huang politely responded, "Yes, master." Xing Shan patted him on the shoulder with a smile, then reminded Lin Huang. "We're almost at Beixian City, I'll only accompany you this far, but keep in touch from now on." Lin Huang stood straight, looking at Xing Shan, and replied, "Yes, master." He was still overjoyed that Lin Huang had passed all the assessments and became his disciple. Xing Shan did not forget to assign him a task. "Now that you are an official hunter, you can enter the hunter's arena and accept a mission. In the next 2 months, after competing in the 7th zone of the hunter's arena, without using any summoned beasts, aim to reach the top 10 in the white iron level." He added with further instructions. "Make sure to record all your battle videos and send them to me." Lin Huang was momentarily confused, "But I'm a beastmaster, if I don't use summoned beasts." Xing Shan sternly reminded him. "Even if you are a beastmaster, you cannot rely too much on summoned beasts." He wants Lin Huang to utilize his own abilities and strength to fight in the tournament. What matters most is your own true power. Having understood the lesson, Lin Huang became more determined. "Understood, master." The bustling scene of North Xian City appeared before him, but Lin Huang did not forget his master's words, reminding himself never to forget. His own strength was the most important thing. Summoned beasts could be partners, but their power was ultimately not his own. As Lin Huang walked down the busy street, Xiaoyi, flying beside him, couldn't help but marvel at Xing Shan's approach and character. "Your master is truly not an ordinary person. I think he wants to watch your battle videos to come up with more training strategies for you." Lin Huang replied casually while walking. Some individuals on the gold medalist hunter rankings come from the hunter arena. This task from my master indeed has a challenging level. He clenched his fist, showing his determination for the upcoming challenge. But no matter the outcome, I will give it my all. Suddenly, on the large screens in the city, an image of a mysterious person appeared. The person wore a mask to conceal their true identity. The mysterious figure greeted everyone through the screen. "Greetings to the government of the Alliance, the Hunter Association, as well as the citizens and friends." This sudden appearance startled Lin Huang, leaving him in shock. "Damn it, you scared me to death." The mysterious person introduced himself and continued, "I am the leader of the heretical organization. Personally, and on behalf of the entire organization, we deeply apologize for the troubles we have caused to the Hunter Association. More than 12,800 individuals we captured will be released in full after 1 month of review. As for the losses caused to the Hunter Association, we will provide appropriate compensation." The leader of the heretical group spoke up to explain, "We have no intention of becoming enemies of the Hunter Association or the Alliance government. We hope that everyone will understand. If you're interested, you can call the phone number at the bottom right corner of the screen to register and assess our actions." Lin Huang widened his eyes in shock at the words of this person, stammering, "What kind of show-off is this?" Afterward, Lin Huang and Xiaoyi continued to walk away. He had a poor opinion of the heretical organization compared to other terrorist groups, almost feeling that the heretical organization might be suffering from mental illness. Lin Huang smiled brightly and couldn't help but say, "This move was really well played." Xiaohe crossed his arms and hesitated before asking, "What do you mean?" Lin Huang closed his eyes, cutting him off, and requested the Hunter Association's help to complete the evaluation, directly acquiring those who were already available. Lin Huang placed his hand on his chin, pondering the actions of the heretical leader: apologize after failure, pay compensation, and then place large-scale live-stream advertisements across 12 regions. Lin Huang marveled at the bold move by the leader. Isn't this just buying people off? Truly a brilliant move. Xiaohe agreed with his thoughts. Makes sense. They released over 10,000 people, and the Hunter Association wouldn't dare use them anymore. Weakening the opponent through a disguised form is truly devious. Lin Huang also felt that this was not wrong. Suddenly, Lin Huang glanced at the ring on his hand and, surprised, exclaimed, "Ah, the system screen has already transmitted the information. Congratulations, you have obtained the official Hunter title. You can now access the Hunter Arena. The main program is currently being downloaded." Lin Huang was excited, his eyes fixated on the notification in front of him. He quickly turned to Xiaohe and said, "Hurry, find a place to rest. I can enter the arena now." At a small hotel, Lin Huang's voice echoed, "While waiting for the demon starship to return home, I'll join the training arena for a bit." He sat in his room, eagerly opening the system to register, completing the identity verification, and then being prompted to choose a nickname for the arena. Lin Huang thought of a name and entered it into the system: Overlord Blade. But his bad luck continued as the system replied, "Sorry, this nickname has already been taken." Lin Huang then thought of another name: Heavenly Blade. But once again, the system rejected it: "Sorry, this nickname has already been taken." He began to doubt life itself and shouted, "Supreme Blade." The system immediately responded, "Sorry, this nickname has already been taken." Lin Huang, now helpless, muttered, "Fruit knife." Perhaps his bad luck was still haunting him. The system once again notified him of the unwelcome news: "Sorry, this nickname has already been taken." Lin Huang, shaking with anger, gritted his teeth and said, "Why can't anyone stand not getting angry?" He shouted one last name: Lin Huang. Unexpectedly, this time, his luck turned, and the nickname Lin Huang was accepted. He clicked OK to enter the arena. Lin Huang finally let out a sigh of relief. The designer of the arena program was a gaming enthusiast. The system chimed, "Hello Lin Huang. The main program will scan your entire body, then recreate your form in the arena based on your body's data. Bleeding, pain, death, and other sensations in the arena will be simulated 100% in realistic conditions." Immediately, Lin Huang was transported to a different space. The system's teleportation warning began. He felt as if he was floating in mid-air and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." A few minutes later, Lin Huang found himself in the arena. The system's voice rang out, welcoming him to the Hunter Arena. Lin Huang was immediately intrigued. He looked around and couldn't help but marvel. Even though it was a completely seamless virtual world, the sight before him was still shocking. He opened his system interface to try out the challenge simulation mode. Lin Huang was led by the system into a closed space. A notification appeared. Hunter Lin Huang has successfully initiated a solo challenge. Based on a combat power of White Iron Level 3, you will be assigned to Arena Tier 188. As Lin Huang walked, he thought about the challenge model this time. It really felt like a game. The system displayed his stats. Nickname, Lin Huang. Combat power, White Iron Level 3. Number of battles, 0. Battlefield points, none. Win rate, 0%. Lin Huang took out his mask and smiled, using it to conceal his identity without needing to do so manually. Immediately, his first opponent in this match appeared. A player with the nickname Overlord's Golden Spear, whose character design was a lion-headed figure. He had a White Iron Level 3 combat strength, 251 battles fought, a battlefield score of 19, and a 46% win rate. This person immediately began to speak with disdain toward his opponent. He assessed Lin Huang before saying, "It seems like my luck isn't too bad. The first match of the day, and I run into a rookie." Lin Huang put on his swap mask and calmly responded to Overlord's golden spear. "Even the boss isn't that strong." Upon hearing this, the player immediately charged at Lin Huang. Overlord's golden spear angrily shouted, "Stupid kid, go die." Lin Huang quickly rushed toward Overlord's golden spear to meet him head-on. A flash of red light appeared from the swap mask, and in his mind, Lin Huang thought, "Overlord's golden spear uses a gun, right? This close combat isn't bad. But my opponent isn't a slouch either." Lin Huang didn't expect to be fooled. What Overlord's golden spear was referring to was the gun tucked in his waistband. He gritted his teeth and said, "What I'm best at is close combat." Overlord's golden spear jumped up to attack, throwing a punch with all his might, shouting in determination, "Die!" Lin Huang used his agility and knowledge of combat techniques to easily dodge Overlord's golden spear's attack. The latter turned his head to look at Lin Huang. He never expected that a new player could accomplish something like this. Overlord's golden spear turned his head and shouted aloud. Lin Huang, after dodging the attack, waved his hand as if to provoke him. His tone was mocking and taunting, the distance was too great now. His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing directly into Overlord's golden spear's pride. The words stirred him up. Overlord's golden spear furiously cursed, "Damn it!" Lin Huang sensed that the moment was right and no longer wanted to play around with him. It was the perfect time, and without hesitation, Lin Huang threw a punch. The power of this attack shot straight through Overlord's golden spear. Lin Huang withdrew his move and raised his hand in a victory gesture. As for Overlord's golden spear, he trembled in fear and screamed, "Oh my god, I can't believe that with just one attack, Lin Huang created a huge hole in his stomach." Overlord's golden spear was horrified, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered, "How? How could you?" Overlord's golden spear was eliminated in the blink of an eye, instantly vanishing into the air. The system chimed in with a congratulatory message, "Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning this match. Killing the opponent grants 2 accumulated points." Lin Huang clenched his fist, marveling at this power. Battle punishment decision combined with the body slaughtering strike, the close combat strength was so immense. It turned out that he was this strong. The system displayed, nickname, Lin Huang. Combat power, white iron level 3. Number of battles, 1. Battlefield points, 2. Win rate, 100%. Lin Huang looked up at his information on the system, having already made plans for the upcoming matches. He wanted to kill his opponents in the next 10 consecutive rounds. So, instead of earning 20 points for 10 wins in a row, it would be 40 points. It seemed that he would have to give his all to defeat his opponents in the lower-level rounds. The system asked Lin Huang whether he wished to continue challenging. Without hesitation, he responded firmly, "Yes." As soon as his words ended, his next opponent appeared. After confirming his challenge, the system randomly paired him with his opponent. Lin Huang saw that his opponent this time was a girl, who was quite good-looking with a very sultry appearance, leaving him a bit flustered. "Ah, this person looks so good for someone who just reincarnated." The girl's information was quickly updated. Nickname, the Queen, combat strength, white iron level 3. Number of battles, 27, battlefield points, 19, win rate, 85%. Lin Huang observed that his opponent was holding a long whip, which made him a little hesitant. With such a high win rate, she must be very strong. But does using a whip mean she attacks from a distance? Lin Huang didn't overthink it and immediately charged at his opponent with a powerful punch. Since he wasn't sure about her specialty, he decided to close the distance first and engage in close combat. The Queen winked at Lin Huang, her sultry and provocative demeanor catching his attention. "Ah, I'm sending a kiss to you, Lin Huang." The Queen teased, "Little demon, just admit defeat. If you do, I'll give you something good." Lin Huang was startled, his whole body feeling as if an electric current had passed through him, a sensation as if a force was controlling him. He stammered, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Lin Huang clenched his teeth tightly, sweat running down his face, his body stiff and movement difficult. This was a type of mental attack. She began using a clone technique to approach with seduction, attempting to trap Lin Huang. She teased and tempted him, saying just 3 words. "I admit defeat, I'll show you mercy. Come, playing here is more fun than fighting. Admit defeat, you can't resist." Lin Huang's true form shouted loudly, giving an order. "Speak." When she didn't get what she wanted, the queen raised her whip and struck fiercely towards Lin Huang, saying, "The game is over." As her whip struck Lin Huang, his body instantly vanished. The queen screamed in shock. "What is this feeling of illusion?" At the same time, Lin Huang quietly appeared behind her, leaving her stunned. He said to the queen, "You miscalculated playing this kind of game with me." Lin Huang struck a powerful blow to the back of her neck, causing the queen to stagger in place, still unable to believe this was real. She exclaimed, "No, it can't be." When the queen finally fell, Lin Huang sighed. Thousand Flower Copper really helps deal with this kind of mental attack. It turns out you can use other interesting forces in combat here too. The opponent, the queen, vanished. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player Lin Huang for winning this match, defeating the opponent and earning 2 accumulated points. Do you want to continue the challenge?" Lin Huang answered decisively, without hesitation, "Continue." As time passed, several days later, Fo Qing Shan's demon starship was flying through the sky. Lin Huang sat in the lounge, using the system. Qing Shan praised his talented disciple, 30 consecutive wins, accumulating 280 points. Although these were low-level matches, the performance is not bad. Lin Huang responded happily and humbly, "Thank you for the compliment, master." Qing Shan stroked his beard and, referring to the videos he had recorded, he commented slowly, "I have watched all the battle videos you sent me. After reviewing them, I pointed out both the things you've done well and the things you could improve on. The advantage is that your physique is much stronger compared to other White Iron Level 3 competitors, even surpassing most of the Level 3 golds. But there are still a few shortcomings. You are aware of them, aren't you?" Lin Huang was very serious. He knew exactly where his strengths and weaknesses lay, and he had already noticed his own advantages and flaws. He replied, "The only thing I am lacking compared to the level 3 gold strongmen is speed. The movement speed is enhanced by my body skills and combat techniques. The attack speed is enhanced by my natural talent and swordsmanship skills. The reaction speed of my nerves, through practical combat training, will also improve." Qing Shan nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, you truly understand yourself well. In White Iron Tier 3, your strength is indeed among the highest." However, Qing Shan still reminded him, compared to other Tier 3 White Iron strongmen in the arena, your combat experience is still severely lacking. Lin Huang acknowledged his shortcomings. "Yes, master, when the opponent's attack density is relatively high, I lose my composure, my evasion isn't effective enough, and there are many unnecessary movements." Qing Shan further analyzed, "In many cases, even when you spot your enemy's weaknesses, you can't react immediately, and many attack opportunities are missed in vain. Your ability to control the pace of the battle is far weaker than that of a true strongman. In some battles, there are even times when your opponent takes the lead." In order to remember these lessons, Lin Huang carefully wrote down the key points in his notebook. With a focused expression, he replied politely, "Understood, I'll pay more attention from now on." Lin Huang regained his enthusiasm, his eyes clearly showing excitement. "Starting tomorrow, I will only fight 10 battles a day to improve the areas where I am lacking." Qing Shan praised him and encouraged him, "You are very talented. If you work harder than others, I believe you will progress very quickly. Keep it up." When the conversation with Qing Shan ended, Lin Huang took his notebook and said to Xiaohe, "Master, no wonder you're at the extraordinary level. Just a few words, and you've given me a much clearer understanding of combat." Xiaohui was surprised by his ability to absorb and internalize knowledge, and she mocked him. If you had been this diligent earlier, you would have already entered a prestigious school by now, wouldn't you? Lin Huang felt a bit upset upon hearing Xiaohui's comment. He gritted his teeth and warned her, "You're really good with words. Don't say that again next time." Xiaohui shot him a glare and challenged, "If you have the ability, try and kill me." Suddenly, the ring on Lin Huang's hand emitted a sound, causing both of them to halt their conversation. He furrowed his brow, staring intently at the ring. An urgent notification appeared before them, a system announcement, a letter from the headquarters of the Hunter Association's Security Division. Both Lin Huang and Xiaohui were shocked upon receiving this confidential letter. Lin Huang exclaimed in shock, "A confidential letter from the Hunter Association's headquarters. The system shows an announcement, Mr. Lin Huang, due to your outstanding performance in the Hunter Leader evaluation by Steward of the Hunter Association, the evaluation has unanimously passed, and you have been promoted to Gold Medal Hunter." Neither of them had expected the association's leadership to make such a decision so quickly. Lin Huang expressed his surprise and excitement. "No way, they're breaking the rules and promoting a white iron level like me straight to Golden Hunter?" While he was happily surprised, Xiaohui thought this decision wasn't so bad. "There's no way to put you into formal training. So, giving you a gold level hunter status as compensation is actually a pretty good idea." The demon starship hovered in the vast blue sky. Lin Huang agreed with her assessment, "Not bad, at least with that permission. I can watch the advanced videos of the arena. It has been a long time since Xiaohui has shown such admiration for you. You really are an excellent student." Not long after, Lin Huang returned home. Lin Xing excitedly and happily opened the door. The little girl's tone couldn't hide her anticipation. "Brother, you're finally back." Lin Xing walked over to him, and the little girl quickly ran around Lin Huang to check his condition, then asked with a flurry of words, "Did you lose any parts? Why have you gotten so thin? Can't you eat? Are you safe and sound?" Knowing that the little girl was only worried about him, Lin Huang didn't find her annoying at all. He gently said, "Lin Xing, let me put down my backpack first." Lin Xian also stepped forward. His appearance had been tidied up by Lin Xing, and his hair had been neatly cut. The boy was still a bit shy, his eyes were brimming with tears as he looked at Lin Huang. He stammered and called out, "Brother, brother." Seeing that Lin Xian was no longer as scared of people as before, Lin Huang smiled and gave him a warm look. He then asked, "You've grown a lot, little brother. Have you been behaving well lately?" Lin Xing wrapped her arms around her brother's, coquettishly replying, "He's good, except for his stubborn habit of eating only meat and refusing vegetables. Other than that, he's very obedient, and even takes me to and from school." Unexpectedly, in such a short time apart, the boy had been able to do so much. Lin Huang bent down, gently patted his head, and praised him. "You did great, little brother. You're a man now. You need to protect your sister well." Lin Xian smiled brightly, then spoke aloud, The night has fallen." The brightly lit house of Lin Huang stood out because of the lights. Lin Xing's voice urged him, "Hurry up and take a shower, change your clothes, I've finished preparing dinner. Also, where is my fruit?" Lin Huang helplessly replied, "Let me put down my backpack first, everything is in there." Lin Xing sat down and pulled a pile of toys out of the backpack. Stuffed bears, cars, drums, and many other things he had prepared. Lin Xing suddenly remembered something and raised his voice to say to him, "By the way, brother, there's still this matter." Lin Huang and Lin Xian were sitting down enjoying their meal. The little girl next to them continued to speak. "I'm using a virtual game to practice shooting. Xiao Lian was curious, so I invited her to play with my account a few times. It's amazing." Lin Huang, chewing hastily, responded indifferently, But the little girl's next words left him utterly stunned. "She directly helped me rank first on the leaderboard, now we'll have another shooter in the house." Lin Huang stopped eating and turned to look at the boy, silently thinking, looks like Lin Xian isn't just talented in sword techniques, but also good at shooting. While Lin Xian was happily devouring the delicious meat, Lin Huang suddenly demanded, "Xiao Lian, give me your hand." The boy froze for a moment, then softly called out, "Brother." Lin Xian extended his hand to him, and Lin Huang also instructed the young boy, "If you're not comfortable, just call out, and I'll stop immediately." Lin Xian smiled in response. Mm. Lin Huang used his ability to probe the boy's body. Lin Huang squinted, thinking to himself that his power had gone through Xiao Lian's body. Aside from a bit of energy depletion, he found nothing unusual. Lin Huang patted the boy's head and gently said, "All right, keep eating." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian replied, "Mm." Then, the young boy returned to his meal. Lin Huang began to ponder about Lin Xian. His health seemed normal, and there was no sign of any power reaction inside his body, indicating he was just an ordinary person. He was simply a combat genius, a child, easy to feed and easy to sleep. Just a moment ago, he had been eating meat contentedly, and now he had quickly fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lin Huang didn't think much of the boy. He was fundamentally just an ordinary child. Lin Xian slept poorly, so Lin Huang adjusted his posture and covered him with a blanket. Setting aside his thoughts about the boy's potential, Lin Huang left. The pressing matter now was to go through the master's assessment. Lin Xian's future could be considered later. Lin Huang quickly returned to the battle in the Qingshan challenge. The system's voice echoed, "Welcome. Lin Huang, would you like to continue matchmaking for your next opponent?" He casually replied without hesitation, "Yes." Lin Huang took the swapping mask and put it on his face, silently thinking to himself that it was time to check his total accumulated points and the progress he had made over the past 10 days. In front of him, his opponent in this match gradually appeared. A young man appeared with his hands clasped in front of his chest. As soon as he saw Lin Huang, he sneered in disdain. "Winning 30 consecutive matches, meeting me, you're just unlucky." Lin Huang immediately focused, his eyes flashing with a bright red gleam. He shouted, "1,000 flower copper." The young man froze in place, his gaze blanking for a moment, and he muttered, "Ah." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Huang gave him a thunderous punch. Unexpectedly, with just this small amount of force, the young man was sent spinning through the air. The system's announcement sounded, "Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning this match, killing the opponent, and earning 2 accumulated points. Do you wish to continue challenging?" Lin Huang resolutely stepped forward without hesitation. "Continue." The sound of congratulatory announcements from the system echoed continuously. "Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning this match, killing the opponent, and earning 2 accumulated points. Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning this match. Congratulations to player Lin Huang." After several intense battles, Lin Huang stood tall, his momentum soaring. The system once again chimed in. "Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning his 49th match, killing the opponent, and earning 2 accumulated points. Do you accept the challenge to continue?" Lin Huang was confused as he sensed something was about to appear in the space, and he nervously stammered, "What? What's happening? Is the program crashing?" The system notified him that he had won 50 consecutive battles and that a gatekeeper was about to appear, asking him to prepare. The countdown for the challenge started, 10 seconds. Lin Huang scratched his head, questioning aloud, "Gatekeeper?" But unexpectedly, the program arranged for an arena with pillars wrapped in dragon-like bodies. Lin Huang was puzzled. Is this what a challenge looks like? Why are there so many spectators all of a sudden? He glanced around and realized there were many people, but no sound. It seemed like the program had muted the audio, probably to avoid disturbing the challenger. A deep voice rang out, "Facing me, being careless will be very dangerous." A young man dressed in fine clothes appeared across from him. the system identified the person as White Young Master, with a combat power of White Iron Level 3, having fought 1,270 battles, a battlefield score of 8,761, and a win rate of 98%. Lin Huang sighed at the sight. Not bad, finally a worthy opponent. Behind the mask, he silently assessed his adversary. With so many battles fought in such a high win rate, it seemed that the so-called gatekeepers were those who interrupted winning streaks. In the stands, two masked hunters were talking to each other. Who is this little demon wearing a mask? How can he challenge White Young Master? It wasn't him who challenged White Young Master, it was the system that chose White Young Master as the gatekeeper for the 50th round, and he was teleported here. Another person thought it was a bit unfair for White Young Master, feeling it was a bit too much. After all, this was White Young Master, the strongman ranked 18th on the leaderboard. The man in the robe crossed his arms and observed, smiling as he speculated, it seems that Lin Huang's streak of consecutive wins must come to an end here. White Young Master quickly drew his blood sword and spoke, I've watched your previous battle videos. Your skills aren't bad. Lin Huang wasn't particularly moved by his praise. Thanks for the compliment, but it seems your swordsmanship isn't bad either. The people sitting in the stands couldn't help but murmur, curious about some things regarding him, speaking with admiration. One of them said, White Young Master is an outstanding sword cultivator. This kid is finished. Another person questioned, his name is Lin Huang, but he's never used a sword before. Someone responded, a nickname is just for fun. It's not like you can only name yourself whatever you want. The person sitting outside agreed that this explanation made sense. White Young Master, holding his sword, charged straight towards Lin Huang at a terrifying speed. He sneered at Lin Huang's abilities, expecting a worthy opponent, only to find a scoundrel instead. Lin Huang didn't dodge, replying to White Young Master with a firm tone, don't rush. Are you already disappointed? White Young Master pressed his lips together, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. He shouted, White Feather Sword. Although he was some distance away, White Young Master still used his sword energy to strike at Lin Huang. The force of the sword sliced past Lin Huang's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. His 1,000-flower copper glimmered, and in his mind, he silently marveled at his opponent's swordsmanship. The sword was too fast, relentless, refusing to relent. White Young Master gathered his strength, determined to take Lin Huang's life. He threatened, you can't escape. Lin Huang calmly observed each of White Young Master's movements, as if the sword strikes were in slow motion before his eyes. Dozens of sword tips were aimed at him, and Lin Huang calculated in his mind, feigning a sword strike to seal off his opponent's position. The sword moved at high speed, controlling the rhythm of the battle. If this had been 10 days ago, he wouldn't have stood a chance against such an opponent. Lin Huang swiftly and gracefully dodged the white feather sword. But now, Lin Huang was different. He had trained and become proficient in swordsmanship. In his mind, he thought, but now, it's different. White Young Master was astonished to see him dodge his sword, his eyes widening in disbelief. The flowing cloud factions Lin Huang darted behind him, his attitude confidently provocative. The speed of a person was a great threat to the enemy, but for him, it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Huang decisively used his sword to sever White Young Master's body, causing the latter to be struck with shock. His body began to disintegrate, and White Young Master, unwilling to accept his fate, gritted his teeth, shot Lin Huang a fierce glance, and muttered, again, it's the sword. When White Young Master completely vanished, a notification from the system sounded, congratulating him. Congratulations to Lin Huang for defeating the gatekeeper, White Young Master, in the 6th floor arena, completing 50 consecutive victories, killing his opponent, and earning 2 accumulation points. A person in the stands exclaimed in horror, he killed him, he really used a sword. That means he has been hiding his true abilities in the previous matches. The man in yellow crossed his arms, smiling with delight and interest. Compared to 10 days ago, he had practically been reborn. In the stands, Lin Huang, holding a sword, exuded the undeniable aura of a golden hunter. The system had updated his latest information. Nickname, Lin Huang, combat power, white iron level 3, number of battles, 50, battlefield points, 1,240. Win rate, 100%, honor, 50 consecutive victories. Upon seeing this information, the man in yellow pondered, this kid is getting more and more dangerous. After the match, Lin Huang returned to reality. He sighed, plopping down onto his bed, his expression slightly weary. He stared into space, a swirl of thoughts forming in his mind. Lin Huang wondered to himself, if the opponent had a method to double his speed or extend the length of his sword, I would have been the one to die, not Yi Zhang. I hadn't thought through my strategy well enough before the match. I need a better way to deal with it. Suddenly, he glanced to the side and muttered, "Ha!" Lin Xian was lying on the bed in a somewhat strange state, but with Lin Huang's sharp gaze, it was easy to notice something unusual. Lin Huang exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Lian, is that you?" Looking at Lin Xian's body, he immediately sat up straight, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the boy. In his mind, he thought, this is fate energy. No, wait, isn't he supposed to be an ordinary person? I just checked earlier today. Lin Huang continued to stare at the sleeping boy, still unable to comprehend how fate energy had appeared in him. Wait a minute, when I used fate energy to infiltrate his body, there was a very slight drain. Could it be? He took Lin Xian's hand and transferred his own fate energy into him, then began to sense. Lin Huang closed his eyes and, after a brief moment, he could indeed feel fate energy within the boy's body. A hypothesis formed in his mind, if that's the case, the fate energy in his body should be similar to mine. Furthermore, his strength has already reached the 3rd level of the Baishir rank. He must have copied my fate energy and turned it into his own life wheel. Looking at Lin Xian, who was sleeping peacefully, he couldn't believe that the boy had such an ability. If he can copy my fate energy, then perhaps he could also copy the fate energy of others. If this ability has no limits, he could potentially go from being an ordinary person to an extraordinary one, even surpassing that to become a semi-divine being. Lin Huang broke into a cold sweat, his thoughts racing. He sighed, this is too terrifying. Suspicious that this special ability of the boy might be somewhat abnormal, Lin Huang frowned, his expression growing serious. This child is not ordinary, his background is definitely not simple. No, we need to move quickly. The next day, sunlight poured down, and a pigeon flew up to Lin Huang's house, calling out, "Mr. Lin Huang, you have a courier, there's a large package on the back of this bird." Seeing this, Lin Huang said, "You've worked hard." Looking at the package that had been delivered, he was surprised and exclaimed, "Huh? Why are there 2 boxes?" Lin Huang sat down and observed the 2 packages. With a joyful expression, he took out a gold ring. His face lit up with excitement. On the communication screen, Yang Lin's image appeared, and he spoke with a hint of suggestion, "The express delivery is here." "Something so expensive, and you didn't even wrap it more nicely." On the other end, Yang Lin replied, "Boss, the things I make don't need fancy packaging. It's too showy." Lin Huang peeled the tape off the box while speaking, "My younger brother needs to use this image to confirm his identity, so it can't be wrong." Yang Lin, confident about his business, responded, "The things I make, you've used before. There's no problem. By the way, last time you mentioned wanting to buy a house." While Yang Lin continued to babble on, asking him, 200,000 Fate Star for a level B outpost, and if you don't have enough, you can pay in installments over a year. I won't even charge interest on the installments, since you're a loyal customer. Before he could finish, a strange look appeared on Lin Huang's face. He interrupted, "Wait." Lin Huang's expression changed, and he told Yang Lin, "I've got something to deal with. I'll talk to you later." Yang Lin wasn't too concerned and just laughed heartily. "Alright then, we'll." He hung up the phone like that. Lin Huang paid special attention to the item inside the shipping box, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief. He was puzzled, as inside the box was a gray urn. Lin Huang couldn't understand, was this an urn for ashes? Without fear, he curiously lifted the urn and examined it. Annoyed, Lin Huang cursed, "Who the hell sent this? But suddenly, he froze at the sight of the urn's exterior, a black fruit catching his eye. He slowly recalled the symbol on it, and not long after, Lin Huang's expression turned to one of shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He quickly exclaimed, "Zia has found me." The faint moonlight cast down, making the surroundings feel cold and eerie. This silence brought an uneasy feeling. In the darkness of the night, two figures appeared outside Lin Huang's house. A voice broke the silence, sending a chill down the spine. "We have arrived." Two masked individuals from the Zia organization stood watching. One of them spoke, the words carrying a sense of death. "Lin Huang has deceived the organization and escaped from the training camp. According to the rules, he must die." The other hesitated for a moment. "Yes, but he still has a younger sister." They swiftly approached the house. The cold voice rang out, cutting through the stillness with a tone as sharp as if it were tearing apart the silence. One of them sneered, "Humph, the family of a criminal is not our concern." The other quickly responded, understanding the intent, "Yes, understood." Without saying another word, two shadows shot up swiftly. With just a few quick leaps, one of them reached the second-floor balcony in no time. Agile and precise, the other one clung tightly to the edge of the wall and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, he used his sharp senses to locate Lin Huang's room. He gently opened the door and stepped inside. On the bed, someone was lying soundly asleep. A member of the Zia organization approached the bed. Without hesitation, he pulled out a sharp dagger, the hilt bearing the distinct emblem of the Zia organization. He gripped the dagger tightly with both hands, gathering all his strength before thrusting it towards the sleeping figure. He growled, "Those who defy Zia will be punished." But just as the blade made contact with the target, the white blanket flew up, and Lin Huang vanished like a shadow. The atmosphere grew tense, and the assassin's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Eh!" He was unaware that a familiar figure had clung to the ceiling. He looked up and stuttered in fear, "Domain seed. Bloodline." I descended with the force of a fatal strike, almost bringing the assassin to his knees. He screamed in agony. "Ah!" The assassin broke free from the hold and swung his dagger at Baya. With a sneer, he mocked, "Just a beastmaster white iron, you want to use monsters to resist?" But before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was terribly wrong. The assassin held a dagger, and he immediately realized that he had been bound tightly by mysterious red cords, completely unable to move or fight. Fear was clearly reflected in his eyes. It was at this moment that the assassin understood that the person they intended to kill was not someone ordinary. "No, he can completely suppress me," he muttered in helplessness, "a two-time mutated gold-level monster." The assassin was taken by surprise when the other member of the Zia organization also stepped forward. Seeing his comrade already there, he shouted an order, "Quickly find Lin Huang, kill him, or else I will." What he didn't expect was that it was as if someone was controlling him, and without realizing it, he brought the blade up to his own neck. His comrade panicked. "What are you doing? Damn it! Put the knife down." Completely bound, he trembled in fear. "No, this can't be happening, what's going on?" It was then that Lin Huang appeared, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Take your time." He casually slipped his hands into his pockets, walking alongside Gui Nian, step by step. He moved forward to greet them. "I trust you two from Zia had a pleasant journey here. I hope you will be treated well." The assassin knelt when he saw Gui Nian walking behind, disbelief in his expression, the monster with the demon face legend from Dishi City. "So that's how it is." Lin Huang bent down to face the assassin, causing him to be taken aback. Lin Huang then spoke in criticism, "Not only do you want my life, but you won't even spare my family. The Zia organization is truly ruthless." He hesitated for a while before finally saying, "Let me explain this to you." Lin Huang pointed his finger, and Gui Nian immediately vanished. He smiled and said, It's time for the performance." He used the mask of substitution to transform into the appearance of the assassin and reported to headquarters that Lin Huang was dead. Mission number 93 was confirmed as completed. Through the screen, Steward received the notification that the opponent had been dealt with. He crossed his arms and instructed the assassin, "Alright, you guys can leave your positions now, go find a place to hide." On the other side, the assassin obeyed, "Yes, master." With a deep sigh full of regret, he muttered, "That kid. What a pity." The next day, Lin Huang and Lin Xian were smiling brightly as they waved towards him. "Brother Lin Huang." Scratching his head, he said to the little girl, "Sorry for making you wait." Lin Xing was very curious about his sudden actions the day before. The little girl complained, "You had us go outside in the middle of the night, while you were busy calculating something. It was freezing outside. We had to leave in such a hurry, so we still forgot a lot of things." The little girl said to Lin Huang, "By the way, we still have some stuff at the old house. Should I go back and get it?" Lin Huang immediately waved it off, "Forget it, the house is a bit messy right now." "Is there anything you need? I can buy it for you." Lin Xian grabbed his hand and asked, "Brother, do we really have to move?" Lin Huang's gaze became incredibly firm. "Yes, I'll take you both to a better place." At Base 7C8 in Donglin City, there were many tall, bustling buildings. Upon arriving, Lin Xing couldn't hide her excitement. No wonder it's a grade B stronghold. Donglin City is so lively. Lin Xian was also thrilled. The little guy grabbed Lin Xing's hand. "The woman over there is selling fried chicken." Lin Huang told the two of them, "Right, we just got here." Lin Huang was currently in contact with Yang Lin, and he encouraged him, "Don't be too upset. The housing price I gave you for the grade B stronghold is already very favorable. With the house, you can pay it off in 70 to 80 years, provided you don't die before becoming a transcendent." Lin Huang sighed deeply. "I should thank you." Suddenly remembering something, he said to Yang Lin, "There's one more thing. Do you have any way to upgrade my permissions? I need to conceal my information and that of my family, making it difficult for anyone to find us." Yang Lin on the other end thought for a moment before replying, "Except for the authority of a Grand Steward, I don't have any way. There's a method to increase the level of secrecy a bit." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something. He quickly exclaimed, "Wait a second." Yang Lin raised his voice in astonishment. He didn't expect Lin Huang's authority to be this high. "Boss, are you messing with me?" Lin Huang's personal privacy had now been upgraded to the level of a Grand Steward, and any authority below the steward level could no longer access it. Lin Huang was stunned and quickly said, "What?" Yang Lin then replied with a tone of courtesy and respect, "Boss, you have someone above you, don't you? In the future, please support your little brother more." While talking to Yang Lin, the little girl called out to him, "Brother, come quickly and look." Lin Huang told him, "All right, tell me first." The three of them stood there, stunned. Lin Xing, with a bright smile, asked, "Is that our new house?" Seeing that the house was quite nice, he replied, "It's not bad." Only Lin Xian showed his surprise clearly. The little boy exclaimed out loud. In front of them stood a large house with a red roof, built in traditional Eastern architectural style. Lin Huang spoke up, "This is where we will begin our new life." Soon, Lin Xing and Lin Xian both adapted to their new life here. The two of them went to school together. The little girl, full of mischief, said, "Brother, we're going to school now." Lin Xian was equally excited. As he went to school with his sister, Lin Huang stood by the door holding a cup of water. He waved goodbye to the two of them, not forgetting to remind Lin Xing, "Make sure to perform well at the new school, and take good care of Xiaolian." The little girl quickly replied, "Got it, goodbye." At that moment, Lin Huang suddenly changed his expression. He smirked, "The house is quiet now, I need to take care of some personal matters." Lin Huang quickly put on his mask and entered the battle. His figure gradually appeared in the hunter's arena. He still had a month left to complete his mission before the master's time limit was up. On the arena floor, the system's voice echoed, "Welcome to the Hunters Guild battle system, opponents are being matched." The cheers and shouts from the crowd made the arena hotter than ever. Lin Huang is back. He has won 50 consecutive matches. It's been a few days since we last met, and now I run into the gatekeeper online. Such luck. The man in the red clothes cast a glance at Lin Huang. He said to the man in yellow, "This is Lin Huang, the one who's been so famous recently. You really think highly of him, don't you?" The man in yellow, sitting with his arms crossed, looked profound and inscrutable. Slowly, he said, "Let's see, he will give people quite a big surprise." Lin Huang stood on the battlefield, his 1,000-heart copper gleaming brightly. In his mind, Lin Huang thought, "I need to complete 2,000 mission points within 2 months, and at least 80 consecutive victories. This is the gatekeeper of the 60th round. What kind of godly figure is he?" Before him appeared a formidable opponent. The system displayed his nickname, Feng, combat power, white iron level 3, 4,208 battles fought, battlefield points 10,569, win rate 93%. Lin Huang summoned his blade, his 1,000-heart copper shining as he observed his opponent. He quietly assessed that Feng was also a blade wielder. The man in yellow stroked his chin with his hand. He felt a sense of excitement and anticipation rising. It's Feng, the 11th ranked blade wielder on the leaderboard. The man in red confidently believed that Feng would defeat him. This kid's winning streak is probably about to end. Feng and Lin Huang stood facing each other on the battlefield. Feng spoke first. "Lin Huang, I've heard of you for a long time." Lin Huang politely replied, "I hope the senior will go easy on me." But it seemed that Feng was not a friendly person. His gaze was like he wanted to eat Lin Huang alive, filled with hatred, as if he could kill him with a single strike. With a sharp and icy gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, "Your senior? Not daring." If anyone could be said to turn their face around quickly, it would be Feng. He suddenly switched his attitude, his face breaking into a wide smile. Feng asked for Lin Huang's opinion. "Can we be good friends?" The sudden change in attitude left Lin Huang stunned, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Feng's tough appearance is completely different from his inner personality. Feng's words clearly showed his admiration for Lin Huang. "I once fought White Young Master, and his long sword speed was extremely difficult to counter, but you were able to kill him with a single strike. Truly impressive. Let's be friends, we can get to know each other better in the future." Lin Huang felt awkward. He scratched his head, hesitated, and politely declined Feng's kindness. I don't make friends, sorry." In his heart, he thought, "It took a lot of effort to hide my identity, I can't reveal it here." Without further words, Feng quickly rushed towards him with terrifying speed, causing Lin Huang to be slightly startled. "No worries, we'll have a chance to fight later. I think this is enough for now." Unexpectedly, Feng was the first to attack Lin Huang. He felt somewhat helpless. Attacking first? Hey, you're supposed to be the gatekeeper. The skills of the person ranked 10th were indeed not to be underestimated. Feng's gaze was determined, his figure swiftly darted through the air, and then he leapt up, ready to strike Lin Huang with a sword. Lin Huang used the 1,000-heart copper to observe his opponent's moves. He sighed, "The sword technique is too fast, it's a technique of the extraordinary." Lin Huang was not in a hurry to dodge, he gently closed his eyes and calmly waited for the attack. When Feng's blade was about to strike him, Lin Huang suddenly retaliated with his own sword. This move of his shattered Feng was attack. Feng clenched his teeth, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead, and internally, he could not help but feel a sense of defeat. He hadn't even used any sword techniques. It had been a random slash, yet it had broken his own attack. Indeed, his achievements were far beyond his own. Feng was staggered, holding his sword, and said to Lin Huang, "That's right, my sword technique is called Lui Dong, an extraordinary battle skill. Unfortunately, my skills are limited, and I still haven't fully mastered it." Lin Huang did not look down on his strength. Instead, he pointed out how Feng could improve. "You try to cover up your flaws with speed, but you don't realize that the faster you go, the more your flaws are exposed. Put forth your full strength and show me what you've got." Feng was deeply grateful for his advice, and a fierce aura began to emanate from him. "Thank you, then I will show you my shortcomings." Lin Huang exerted his power, causing sparks to fly. He stood still, responding, "You're too polite." The man in red seemed to not believe his own eyes. How could such a good gatekeeper resemble a master guiding a disciple? At this moment, the man in yellow spoke up, "See? See? I told you, he's very formidable. Until now, he hasn't had to move a step." The man in the red clothes also fell into deep thought, his attitude no longer underestimating Lin Huang's strength. Moreover, up to this point, he had not truly used his signature sword technique. When the two swords collided, sparks of electricity flew, and Lin Huang once again pointed out the flaws in his swordsmanship. "Your combat technique is very powerful, but to be honest, your skill level isn't enough. If you still want to improve your strength, you need to focus on studying or switch to a different, weaker combat technique." Fengwu did not expect anyone to point out his shortcomings, and he did not hold a grudge just because they were opponents in the arena. Instead, he appreciated that Lin Huang had helped him realize the truth. So that's how it is. Although Fengwu was grateful for the assistance, when he reflected on himself, a hint of hesitation appeared, "But I'm no longer young. It's too late to start over from the beginning, and my skill level is too lacking." Upon hearing his confession, Lin Huang responded calmly. After all, the greatest enemy of man is himself. At this moment, Fengwu gathered his strength and shouted, as thunderous as lightning, as unshakable as a mountain. Only now did Lin Huang move. He quickly dashed toward Fengwu and said, "I've learned." With a swift move, as graceful as a swallow in flight, Lin Huang ended Fengwu's battle. The golden light from Lin Huang's sword and the pale glow from Fengwu's Louis Dong caused the space to shimmer blindingly. Fengwu began to fade away, but before he vanished completely, he did not forget to speak to Lin Huang. A breeze swept past, a gust of wind. Was this the meaning of the old saying when Fengwu uttered, "I've lost"? It was also the moment he completely disappeared. Lin Huang glanced at him, then calmly ordered, "Proceed." The system immediately sent a congratulatory message, "Congratulations to Lin Huang for defeating the gatekeeper Fengwu at the 6th floor arena and completing 60 consecutive victories." The audience in the stands cheered enthusiastically, "Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang." Some even threw all shame aside and shouted, "Lin Huang, I want to have your child." The man in yellow slowly asked the person in red beside him, "What do you think? Am I not mistaken about who this is?" He was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. The system continued to ask him, "Do you want to continue the challenge?" Lin Huang glanced toward the opposite side, where his next opponent had appeared. He reminded himself to be extra cautious. After the 60th gate, only very strong opponents will show up. To maintain 80 consecutive victories, I must not underestimate my opponents. Immediately, his opponent appeared, a little girl who looked very young, her appearance no different from that of a schoolgirl. The little girl spoke up, "It really is Lin Huang." Surprised by the appearance of the little girl, Lin Huang replied, "Yes, it's me." The little girl stepped closer to him and asked, "When I saw the system notification that you had won 60 matches in a row, I regretted it so much." She continued, "It's not easy to find someone who has won 60 matches in a row. I couldn't watch it live. I started paying attention to you half a month ago, and I watched every match of yours. You're really handsome." The man in red was somewhat at a loss. This. Beside him, the man in yellow was equally stunned. He then spoke in a sharp voice, "Did you mean to visit the wrong page?" The girl handed him a piece of paper. The little girl shyly said, "Could you add me as a friend and sign this for me? I'll take the loss willingly. You can move on to the next round." Lin Huang scratched his head and awkwardly smiled, "No problem, let's be friends first." His agreement made Fengwu, who was on the other side, feel somewhat dissatisfied. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the 6th floor arena, with cheers from the crowd, the system's announcement echoed, "Congratulations to Lin Huang for winning 69 consecutive victories. The competition venue is being restructured and will be changed to Arena Number 1 on the 6th floor. However, the winner will now challenge the gatekeeper. Please wait a moment." The man in yellow spoke up, "From gate 61 to gate 69, he only used 10 minutes. The man in red sneered, then snorted, from now on, things will be completely different. I'm curious how far he can go. Lin Huang scanned the arena, sighing as the crowd grew even larger. Suddenly, the figure of his next opponent began to appear before him. A young and beautiful woman, she was the violent demoness, exuding an air of grace and extreme arrogance, not forgetting to throw a disdainful remark at him. You're Lin Huang, the one who's been so famous recently. Seems like you're not all that impressive. Her words made him feel awkward, stammering. Though he didn't know what made her angry, he could only say, sorry. The violent demoness was not one for words, immediately drawing her gun. She was furious, her hard-earned vacation was being interrupted. Kid, wait to die. The violent demoness aimed her gun and without warning unleashed a barrage of bullets at him. The rapid-fire bullets came at him like a storm, forcing him to dodge immediately. Lin Huang did his best to avoid every single bullet the violent demoness fired. He was horrified, thinking to himself, the combat professionals are really too strong. The audience also broke out in a cold sweat from this dramatic scene. The blonde girl's face changed color. My God, isn't Lin Huang supposed to be bad with speed? The man with the scar on his face couldn't believe it, everything was dodged. The man in the row ahead suddenly remembered. This is the female demon leader who once fought against the boss ranked second on the leaderboard. The man in yellow grit his teeth as he commented on her personality. The female demon leader ranked fifth on the leaderboard is indeed ruthless. The man in red, seeing how Lin Huang was performing, answered his question. His movement speed is very average, and the type of body technique he uses is also very ordinary. The only reason he can avoid so many attacks is because of his strong prediction ability. The gun that the violent demoness was using was the Iron Phoenix. She kept firing at Lin Huang. It seemed that under her hands, he was having a bit of a hard time. The two men continued their discussion. The Iron Phoenix 16 was modified and now has a firing speed nearly as fast as 4 horses. The fact that he can dodge so easily shows he's quite a talent. So far, the opponent had only shown basic sharpshooting skills and had not demonstrated any other firearm techniques. Furthermore, the distance between him and his opponent had not yet closed, and he was continuously on the defensive. The man in yellow lowered his head, observing Lin Huang's attitude and the strength he used in his battles, but it did not shake the man beside him. He asked the man in red, from the tone of your voice, it seems you still don't take this kid seriously. He had been watching Lin Huang's fight all along, but he noted how Lin Huang only avoided and defended rather than attacking the violent demoness. He said to the man in yellow, if he doesn't think about attacking as soon as possible and continues to rely on dodging to wear down his opponent's life, he will lose terribly. Unexpectedly, a bullet from violent demoness hit him, but it damaged the 1000-heart copper mask instead, causing it to glow. The man in yellow said, I've been watching this kid's matches since his 20 consecutive wins, and I haven't missed a single one. A streak of blood appeared on Lin Huang's face, and his eyes began to change, with killing intent slowly beginning to surface. The man in yellow commented, every time, he surprises me, which is why I believe in this match, the one who will laugh last will be him. He winked and said, I'm betting on my 3-star treasure, I bet he'll win. The man in red wasn't about to back down either. He tightly pressed his lips together and placed his own bet, let's bet then. He'll lose for sure. No longer just dodging, Lin Huang summoned his sword and charged rapidly towards violent demoness. You are full of energy, and the 1000-flower copper was already shining brightly. Violent demoness raised her gun, flashed a smug smile, and thought she had caught her target. A bullet was fired from her gun, and Lin Huang used all his strength to dodge. However, to his surprise, the bullet merely passed by but suddenly flickered with light. Lin Huang glanced and noticed, and then a huge explosion occurred, flames rising fiercely. In violent demoness hands were 2 upgraded Iron Phoenix guns. She shouted forward, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. She laughed loudly, raised her gun, and aimed at the flames, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage. The man in yellow seemed a bit anxious, raising his hand to clench it tightly and exclaiming in astonishment, oh my, hold on. The man in red beside him stroked his chin, pondering whether Lin Huang could survive. Smoke had completely covered their sight, and this time, even if Lin Huang tried to escape, there was no way out. He was certain to die. Violent Demoness grinned in delight. After firing, she holstered her gun, exuding an air of arrogance. Violent Demoness said, surprised but acting differently. But she suddenly froze, a question arising in her mind: why hasn't the system prompted the kill yet? Violent Demoness stood there, watching the flames slowly subside. As the smoke dispersed to both sides, a faint figure spoke. I really didn't expect this move of yours. You almost killed me. The man in red, Violent Demoness, and the man in yellow were all stunned by this unprecedented sight. All three exclaimed in unison, he's not dead. At this moment, Lin Huang used the wings of the Bloodline clan for defense, standing tall with his sword in hand as he stepped out of the smoke and flames. You forced me to use my defense, you truly are strong. The Violent Demoness smiled, her eyes filled with death. She sneered, unfortunately, you've played all your cards, while I haven't even begun to unleash my full power. The Violent Demoness then unleashed her deadly move, the bullets weaving through the air, forming small squares that would tear the opponent to pieces. She shouted excitedly, deeply competitive, heavenly void. The two spectators on the stands couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Huang. The man in yellow appeared, urgently noting that the female demon leader was about to perform her ultimate move. The man in red worried for Lin Huang's fate. Once Heavenly Void was activated, there would be no blind spots to attack. Lin Huang would have no moment to counter her. He was sure to die. Despite the rain of bullets showering down on him, Lin Huang showed no fear. He stood tall, waiting. The bullets pierced through his body, yet strangely, he remained completely unharmed. A shocked scream drew everyone's attention. Wait, why wasn't he injured? The Violent Demoness couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her eyes widened in horror. She gasped, illusionary magic. Suddenly, Lin Huang spoke, who told you that? In the blink of an eye, Lin Huang was inexplicably behind her, his sword blade pressed against her neck. His words struck the Violent Demoness like a bolt of lightning. I've run out of moves. She gritted her teeth, her expression full of unwillingness, and the voice of Violent Demoness rang out, I admit defeat. At that moment, the system broadcasted a congratulatory message, accompanied by the cheers of the audience. Congratulations to Lin Huang for defeating the Violent Demoness at the 6th floor arena and completing 70 consecutive victories. Lin Huang Nyo Fei, 70 consecutive wins. It's been 60 years since anyone has achieved this. Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang, we are making history. Violent Demoness turned to look at him with a gaze full of hatred. She warned, I will remember you, Lin Huang. Next time, I will definitely show you a real performance. Standing on the platform like a famous figure, Lin Huang waved his hand, inviting anyone to challenge him. The man in yellow laughed heartily, you lost, you lost. The man in red, dissatisfied, demanded he should play another round. He looked toward the stage, not believing Lin Huang could win the next match. If things go smoothly, Lin Huang will eventually face old Wuyu. I still bet that he will lose. The man in yellow chuckled in amusement, glancing toward the man in red. Alright, this time let's bet 2 3-star treasures. These words from the man in yellow made the man in red tremble with anger. The two of them then high-fived to confirm their bet. After the Violent Demoness match ended, the system updated Lin Huang's information, nickname, Lin Huang, combat power, white iron level 3, number of battles, 70, battle points, 1058, win rate, 100%, honor, 70 consecutive wins. At that moment, the system sounded again, continue fighting. Without hesitation, Lin Huang replied, yes. In his mind, he already had a plan to complete his master's task, and winning 80 consecutive matches was the basic requirement. Lin Huang clenched his fist. If he couldn't even meet this condition, completing the task within 20 days would be very difficult. To his surprise, his opponent in this match had a relatively small build, and his attire looked very much like a schoolboy's. A humorous thought crossed Lin Huang's mind, has the neighbor's detective come to the wrong arena? The two people wearing masks in the stands immediately recognized the young boy. The one in yellow exclaimed, "Doomsday relic, no way, why is that thing here?" The one in red snorted coldly. Wuyu, the leader, had once said that at the white iron level, no one could break through this guy's defense, and only the Golden Realm could activate treasures for attack. Lin Huang won't be able to do it. The audience once again grew anxious. As expected, the system had brought in the final gatekeeper. It seemed that Lin Huang's winning streak would have to come to an end. It's over. The system is suppressing him? Lin Huang scratched his head awkwardly in the face of his opponent's performance. He blinked and then asked, "Are you really Doomsday Relic?" "Honestly, I've studied all the top 10 opponents on the ranking list, but you really stand out in a way." Doomsday Relic immediately started trembling. He stuttered, You'd better not come any closer." He had already unleashed his very special ability, and a defensive orb appeared. Lin Huang couldn't help but remark, "Is this called the defense of the white iron level? Is it because you're too scared?" Lin Huang, unprepared, slowly observed and analyzed, activating his extreme vision, yet he could not find the slightest gap. He stroked his chin in thought, and it didn't take him long to come to a conclusion. This type of defense was fundamentally not a skill, but rather an inherited bloodline. The man in red crossed his arms in front of his chest and meticulously explained, "Although limited by combat power and unable to fully exert his strength, those who possess an inherited bloodline seem invincible below the transcendent level. Only those with the same bloodline can resist it." At this point, he smiled wickedly, not forgetting to add a touch of mockery. "Lin Huang is really unlucky, never imagining that he would encounter a little demon with an inherited bloodline, not to mention one that possesses such an invulnerable defense. Would you like to test another treasure?" The man in yellow visibly frowned, clearly irritated, and said, "Look, I don't need to talk to you." Lin Huang took out a modified Golden Eagle magic gun and aimed it at the defensive sphere in front of him. The audience continued to discuss among themselves, "Demon transformation into Gold 11, oh my god, is this for real?" Lin Huang has the Merchant General's skill with 56 consecutive shots at one point. He's a mid-level Merchant General. Lin Huang began to carefully calculate. The power of a single shot from the original Golden Eagle could be increased 2 to 3 times, and on top of that, the bullet contained his condensed life energy. After enduring a barrage of gunfire from Lin Huang, the orb showed several cracks. He thought to himself, "But this level of attack only damages the outermost layer." In the blink of an eye, the crack he had just created quickly disappeared. Lin Huang was slightly taken aback. The crack, less than 1 mm deep, healed within 2 seconds. Lin Huang quickly adjusted his strategy. He put away the magic caster gun and pulled out 2 sniper rifles, determined to take it down with ease. He fired continuously, launching a fierce assault on the defensive layer. The gunshots rang out sharply as he stood in the smoke, staring at the defensive orb. After a barrage of shots, the results were more promising. This recovery took 5 seconds. Not giving up, he switched to heavier weaponry, and the intensity of the attacks kept increasing. The audience in the stands was stunned, and the man in red squinted his eyes, firing recklessly. Is this the end of the strategy? The man in yellow sitting beside him was so anxious that he was sweating. The key to defeating the Apocalypse Fortress was to delay until the half-hour time limit ran out, resulting in a draw. This method of fighting was truly detestable. He clenched his fists, unable to stay still. Once it was a draw, Lin Huang's consecutive winning streak would be broken, and everything would have to start over from scratch. Lin Huang switched weapons again, grabbing his sword and swinging it with a single, powerful strike, using absolute defense to buy time. Was he aiming for a draw? Unfortunately, Lin Huang gripped the sword tightly and thrust it forward with great force. He could not accept a draw. Lin Huang shouted angrily, "I won't accept this." The sword pierced through the defensive layer, and Lin Huang shouted loudly, "Sword 23." After a series of slashes, he suddenly realized that the other person's defense not only had a wiring structure but also a tremendous repulsive force. Moreover, the closer he got to it, the stronger the repulsion became. Lin Huang assumed a ready stance, shouting loudly, "Sword 33." Each slash was made with all his strength, and the electric sparks shot out, illuminating the surrounding air. Lin Huang was knocked back by a powerful force but didn't give up. He quickly regained momentum and rushed forward. Lam couldn't hold back a curse. Damn, the injuries are numerous, but they'll recover in just a few seconds. Lin Huang felt helpless, there was simply no way to inflict a fatal wound. The two people sitting in the stands were also anxious about the precarious situation. Lin Huang regained his resolve, I will never give up. He jumped into the air, and a tremendous, majestic force emanated from behind him. Lin Huang charged directly toward the defensive orb with his sword, shouting with full energy, flowing fire, cleansing world. The man in yellow stood up in surprise, stunned. The strongest move of flowing fire, cleansing world. The person next to him was also worried. Is he crazy? If he does that, he'll lose his life. Everything around them seemed to be turned upside down as chaos erupted. The flowing fire, cleansing world hit the orb, causing debris to fly everywhere. The surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp in horror, unable to watch any longer. The man in red exclaimed, this strike has completely mastered the concept of swordsmanship. The man in yellow, skeptical, asked, has he succeeded? Taking advantage of the moment when the wound had not yet fully healed, Lin Huang struck again with a decisive slash, his voice full of determination. Not yet, the blade pierced through the protective sphere, and the wound began to bleed immediately. Lin Huang gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. He ground out, I've been waiting for this, and plunged the sword deep into the sphere, his momentum overwhelming. Lin Huang dove forward, his strength focused to the maximum as he delivered the final blow. The protective sphere was shattered, breaking apart into pieces, emitting a blinding golden light that lit up the entire space. With that earth-shattering thrust into the protective sphere, a crack appeared in his fox mask. Beneath it was his sharp, determined face, accompanied by a victorious smile. The fiery sphere unleashed a tremendous amount of energy from the wound left by the blade. The light grew more and more dazzling, and suddenly, it exploded, sending debris scattering in all directions. The man in red and the man in yellow stood up, their faces filled with concern. The man in red wondered aloud, what just happened? The man in yellow, equally puzzled, asked, has he succeeded? Unbeknownst to them, 3 pairs of eyes full of rage were watching from behind them. They urged, you two in the front, sit down already. Do you have any basic awareness? A terrifying explosion erupted, and Lin Huang was hurled into the air by the immense force of the blast. Under the focused gaze of the audience, he was supported by a shield that kept him from falling off the arena. At this moment, Lin Huang was slightly stunned, and he involuntarily let out a sound. Witnessing this scene, the person in red and the one in yellow were both extremely surprised and anxious, to the point of sweating. The person in yellow exclaimed, this is bad, the golden armored battle sword is broken. There's no way to penetrate the defense now? The person in red, stunned, said, from the 1st to the 9th level of the arena, the use of treasures is not allowed. If even the golden armored battle sword can't break through the defense, then nothing can. No matter how strong Lin Huang is, he can only stop here. On the arena, Lin Huang knelt, one hand clutching his chest. Mo Ri Bao Lu frowned with concern. He said to him, you've lost your sword, don't continue. Admit defeat. Hearing this, Lin Huang seemed to gain strength. It felt as though a surge of energy surrounded him. Lin Huang resolutely said, admit defeat? It's too early for that. In the stands, the person in yellow and the person in red were held by those behind them, and the person in yellow, almost unable to believe his ears, asked, not admitting defeat. Could it be that he still has a trump card? The person in red was also curious, the golden armored weapon is already broken, what else could he possibly use? Lin Huang stood powerfully and confidently on the arena, ready to summon the wings of Baya. A surge of purple and red energy surrounded him, swirling around him. Lin Huang confidently declared, who said, I have nothing left? As if realizing something, the man in the yellow outfit exclaimed in panic, blood-feeding species. The man in the red outfit, his face as pale as a sheet, said, "It's impossible, monsters can't enter the arena, don't forget, he's the Beastmaster." The pupils in the mask suddenly glimmered with a mysterious light, and the orb was instantly surrounded by a purple energy sphere, glowing like a deathly halo, radiating an evil power. The man in the red outfit exclaimed in horror, "It's the monster skill, blood spirit." At that moment, Lin Huang resembled a demon, with several red streaks flickering around him. He spoke confidently, "No matter how strong a shield is, it has its weak points. I can see it now." Lin Huang flew up, his fiery red wings tearing through the air. Simultaneously, a brilliant beam of golden light erupted around him. He shouted loudly, "Flowing fire, cleansing world." The man in the red outfit was utterly astonished, his voice trembling as he said, "The ultimate move, cleansing world, can drain the time of the life wheel. How can he activate it again?" He flew towards the orb, and above his head appeared a circle with movements resembling sound waves. With a commanding shout, he struck down with Baya's wings, directly hitting the orb, causing cracks to appear on its surface. The cracks grew larger, and a powerful and fierce beam of light shot directly at the point where the orb had been struck. The enormous circle was gradually accumulating energy. Lin Huang thought to himself, "One life may withstand a cleansing world, but let's see if you survive." The energy from the energy circle surged relentlessly, piercing straight into the purple sphere, causing cracks to appear on its surface, which in turn caused the ground to crack beneath the weight of the purple sphere. Everything unfolded in an instant, leaving Doomsday Relic stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief, sweat pouring down incessantly under the intense assault from Lin Huang. Suddenly, a powerful source of energy shot forward and pierced through his chest. He was horrified, as though unable to believe his own eyes, stammering, "How? How could this be?" A loud explosion rang out in the arena, shaking everything, and pieces of rock flew in all directions. Congratulations to Lin Huang for defeating the gatekeeper from the neighboring house in the 6th level arena, achieving 80 consecutive victories. Lin Huang's unexpected victory left the entire arena in a state of shock, mouths agape. The man in the yellow robe asked in astonishment, "Did he win?" The man in the red robe was speechless, sighing in awe, "So this is what a white iron level 3 can achieve." The man in the yellow robe stood frozen, his face pale with shock, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. He muttered with a trembling voice, "In just one day, he completed 60 victories, 70 victories, and now 80 victories." He glanced down at the shattered arena after Lin Huang's battle, quietly marveling, "He has created a 100-year miracle that no one has ever achieved." The moonlight shone brightly in the dark night sky, with thick snow falling, covering the edges of the roof tiles of the arena. Inside, Lin Huang lay exhausted and drained on a chair. He closed his eyes, but his mouth continued to murmur in exhaustion, "All 4.5 of my life energies are depleted," feeling an overwhelming emptiness in his body. While he was resting, the sound of a phone ringing suddenly echoed, causing him to open his eyes. Lin Huang wondered, "Is that a phone call?" The image of Fo Shan appeared on the screen. He smiled with satisfaction and pride, praising Lin Huang, "I've seen you defeat 3 gatekeepers in a single day, not bad at all." Lin Huang awkwardly scratched his head. "Thank you, Master. But I haven't completed the mission yet, I still have to deal with one more gatekeeper." He reassured his master, "Master, I'm fine. I had a match with the neighboring detective, and I used Cleansing World twice." He smiled and continued to reflect, as if he had pushed his sword techniques to their limits. The feeling was quite different from before. Lin Huang spoke of something hard to understand, but he still couldn't quite grasp the difference. Fo Shan chuckled, "I think I understand. If I'm not mistaken, your concept of the sword path has entered a higher position, right?" Hearing this, Lin Huang furrowed his brow in confusion. He repeated, "Entered a higher position?" Fo Shan continued his explanation, "The first stage of the concept of the sword path is indeed entering a higher position." Fo Shan smiled gently and said, "By entering this subtle state, one can reach the ultimate limit in the use of the sword. Every nuance can be controlled, and within the range visible to the naked eye, there will be no deviation, not even the slightest." Suddenly, Fo Shan's expression turned serious. He addressed the confusion Lin Huang had earlier. The special sensation you just mentioned is the second level of the sword path, called spiritual awakening. He explained clearly that what is called spiritual awakening is the strange resonance between a person and the sword. When one reaches this level, the sword is no longer just a tool in hand but becomes a partner and a friend. Fo Qing Shan calmly explained to Lin Huang. If you experience this feeling, it's very likely that your understanding of swordsmanship has reached the peak of subtlety, coupled with the external pressure and stimulation, as well as the maximum improvement of your own concentration. You will temporarily enter the harmonious state. Hearing Fo Qing Shan's words, Lin Huang was curious and asked, "Then how can the boundary be stabilized?" Fo Qing Shan did not explain further. He crossed his arms and sternly said to him, "These days, you don't need to go to the arena anymore. Make up your mind to study swordsmanship and see if you can break through during this opportunity." He continued, "After all, your next opponent will be the top-ranked gatekeeper, Wuyu." Upon hearing this name, Lin Huang fell into deep thought. At his new house, Lin Huang was not lazy at all but diligently practiced his sword techniques. His sword moves were as graceful as if they were dancing. Lin Huang suddenly thrust the sword forward, his eyebrows furrowing instinctively. He withdrew the sword, and a smile appeared on his face. "Success, I've got the spiritual awakening state under control." Lin Xing rushed out of the house, holding a plate of food in her hand. The little girl urged, "Brother, you've been practicing for 2 days without sleep. Take a breath." Lin Huang was completely focused on his training. Lin Xing raised the plate of food and said, "I bought some heart, you should eat some too." Lin Huang brushed past the little girl and comforted her, "Be good, wait for me to finish first." This act of ignoring her made the little girl feel a bit hurt, her eyes clearly showing sadness. Lin Xing mumbled, "I still wanted to ask if you've seen the news. Our 7th District's king has won 80 consecutive battles in the arena. What has he been so busy with lately?" Lin Xian, standing beside her, said, "Sis, can I have more steak?" In the arena, the cheers from the audience made the atmosphere lively. "Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang." Lin Huang lightly swept his blade through the air, cleaving the opponent in half. The system chimed, "Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning the battle. 2 points of accumulation for defeating the opponent." The system continued, "Would you like to continue facing opponents?" Without hesitation, Lin Huang replied, "Continue." The screen updated his stats. Nickname, Lin Huang. Combat power, White Iron level 3. Number of battles, 80. Battle points, 10,138. Win rate, 100%. Honor, 80 consecutive wins. His next opponent was a beautiful woman holding an umbrella, exuding an elegant aura. She softly asked, "Are you Lin Huang?" She looked quite ordinary. Lin Huang awkwardly scratched his head. "Well, you're the first person to say something like that." Lin Huang thought to himself, here she is, the second-ranked player on the accumulation points leaderboard, the opponent he had once feared the most. Before he could react, she provocatively said, "Hiding your face, not showing your true self. Are you really a man?" But he didn't care about this at all. He said I looked ugly, afraid it would scare her away. The woman raised her umbrella and continuously shot at him. She snarled, hiding her head and revealing only her tail like a rat. Lin Huang nimbly dodged, not forgetting to throw a sarcastic remark. "Miss, your martial skills are still a bit lacking compared to the female devil." She looked at him with a contemptuous gaze, her words dripping with arrogance. "What I know is not just a little." Lin Huang drew his sword and stepped back, preparing for the next attack. The two quickly exchanged moves, their swords flashing in the air. In this close distance, she looked at Lin Huang, her eyes shooting out cold, icy beams. The woman counterattacked immediately. She used her umbrella to display her martial arts, but Lin Huang swiftly leaned back to dodge. Lin Huang gave her a warning, knowing that the more she knew, the more weaknesses she would reveal. The woman was infuriated by this and shouted loudly, speaking in a disordered manner, "I want your life." She attacked him once more, but Lin Huang didn't dodge. Instead, he stood still to take the blow. Unexpectedly, Lin Huang suddenly appeared behind her. He jumped up, striking with a single slash filled with rage, shouting loudly, "Your sword is not as fast as my blade." She gritted her teeth and swiftly turned to open her umbrella to block his attack. But to her surprise, this slash could take her life. Lin Huang effortlessly sliced through the umbrella, cutting it in two, and the woman's body was cleaved into two separate pieces. The woman's body began to disintegrate, her face contorting in pain, her mouth trembling. Why is this happening? In the stands below, the man in red was terrified, the sword in his hand growing more and more menacing. The man in yellow beside him seized the opportunity and coaxed. "How about we add another wager?" The system chimed in. Congratulations to player Lin Huang for winning the battle and defeating the opponent. You have earned 2 accumulation points. Would you like to continue the fight against your next opponent? Lin Huang stood proudly, his voice full of confidence as he responded. Continue. Behind his mask, Lin Huang eagerly awaited his next challenger. Finally, it's your turn. As the opponent appeared before him, the system displayed the details of the adversary. Name, Wuyu Li. Combat power, White Iron level 3. Number of battles, 3,618. Battlefield score, 153.926 billion, win rate, 99%. Honor, 60 consecutive victories. Lin Huang sized him up, silently thinking. Wuyu Li. Wuyu Li slowly put on his white gloves, each movement deliberate and calm. Lin Huang spoke. It's an honor. After you fought against the detective, many have compared us. But a powerful sword doesn't guarantee victory in a fight with me. Lin Huang raised his sword toward him, electricity crackling along the blade. Then let's make it memorable. Let's have a good fight. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Huang charged at Wuyu Li with his sword, shouting with full force. Thunderbolt strike. Li remained unshaken, fully prepared to face the battle. Both of his hands were ablaze, resembling two segments of a sword. When Lin Huang swung his blade down, Li used his own hands to block it. Lin Huang was shocked, thinking to himself, a flesh and bone fist against the blade's edge, yet it doesn't even sway in the wind. How powerful. Li simply smiled, offering his praise, "Your swordsmanship is not bad." As he spoke, he quickly counterattacked. Li punched the ground with force, creating a burst of flames that blocked Lin Huang's path. With a sharp tone, he declared, "But it's still not enough, you can't defeat me." The man in yellow observed the situation in concern. Most of Wuyu Li's previous battles were resolved with a single, fatal strike. I've never seen him fight like this before. The man in red agreed, "Indeed, I've never seen him fight this way. I always thought he wasn't good at close combat." Lin Huang had exerted all his strength to deliver that blow, yet Li seemed to relish it, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. The man in red remarked, "It seems that he simply hasn't found a worthy opponent for close combat until now." Time and time again, Li used his fists, which were as hard as steel, to block Lin Huang's strikes. His face wore an arrogant, disdainful expression. Suddenly, he stepped back, and in the air, he unleashed his fury. At this moment, Li no longer wanted to play around with him. He smiled triumphantly, and then two blood-like figures appeared behind Li, their eyes gleaming with light. Li's entire body seemed to be infused with doubled strength. He smiled and said, "The warm-up is over, let's officially begin." Lin Huang had also activated Baya's wings, his voice filled with determination, "I will fight with all my strength to survive against you." Quick as lightning, Li foam controlled the two serpent heads to attack and tear at him. Lin Huang remained unshaken, soaring into the air and using his swordsmanship to subdue them. He seized the opportunity and shot like an arrow towards close combat with Li. He flashed a strange smile, admiring Lin Huang's strength and agility. "Not bad," Li said. Emoli gathered his power, and the two monstrous beasts erupted with murderous intent. The strength was amplified many times over, causing Lin Huang to be knocked backward. Unfortunately for him, Lin Huang took a hit, crying out in pain. Ugh! Emoli Feng reveled in the fiery power that surged within him. He released an enormous demonic flame from his mouth. Emoli howled with satisfaction, not enough, never enough. A red thorny vine wrapped tightly around Emoli's arm, halting his actions. Lin Huang controlled him, his voice taunting, "How about this? Not too restrained by the thorn, is it?" Emoli clasped his hands together and began chanting an incantation, sneering, "Watch carefully, and see the gap between you and me." Just a few seconds later, the thorns on Emoli's body were torn apart. They flew wildly in front of his eyes. Lin Huang raised his hand to cover his face. He didn't expect that, even at this stage, Emoli still had a deadly move to counter his grip. A giant red monster, 3 times the size of a human body, rose from Emoli's form. Lin Huang could only fly far away, folding his arms and watching as Emoli transformed. Emoli let out a roar. Ember King's blazing flame has emerged. The red-clad figure appeared with his mouth agape. Emoli's strongest skill. The Ember King's blazing flame, the figure in yellow stood stunned. This energy, Ember King's blazing flame, was fundamentally not a command-type skill. It was. Lin Huang also recognized what was before him. His eyes became serious, realizing it was a command type. Emoli sighed, "As expected of a beast master, you've seen through it." "Well, you should understand, a command type of this level is not something you can fight against." The Ember King's blazing flame struck at him. Emoli shouted, "Extraordinary fate seed." Lin Huang was pushed back, thinking to himself that he truly couldn't withstand the power of a transcendent level attack, not even the heat. But then again, neither could he. Recalling Qing Shan's words, a command type acquired through promotion would erase the consciousness of the monster after going through the purification process with the command light. However, in a non-transcendent state, if one were to forcibly absorb the command type, there was a high chance of a violent reaction, like drinking a poison antidote. Lin Huang had devised a strategy. By depleting his life wheel, he could trigger a violent reaction. His gaze sharpened. Emoli once again recited the incantation, and a powerful energy radiated from his body as he took a step forward. He sneered mockingly. "Give it up. From the moment you saw the Ember King's blazing flame, the fight was over." The monstrous Ember King's blazing flame erupted in fury, creating a thunderstorm-like sphere. Lin Huang froze, his heart racing, his only hope being that he would survive long enough to endure the violent reaction. The Ember King's blazing flame shot a torrent of fire toward Lin Huang with ferocious intensity, its flames raging as if to burn everything in its path. The man in red clenched his fists in fear. The Ember King's blazing flame launched a direct attack. It was nearly impossible to stop for someone of extraordinary power. Lin Huang was as good as finished. "Take it away." A 3-star treasure, the man in yellow still stood by his decision. He believed that Lin Huang would definitely find a way to turn the tables. "Wait, watch closely." Lin Huang flew above the Ember King's blazing flame to dodge its attack. Emoli turned around and sneered coldly. "I knew you'd use illusionary magic, I was prepared for it." From the mouth of Ember King's blazing flame, a shockwave of energy unexpectedly shot out. Emoli smirked, his face full of self-assuredness as he said, "I've won." Just as his words ended, Lin Huang's voice rang out, dousing Emoli with cold water. "It's not over yet." Out of nowhere, Lin Huang's blade flew toward him, embedding itself directly into Emoli's shoulder, making him grit his teeth and grimace in pain. Emoli stared in horror at the thick smoke and flames in the distance, his voice trembling in disbelief. As the smoke and flames slowly dissipated, Lin Huang threw his sword and confidently asked Emoli, "Since it's illusionary magic, how can you distinguish which one is real?" The wound that Lin Huang inflicted had already formed small blood vessels, and he cursed under his breath in frustration. At that moment, Ember King's blazing flame was struck by the backlash of its power, becoming a maddened, uncontrollable roar. The man in yellow placed a hand on the shoulder of the man in red and reminded him. The divine seed is reacting violently. The man in red opened his mouth in shock. What? The man in yellow explained. Wuyu Li's consumption is too great, causing the divine seed to react violently. If his consciousness isn't strong enough, he will be possessed by the monster. Even if he leaves the arena, he will be a cripple. Lin Huang stood, watching as it screamed in agony, clutching his head in pain. Lin Huang summoned his sword, preparing to completely destroy Ember King's blazing flame. The man in yellow broke out in a cold sweat, already guessing Lin Huang's plan. Could it be that Lin Huang intended to destroy Wuyu Li's consciousness now? He leaped high into the air, heading straight for Ember King's blazing flame. Lin Huang raised his sword above his head, determined to sever both its consciousness and Mo Li's in one stroke. Flowing fire, cleansing world. The man in yellow leapt up in panic, trying to stop Lin Huang. Lin Huang, don't do it! But it was probably too late. The sword technique came crashing down on Ember King's blazing flame, and the force of the strike made the very air tremble. A crack appeared on the body of Ember King's blazing flame, and light flashed from within. Shortly after, Ember King's blazing flame shattered into countless small pieces. Mo Li also knelt before him. Lin Huang's sword was still lodged in his shoulder, and his body gradually dissipated. He smiled at Lin Huang and said, "Lin Huang, thank you." The man in yellow was ecstatic, he did it. The man in red clenched his fist tightly. Lin Huang destroyed the consciousness of the extraordinary fate seed, saving Wuyu Li. Roars of applause erupted from the stands. Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Huang. A system announcement rang out with a warning. Congratulations to Lin Huang for defeating the gatekeeper Wuyu Li in the 8th floor arena, completing 90 consecutive victories.